Just like any other day on the way back from the market, our guy here ran straight into a toad so ugly it was an insult to the eyes. He felt a throbbing headache just from getting held up by some monster while minding his own business. He grumbled under his breath about how the government agencies weren't doing their jobs properly. Without a second thought, he whipped out the green onions he'd just bought and smacked the monster with them. As it spat out a Coca-Cola can, Jay jumped in to finish it off. The stupid toad puked up some blood, crashed to the ground, and bit the dust. After a weary sigh, Jay looked at his mangled green onions with genuine regret. They were expensive leeks, after all. The truth is, Jay is an S-rank awakened. The guy everyone thought died 8 years ago. Pulling out his triple-lens iPhone Pro Max, Jay called the police, sounding a bit hesitant. Hello? There's what looks like a dead monster in the alley where I'm standing. I think some hunter finished it off and just left. I believe this is the alley on the way to the supermarket. It looks like a huge, nasty toad. And it reeks to high heaven. I'm not getting any closer. After being told someone would arrive in 5 minutes, he hung up. He snatched his shopping bag, thinking he needed to bolt before running into them. Spatial rifts were popping up everywhere. Among the few countries where the government and military systems hadn't collapsed, the U.S. led the way in adapting and responding quickly. The second country to respond as fast as the U.S. was South Korea. This was undeniably thanks to the appearance of S-rank awakened individuals. They shot up like stars. Aside from his nickname and gender, all other information about Jay was kept under wraps. This was the era of the Korean chaos. He was the one who didn't hesitate to dive into rifts and dungeons to save countless lives. Jay was also Korea's former #1 hunter, and their very first S-ranker. 8 years ago, he and 44 other hunters sacrificed themselves to close a grade, 1 rift, becoming national heroes. No one would guess that he's now just an ordinary guy carrying groceries. I look like such a mess. I should have sounded a bit more panicked on the phone, shouldn't I? Right at that moment, Jay had no intention of going back to being a hunter. Exactly 5 minutes later, the support team arrived at the alley. Jisoo rested her hands on her hips and exclaimed, "Whoa, this is wild, to handle a swamp toad this cleanly. It must have been a senior hunter. Besides, if they'd been even a second later, this monster would have sprayed acid everywhere." In fact, Jay had cleaned up so well that they thought they could even hand it over to the research team. Jisoo asked the guy next to her, "Are there any traces left? Take a look. If their level is this high, their power is nothing to scoff at." After scanning the area, the guy broke into a cold sweat, clearly rattled. How strong must that person be to not leave behind a single trace? They've got to be a pro hunter. Jisoo crossed her arms, looking annoyed. Ugh, must be some anonymous hunter again. Comics and novels really rot kids' brains with this stuff. But wait, I heard this monster that escaped was a level 4. Lucky it didn't eat anyone or wreck any buildings. Let's just take this toad and go. Suddenly, the guy, having a sharp nose, picked up the scent of green onions. Jisoo didn't overthink it and just guessed. Probably ate some green onions it found in the trash. But you mentioning green onions is making me hungry. Want to hit our usual spot after work? The guy looked exhausted. The place we go to every single day? Meanwhile, Jay was working as a server, bringing hangover soup to customers. The place was loud and chaotic. As you guys probably guessed, the anonymous person is actually the nation's hero. Jay was currently working part-time at a hangover soup restaurant. The place was so packed he was exhausted. But with his blunt personality, he'd occasionally push back when customers asked for more booze. "Hey, kid, bring us another round." "Not happening. That's your second bottle already, isn't it?" The customer blinked, looking bewildered. "What did you say?" "I've only had 1 bottle," Jay replied bluntly. "I saw you stash the empty bottle into your system inventory just a second ago." He did this because the restaurant had a clear rule posted on the wall. A 2-bottle limit per table to prevent drunken brawls. The guy just fumed. "I've been stuffing bottles into my inventory longer than I've been hunting monsters." His eyes are sharp as a tack. "Is he a hunter?" the guy in the pink shirt whispered. "But I already asked the captain. The captain said he's just a normal guy." The other guy kept eyeing Jay with curiosity. "What? Maybe he's a secret hunter or someone who isn't registered." The guy in the pink shirt waved his hands, laughing foolishly. "No way. If you aren't registered, you'd have to pay a massive fine. Plus, if he were a secret hunter, he'd be clearing dungeons. He's not crazy enough to work part-time at a soup place." Thinking about it, the guy in the black shirt licked his lips. "Fair enough. Those hidden experts are usually sneakier looking." The guy in the pink shirt kept rambling. "The captain said if he ever awakens, he's snatching him up for our team immediately. He has the eyesight to catch someone hiding a bottle of soju in their inventory, and his stamina is enough to carry multiple boiling hot pots at once. If he's this good before awakening, He'd at least be B rank if he ever does awaken. The two kept whispering, thinking Jay couldn't hear them. But he heard every single word. While washing dishes, Jay thought to himself, they actually have the nerve to sit there and debate whether to recruit a veteran like me? I awakened way before you guys. Originally, Jay wasn't supposed to be a part-timer at a soup restaurant. A few months ago, the moment he opened his eyes, he found himself lying in a pile of trash that smelled so bad it made him want to puke. Looking around, he was still confused about where he was. In his memory, he was clearly fighting the basilisk. He remembered stabbing his sword right into its head. He tried to remember. It was clear he was inside the rift. Could that thing that looked like a rift have spat him back out? How much time had passed? Jay kept sniffing the air, trying to stand up with a trembling body. Following the clatter of knives, he found a restaurant, looking like a hollow shell of a man. Is this a place that sells food? The old lady invited him in as soon as she saw him. Jay wasn't in his right mind, his head spinning and dizzy. The old lady asked, Han, how did you end up like this? Did you just come out of a dungeon or something? Jay only replied in a whisper. Jay, no longer steady on his feet, felt his head spinning dizzily. The old woman asked, Han, how did you end up in such a state? Did you just crawl out of a dungeon or something? Jay replied in an incredibly faint voice. Shortly after, the old lady whipped up a quick meal for him. The rising steam snapped Jay out of his trance. He dove into the food like he hadn't eaten in years. Once he finished every last drop, Jay finally started to come to his senses and feel the warmth. He glanced up at the TV screen, catching a news report about a level 5 rift opening up on the west coast. 8 years ago, a level 1 rift appeared in that same spot. Jay went into full panic mode. What? 8 years ago? As the report continued, the rift's threat level suddenly spiked to level 1. The government had deployed Enlisa Yan, along with 14 A ranks and an additional 30 B rank hunters into the rift. The western rift had vanished after just 1 week. Jay looked totally dazed and utterly confused. He clearly remembered entering that rift. The hunters sent there, unfortunately, never made it back. 3 months after the Western Sea Rift disappeared, the Awakened Management Bureau confirmed that every single hunter who entered the rift had died in action. Without Jay, our country wouldn't have a future. The person talking about the loss on TV was Song Jo Hyun, an S-rank Awakened, and the director of the SAM Center. Jay froze mid-motion. What on earth were they talking about? He was clearly still alive. The spoon in his hand trembled violently before clattering to the floor. The broadcast continued with more bombshell announcements that felt like a bolt from the blue. Jay and 44 hunters bravely entered the Western Sea Rift. Thanks to them, we have the future we enjoy today. We have a duty to look forward and keep moving ahead. To Jay, this concludes our documentary commemorating the 8th anniversary of the Western Sea Rift incident. Jay tried to hold on to his last bit of composure as he turned to the old lady. Could I borrow your phone for a second? The moment she nodded, the young man lunged for it, frantically punching in a number like a madman. A wave of shock hit him when the operator announced that the number he had just dialed did not exist. Just like that, Jay felt his world collapse. He couldn't believe it had already been 8 years. Did he really just drop into the future like that? But more importantly, was he actually dead? No, he couldn't just assume that. His heart was pounding out of his chest, sweat slicked his face, and he tried his best to calm down. It wasn't true. Maybe the director just changed his number. He had to tell them how his comrades fought to the end and sacrificed themselves for the world. He had to go back inside that rift. Before he passed, a teammate had warned him, Jay, listen closely. The world has changed. They only rely on you because you're strong. They expect you to save them all. But Jay, you're still just a kid. You don't have to save everyone. It's okay to run away. He stood up immediately and took off his watch, politely offering it to the old lady. Ma'am, this is all I have right now. Please, take it. The old lady smiled dismissively. Oh, don't worry about it. You don't need to give me a gift, Jay persisted. I can't do that, ma'am. If not, consider it collateral. I'll come back for it later. It was currently 8 years later. Looking at the world now, Jay saw how much it had changed and how much safer it was than before. From the automated alerts about emerging portals to the way the Bureau's hunters were dispatched to handle situations so quickly. People were living without fear, and they weren't desperate for his help anymore. In the moment he saw the happiness and joy on everyone's faces, Jay froze, lost in thought. He wondered, were all those sacrifices actually worth anything? Since Hunter Jay was already dead, no one even knew the name Jay anymore. From that moment on, he promised himself he would live a quiet, unremarkable life. So, he applied for a job as a helper at a restaurant. Right now, he was at a bookstore, standing in front of a sign featuring a familiar face, with the text, Hotline for Awakened Registration, 777. Report unregistered awakened and criminal activity. 555. Jay mused that 9 years ago, the awakened had status equal to the police. Back then, only he and the person on this sign were S ranks. Now, everywhere he looked, from no smoking signs to public service ads, it was all Jong Pin's face. They used special recruitment as an excuse to push Jong Pin into the bureau, and they were still working him to the bone. Just as Jay was spacing out, a young elementary school-aged girl ran up to him. "Mister, I picked out my books." She held the books up, her eyes wide with excitement. Jay was stunned, speechless. The book featured The Rift, with a picture of a guy his face blackened out in the corner. It was none other than himself. Jay didn't say a word, just thinking to himself that this was a total copyright violation. Even if he was technically dead, they were using his image way too recklessly, right? As Jay paid the 30,000 won bill for the books, the little girl stood there, her eyes shining. "Are you done, mister? Let me carry them." She seemed so excited to have these books. As they left the bookstore, she asked excitedly, "Where are we going now?" With a weary look, Jay clenched his fists. "Where else? I'm taking you home, and then I have to go back to the shop to prep for the dinner rush." The girl pouted, complaining that it was so boring. Jay forced a gentle smile. "There's a lot to prep for the evening, so we can't go out to play. I already bought you some ice cream, though. Why don't you stay home and eat that with Grandma?" The girl finally agreed and behaved. The daily routine at the Hangover soup shop was as follows. First, at 6 a.m., the shop opened to serve soup to hunters who had been out partying all night long, going through 5 rounds of drinks, and those who were forced to work the night shift. Then, from 11:30 a.m. to 2 p.m., they served lunch. The hunters came in and out like a flood. From 2 p.m. to 5 p.m., the shop closed to clean up, do the dishes, and prep ingredients. Then, Jay was in charge of picking up his niece, Ha-U, from school. From 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. was the dinner rush. This was when Jay had to deal with hunters who had already downed 2 bottles of soju but were still begging for more. At 10:20 p.m., it was time to kick the customers out and close up shop, followed by the exhausting process of Jay cleaning everything again. The guy was beyond annoyed. Anyway, unless they were drinking special-made alcohol, those awakened couldn't even feel a buzz from regular booze, so why keep asking for more? Anyway, he'd worked hard today. He muttered to himself, thumping his own back to loosen up his muscles. After sitting down to rest for a while, even though he was tired, Jay felt like life wasn't too bad. He didn't have to scramble all over the place due to bureau summons anymore, and he didn't have to scramble to fight monsters anymore. Maybe, in the past, he had once wished for a life just like this. But one thing that worried G was that his grandma's legs had gotten noticeably weaker lately, and she was always limping. After all, she was the only family he had left right now. He wanted to take her to the hospital to get checked out, so he asked if her leg was okay. The old woman waved him off. "It's just because I'm getting old, that's all." In reality, G was still deeply troubled. If the doctor said she needed surgery, what was he supposed to do? In that moment, G sat there blank-faced and helpless. He should have just stuck to his reclusive life completely. Why on earth did he have to go and donate all his hard-earned savings to the victims of that rift disaster on the West Coast? If things really hit rock bottom, he would have no choice but to dive into a dungeon and find something to sell. After all, items recovered from dungeons fetch a high price. That might be enough to cover the cost of the surgery, but how was he supposed to enter a dungeon, and where would he even find one now? Just then, the phone rang, and G scrambled to answer it. "Hello? Hangover Soup Shop speaking. We're currently closed." Before he could finish, a trembling voice came through. "What should I do? Ha-Yu has disappeared." G's hands shook. "What are you saying? You mean Ha-Yu isn't there?" His grandma still couldn't keep her composure. "Ha-Yu is gone. What do I do?" Ha-Un had slipped away without anyone noticing. The world out there was so scary these days, and she was wandering around all by herself. To calm her down, G said he would call the police first. "Grandma, don't worry. I'll go out and look for her. You just get some rest. Nothing will happen." His grandma still sounded incredibly worried. "Oh, heaven help us. What if both you and the girl get into trouble?" G asserted with great confidence. "I told you, it's going to be fine. Please, don't worry so much." "All right. Okay. Be careful. She couldn't have gone that far, right? You. Don't stay out too late looking for her. Come home soon. Don't push yourself, you hear?" As soon as he hung up, G put on his mask and grabbed his tools, ready to head out. There were no alert notifications about sudden rift openings, so she probably wouldn't run into any trouble, right? G activated his tracker's eye mode and started moving. After scouting for a while, he confirmed she wasn't in the immediate area. He decided to venture further out to search, but suddenly, his vision scanned something that made him freeze in his tracks. Is there any awakened person who could generate flames this intense? This didn't look like the level of an average hunter. It was bordering on monster-class territory. If he didn't confirm it, this could turn into a real threat to Hayu. He bolted, running even faster. He was stealthily tailing whatever was emitting these strange flames. As he suspected, if a monster had power this great, the news and alert notifications would have been blowing up by now. Those flames turned out to be from an S-rank hunter, just like himself. Was he wearing a gas mask? What a unique look. Let's go. He had to find Hayu immediately before getting dragged into any trouble. Before he could even leave, the S-rank guy got right in G's face and asked, "What are you doing here at this hour?" Looking straight into his eyes, G nervously looked away. This guy even tilted his head, teasing him. "I saw that," the apron says. "Love, just like before. So, you're just a normal person, huh?" G quickly retorted, "That's right," the S-rank guy continued. "Working late? But why are you walking around this late carrying a soup ladle?" G was blunt and laid it all out. "I'm looking for my niece. She's not at home. You haven't seen a little girl about this tall. Maybe an elementary school student. Hair tied back?" After the S-rank guy said he hadn't seen anyone, G tried to slip away. "I'll be going now." Suddenly, the S-rank hunter turned around and approached someone who was still bowing their head to the ground. "Wait a sec. Let me ask this guy." After getting close, he kicked the man a few times before turning back to G. "Sorry, this guy doesn't know anything either." At first glance, G knew. It was obvious he just wanted to kick the man. Not actually ask anything, but to play along, G replied very politely. "It's fine. You've worked hard. Then, I'll be going now." The guy still didn't want to let him go. He even tilted his head and kept talking. "Wait a minute. That's strange. I feel like we've met somewhere before," G firmly insisted. "But I've never met you before." In reality, G was thinking that with an appearance that striking. There's no way he could have met him somewhere and forgotten about it. After seeing G's suspicious look, the S-rank hunter finally let him go. "Fine. Go then. Whatever you saw today, don't go telling anyone else." Suddenly, the moment he turned his back, G felt sharp spikes flying toward him. He reflexively spun around and blocked them. The S-rank hunter stood there like a statue. G froze. Oh, man. His body had reacted on instinct. This is really messed up now. What normal citizen could pull off a spinning maneuver to swat away sharp spikes flying straight at them? Sure enough, the S-rank hunter called him back again. "Hey, you." But in moments like these, he had to pretend he didn't know anything. So G responded very quickly. "I have to go right now because I have to find my niece." The S-rank hunter leaned in close and asked for his name. G frowned, annoyed, and said he didn't have one. The hunter decided to push it to the end. "Oh, so you haven't chosen a hunter nickname for yourself yet, right?" G glanced back. "It's just that I don't have a name, that's all." The guy was excited and eager. "Then, let me give you a name." G kept his annoyed expression. "Do you run a naming agency or a branding center or something? Why are you so enthusiastic?" "I really have to go. Don't you feel worried about a little girl who has to struggle to find her way alone like this in the middle of the night?" The guy immediately pulled out his phone and started typing something. "Right. I'll have the members of my team look for the girl. Just wait a second." G was stuck. Trying to run away now would be really difficult. There's no need for that. I decline. I'll ask for help from the police." The S-rank hunter caught onto his game and threatened him right back. "Then I'll call the Awakened Management Bureau." G jumped, his voice trembling. "Why are you calling the bureau?" With a smirking gaze, the S-rank hunter continued. "Hunters can use their power to find her much faster than the police can. You know. Do you like it fast? If I call, they'll be here instantly. Should I call for you?" G was beyond done. "Are you serious right now?" G was getting a headache. He'd messed with the wrong person, and arguing like this, he didn't know when it would ever end. So, he asked point blank, "What do you want from me, that you keep trying to hold me here?" This Lisa Yan stepped closer. "I'm only going to ask you two things. First, that ladle, it's an S-rank weapon you're hiding, right? And you don't want anyone to know about it? Second, are you an unregistered awakened?" G was fuming but tried to keep his cool. "Lately, have all these hunters been eating their own common sense along with their meals? We just met. And you're already being this rude?" He'd tried so hard to stay patient. Fine. If he'd come this far, he might as well see it through to the end. The hunter continued. "That doesn't look like an S-rank weapon, so I guess you really are an unregistered awakened, aren't you?" G clenched his fists and shot back. "I am not an unregistered awakened." The guy just kept pushing. If you're going to spout nonsense, at least put some effort into it. Ji insisted. I'm telling the truth. Technically, it wasn't a lie. If he hadn't been wiped from the records due to his death, he would have been registered. The Lisa Yan didn't say another word and just attacked him. With no other choice, Ji used the ladle to block. Suddenly, something like poison made the ladle start turning black. Ji froze, realizing this reaction was the poison of a basilisk. The Lisa Yan smirked. A normal soup ladle. A guy who isn't even registered. And yet you could block my attack? There's no way I wouldn't know someone with this kind of ability. Ji couldn't keep his cool anymore and snapped right back. Hey, shut your mouth. Do you have any idea how old I am? The Lisa Yan raised a hand. 24. Ji scolded him, annoyed. You're just a kid. How can you be so rude to a stranger? The Lisa Yan was stunned. But you look like you're about the same age as me? Ji decided to teach him a lesson. I've eaten 5,000 more bowls of rice than you have. At this point, Ji unleashed his senior authority, pointing a finger to lecture him. Even twins. The one born 1 minute earlier is the elder. You hear me? Why do you keep talking to me like that? The guy just shrugged. All right, I get it. Hyung. Ji froze at the sudden Hyung. Hyung, your head. The guy kept rambling. If you don't like Hyung, just tell me your name. Ji waved him off. Just don't call me anything. The guy chuckled. Heh. Okay, I'll call you Hyung then. Ji snapped. I told you not to call me that. The S-ranker insisted to the end. Okay, Hyung. Inside, Ji was a storm of rage, but he kept a calm face. Let's just stop this bickering. Talking back and forth is just a waste of time. If you want to probe around, you've done enough. Ji turned on his heel to leave, but the S-ranker called out again. I wasn't doing that. We're done with the 2 questions, right? But you haven't answered one of them yet, have you? Ji stood his ground. I told you, I didn't lie. You just didn't believe me. Besides, you never set a condition that I had to answer your questions. After being shut down by Ji, the Lisa Yan stood there, stunned. Suddenly, his phone rang. After hanging up, he flashed a goofy smile. Ji kept his face turned away, scowling. If it wasn't for Hayu, I would have taken care of you a long time ago. The guy shouted into the phone. Oh, really? Come here. Yeah, okay. I'll bring the guardian to you. Make sure you watch the kid well. Don't make her cry. The Lisa Yan turned to Ji. Hyung, they said they found your niece. She's at the playground next to the church nearby. Ji finally let out a sigh of relief. Okay, thanks. Suddenly, the guy introduced himself. Lee Johan. That's my name. Let's meet again. You have to tell me your real identity next time. Looking at the person slumped on the ground, Lee Johan grabbed him with a squelching sound. Yeah, the frequency seems to be increasing a lot lately. Suddenly, a head poked out from the wall. Jong Pin, I'm reporting. The guardian just arrived at the playground and found the child. The child was so happy, calling the person uncle, and even hugging them. All Lee Johan cared about was whether anything unusual had happened. The young man holding the cat reported back. Nothing, sir. Just in case, should I follow them? Lee Johan gave the order. Follow them, confirm where they go, and then report back to me. The young man relayed another message. Also, the Byonggu has a request. He wants to know if you can meet at 11 in the morning, the day after tomorrow, to discuss the dungeon auction. After receiving a nod, the young man said he would relay the answer to the Byonggu. Lee Johan remembered something else and gave more instructions. Minky, go through all the data on awakened people. Filter for those over 25 years old, height over 1 meter 80, and an awakening level of B rank or higher, then report back. Exclude anyone who looks weird. Just find the ones who look like average people. Minky frowned, curious. Wait, data on awakened people? That's confidential information from the Awakened Management Bureau, sir. If you give me some time, I can dig it up. But the life of a Hunter Company employee really isn't easy. Lee Johan continued. Just go dig it up. Also, find out the name of that elementary school kid they picked up earlier. Minky had the info immediately. The kid's name is Pa, 2nd grade at Sabian Elementary. Lee Johan ordered him to check the child's family relationships. Minky was surprised. Family relationships? Why? Lee Johan didn't hide it. I'm a little interested in the person who called himself her uncle. Back home, after a terrifying ordeal, Hae got a few smacks from her grandmother and kept wailing. I wanted to play at the playground a little longer. After taking a few hits, she sobbed, feeling unfairly treated. Her grandmother kept pounding her own chest to calm down. Goodness, I thought you'd run away. I've had heart palpitations a dozen times already. Why were you wandering around out there so late at night? Don't you know how scary the world is these days? Ji held the grandmother's hands gently. I'll talk to her tomorrow morning when she wakes up, so please don't scold her anymore. The grandmother turned to Ji. Oh, Ji, are you staying the night? No, I have to go back to the shop to prepare for business tomorrow. The grandmother looked worried. Is the shop doing okay? I should come by and check it out sometime. Ji smiled to put her at ease. Yes, it's doing great. You know I'm strong, I can handle it. By the way, I was meaning to ask how your legs have been feeling lately. Looking down at her legs, which seemed like they could barely stand, she tried to talk to reassure him. My legs are fine, they're almost better. Even with just a glance, Jay could tell she was lying. Even now, she was forcing herself to stand on her uninjured leg. With that, he headed back to the restaurant. Grandma, good night. Also, do you mind if I borrow your window? The grandmother looked confused, not knowing what Jay was planning, but he just smiled, not wanting to explain. I've got some business to take care of. I'll call you tomorrow, Grandma. With that, Jay slipped out the window. In reality, he already knew he was being followed. I was wondering why he let me leave so easily. Turns out someone was tailing me. He slightly lifted his shoes and activated his silent footsteps skill. Sure enough, there were 2 guys standing guard at the front and 2 more waiting in the back alley. They hadn't made a move, which meant his exit through the window hadn't been spotted yet. He tried to stay as quiet as possible to keep an eye on them. I could take them all out, but they'd just come after me again immediately. They were just following orders, after all. He shouldn't make a scene and turn the organization into his enemy, but Jay was already planning to sneak up behind them. He decided just to knock them out temporarily. The 2 guards out front seemed to be getting fed up, whispering to each other. He went inside and never came back out. He probably just fell asleep. How boring. And the captain told us to stay on high alert too. The blonde guy yawned endlessly. Let's wait another 30 minutes. If there's still nothing, we're leaving. We've still got to go grab some fish-shaped buns on the way. While they were distracted, Jay reached for the blonde guy's collar. After a few muffled thuds, both had plastic bags over their heads and were out cold. Done. Jay even checked to make sure these 2 weren't dead. Are they still breathing? Pulse is still there. Breath is steady. Sorry guys, I'm just gonna go through your wallets for a second. He started searching them from top to bottom, finally finding what he needed. Inside, the wallet was an ID for Team Byonggu Combat Support Division, named Byonggu. So they were from Team Byonggu. All hunters were supposed to protect the public, but Jay didn't know if these guys were decent hunters or not. There's no such thing as the worst case, only worse. Not leaving just yet, Jay decided to pull out a pen and write on their shirts as a warning. By the time he got back to the restaurant, it was almost midnight. He had even less time to prep ingredients than he thought. Suddenly, Jay froze, staring at his apron, even recalling the sarcastic remarks from Lisa Yan. I saw it, an apron with the word love, just like the first time. See you next time, buddy. Just thinking about it made Jay's blood boil. He threw that damn apron on the ground and grabbed another one to wear. I keep feeling like I'm losing here. He decided to look up the name Lisa Yan online to see if there was any info. After searching, the results finally popped up. South Korea's 3rd S-rank awakened individual. Lisa Yan was ranked number 1 on the new leaderboard. So, who exactly was this person? Journalist John Sujin speculated whether she could fill the void left by Jay and become the number 1 hunter. Lisa Yan ran Team Byonggu, a small-scale mercenary group. Lisa Yan held her number 1 spot firmly, surprising everyone with her attitude during official gatherings. Jay was washing dishes while feeling uneasy. Nothing was more unlucky than this. To think I'd bump into the number 1 ranked hunter. How? He really was cursed. He had applied to work at this hangover soup shop, to live quietly, and hide his true power. But it turned out to be a favorite spot for hunters. And now, the person he had exposed his skills to was the top-ranked hunter to boot. But wait, the strongest hunter in the whole country gets into a brawl in a small alley like that? That person who shot out spikes back then, too. There's more than 1 or 2 suspicious things here. Jay grabbed his phone and started typing away. He searched for the incident on the search bar, but there were no results. He couldn't find any news reports, no rumors, and nothing about anyone having witnessed it. Either the news was being suppressed, or the higher-ups were controlling the information. Jay started considering a worse scenario. If that's the case, the danger is that Lisa Yan might track me down, which would threaten the safety of Grandma and the shop. The next day, when the sun was up, Lisa Yan was holding a piece of paper, reading it intently. If you dare mess with them, you'll see what happens. South Korea was a country with many powerful hunters. Among them, 3 teams stood out. The first team, led by Jong Pin Song Jo Hyun, had proven the true combat capability of Lisa Yan's. Over a long time, they had built a solid foundation and left an indelible mark on the South Korean hunter scene. The first official Korean team was named Samla. The second team was formed right after the gate incident, gathering knowledgeable researchers. They focused on gathering intel and research, rather than chasing fame or money. A team likened to a vessel of knowledge called Sion. Finally, there was a team with the capabilities of both but more streamlined, called Byung-gu, the elite squad, and Lisa Yan. While she was lost in thought, someone ran over to ask, "Lisa Yan, what are you looking at that's got you so hooked? Is that a letter from someone?" Lisa Yan grumbled, "You're being too nosy. Let's start the meeting." All the members gathered in the room, but 4 people were missing. Immediately, the red-haired girl reported the status. "Vice Jong Pin, those guys are still in the infirmary. They've been there for about a day now." The Vice Jong Pin looked shocked. "What? They weren't even fighting in a dungeon, so how did that happen?" Jisoo spread her hands. "I have no idea where they got beaten up." Hearing this, the Vice Jong Pin flew into a rage. "What? Who would dare pick a fight with our people? How can we just let this go?" Jisoo gestured toward Lisa Yan. "Of course, we were planning to get to the bottom of it too, but the Jong Pin said to just let it be." Hearing that, the Vice Jong Pin stood there, frustrated. "Wait, our kids got beaten to a pulp by someone, and she says to let it be? That doesn't fit the spirit of Team Byung-gu at all." Lisa Yan didn't want to nag about it anymore. "Leave it be. That's an order. Let's start the meeting." The Vice Jong Pin, with a helpless look, said to Jisoo, "Jisoo, you relay the meeting details to those kids lying in the infirmary." "Okay?" Jisoo looked annoyed. "You always tell me to do it." The Vice Jong Pin began the meeting. "Right. Let's start the meeting regarding the selection of dungeons for this quarter." Everyone turned on their tablets and opened the file sent by the support division. This auction featured a new underground dungeon located right at the number 3 Rongrow station. This dungeon was rumored to contain items used to craft potions for stamina, recovery, and on top of that, many other diverse types of items could be found there. Ju's eyes lit up the moment they finished watching. "If it's at Station 3, it's super easy to get to." "That's perfect." The guy in the green tie chimed in. "Why on earth did the government agree to auction off this dungeon? They must be flat broke, right? The bidding price is going to be insane. You'll see. All the dungeons up for auction this quarter are solid, but my vote is definitely for this one." Jis raised his hand eagerly, and soon enough, everyone else followed suit. The vice captain turned to Lisa Yan. "I'm casting my vote for this dungeon too. What do you think?" After receiving a nod, the vice captain continued. "If there are no other objections, then it's settled. For this year's 4th quarter auction, we'll be bidding to secure the underground dungeon at Gaz Rongo Station 3. And with that, the meeting concluded. Suddenly, Lisa Yan asked everyone to hold on for a second. This made everyone look visibly worried and confused. They were all thinking, "Lisa Yan, what other dungeon are you planning to bid on? Or is he about to tell us to steal the bidding rights from another team?" Lisa Yan asked a question that left everyone completely bewildered. Has anyone ever seen a man wearing an apron with the Sojuchura brand logo on it? Just around this area. Someone who usually carries a soup ladle about this big, looks pretty good, and has black hair. Wait, maybe it's gray, actually. The vice captain started looking puzzled and muttered to himself. "Hey, you guys really don't know anything?" Ju whispered, thinking, if the vice captain doesn't know, how would anyone else know? All the members knew that Lisa Yan wouldn't just bring up some random nonsense right before the meeting ended for no reason. With a dangerous look in his eyes, the vice captain turned to Lisa Yan and asked, "Where did you see them holding a soju promotion event?" Ju forced a laugh. "Haha, Jong Pin, did you just get back from the supermarket?" In reality, the vice captain was thinking his captain had fallen head over heels for someone, and even went as far as calling them pretty. Seeing this utterly ridiculous misunderstanding, Lisa Yan could only feel helpless. "You guys are absolutely useless." Hearing this, Byung-gu slammed his hand on the desk in anger. Who talks about bidding, and then randomly brings up a guy in an apron? Right after that slam, the desk split in two and started to smoke. We're screwed, everyone thought. The guy in the green tie looked the vice captain straight in the eyes. "Byung-gu, I'm submitting the repair request for the meeting table, and you're paying for the tablet you broke." 2. Caught in endless confusion, Lisa Yan told everyone the meeting was over and they could go eat. Even though he was annoyed, the vice captain didn't forget to remind Lisa Yan, "Hey, you're not allowed to skip meals anymore, okay?" Everyone looked at Lisa Yan. "Jong Pin, it's not like it's been a day or two since you started skipping meals. You really should go eat." After rubbing his aching head, the vice captain suggested they all go to the hangover soup shop. As soon as he heard that, Ju turned pale with fear. "Why do you always insist on hangover soup? If we're going there to eat again today, I'm not going out to eat with you, Byung-gu." The vice captain flashed some cash to try and bribe them. "Come on, my treat." Ju rubbed his throbbing head. "I didn't hear anything. I'm eating at the cafeteria. Go by yourself." The vice captain waved his hand dismissively. God damn it. Come on, is anyone going with me? In the blink of an eye, the room was completely empty. Byung-gu was left there feeling incredibly bitter. When they had to run from C-rank monsters, they didn't dash away that fast. Such a disloyal bunch. Do you guys even know why I always go to that hangover soup shop? It's because the more crowded the place, the faster you can pick up rumors, you idiots. I gather a lot of information by mingling with the hunters there. I get to make connections with other people, too. That's the only reason I go there. It is absolutely not because of the soup. He said that, but he was basically lying to himself. Yet, the moment the vice captain arrived at the restaurant, he looked like a total pushover, shouting happily, "Give me a portion of that delicious hangover soup." Normally, he wouldn't pay attention to the staff, but today, he suddenly froze when he saw the guy. While he was standing there stunned, the guy continued to speak enthusiastically. "You ordered the extra spicy portion, right? You got here at the perfect time. Any later, and you would have had to wait in line." He looked at the apron again, noticing he looked really good, and his hair color was exactly like what Lisa Yan had described. Seeing the guy frozen, the worker asked again, "Customer? Sir? Hunter?" The vice captain finally snapped back to reality. "Ah, yes, that's right. Give me a lot of chili, please." Looking back and forth, the vice captain broke into a sweat, his heart pounding. How can someone be so beautiful and handsome while working in such a shabby place? I think he said he's a distant relative of the grandmother who owns this soup shop. Something about being separated from his family when the rift opened. After searching for his lost relatives, he happened to meet the old lady. Since he had nowhere else to turn, he ended up coming to the shop to stay with his only living relative, and he decided to help out with the work. The important thing was that since a young man was working here, he could finally eat his hangover soup without worrying about the old lady scolding him. But usually, young people want to become civil servants or hunters, right? Nobody chooses to work part-time at a restaurant like this. But his outfit didn't exactly look like the one Lisa Yan described. The moment the bowl of soup arrived, the vice captain lost all reason. Come to think of it, how could Lisa Yan possibly have met a part-timer working at a hangover soup shop? They probably wouldn't even cross paths in their entire lives. Meanwhile, from another perspective, while Lisa Yan was scrolling on his iPad, Jong Pin and Lisa Yan came to meet Jong Pin Sa Yan. Data on awakened individuals isn't allowed to be used for personal purposes. Hearing this, Lisa Yan realized that Minky had been found out. Damn it. Thinking about it, it was obvious that a rank 33 like Minky wouldn't be able to hide anything from a rank 3 like Jong Pin. The difference in ranking was like heaven and earth. Seeing Sa Yan remaining silent, Jong Pin gave a forced smile and tapped his fingers on the table. "Hunter Lisa Yan, can you show a little bit of attitude when someone is talking to you?" At that moment, Lisa Yan replied, "There's someone who hasn't registered his abilities, and he's at least B rank or higher. He can walk around out there proudly like that and you guys aren't going to double-check?" Jong Pin clutched his head in disbelief. "You know how strictly our laws regulate the registration of awakened people. The fines can go up to hundreds of millions. Who would hide their powers and not register?" Lisa Yan kept scrolling through the images with a tone of certainty. That person doesn't show up in the awakened database at all, yet the government actually boasts about their data. Ji-hoon looked genuinely surprised. He couldn't even believe it. Si-woo confirmed it again just to be sure. "I've gone through the entire database 3 times, even down to the F-rank hunters. That person didn't just block my attack. He even managed to deflect the spikes shooting out from that infected monster. How could someone like that not be registered in Korea?" The young man brushing his hair looked completely out of it. "Wait, how's this looking? Yeah. Did you apply the dye evenly?" Ha-eun, who was busy studying, glanced at the back of his head. "It's fine now." Suddenly, Ji-hoon leaned in, staring intently at Ha-eun's notebook. "But there's something I'm really curious about. Is the answer to question 1 earthworm?" Sensing she was about to get scolded, the girl quickly changed the subject. "Now that you mention it, the dye on the back of your neck isn't done right. Go fix it." Today, Ji-hoon was in a good mood and patted her head. All right, I'll go check the mirror. You just finish question 1, okay?" As soon as he stepped into the bathroom, he started grumbling. "I only just dyed it. Why is it fading already? I spent so much on this hair dye. Maybe it's because of my regeneration ability, but the dye barely even sticks anymore. Good thing I have the master craftsman skill, or I'd be totally screwed. If I wasn't working at this hangover soup place, I might have had to apply for a job at a hair salon." Just as he was touching up his hair, his phone started buzzing non-stop with notifications. It was a message from Ha-eun. "Uncle, there's a strange person outside." Seeing that, Ji-hoon jumped. He activated his silent steps skill to take a peek. The person standing outside was muttering something, and Ji-hoon quickly told his niece to go hide. After mumbling a few more bizarre sounds, the guy suddenly slammed his head straight into Ji-hoon's wall. At a glance, Ji-hoon recognized the condition. It was exactly like the person he'd seen before. He couldn't just stand by anymore. He instructed Ha-eun, "As soon as I go out, lock the door, okay?" He stepped out and delivered a punch that sent the weird guy spitting blood. In his dazed, dreamlike state, the guy looked up and started giggling. Afraid his niece would hear, Ji-hoon hissed, "Keep your mouth shut, the kid can hear you." He started calculating. If this guy was the same as the one from last time, the only way was to snap his neck and finish it as quietly as possible. The creature began to transform, spewing out rows of sharp spikes. With superhuman speed, Ji-hoon dodged every single one, grabbed the guy's neck, and snap he broke it. Finally, the guy went limp, but Ji-hoon was left stunned. What the hell? Didn't these things only appear at night? You can spot these guys the second you see them, so why hasn't a single hunter mentioned them? He kept searching for information on the hedgehog creatures, but there were no search results online, and he couldn't find a single record of any such incident. Ji-hoon had assumed that Lee So-yoon told him not to talk about that day, but it turned out Lee So-yoon meant he wasn't allowed to reveal the existence of these things at all. He started getting curious. Wait, if info about these things is being controlled and not even shared among hunters, why did he let me go so easily? Wouldn't it have been more convenient for him to just get rid of me to keep the news from spreading? Ji-hoon was startled by a sniffing sound from inside the house, and when he turned around, he saw his niece peeking out, sobbing. To calm her down, Ji-hoon used a gentle, soothing tone. "Ha-eun, could you open the door for me?" She shyly pushed the door open. Ji-hoon gave her a bright smile. "It's okay, there are no more weird people now, they've gone far away." Ha-eun's eyes were still tearing up. It seemed she hadn't stopped being afraid yet. She ran out and hugged Ji-hoon tightly. While hugging her, he thought to himself, "Did I really take him out that easily?" Recalling a few things, Ji-hoon closed his eyes tight and continued to comfort her. "It's all right now. Were you very scared? I'll go tell the hunters about it, so from now on, nothing like this will ever happen again." Ha-eun believed her uncle and nodded repeatedly, even sniffling as she reminded him, "You have to tell Jong Pin and Hanib too, okay?" Ji-hoon broke into a cold sweat, thinking that would be a bit difficult, but he replied as if it were easy. "Yeah, sure. First, I'm going to go wash this hair dye out, then I'll come right back, okay?" Ha-eun replied honestly. "Okay. Actually, it does smell a bit." Ji-hoon went into embarrassed mode. "You have to specify that it's the hair dye smell, kid. Otherwise, other people will misunderstand me." Before he could even step back inside, Ji-hoon froze, feeling something unusual right behind him. A few days later, Lee So-yoon was heading to the research lab, and as soon as he arrived, someone was waiting to greet him. "You're here, team leader," Lee So-yoon said while cracking his neck. "Where's Nam-gu-jin?" "He's in the autopsy room, sir. I'll go report to him." The two walked into the autopsy room. The guy in the doctor's coat looked over and announced, "Nam-gu-jin, Lee So-yoon is here." Nam-gu-jin turned around. "You've been so busy lately, I thought I'd have to wait 3 hours for you. Yet, you got here pretty fast." Seo-yoon got straight to the point. "You know me well. I'm incredibly busy, so just say what you need to say." After flicking a cloth, Nam-gu-jin spoke to Lee So-yoon. "Naturally. Take a look at this infected person." Under the cloth was the guy who had appeared at Ji-hoon's door and been dealt with. Lee So-yoon took off his mask, wincing. "This state is terrible," Nam-gu-jin said. "According to Jong Pin, it was in this state the moment the body was found. It even suffered tremendous force inside its internal organs. But after taking a second look, Lee So-yoon felt a bit uneasy. It didn't seem like the guy died from that." Nam-gu-jin snapped his fingers and replied, "Exactly. The real cause was a broken neck, as you can see. The bodies of people transformed by the infection are enhanced to the point where even if we break their bones, we can't control them with normal strength. And yet, who could have broken the neck of an infected person?" Seo-yoon started speculating about which hunter might have done it. Nam-gu-jin just put on a completely helpless face. "I told you. It was in this state the moment the body was discovered. The residents saw it and reported it to us." Seo-yoon was curious about where exactly this thing was found. Nam-gu-jin looked down at the kid below and said, "That part is actually quite interesting." "Kid." Looking at the board, Nam-gu-jin told Lee So-yoon, "Does this location look familiar? It's the recycling center in the alley where we found the infected person last time. Also, there's one more peculiar detail. Take a look at this. This is the first time I've ever seen spikes smashed into a shape like this. It must have suddenly collided with something incredibly hard. Have you ever seen anything like that?" Jay, recalling the image of the guy from their last meeting, thought to himself. I've combed through all the data, but I still couldn't find a thing, so I figured he'd completely vanished without a trace. Finally, I've managed to catch his tail. There are just those days in life. The very moment you open your eyes, you're in the foulest mood imaginable. Jay is currently in that state, exhausted and looking more disheveled than ever. The guy is totally drained. What's going on? I can't be sluggish like this, that's for sure. The moment he checked his watch, he suddenly froze, then bolted upright. Ness, check my fortune for today, will you? After receiving the voice command, his phone started scanning, checking his luck level for the day. Today, you might get hurt, even by something as simple as a falling leaf. So you must be cautious in everything you do and stay alert at all times. Dangerous factors threatening your safety are lurking everywhere. No matter what it is, don't just glance over it. Check it thoroughly and double-check it repeatedly. Jay heard this and looked like he'd lost his damn soul. Is this a daily horoscope or a warning about an impending murder? Ness continued the reminder. Please be very careful and cautious throughout the day. This afternoon, you might have a very interesting encounter. You should try going out this afternoon. After hearing the whole spiel, Jay grumbled to himself that, all in all, today's forecast was absolute garbage. It's not a good day, so I've really got to be careful. Not long after arriving at the shop, Lisa Yan showed up again, greeting him with a name that was wildly inappropriate, clearly trying to provoke Jay and make him lose his temper. Hey there. Hi, Hung. Note. Mocking nickname. I received the letter you sent. Jay was dumbfounded, a giant question mark appearing on his face. Seeing Jay stay silent, Lisa Yan continued. Are you wearing a different apron today? It suits you well. Jay was truly curious why Lisa Yan would show up here. The shop's atmosphere was suddenly filled with whispers at the sight of Lisa Yan. Wait, the Lisa Yan is eating at a place like this? He's the type who never eats out, right? Isn't he the guy who said he wouldn't show his face in crowded places? Exactly. Even if he did hang out once in a blue moon, why here of all places? Is his life that boring? Why come to such a run-down-looking place? Hearing this, Jay grew even more curious. What on earth did that kid usually do to be talked about so much? The Jong Pin, Byung-gu, just gave a dry laugh and changed the subject. The atmosphere is a bit awkward. Let's sit at that table over there, haha. Lisa Yan, ignoring everyone, walked straight to the center table. Jay still served him reluctantly, fulfilling his duty as a waiter. Customer, that table hasn't been cleared yet. Would you like to sit somewhere else? Facing Jay, he used a tone more saccharine than ever. Oh, don't worry, just take your time cleaning. I like this spot. I can see the TV clearly. Jay tried his best to suppress his rising rage. All right, fine. The customer is king. The mantra "the customer is king" played on a loop in his head so Jay wouldn't do anything reckless and beat the living hell out of the guy. Lisa Yan kept asking what was on the menu, but Jay replied that they only had hangover soup. Byung-gu suddenly snapped. Hey kid, it's a hangover soup joint. Of course it only serves hangover soup. I told you that before you even came here. Lisa Yan shot back. Selling only hangover soup? What kind of business is this? Jay was about to lose it, so he said with absolute ice in his voice, Sir, if you keep bickering, I'll have to ask you to leave the shop. Byung-gu immediately got scared and switched into politeness mode. Haha, give us 2 portions of hangover soup. Jay went to the back, face like thunder, to prepare. Byung-gu is a regular, so I'll let it slide. As soon as he got into the kitchen, he sighed. Even if I glare at him, it won't solve a damn thing. Even if I hate the guy, he's still a customer who's here to eat and pay for his meal like everyone else. After giving himself a little philosophical pep talk, Jay regained his composure and a stable mindset. Finally, the 2 bowls of hangover soup were ready and brought out. Here is the hangover soup you ordered. On the internet, a ton of anonymous comments about the Pow Squad started popping up, including the news that Lisa Yan had prepaid 15 million won to the soup shop just to eat there every single day. Jay even posted about how Lisa Yan was hindering his business, plus asked for the netizens' opinions on how to handle the situation. Should I report this annoying harassment directly to the police or the association? Jay mumbled while checking his phone. For hunters with a bit of a reputation, as long as you have proof, the association's hunters will immediately come to handle it. Reading that, Jay stretched out, feeling utterly defeated. Damn it, if I report it, it'll be hard to keep things quiet. And besides, what was that? Giving the first letter of his name? At this point, half of Korea already knows who that is. Since top-tier hunters are in that position by default, every little move the leader makes can become the catalyst for a war between the haters and the grateful. Jay's head was spinning. It really was a dilemma. Since that day, Lisa Yan came by every single day to pester him. Even so, Jay still had to force a smile and greet him like a VIP, while in reality, He was incredibly annoyed. What the hell is this? This is clearly intentional obstruction of business. Every time that kid shows up, the other customers don't even dare to sit here. To resolve this, either I have to go back to being a hunter, or I need to have a lot of money. If I want Lisa Yan to be condemned by society, I need hard evidence. If the evidence isn't enough, I could easily get hit with a counterattack. The most accurate way is to record all of Lisa Yan's behavior and make it public. But since the guy isn't Lisa Yan, if I use a regular recorder or camera, he'll spot it immediately, which means I have to use gear made from items harvested from dungeons so it won't be easily broken. Or I need a hidden recorder that's hard to detect. Jay started looking up prices online, but in the end, it only went as far as searching because that gear is insanely expensive. Back in the days when I was the old Jay, with millions of people knowing who he was, he didn't even remember how much those things cost. These days, with the price gouging to hundreds of millions, it's just ridiculous. The poor guy could only scratch his head. He'd been too busy with life to ever buy luxuries. Today, he started considering registering as a hunter again, but then stopped, thinking it was just too risky. Things are different now. They've even got an awakened management bureau. If you aren't careful and your data doesn't get wiped if it's still on record, you'll be struggling just to put food on the table. Even if you aren't worried about that, you have no way to control your power. I'm afraid you'd end up breaking the measuring device, which would be even worse. Plain and simple, the moment that happens, your peaceful, reclusive life is history. Just thinking about it makes Jay's head spin. He resents Lisa Yan even more. If it weren't for that brat, he wouldn't be dealing with this headache. Jay opens his inventory and takes out a shimmering stone. Back in the day, these magic stones were useless, so I just tossed them in a corner. Lately, it seems they're being used everywhere for all sorts of things. Maybe I should sell one? Selling this should be enough to buy a decent recorder. Just like that, he gets onto the trading platform. Selling it on the hunter's market would be better, but you need a hunter's license for that. He just reopened his old tomato market account, but the system says it's unavailable. Looks like the old account is gone for good, so he decides to create a new one from scratch. After thinking about a nickname, he decides on EZ. Ding ding ding. Welcome to Tomato Market, EZ. Please turn on your location to register your region. Jay starts fussing, trying to take the crispest photo of the stone possible. If I list it for 80 million, will it actually sell? Finally, he settles on a price and adds a product description. This is a rare, high-purity magic stone. Please contact me via NegoChat to purchase. Jay starts daydreaming about what he'll do once he has the money. Once it's sold, I'll buy coats for Grandma and Ha-un. Oh, and I'll pay for Grandma's leg surgery too. Suddenly, his phone rings like crazy. It vibrates so incessantly that he thinks the phone might be broken. Jay, startled, checks it and sees hundreds of comments. They're all tearing into him. Some are even threatening to report him to the management bureau for scamming. He reads them, looking blank. Is the price of magic stones higher than I thought? I just listed it at what I thought was the standard price. Just how much has the world changed? The phone is still buzzing so much it's making him dizzy. He decides to exit and just delete the damn account. Just then, a comment pops up, sounding curious. I'm curious why you deleted your account, EZ. Jay replies firmly. People were taking advantage of my post too much, so I ran into some bad actors. Another reason is that people started insulting me the moment we started talking. What a bunch of losers. Jay collapses, wishing he could just run away from this miserable world. It doesn't stop there. News about someone posting a magic stone for 80 million spreads across the web, including the fact that he deleted his account after only 2 minutes. People start buzzing with comments. If it's an A-rank magic stone, what kind of monster do you have to kill to get it? You'd have to kill a boss from a second-tier dungeon or higher. But based on the photo, that stone has super high purity, which means it must have come from a first-tier dungeon monster. Everyone is even more shocked by this information and keeps on gossiping. If that's the case, the poster must be a very high-ranking hunter. Can they really tell it's an A-rank magic stone just by looking at a photo? This stone even catches the attention of Hong Young. Hong Young has already posted about it on Instagram. He's asking why someone would post something so precious on Tomato Market instead of Hunter Market. His Instagram post goes, "Easy, I don't know who you are, but you just name your price, and I'll come buy it in person right now." Meanwhile, in the middle of a remote, wilderness mountain where there shouldn't be any Wi-Fi, Hong Young is holding his phone, trembling and screaming like a madman. Give that stone to me. Hong Young is 7th in the South Korean rankings, a one-of-a-kind S-rank crafter nicknamed Hong Young. After reading the news, Hong Young keeps thrashing around like a lunatic. Mr. Hong Young, you're not supposed to be looking at anything. Oh my god. Get me that stone. Jong Pin sits by, laughing in a way that's hard to figure out. Since when does this village have Wi-Fi? Didn't you guys cut off the internet before bringing him here? A female manager whispers, of course we cut the internet, but Lisa Yan reconnected the line and the Wi-Fi for him. After that, he promised he'd take charge of crafting the gloves as a trade-off for being allowed to use the internet. Jong Pin looks at the sight of Hong Young flailing around and is fed up. That guy is absolutely useless. As soon as this crafting job is done, kill the internet immediately. Hong Young ignores everything and thrashes even harder. I have to go to soon. Give me that stone. Jong Pin is so annoyed he just holds up the screen. Seriously, you're the one who insisted on coming all the way to Mount Jiri to work. Do you know how close the deadline is? You aren't leaving this place until you've finished all the weapons. Hong Young stops thrashing. He has a skill called Deadline Finisher, which means the closer he gets to the deadline, the higher his productivity goes and the faster his completion speed becomes. If he crafts items once the skill is triggered, it boosts the item quality by 50%. Hong Young has another trait. He's a glutton for punishment. No matter what the task is, he wants to procrastinate as much as possible. Hong Young snaps and calls Jong Pin the person in charge. Hey, look at this stone. If I craft a weapon with this magic stone, it'll be at least S rank. I can feel it just from looking at the photo. Jong Pin freezes upon hearing that. The equipment he's made so far has only reached a maximum of S rank, and he's saying that using that magic stone would create an S rank weapon? Jong Pin starts thinking and investigates immediately. The person selling the stone has a mysterious background. He'd only heard of him since arriving at Mount Jiri. That type of stone has never been traded in the entire country, so it's definitely an item that was stolen from somewhere and brought to be sold. But someone with skills as incredible as Hong Young confirmed its quality the moment he saw it. Where on earth did this stone come from so suddenly? Could it be related to what Lisa Yan mentioned earlier? Looking down at Hong Young, who is still rolling around, Jong Pin asks, first, listen to me, this stone is really high quality, right? Of course, you can tell just by looking that it's a top-tier item, completely different from the stuff full of impurities or monster poison. Please, I'm begging you, get me that stone. Jong Pin keeps wondering, so, you're able to narrow down who might be capable of finding that stone, right? With a cynical tone, Hong Young replied, at the very least, that person has to be in the top 100. Jong Pin continued, the people at the top of the rankings wouldn't leave trails like some rookie. They wouldn't be buying or selling anything, would they? Feeling frustrated, Hong Young muttered, it's not like I'm an idiot. There's the black market, and there's even Hunter Market. But why on earth are they posting on Tomato Market? What are they even trying to do? Just like that, Hong Young rolled over and shouted, I'm at Mount Jiri. How am I supposed to check the Tomato Market listings all the way in soon? Next time, just send me to be locked up at Mount Bukhan instead. Jin teased him right back. Sure, no problem. I'll let the Song Joheon know your next place of exile will be Mount Bukhan. Besides, as for that magic stone, I'll try to track it down. At that, Hong Young finally stopped and quieted down for a moment. Jong Pin gave a bright, confident smile, as if to confirm it. Well, persistence pays off, right? Meanwhile, in another development, Jay was working incredibly hard, but he kept feeling an itch. Looking outside, he felt relieved and peaceful because Sa Yan hadn't shown up at lunch today. However, there was a lot of noisy chatter going on outside. Has everyone seen the post on HunterNet from yesterday? I heard some madman is selling an A-grade magic stone on Tomato Market for 80 million. The guilds are in total chaos. Jay felt pretty helpless hearing them call him a madman. The chatter outside continued. Is it a scam post? It's possible he just downloaded a photo from the internet and posted it. Hey, Hong Young said he'd craft weapons for free for whoever finds that stone, and there's a cash reward too. Jay was startled and froze solid. He was stunned he didn't understand why they were making such a huge deal out of this, even offering cash rewards for something he had always thought was trash and threw into a corner. The rumors grew louder. If you buy it for 80 million and flip it, you could make a profit of several hundred million. No joke. I wish that guy Easy would post again, but it looks like he deleted the post and his account entirely. Is he messing with us? Why pull it after baiting everyone? Register a new account right now. I was planning to head to the fish market today to ask the mackerel to track it down. Do you think the mackerel can find it? If not, then I'll lose my title as the top news gatherer in Korea. Jay broke into a cold sweat, seeing how much they valued that stone. In the past, he used to use magic stones to play marbles because he thought they were useless. It turns out 10 years is enough to change the world. In the past, magic stones were only bought by those who truly needed them. First, they were collectibles for the rich. Second, they were trophies for hunters. But during the time Jay was trapped in the abyss, science and technology developed rapidly. Research showed that magic stones are different from energy sources like coal or oil. They aren't degraded by the environment, so humans can extract energy from them very efficiently. Furthermore, people even extract gold from discarded magic stones. Jay actually just accidentally posted something for sale, but the rumors had spread to a point that left him dizzy. Checking Hong Young's Instagram post, it had already gone viral with over 500,000 likes. Jay felt helpless. You crazy guy, what am I supposed to do with you? If he stayed low, maybe that guy would just keep posting on Instagram and pouring more oil on the fire. But since he hadn't managed to sell the stone yet, things were a bit difficult. And thinking about how he still didn't have enough funds for his grandmother's leg treatment made him even more anxious. Just as he was glued to his phone, Jong Pin walked in as if he owned the place. Hello. The moment he looked up, Jay froze. Jong Pin was looking around, checking out the situation. Jay panicked, wondering how on earth Jong Pin managed to find his way here. Some people who were enjoying their hangover soup felt bothered too. Are you kidding me? First it was Sa-yeon, now it's Jong Pin. Who are they trying to catch? Who is it? Just turn yourself in already. Seeing everyone making such a fuss, Jong Pin waved his hand dismissively. I'm not here for work today, I'm just here for dinner. I just got back from a business trip. With his heart pounding, Jay activated his poker face skill, hoping Jong Pin wouldn't recognize him. After all, in the military, people only knew the past version of Jay when he wore his mask. He kept himself as calm as possible. Jay politely invited Jong Pin to a seat. Welcome, sir. Are you dining alone? Yes, just me. Please check the menu on the wall and order. Just then, Jay got another shock when Sa-yeon wandered in. As soon as he saw Jong Pin, Sa-yeon looked surprised. How strange. Why is a government official here? This is my turf, you know. Jay was annoyed. He thought the guy wouldn't show up today, but he hadn't missed a single day. Jong Pin wore a smile that couldn't be any less friendly. Naturally, I came to eat dinner. I didn't expect to run into you here. Sa-yeon. Sa-yeon hesitated. Yeah, I assume you didn't expect that either. Just like that, they sat at the same table and chatted away. Jong Pin started, I have something I need to talk to you about, but these private matters shouldn't be discussed in a public place like this. Shall we exchange contact information? Also, the Song Jo-hyun said I must pay you the compensation for the previous damages. Jong Pin immediately pulled an item out of his hidden inventory. Jay glanced over. Was that an item to create a soundproof space? Immediately after, they began a secret conversation to avoid being overheard. Jong Pin got straight to the point. Jong Pin Sa-yeon, about the unregistered person you mentioned to me before. Have you found them yet? Or rather, I should ask, you've already found them, haven't you? A sound isolation item is something frequently used when discussing classified matters. But the fatal flaw is that if the person listening is of a higher rank than the item's grade, that person can still penetrate the barrier and listen to what's happening inside. For that reason, Jay was currently eavesdropping on their conversation. Jong Pin asked Sa-yeon, are you aware of the recent news about someone selling an A-grade magic stone on Tomato Market? Sa-yeon sat back comfortably and replied, if I didn't know about that, I'd have retired from being a hunter already. Jong Pin gave a reluctant smile. Then do you know about Hong Young throwing a tantrum and demanding to get that magic stone no matter what? Because someone we all know connected him to the internet, he's been kicking up a fuss like that. Sa-yeon shrugged, acting innocent. Well, I know a little bit about it. Jong Pin put on a very intense expression. Let me give you my conclusion. I suspect the registered user you're tracking is the actual owner of that stone. To pull off getting a magic stone of that rank, they'd have to be in the top 100 of the rankings, at the very least. Naturally, the high rankers use the hunter market. It's because the identities of both the seller and the buyer have to be verified, to keep large sum transactions safe. If you're saying the commission fees and taxes for the hunter market are too high, well, I guess that's a bit steep for a civil servant like you. But there's still another way. Selling it on the black market. Why go through the trouble of posting an ad on a common app that even regular civilians can see? If you wanted to sell it on the low, there are dozens of other ways. So, the real question is, why is this person selling a magic stone on Tomato Market, and selling it for dirt cheap too? It's possible the seller doesn't even have a hunter's license, which is why they had to use the Tomato Market platform. It has to be one of two things. Either they're a civilian or an unregistered amateur hunter. However, I find the chances of a civilian owning a magic stone of that grade to be practically zero. Right now, my conclusion is that the person holding such a high-class magic stone can only be an incredibly skilled but unregistered hunter, the very person you, Lee Se-yeon, are looking for. Dai stood listening outside, breaking into a cold sweat. They're way too sharp. Thank God I overheard this, or I'd be in serious trouble. I've really got to be more careful with everything I do from now on. Suddenly, Lisa Yan glanced toward the back. Dee's heart skipped a beat, and he jumped. It felt like Lisa Yan already knew he was eavesdropping. During the conversation between Jong Pin and Lisa Yan remained silent for so long that Jong Pin felt like everything he said was falling on deaf ears. After a moment, Lisa Yan finally replied, "It's nothing. What if it's just some other unregistered hunter?" Jong Pin continued, "There's an upcoming auction for weapons, crafted by Hong Young, so all the heavy hitters are heading back to Korea. But those guys couldn't be the ones causing this stir, since they always come and go in silence." Lisa Yan insisted that there wasn't Lisa Yan who awakened just a few months ago. Who's to say it isn't that person? Even though he pushed back, Jong Pin clearly knew it was Deck Tin. You know that person, right? She's still a minor and is in the middle of her studies, so she's got no free time to be doing stuff like that. Besides, she's not even a combat hunter. Lisa Yan hesitated. Oh, I heard she's a senior in high school, right? Jong Pin snapped his fingers. Yeah. So if she has any free time, she's busy doing practice exams. Not knowing what else to say, Lisa Yan kept trying to deflect. Let's assume that's the case. Still, I haven't found the person yet, Jong Pin countered. If even you, Min Hyo, haven't found them yet, then, Lisa Yan replied. Maybe they're setting a trap to lure out suspicious people? Jong Pin paused, thinking it sounded plausible. True, that possibility can't be ruled out. If you find this person, you absolutely have to contact me. Finally, it was time for the shop to close. Dee sat there, exhausted and slumping over. My head is killing me. Why do I get the feeling this is just going to keep happening? And before leaving and paying, Jong Pin had to shout, "It was delicious. I'll definitely come by again. Just thinking about it gives me a headache." Dai wanted to curse out loud. Please, just don't come back here anymore. Why do you people keep coming to my hangover soup shop anyway? Like having Lisa Yan here wasn't enough. Now I've got Jong Pin showing up too, for heaven's sake. Just as he was spacing out, there was a knock at the door. It was none other than Lisa Yan. Dai showed his disgust the moment he saw her. "We're closed. Please leave." Lisa Yan persisted. "Open the door. I came here because I have something to tell you." Dee grumbled again. "I told you, business hours are over." Lisa Yan was firm. "It'd be better for you to hear me out. Unless you want to run into Jong Pin again tomorrow." Dai slammed his hand against the wall in frustration. "Is it you? You're the one who called Jong Pin here," Lisa Yan retorted. "Obviously, the one who called him here was Deer," Dai snapped, losing his cool. "You're saying he came here looking for me? I'm not stupid, you know. What do you mean by that?" Lisa Yan played innocent, spreading her hands in confusion. "If you hadn't set off that bombshell on Tomato Market, why on earth would he have come all the way here?" Right after that, it was Dai's turn to play dumb. "What are you talking about? What does Tomato Market have to do with me? Is that so? Well, whoever comes looking for you, just keep pretending like that. Make sure you hide it well. If you don't open the door, I'm going to melt it down." Dee gritted his teeth in irritation. "Try it, and I'll report you to the management bureau." Lisa Yan remained stubborn. "You're always making me feel so unwanted." Having no other choice, Dee opened the door with a sour, grimacing face. As soon as she got inside, Lisa Yan took off her mask. "Those people are just going to keep coming for you from now on." Dee crossed his arms and sneered, "Don't say such creepy things." Lisa Yan glanced at him and replied, "Is that so? Then why didn't you just post it on some second-hand site when you were selling it? You really have a talent for making a mountain out of a molehill. You just had to post it on the Special District's Tomato Market, didn't you? That's why things turned out like this." Dai kept acting and denied everything. "I already told you, it wasn't me." Lisa Yan pointed a finger. "Fine. Then I won't say it's you. Let's just say I'm talking about that crazy nut job who posted the magic stone for sale on Tomato Market." Dai didn't dare look her in the eye, but still tried to warn Lisa Yan. "Watch your mouth. Maybe they didn't know any better when they did it. They're probably regretting it quite a bit right now." Lisa Yan glanced at him again and shrugged. "Really? Doesn't look like they're regretting anything. You've eaten 5,000 more bowls of rice than me, so why are you talking so formally, huh?" Dee shut the door with an attitude. "Shut it. Anyway, I have something I need your advice on. I have a friend. This person made a huge mistake, but they don't realize the gravity of the mistake themselves, and they never imagined things would get this serious. The mistake seems bigger than they thought. They're being swarmed by people like flies." Lisa Yan listened intently, looking very focused. "Yeah, is that so? Oh my, that's no good," Dee continued. My friend wants to resolve this in the quietest way possible, in a way where no one finds out, simply because they want to live a peaceful life. Lisa Yan gave a hollow laugh. Aha, so, they want to live a peaceful life, huh? I like that. Let's make a deal. The mistake you've made, I'll handle it for you nice and clean. Dai asked straight out. What do you want? Instantly, Lisa Yan leaned in and got right up in Dai's face. I want you. Hyung. Dee went pale. Lisa Yan continued. Someone with great ability. But who doesn't belong to any organization? I've been looking for someone low-key, someone nobody really knows. Honestly, if no one even knows you exist, that's even better. I actually thought I'd have to give up because I couldn't find anyone who fit the bill, but then you showed up like it was destiny. I tried digging up some information on you, but whether it was the high school you attended or even the area around your house, I couldn't find a single thing. It's like all your records just got sucked into a rift. I heard your parents passed away the day the rift opened. You don't have any surviving relatives, so there was absolutely nothing to trace. I checked to see if you'd ever signed any employment contracts, but there weren't any of those either. No bank transactions, and your phone number was only registered a few months ago. I couldn't find any history for you before that. The old lady who owns this shop and her granddaughter, they aren't actually your relatives, right? They're total strangers. She hit the nail on the head so hard that Jay didn't know how to respond. He just gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Lisa Yan kept going. I really couldn't find a shred of info on you. I was actually prepared to meet any demand you had just to recruit you onto my team. But it's clear now that this shop is the only thing that matters to you. Is there something you're after, Jay? Facing that question, Jay flatly replied that he wasn't. Lisa Yan stepped closer. In that case, let me make you an offer. Lisa Yan pulled an iPad out of her spatial storage and started tapping away. Do you know Namgu Jin? He's an A-rank healer. At the mention of that name, Jay was startled. He's the only A-rank healer in South Korea, ranked 6th in the country, the captain of the SW team, and nicknamed Namgu Jin. It seemed Lisa Yan had pinpointed exactly what Jay wanted. He can treat your grandmother's legs. What do you think? I personally can't help with that. Jay looked genuinely surprised. Lisa Yan continued. I heard your grandmother's legs were hurting, right? Jay kept his poker face, though he was stunned. An A-rank healer someone ordinary people could never even meet, offering to treat a common citizen? You're talking crazy. Lisa Yan was unfazed and acted very confident. Lisa Yan and Byung-gu have a cooperative relationship, so I can definitely ask him to treat her. Before he awakened, he was an orthopedic surgeon, so he'll understand the condition perfectly. What do you say? Jay seemed more inclined to listen now, so he replied, Lisa Yan, why are you doing this to me? You investigate every single detail about a person just to find their weak spot and exploit it. You even dangled bait in front of me. Just tell me, why are you so desperate to drag me in? If I refuse today, I bet you'll go around telling everyone I'm an awakened hunter, right? Be straight with me. What do you want? Lisa Yan narrowed her eyes and admitted, I considered doing that too. But a simple threat isn't the right way to go. Because if I did that, you'd just decide we can't walk the same path. Do you remember the guy you saw the first day we met? A strange type of drug started circulating a few years ago. Normally, medicine for regular people and narcotics don't affect awakened individuals at all. But strangely enough, this stuff causes an extreme reaction, heightens aggression, induces poisoning, and physically mutates the user. Jay seemed quite shocked to hear this. Just by taking a drug, they end up like that? Lisa Yan shrugged and replied, That's the annoying part. Basically, I'm hunting down the masterminds supplying this drug, but both I and my team members are too well known to everyone. Every time we get close, the trail goes cold. That's why I can't just send anyone in. They'd either get killed or end up addicted like the rest of them. Jay started thinking, if it's about having the ability to win in a fight against those corrupted freaks, he definitely met the criteria Lisa Yan described, but she hadn't explained how he was supposed to find them. Based on everything he'd observed so far, there was no way she was doing this out of the goodness of her heart. Why does she really need to find them? Seeing Jay standing there frozen, Lisa Yan gave a little smile. For the details, you'll have to make a deal with me first. Honestly, anything related to this drug needs to be kept under wraps, so I have to keep it secret. If I don't, Jong Pin will come sniffing around. Jay continued to stand there blankly, thinking, this kid is trying to lure me in by dangling secrets to chain me to her, isn't she? Lisa Yan then patted Jay on the shoulder and said, take your time and think it over. Jay startled and went into kick them out mode. Get out of here, I still have to close the shop. But Lisa Yan just stood there, holding out her hand, not making a move. Turns out she wanted Jay to give her his phone to save her number. Jay made a sour face and looked annoyed. No need. Lisa Yan kept blabbering. My number is really valuable, you know. Jay tried to threaten her. I'm going to take your number and sell it on Tomato Market. Lisa Yan just laughed. If you do that, you'll just have to see me more often. Huh. From that day on, Jay didn't see Lisa Yan anymore, but the ominous words she spouted turned into a prophecy. Starting the very next day, people kept calling and pestering him. The shop phone wouldn't stop ringing. Yes, this is the Hangover Soup Shop. How can I help you? Hello, I'm reporter Kim So-young from MBB Broadcasting. Can you talk for a moment? Jay tried to stay calm and replied, I'm sorry, we don't do food delivery. The voice on the other end rattled off a mile a minute. I'm not calling for delivery. I'm calling to see if you're interested in appearing on TV. Our show is called Live 1, 2, and it airs at 7 in the evening on weekdays. Jay refused, but they kept pushing. If your shop is advertised as a favorite spot for hunters, it would be very beneficial for your business. Jay seemed unable to keep his cool any longer. I'm not interested. The shop is busy, so I'm hanging up. Phone calls like that came ringing in every single day. There were even people who came in to secretly film, but Jay caught them. Customer, please turn off the camera you have in your bag. Filming without permission is illegal. After being caught red-handed, the customer kept denying it left and right. Huh? What camera? There's no camera. What are you talking about? Where do you see one? The hunters already inside the shop were fuming. Hey, you punk. We can hear the camera whirring. How dare he look down on a hunter's hearing? The hunters even stood up to expose him. That guy was a YouTuber who specialized in making videos slandering celebrities. Once he realized he was busted, he scrambled and ran for his life. The hunters who stayed behind were still boiling with rage. If we don't catch him, at least 2 of us are definitely ending up in the tabloids. Mark my words. Why are you still sitting there? Hurry up and go catch that brat already. This stuff just keeps happening over and over. Right when people are about to forget, the old drama pops back up thanks to Hong Young's Instagram posts. You even got a surprise package. This place was already hot, but now it's even hotter. It was a note from Jong Pin with some seriously tasty writing. Suddenly receiving a signed autograph from Jong Pin, like this makes Ji lose all his guard. He has to pay attention to every little detail in everything. You could say material conditions determine consciousness. Just looking at this beautiful signature, Jay started seeing dollar signs. If it's Jong Pin's autograph, it's gotta be worth a fortune. Should I just sell this signature on Tomato? Nah, forget it. I don't want to get spammed with messages again. After debating with himself, Jay just taped the paper to the wall. Before he could even settle down, another character appeared. It was the number 5 ranked A-rank hunter in Korea, nicknamed Hanab. The second she stopped in front of the shop, someone shouted "Wasp," which ticked her off so much she almost slapped the living daylights out of that guy. While he was standing there stunned, wondering what the 5th ranked hunter was doing here, she screamed, Lisa Yan, get out here. Jay finally understood the reason. Great. That kid, Lisa Yan, really causes so much trouble. Seeing Jay staring at her without blinking, Hanab turned around, surprised, and asked if there was a problem. Jay just froze. Was she for real, asking if there was a problem because she genuinely didn't know? But luckily, she knew how to speak politely to regular people. Because of that, Jay immediately put on the persona of a gentle, calm guy and asked, Are you Hanab? Wow, I'm a huge fan of yours. He was acting so well, even though in reality, it was his niece who was the fan. Hanab immediately tried to look cool and radiant, untying her hair right there. Jay was stunned, not getting why she was putting on a show for him. Well, might as well go along with it and act like a hardcore fan. Wasting time doing this stupid stuff made Jay feel embarrassed on her behalf. He was even more annoyed with that guy, Lisa Yan. He swore that when he showed up, he'd grab him by the collar and slap him silly. Hanab looked absolutely thrilled. So, you're a fan of mine? I'm sorry. I probably startled you by popping into your shop so suddenly, right? Jay pretended to wave it off. Oh, no, it's fine. Hanab awkwardly scratched her head. Oh my, I'm really, really sorry. I just couldn't control my temper a second ago. Before she could even finish her sentence, there was some grumbling from outside. Who on earth parks their motorcycle like this? Hanab couldn't stay gentle for even a few seconds before she started barking and yelling. You lunatic, take your hands off right now. Byung-gu was moving the bike, and he looked terrified. Was that her precious iron horse? Is this any way to park a bike? The moment she recognized an acquaintance, she rushed out the door. Hey, Byung-gu, are you here alone? Where's Lisa Yan? Byung-gu looked embarrassed. I told you not to call me by my hunter nickname. Please, just call me by my real name. Hanab was still stubbornly looking around. Where's Lisa Yan? He didn't come with you? Byung-gu looked serious. I'm curious about what you have to say too. But can we order some food first before we get to the main point? Hannah reluctantly walked in, acting a bit unusually. Fine. Anyway, I need to cool off first. What do you have here? Byung-gu ordered out of habit. Give me a hangover soup with extra green chili. Hannah followed suit. I'll have the same. Jay wasn't even inside yet. Byung-gu went straight to the point. Now, tell me, why do you need to see Lisa Yan? What did he do this time? The magic stone listed on Tomato Market, you've heard about it, right? Jay turned on his eavesdropping mode and perked up his ears. Hanab continued. I really need that magic stone. Byung-gu smirked. You need it that badly? Hearing the sarcastic tone, Hanab started getting all worked up again. Whoever brings that stone to Hong Yung gets a custom weapon from him, right? I desperately need an S-rank weapon. Byung-gu sighed. Oh, right. The regular weapon you usually use got busted, didn't it? Hearing the familiar name, Jay couldn't help but be startled, remembering how he'd smacked Hong Yung around a few times back in the day. Hanab went back to her confident bragging. I heard the ranking system is about to get a new update. After I find that magic stone for Hong Yung, I'll have him forge my own custom S-rank weapon. Once the rankings are reshuffled, I'll definitely win in style. I've planned this out perfectly. That's why I zoomed in on the photo of the magic stone to see if there was any reflection in it. Plus, I sent the photo for analysis to find out what kind of phone was used to take the picture. The paper used as the background for the stone photo has also been carefully examined to see what kind of paper it is. I'm putting all my effort into breaking down the image data down to the nanometer to figure it out. Jay was speechless. Even Byung-gu looked stunned. You went that far? Hanab continued. Clearly, a few days ago, the investigation info was gradually progressing. But why have the leads suddenly gone dead in the last few days? Obviously, that maniac Lisa Yan blocked me right when I was about to find all the information. Because she was so angry, Hanab slammed her fist onto the table and then immediately flinched. Did I break the table? Luckily, Byung-gu caught her punch. Otherwise, they'd be paying for it. Hanab breathed a sigh of relief and continued. Thanks. Anyway, that's why I had to come all the way here. Byung-gu gave her a blank stare and asked, but what does Easy and our team have to do with each other? Hanab snapped again. If you don't know, who would? Jay, standing in the kitchen, just listened in silence and thought. It has a connection, but it's connected to your team leader, not your team. After they finished eating, Hanab happily grabbed a huge piece of paper and walked toward Jay, calling out loudly, Hey employee, I've got a gift for you. As soon as he opened the paper, he saw Hanab's massive face along with her autograph. Jay froze for 5 seconds, while Hanab just beamed. I saw it earlier. You have everyone's signatures on the wall. I'm giving you a special one. Go ahead and tape mine up there too. Byung-gu, seeing this, also thought Jay was actually her fan. Oh, is the employee a hardcore Hanab fan? My, you should come here often. Look, he says he's your fan. In this moment of despair, Jay just bit his tongue. Hanab made a grand declaration. Even though I'm very busy, I can spare the time to come by again. Jay felt his heart stop, wanting to say from the bottom of his heart that they should never come back. But remembering his niece who was obsessed with Hanab, Jay told himself to hold back the cursing. Just as he returned, Deputy Team Leader Byung-gu of the Byung-gu team kicked the door open and started nagging Lisa Yan. You skipped a meal again, didn't you? A person really needs to have some passion for eating to stay alive, you know. You've been eating properly lately, so why the sudden strike today? By the way, there's an official notice from the Awakening Management Bureau. They're calling an emergency meeting for everyone on the list for the ranking announcement. I'd appreciate your cooperation. Sa wiggled his feet, as if nodding in agreement. Byung-gu was used to this, so he got the hint. Fine. Our team will be in charge of the dungeon at Station 3. The Vanguard will go in first to clear it. Then the research team will follow to investigate the dungeon's resources. Also, the SW team wants us to pick a date for them to come by and meet. Sa just stayed motionless and wiggled his feet again in response. Byung-gu let out a sudden ahem, adding, That's all the urgent stuff for now. Oh, and I think I should go film a commercial or something. At that exact moment, the guy beside him flinched a little. Byung-gu continued, Turns out, that part-timer at the hangover soup shop is a huge fan of Hanab. I actually thought he had zero interest in hunters. I guess you really can't underestimate people with high public recognition. This data was finally important and interesting enough for Lisa Yan to bolt upright. What did you say? Byung-gu looked puzzled. I said, we can't underestimate the recognition gained from those mass-market commercials. That's not what I meant, Byung-gu replied, still missing the point. I said I'm going to film a commercial, Lisa Yan shouted in frustration. Damn it. Are you actually stupid or are you pretending not to understand? Byung-gu felt hurt after being scolded and almost started crying. Hey, what did I do? Who did I even touch? Lisa Yan held back his irritation and asked again. You said the shop's part-timer did what? Oh, the part-timer? He's a fan of Hanab. Hanab even personally signed a poster to give him. I should follow her lead and do some fan service too. Lisa Yan didn't want to stay still anymore and immediately gave orders. Call the marketing team leader up here. Byung-gu's eyes lit up instantly. Wait, you're going to let me film a commercial? Lisa Yan ripped his mask off and urged Byung-gu to hurry up. Jay was working when he noticed a message from afar. Lisa Yan told him to turn on CBS. Jay glanced at the TV thinking, he hasn't come here in a long time. Why is he suddenly telling me to turn on CBS now? As soon as he turned it on, he saw Hanab's face in a commercial. Jay scratched his head, completely confused. Surely he doesn't mean for me to watch Hanab's commercial, right? What show is on next? Immediately after, another commercial aired, opening with a little girl and a puppy. Sa, still wearing his mask, appeared as well. Jay turned to stone while watching, as the TV continued to play. To consult about registering as a hunter, please call the hotline 777. To report an unregistered hunter or report criminal hunter activity, please call 555. The Awakening Management Bureau is always by your side. On the TV, the sound of automatic gunfire echoed repeatedly. Then came the reminders, which sounded more like threats. After awakening your powers, regardless of any special reasons, if you fail to register with the Management Bureau within 1 month, you will be fined up to 100 million. We strongly urge all awakened individuals to visit their local registration centers to fulfill their registration duties. This has been a public service announcement. The small figure stood in the middle of the crowded shop. Jay froze, clenching his fists. Isn't this basically saying, if you don't register, go die? His phone started ringing again. It was another message from Lisa Yan. Did you see it, Hyung? I heard you like the people who do commercials. Reading that, Jay froze once more. What the hell is he talking about? On another note, Jong Pin was still quiet in his... Jong Pin, would you like a light snack? You have to stay on night duty, so you must be tired, right? Jong Pin smiled at the staff member. Oh, sure, please get me an energy snack bar. The moment everyone had been waiting for day and night was finally approaching the announcement of the new rankings. In 12 minutes, they would be able to see the new list. The TV was currently broadcasting a special segment. Once a year, the system compiles information on the strength and active performance of hunters to produce a new ranking. I wonder how the system will rank them this year. I'm honestly so curious. The male host on the screen looked very excited. While the system's calculation method isn't fully public, we all know. It calculates based not only on rank, but also on the hunter's level of active energy usage. Because of that, an A-rank hunter can sometimes rank higher than in Lisa Yan. Over the past year, many new hunters have shone like stars and been very active. Who knows? There might be some huge changes in the rankings this time. Despite this, experts have predicted that the top hunters, specifically the top 20, would be unlikely to change. Let's take a look at the predicted rankings. The experts' predictions remain the same. Number 1 is still Lisa Yan, and third place is still Jong Pin. The host continued, "Oh, the predicted rankings are no different from the current ones." Yes, that's right. The rankings from the past 2 years are expected to be maintained. Hearing this, Jong Pin felt lethargic. The predictions are all the same old names. Just then, his snack and tea were brought in. The staff member standing nearby asked, Jong Pin, do you also think the rankings will stay as they predicted? Jong Pin opened his snack bar and replied with a nonchalant, distracted expression. But if Hanab gets an S-rank weapon, things might change. For now, this year's rankings will probably stay the same. The guy standing next to him nodded in agreement. That makes sense. None of the top hunters are just sitting around. They're all very active. Right as the clock struck the hour, a notification bar appeared in front of every hunter regarding the ranking update. Would you like to view and confirm the results now? The moment they opened it, everyone was stunned. The person at the top of the newly updated ranking was Jay. All the top hunters from last year had been pushed down 1 spot. Jong Pin was so shocked he jumped up. Jay was reported dead in a rift 8 years ago. He reappeared? The staff member next to Jong Pin broke into a cold sweat. Jong Pin, what's going on? Is what I'm seeing real? Jong Pin could no longer stay calm and hurriedly asked, how many members can we mobilize immediately? The staff member stammered, excluding those currently on missions, there are 10 people total, sir. Keep the bare minimum here and send everyone else to Incheon. Also, mobilize everyone currently on shift immediately. Hearing the order, the young guy scrambled off instantly. Yes, sir. I understand perfectly. Just then, Jong Pin's phone buzzed. It was a call from the song Jo Hyun, calling this late at night. You've been working hard. Have you seen the new rankings? Yes, I have, sir. We're planning to head to Incheon right away. The song, Jo Hyun's voice dropped. I trust you know what needs to be done, Jong Pin replied. Understood. Once I verify if the rift in the West Sea has reopened, I'll investigate whether there's any chance Jay and the other hunters are still alive. I'll also sweep the surrounding area. The song Jo Hyun warned him that he had to find them, no matter what it took. Jong Pin suddenly froze. The worst-case scenario would be the Incheon rift opening up all over again. Jong Pin immediately had the helicopter diverted to the Incheon Memorial Site. As soon as he arrived, he saw Lisa Yan standing there. Jong Pin rushed over. Lisa Yan, I'm here to check if the rift has opened. Lisa Yan replied coldly. It hasn't. Jong Pin stood there stunned, thinking to himself, I came as soon as the rankings were announced, yet she got here even faster than me. The Incheon rift had vanished after Jay entered it. It was originally managed jointly by the Rift Management Bureau and the Awakened Management Bureau. However, the scale of the rift was too vast to be handled by just one team, and the casualties from the rift were devastating. No team that ever entered it returned. But then, one day, Lisa Yan suddenly appeared. Instead of publishing the research findings from the Byonggu team's research center, she demanded that the government grant her ownership of the rift. The government didn't even bother pretending to be worried. They just handed a ticking time bomb over to the Byonggu team. Ever since that day, the rumors never stopped. Jong Pin understood why she wanted ownership of the Incheon rift and why she was here now. Was Lisa Yan on a mission related to the rift's ownership, or was she just furious about being knocked out of the top spot? On the surface, she looked calm, but her aura was still screaming with rage. After a moment of contemplation, Lisa Yan turned back to Jong Pin. Since you've confirmed it's not open, why don't you head back and do a better job keeping your hunters in line? As soon as she finished, a notification bar popped up in front of the hunters. Jay had appeared. Jong Pin didn't hesitate and called his team immediately. Every member gathered on the spot. It seemed like Jay was somewhere nearby. Before he could do anything else, Lisa Yan stepped forward, warning Jong Pin to tell Hamsok Dong that the rights to the Incheon rift belong to the Byonggu team. Everything that comes out of that rift is mine. Meanwhile, Jay was standing in front of some recycling bins, his face twisted in utter confusion at the top-ranking notification hovering right in front of his eyes. Congratulations, Jay! You have become the #1 ranked hunter in South Korea. Jay cursed under his breath, panicked. Are you insane? Has the system gone haywire? I'm just trying to sort some trash, and you push me to rank 1? What did I even do to deserve the #1 spot? His phone kept buzzing with endless notifications. Jay opened them, only to see news about himself. Breaking news. Jay takes the top spot in the South Korean rankings. Lisa Yan, who had always held the #1 spot, had been pushed out by Jay. The Awakened Management Bureau stated they could not allow duplicate hunter nicknames. This wasn't just a naming coincidence. The Bureau suspected a system error and was currently verifying it. Jay read about Jong Pin heading to Incheon by helicopter, and his face twisted into a grimace. Oh man, if you're dead, you're supposed to stay dead. Ever since I crawled out of that rift, all I've been doing is cleaning up, sorting trash, washing dishes, making hangover soup, hunting for discount coupons, shopping at the neighborhood market, and donating to the victims of the Incheon rift. I mean, occasionally I deal with a few monsters that show up on the road and pretend to be a civilian to report it to the Bureau, but that's it. For heaven's sake, if that's enough to rank me #1, then even a stray dog could be top-ranked. While he was grumbling and frustrated, another notification popped up. Special reward for the #1 rank has been delivered. Do you accept? The notification only had an accept button, no decline option. Jay sighed. You think I'm a fool? Click accept and go back to my old life? No way. I'm not clicking it. I'm going to keep ignoring it. As one problem faded, another arose. Jay was stunned by a fresh stream of notifications. Previously restricted permissions have been partially restored. Restoring permissions. Access to South Korea's Channel 1 has been successfully restored, automatically connecting to Channel 1. Jay's eyes went wide as he stared at the screen. Jay tried tapping the screen to change it, but it was useless. What the hell is this pathetic system playing at? Right now, all the other hunters were in total chaos. Some thought it was just a name coincidence. Others insisted that hunter nicknames couldn't possibly be duplicated. Jong Pin messaged all the other hunters. I know everyone is confused right now. I'm currently verifying things, so please, just wait a little longer. Another message came in a question for Jong Pin. Is it possible the rift is opening again? Jay suddenly felt dizzy all over. What? The Incheon rift is opening again? When I left the rift, I couldn't see it anymore. If it's opening again, I have to go back to that hell. I have to find everyone who was left behind there. I have to pay the price for being the only survivor. A clattering sound behind him made him jump. He breathed a sigh of relief when he realized it was just a cat knocking over a bottle of alcohol. Jay checked his phone again. Hinsum, help me leave the Hunter Channel group chat. After searching, there was absolutely no result. Jay could only sit there, head in his hands, feeling helpless. Damn it all. The Awakened Management Bureau went live with a broadcast. This latest ranking announcement has led to many unexpected developments that we have yet to get under control. We are holding this press conference so you can understand the current situation. This ranking is not due to a system error, nor is it a duplicate nickname, and it is not someone using Jay's account. I know this is hard to believe, but according to our internal investigation, Jay is indeed still alive. All the reporters at the press conference were shocked. How can you be so sure about that? Besides Jay, is there anyone else who survived? 8 years ago, the Bureau declared that all hunters who entered the West Sea Rift had perished, didn't they? So, why did the Bureau change their official statement like that? And if Jay is still alive, where is he hiding? Standing in front of hundreds of cameras, the spokeswoman replied, "We are expanding our investigation to find the most accurate answers. We ask for your patience during this time. Many thanks." Jay, watching from his TV, thought, the Song Jo-hyun of the Awakening Management Bureau looks so different from how she did 8 years ago. In his memory, Ham Sok-dong was always the type to act only when things were official and backed by undeniable evidence. She was incredibly cautious and as immovable as Mount Tai. Why was she being so assertive? Just because Jay logged into the Hunter's Channel 1, there's no way that would force her to hold a press conference like that. Just as he turned off the TV, Lisa Yoon suddenly appeared at the door, making Jay jump out of his skin. "What are you doing? So you really are at the shop?" Jay asked, feeling uneasy. "What do you want?" Deep down, he was extremely nervous. Could she know something about him? "What are you trying to do?" After a tense moment, Lisa Yoon rushed toward him. "That's exactly what I should be asking. Why didn't you contact me first?" "Damn it, I've been waiting for 2 whole weeks." While Lisa Yoon was nagging and glaring at him, Jay was breaking into a cold sweat, unsure of how to answer. Is she really making such a scene just because I didn't reach out to her? He hadn't intended to keep someone waiting, but truth be told, it wasn't that he didn't want to, he had just completely forgotten. Jay looked away and brushed it off. "I'm sorry I couldn't reply to your trade offer sooner, but I've been so swamped. Plus, I've been giving it a lot of thought." Lisa Yoon wasn't buying it, giving him a mocking look. "Oh, impressive. So, you were actually thinking about it, huh?" Hearing that tone, Jay felt even more apprehensive. Why does this kid sound like she's picking a fight today? Is it because Dai took her #1 spot? That makes sense. She was #1 for 6 years, and now that it's been snatched away, she's probably even more temperamental and annoying. Jay looked at Lisa Yoon with a pitying expression. "What's with that look?" "Oh, nothing. Good luck to you." Lisa Yoon glared at him again. "Are you messing with me right now?" Jay waved her off. "Messing with you? I'm being completely sincere here." Lisa Yoon frowned and complained. "Forget it. Who do you think I shot that commercial for? And you just ignored me for 2 weeks straight. Hyung, do you have any idea how much of a jerk you are?" Hearing that, Jay immediately got fired up. "Right. What's with the commercial? Why did you suddenly go and shoot something like that?" Lisa Yoon feigned innocence. "I heard you only like people who shoot commercials, so..." Jay was left speechless. "Where on earth did you hear that nonsense?" Lisa Yoon held up her hand and started counting off names. Jong Pin, Hanabe. Immediately after, Lisa Yoon pointed at a photo of Hanabe posted on the wall. "What are you waiting for? Why don't you just take that over to Tomato Market and sell it?" Jay didn't reply, but thought to himself, "I want to, don't I? Is this kid being unreasonable again?" After a long back and forth, Lisa Yoon got to the main point. "So, after 2 weeks of thinking, you have your answer, right?" Jay replied, "Yeah, let's make the deal, but I have a few conditions." Lisa Yoon pulled a blue stone from her spatial bag. "Both you and I are the type who want concrete proof." Jay looked puzzled. "A magic stone voice recorder? You intend to record this? What if the recording gets leaked?" Lisa Yoon promised it was only for reference when drafting the contract and would be destroyed immediately after. Jay felt a pinch of pain for her something so expensive, and she was using it like a disposable recording device. Lisa Yoon pressed the button, starting the negotiation recording. Jay went straight to the first point. "I won't work for you during the shop's opening hours. No matter what you ask of me, you have to wait until the Hangover soup shop closes. I'll only work for you between 11 at night and 5 in the morning. Second, help me register as a hunter." Lisa Yoon looked stunned. Didn't I tell you last time that I needed a hunter who nobody knows about? Jay continued. I know, just let me finish. The truth is, I have no intention of going back to being a hunter. But the situation is different now. They have discovered your existence. To make things easier for the future, you need a brand new identity that has no ties to G. He proposed to Lisa Yoon. You know that hunters operate in different scopes depending on their rank, right? My condition is that you just help me get the lowest rank possible. E rank or D rank hunters are quite common, so people won't pay attention to me. My final condition is that you heal her. That's it. No other conditions. Lisa Yoon immediately accepted. Fine. Now it's my turn. With that, she handed Jay a thorn. This is called a laurel thorn, used for S-rank contracts. Once you drip blood onto this blade, the contract becomes absolute and unbreakable. It also has the ability to curse anyone who breaks the deal. Lisa Yoon leaned in close with a provocative look. Do you want to stab yourself? Or should I do it for you? Jay, who was a head shorter, looked up coldly. Obviously I'll do it myself. Why would I let you stab my hand? Lisa Yoon smirked. I was just teasing. Some people actually like to stab in strange places. Some people even stab their own thighs when I tell them to use their hands. Jay put on a lecturing expression, as if I'd be foolish enough to break a contract that we worked so hard to agree on. Do I look like an idiot to you? Lisa Yoon held up the thorn with a wicked look. I'm really good at stabbing. You know, it doesn't hurt at all, just like a mosquito bite. If it were you, I could be even more gentle. No pain at all, guaranteed precision, not even a drop of blood. Jay felt a headache coming on. Shut up and stop talking nonsense. After using the thorn to prick his palm, Lisa Yoon handed Jay a vial. Drink this. The purple liquid, bubbling away, was a specialized antidote. Holding it, Jay looked suspicious. Is this your specialized medicine? Lisa Yoon pulled off her gloves and said, I can't have you kicking the bucket right after signing the contract, so drink up. Jay drank it like a normal person, but only he knew that even if Lisa Yoon hadn't given him the antidote, he already had high resistance to poison. But he didn't feel like telling her that. Once everything was finished, Lisa Yoon used the thorn to prick her own palm, then gripped Jay's hand, face to face. I have one condition. You are never, ever allowed to betray me. Demons don't really have a choice, so just drink it now. Jay drank it like a normal person, but only he knew that if Lisa Yoon hadn't given him the antidote, he would have had natural poison resistance anyway. But whatever, he didn't really feel like telling Lisa Yoon that for no reason. Once they were finished, Lisa Yoon used a thorn to cut her palm, then firmly grabbed Jay's hand, looking him in the eye. I have one condition. You are never allowed to betray me. Immediately after those sweet words, a powerful light erupted. Jay's entire body was constricted by magical ropes. The system notified that a special ability, the S-rank basilisk toxin, had been activated. After moments of piercing pain, Jay was stunned. Wait a second. This is the detoxification ability I gained after capturing that basilisk monster in the rift of the Western Desert. It wouldn't react to mild toxins. Up until now, this ability had never actually been triggered once. Why now? After coughing up blood and feeling dizzy, Jay swayed, on the verge of passing out. That damn kid, shoving a bunch of poison into my body and then making such a scene? Lisa Yoon was quite panicked, rushing over to support him, calling out repeatedly, Hyung, wake up. Your head is burning up right now. Where did this brat get the confidence to try injecting toxin into someone else's body? Not to mention, the antidote from before didn't do a thing. Is this S-rank detoxification actually that slow, or is it lagging? After drifting in and out, Jay glared, though he couldn't see a thing. The system notified that the detoxification was in progress. The S-rank basilisk toxin was active. Jay was filled with silent complaints. Lisa Yoon, if I didn't have this special detox ability, what were you planning to do, huh? Just like that, Jay kept retching violently, leaving Sa-yeon stunned. Sa-yeon shoved his hand into his spatial inventory, hurriedly searching for some antidote vials. Hyung, open your mouth, open your mouth. Shortly after, Jay escaped the jaws of death and started coughing incessantly. Lisa Yoon let out a sigh of relief. Hyung, are you okay? The system notified. Detoxification complete. Thanks to the effects of the S+ rank basilisk toxin ability, you have achieved immunity to the neutralized toxin in that nerve-wracking moment. Jay was dazed, not knowing if it was his special detox ability, or the potion the kid forced down his throat that made him recover so quickly. As if I weren't tired enough already, Sa-yeon didn't get the hint, shaking him back and forth. Hyung, can you see me? Can you not talk? If you can't talk, just blink. Jay's face grimaced, not just from fatigue, but from pure annoyance. If I could open my mouth, the The first thing I'd do is swear. I'd curse that brat's entire bloodline. Sayon looked all around. Jay lay motionless, forced to endure it. Sai, honestly, I'm speechless. Summing up everything from his words, it's clear that toxin was an extremely potent poison, capable of damaging vision, hearing, the vocal cords, and even internal organs. An S-rank hunter would be in this much agony, and he dared to give it to someone without knowing if they were a civilian or a hunter? Sayon wasn't calling him Hai-Ung anymore, but using his real name. Jay glared, his mind in turmoil. Maybe I should just open my mouth and say something. Right then, Jay opened his eyes, fully alert, only to see Lisa Yan looking even more surprised than he was. Why does he look so panicked? I was planning to chew him out, but I guess I'll let it slide. His face usually looks so cocky, but today, it actually looks kind of charming. After lifting his head, Jay wiped the drool that had been leaking out and acted calm. I'm fine. It's not like my vocal cords are destroyed, but honestly, this is the first time I've ever experienced such a brutal toxin. Does a kid like you have any conscience at all? Lisa Yan put on an innocent face. Then why didn't you talk? Were you messing with me? Jay smirked. I was afraid if I opened my mouth, I'd just end up cursing you out. What? Got a problem with that? Lisa Yan pulled his hair, feeling defeated and annoyed. Well, he did give me some precious medicine. Jay reluctantly expressed his thanks. Fine, thanks for that, I guess. I don't know what you gave me, but it must be expensive. Lisa Yan gave a playful look. You're thanking the person who poisoned you? What a gentleman. Jay was frustrated. He just said thanks, and the kid had to act up again. Looking at his hand still glowing, it seemed the contract had been formed. Jay turned to Lisa Yan. The contract is signed. Now, can you explain the things you wouldn't tell me last time? After a sigh, Lisa Yan got to the point. I'm tracking down those distributing the mana drugs. I told you up to this point, right? Basically, hunters are more sensitive than normal people in every way, but most notably, their senses are far more developed than the average person. Because of that, they live lives filled with dissatisfaction and lack much joy. This type of mana drug is sold at a very low price. They can access it easily anywhere. The easier it is to get, the faster they fall into addiction. Those who are addicted will crave even stronger stimulation. It's just like how they keep drinking alcohol. Even though they know no matter how much they drink, they won't get drunk. Hunters can only get drunk on special alcohol reserved for them. As time goes on, the amount of mana drug absorbed increases until they feel that it's not enough. That's when they directly seek out the suppliers. Those who are that heavily addicted have mostly been transformed, or are about to be. The suppliers just take those who walk into the trap. The mana drug is just a lure to collect these people to use as test subjects. While talking, Lisa Yan reached out to pull Jay up, looking very intimate. Jay looked straight into Lisa Yan's eyes and asked a small question. Are they trying to find a way to awaken? Isn't awakening an ability something handled by the system? Lisa Yan replied, That's true. But guess what the system bases its selection on? The system reacts to a desperate wish. It means they are conducting experiments to create artificial awakeners. You know that normally the system is attracted to and finds people with extremely desperate wishes, right? The desire to live, the desire not to leave this world, praying not to die is also a form of wish. But in reality, there are also people who harbor resentment toward the system's choices. Do you understand what I'm saying? The system is a supreme and powerful force. Most people just live according to its will. But those who feel the system's choice is unfair think differently. The organization I mentioned earlier consists of those who believe that humanity's strength must be awakened by humanity itself. Jay asked, curious. Let's assume they create artificial awakeners. Then what? I don't remember. They seemed to mention something about preventing the apocalypse or something. Jay was blank, not understanding anything about the apocalypse, and Lisa Yan was the same. When he heard that, Lisa Yan thought it was nonsense, so he stopped listening. Countless people believe that once a rift appears, the apocalypse follows. That was all stuff from 11 years ago, anyway. Today's world, people can, predicting exactly when and where a gate will open. And yet, there are still people out there who think the apocalypse is coming? He pondered this aimlessly, 1,000 questions swirling in his mind. After spilling all the details, Lisa Yan wrapped things up. Basically, right now, I don't really need your help with anything. Let's start with getting you registered as a hunter first. I'll send someone over tomorrow. Dee still had one more thing to bring up. Hey, there's still some of that kid's poison left on the floor. You'd better clean that up before you leave. My blood, too. The next morning, it was back to the usual routine of brewing hangover soup. As he stood in front of 2 bubbling pots, someone called out from the door. As he walked out, The young man greeted him first. Hi there, nice to meet you. Are you G? Yeah, that's me. Lisa Yan sent me. People usually call me the Minky. D politely invited the guy inside. Once he sat down, he started fumbling around. Today, I'll be the one taking you through the entire registration and power testing process. Wait a second. The guy pulled out a clipboard and started teaching G a crash course titled Tactics for Obtaining the Lowest Rank. While Dai stood there, clueless about what the clipboard even was, the guy continued, We need to keep a low profile. I heard your goal is just to get a low rank, right? To build a more accurate strategy, please fill out this survey. The survey had a long list of questions, including these. Question 1. When registering as a hunter, what rank would you like to receive? Write your desired rank in the box below, ranging from S to F. Question 2. What is your current system-rated rank? If you don't want to disclose your rank, please fill it out according to the example below. Question 3. Do you agree to use potions or charms to fake your rank? Not knowing what to call the guy, D reluctantly said, Hey you, Minky. Question 3 seems a bit iffy. The guy tilted his head. If you want to hide your power, you have to accept that, don't you? This is common sense, you know. Dai felt a bit bothered. Common sense? What kind of common sense is that? Is this kid a scammer? The guy continued, hesitantly explaining to G. First, when you go to measure your power, the first thing you need to do is fill out the form by hand. Then they'll measure your power with equipment made by the Administration Bureau. During the test, they'll ask you to demonstrate your strongest skill, too. For the handwritten part, just write it a bit sloppily. As for the skill, just pick one at random to show them. The most important issue here is the sensor. It gives extremely accurate results. It's easy to fool those bureaucrats, but fooling that machine is really tough. However, the sensor uses magic stones as an energy source, so it won't react to normal people. It only reacts to awakened ones. This means we'll follow the system's rules, but add a little specialized scientific knowledge on top. That way, we can use the system's own rules to trick the sensor. That's why you need to use potions or charms to lower your rank. Hearing this, G seemed convinced. Once he understood, he didn't hesitate and immediately filled out the survey. Desired rank, E or D. Current system-rated rank, high. Agrees to use charms or potions to fake the rank. Once done, the Minky cheered. All right, let's go. My car is parked right outside. Dai wondered how long it would take to finish the registration. The Minky hesitated before answering. Even if it takes a while, it shouldn't be more than an hour, tops. After checking the time, D decided to leave the stove on low and just head back to finish up later. Besides, bone broth needs to simmer for a long time to get that rich flavor. If he got back on time, there wouldn't be any issues with the shop. As soon as they got into the car, the Minky started chattering away. We aren't going to the main registration center of the Awakened Management Bureau, sir. We're going to a temporary center in Guangjin District. Things move faster there, fewer people pay attention, and there are very few strong hunters. G felt a bit uneasy. Wasn't that place just established? If so, wouldn't it be even easier to get noticed? No way, sir. The center in that district has been open for about 3 months, so they've gotten pretty lax. Some buildings are still just planned, not even built yet. Do you see that black box in the front? There's a pair of bracelets in there. Try wearing them. That's an A-rank Ouroboros binding. Once you put them on, you'll be cursed to lower your power. If you want to lower your rank, the fastest and most convenient way is to use a cursed item. Dai looked surprised. Using this to fake a rank won't get caught? I thought they'd nab you the moment they saw you wearing an item. The Minky said quite confidently. It's fine. The item inspection procedure only checks people who are already hunters coming in to re-register. They don't check newbies coming in to measure their power for the first time. People who haven't registered as hunters wouldn't have items, right? They aren't even allowed to use hunter kits. Besides, who doesn't want a high rank? No one actually wants a low rank. After that overly logical explanation, Dai didn't hesitate anymore and put it on. The Minky continued. Of course, I'm not talking about your case. Anyway, that should be enough to get your rank lowered, right? If it's still not enough, you'll have to drink some more power-dampening poison. G tried to strain himself and felt his body get heavier, but it wasn't enough. The Minky had anticipated this situation, so he had already prepared a drink. Ta-da! A-rank power-dampening poison. This is a masterpiece that the Byonggu team's poison development crew spent a whole day and night creating. The captain promised a 300% bonus, so everyone was fired up to work overtime. Hearing this, G couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. What a waste of money. But it wasn't his money, so he stopped thinking about it. After drinking it, the Minky turned and smiled excitedly. Heh, how do you feel? It must be working, right? But if you feel like your body isn't doing well, you have to tell me immediately. I'll give you the antidote right away. But after drinking several bottles, G still didn't feel anything unusual. With a deadpan expression, he thought, does this stuff take a while to kick in? Or what? The Minky. Minky was shocked to see Jay completely unfazed. Oh my god, what on earth is going on? According to the research, the effects should kick in the moment you drink it. During our trials, even the researchers would be out cold after just one bottle, and their rank would drop so much that the system would trigger an emergency alert. They were so terrified of losing their power permanently that they were practically shaking. The young man kept muttering on and on. While the more Jay listened, the more suspicious he became. Could this just be a prototype? Jay finished all 3 bottles without leaving a drop, feeling a bit worried. Hey, Miracle, has this power-draining poison even been approved for trade on the system yet? Huh? What was that, sir? It has. Our Jong Pin drank it too, but no matter what kind of poison he takes, it has 0 effect on him. Could it be that you already have toxins in your system too? I haven't heard of that. The Jong Pin just kept reminding me that you're very susceptible to poison, so I had to monitor your condition closely. Hearing this, Jay knew the plan was a bust. Well, is there any other way to lower my rank? Minky offered a suggestion. I'll just hop onto the hunter market and buy out all the power-reducing potions. A guy's gotta live a little, and splurge like there's no tomorrow, right? Especially when it's someone else's credit card. Jay immediately and firmly opposed the idea. Minky looked dejected. I knew you'd say no. You're worried about spreading rumors, aren't you? How about we head back? We can figure out a different strategy later. I have a business trip abroad coming up, probably in about 3 weeks. Jay looked visibly annoyed. Is this kid for real? Seeing Jay complain, the guy cowered. I'm sorry. Honestly, the methods I found today were all I could think of after racking my brain. This center will officially open once the buildings you see currently under construction are finished. Maybe by the time I get back from my trip. Jay sighed. Bottom line is, if we want to take advantage of this, before they start keeping a close eye on this place, we have to register today. Jay arrived at the scene with a rather grumpy look on his face. He trudged inside, and the moment he opened the door, he was greeted. Hello there, how can I help you today? I'm here to register as a hunter. The staff member got to work immediately. Sure thing, please show me your ID, fill in your phone number here, and then give me a moment. While filling out the paperwork, Jay couldn't help but wonder why he had even decided to come in. He didn't know what that ultimate move the kid mentioned was, but then again, he had no other choice. Fortunately, just like the kid said, the bureaucrats here were all just ordinary people. After submitting his files, the staff member asked, Congratulations on your awakening. How long ago did you awaken? Please step over here for the checkup. Jay played along enthusiastically. I awakened 3 days ago. Little did they know, he had actually awakened 11 years ago. Please fill in some more information here and clearly state the skill you'll use for the machine to measure your capabilities. You don't have to list all of them. Just one will do, whichever one is easiest to visually evaluate. Jay opened his status window to take a look. Searching for information on rank. Too much information. Switching to summary mode. Hunter. J. Gender. Male. Rank. Currently suppressed due to the special toxin potion. Special trait. Poison resilience S+ rank. Physical enhancement S+ rank. Poker face B rank. Unique trait. Hands of a skilled Hong Yung S rank. Insight of all things S rank. Eyes of the seeker S+ rank. Heart piercer S rank. Silent footsteps S rank. Jay started thinking about which skill would be reasonable to use, something that wouldn't draw too much attention and was easy to hide. Most of these were skills Jay had used before, so he didn't want to show them off. If people found out he had these skills, he'd be caught red-handed immediately. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to take a gamble. I'll just take the hit, and I'll list my skill as solid body. The words Jay wrote on his report were as follows. My body is very tough, probably around D rank. It can harden my body to a solid level. The female clerk froze after reading it. A. Solid body? This ability basically helps increase defense, right? That's a defensive type skill. Jay put on his playing dumb act. I guess so. I'm not really sure myself. Finally, the young man was led into the testing room. We'll start the test now. You just need to take a hit while your ability is active. If you're a D rank awakened, you might still feel a little bit of the impact. Will it be all right? Jay took long strides, as if he wanted to get this over with. Yeah, I'm good. Once inside, Jay cracked his knuckles like he really meant it. He looked a bit goofy, but for some reason, the female clerk outside was impressed. That calm demeanor is truly admirable. Awakenings like his are rare. He'll definitely be scouted by a mid-sized team. The clerk continued, speaking inside. If you feel too much pain when you take the hit, you must tell me immediately. I'll get you some recovery potion. Jay seemed ready. He thought to himself that if he used his skill, he wouldn't take any external damage, but he still had to pretend it hurt like hell. The robot raised its club and swung. The moment the club touched Jay's shoulder, it shattered into pieces. Jay stared in disbelief as the clerk stood there stunned. Wait, I thought it would be more intense than that? Why was it so weak? Oh well, might as well go full Hollywood actor mode. Jay kept groaning in pain, clutching his shoulder with one hand. Oh my god, why does that hurt so much? That really stings, he thought. Just bear with it, just act it out. They don't even check the quality of their equipment? These civil servants are really incompetent. The clerk began looking at him with a confused expression. Is that skill you're using really D rank? At this point, he didn't dare look her in the eye. Jay was worried his cover was blown, but he tried to answer anyway. Yes, it's just a D rank skill. The clerk was puzzled. How did a wooden sword that hard break, though? Jay kept clutching his shoulder, murmuring, I wrote physical enhancement, but honestly, I'm not sure how it works or how far it goes. But, am I going to have to pay for the damages? The clerk was startled. Huh? No, not at all. Jay immediately activated his B-rank poker face skill to manipulate her emotions. Is it expensive? The clerk immediately broke into a sweat, blaming herself. What's wrong with me? I just spoke harshly to someone who just awakened. He just awakened, so he must be extremely sensitive. People who have just awakened have to adapt to their sudden changes, so they are incredibly sensitive. Some people even stay awake for 72 hours straight because they can't sleep. You have to treat them with such delicacy and gentleness, like you're dealing with a ticking time bomb. Even the slightest move could cause a huge problem. So you really have to be careful. Thinking that, the staff member immediately changed her attitude. It's all right. These puppets are just old after all this time. We were planning on getting new ones when we moved to the main headquarters anyway. Jay's eyes lit up. Oh, really? Well, don't you worry about it. We've finished the skill demonstration part. Let's move on to the strength test. Even though he kept a calm face, his heart was a brewing storm. Jay had just jumped out of the frying pan and into the fire. Another disaster had arrived. He was immediately led to a strength testing machine. Please take off your shoes and step up here. The screen will show your strength level and rank based on the system's evaluation. Just step up there. That's all. Easy. Right? Jay was anxious and nervous. The problem was that it was too easy. He'd already used the bracelet to lower his rank, but it only dropped to A rank. That was still a huge gap from the D rank he wanted the machine to show. Well, let's just test it first. If the result is higher than D rank, I'll just smash the machine, right? If that happened, he would need to distract the employee or lure her out of the room. Jay decided to speak up. Could I ask a question? Immediately after, he put on the most convincing act ever. Faking a wince, he said, My shoulder, where I got hit earlier, it's really hurting. Could you get me some healing potion? Wu looked flustered and confused. Oh, the medicine is in the storage room, so I have to go get it. Please wait a moment. Jay had to seize the opportunity. Sure, I'll just stand on the machine while I wait. The machine decides the result anyway, right? Wu didn't think twice and rushed off. Go ahead and do that. I'll be right back. Once the machine beeps, just step down and check the result. Just as he suspected, after the scan finished, the machine gave the result. Number 93. Jay reached A rank. Jay was fuming. I knew it. This damn machine. Now that it had come to this, the only way was to destroy the evidence. I'll just use a tiny bit of force. It should be fine, right? Before he could do anything, Jay stood there frozen. Right at that moment, the employee kicked the door open and ran in, panicked. Hunter, are you okay? Jay immediately rushed over to block her view with a panicked look on his face. Directly behind the employee was a rift. Meanwhile, the little miracle worker, who didn't lift a finger but was still getting fed, was sitting in the car enjoying an awesome milk tea, waiting to finish the report. I wonder if Jay managed to get his D-rank certificate smoothly. If he didn't, it's no big deal anyway. Jong Pin Minky, this little miracle, will forge the documents perfectly, without a single flaw. While relaxing, the ground suddenly shook violently. Minky frowned, his face turning pale. What's happening? Outside, many rescue workers were sprinting for their lives, shouting, Get out of here! The Wangjin District Registration Center has a level 5 rift breach. We've already contacted the Management Bureau. Minky clutched his head in shock. Are you kidding me? This guy had just messaged a report to Lisa Yan a while ago. In an instant, Jay was in a different space. He'd rushed into the rift too fast and felt dizzy and nauseous, only just now starting to stabilize. Looking around at the scene, it didn't seem like this rift was actually that dangerous. Whether it was good luck or bad, everyone sucked into the rift had been scattered, so he didn't see a soul. He needed to keep his identity hidden, so he couldn't just go around saving people, but he could help them by reducing the number of monsters in the rift. He had to take down the rift boss for it to disappear. The rescue team should be arriving soon. But what about his shop's business tonight, inside the rift? All electronic devices were dead, so he couldn't tell what time it was. He didn't even know if his shop had burned down yet. The thought alone was enough to make him dizzy. The problem was not knowing how long it would take for the rescue team to find him. The rescue team would consist of hunters from the Rift Management Division and the Awakening Bureau. There would also be hunters from teams requested to assist. A whole mix of hunters. Plus, his hangover relief shop was a place hunters frequented often. What if someone on the rescue team had been to his shop before? That would be a huge headache. They'd recognize him immediately. No matter how much he hid, the fact that he went to the center to register and then got sucked into a rift would be exposed. Damn it, is this my year of bad luck? Since it's come to this, I have to take advantage of the time while the rescue team is busy helping the survivors. Jay activated the Seeker's Eye. He wanted to wipe out the rift boss and escape to get back to his shop as fast as possible. Just as an awakened woman was warming up to enter the rift, a guy ran over, breathless. "Senior, Lisa Yon from the Byonggu team is here to clear the rift." The woman looked shocked. "What? That's impossible." Right at that moment, Lisa Yon walked in, radiating an aura of brilliance. "Are you guys here for a funeral or something? Why are you all gathered at the entrance? You look so cozy." The awakened woman couldn't believe her eyes. It really was Lisa Yon. "He never responds to support requests, does he?" She ran over to ask again if he was truly there to assist. Lisa Yon nodded calmly. "What are you waiting for? Why haven't you gone in?" The support team from the Awakening Bureau is on the way. We were planning to wait for them and go in together." Lisa Yon didn't seem to care and just strode inside. "Don't bother. Just go find the survivors." The guy next to the woman started panicking. "Senior, what do we do now?" "What do you mean, what do we do?" "Lisa Yon is going to handle the rift boss himself. We don't need to worry about that. Focus on finding and rescuing survivors. Get more gas masks than the number of people on the team. Bring all the antidotes and detox items. If you don't want to die from Lisa Yon's poison, hurry up." Meanwhile, Jay was still strolling under a sky filled with flowers. "There it is. The rift boss is inside here. If I could use fire, that'd be great, but I don't have a lighter, so I'll just punch it until it breaks." With that, Jay put his strength into a punch boom, creating a hole in the tree trunk. The system notified him, "You have entered the Garden of Life, the lair of the rift boss." As soon as Jay stepped in, the deer that had been curled up opened its eyes, and the leaves around them began to rustle. The purple flowers simultaneously transformed into monsters and surged toward Jay. Just as he activated his power, Jay was startled. "Huh? Why is the output so weak? Am I being suppressed?" "Right. I'm in a weakened state. I can't just take this bracelet off recklessly. What do I do? If I can't use my mana, I'll have to rely on gear." He pulled an S-rank basilisk fang from his inventory, a sword masterfully forged by a skilled craftsman from the beast's own remains. One sip, and the sword would start spreading its poison into the user's body. As the monster charged at him like a madman, the sword turned pitch black. He had no choice but to dodge the attacks while cursing the sword under his breath. "Hey, are you crazy? Don't you remember me?" At that moment, the basilisk fang began thinking, and it finally responded. "Those without the qualifications are not allowed to use me. You won't even be able to swing this blade." After checking his compatibility, the system's warning message replied, "I will not follow the orders of someone weaker than myself." Jay snapped, frustrated. "Are you kidding me? Even if I'm A rank right now, I'm still your master. How do you not recognize me?" The system then notified him that the S-rank basilisk's toxic properties were activated. The sword began pumping poison into his body, but the toxin was neutralized almost instantly. The basilisk fang went back into a state of thought. "Oh hey, Big Brother Poison, why are you here?" It asked such a ridiculous question, because since the sword was made from a basilisk fang, it viewed the basilisk toxin as its big brother. Jay was truly annoyed now. "Seriously? You don't recognize your master, but you recognize your own kin instantly?" There was no time left. The rift boss let out a roar, and a mass of roots shot straight toward Jay. With expert agility, he dodged them all and countered with the basilisk sword. He was still weakened, so he wasn't sure if he could handle the storm of razor-sharp leaves. Jay didn't mind getting hurt, but if he bled, it would cause trouble and affect the hangover soup shop. The basilisk sword threatened him. "If you try to throw me away, I won't let it slide." Jay was feeling deeply disappointed and bored. What was the point of a weapon that didn't even recognize its own master? He had no other choice. Jay shouted to provoke the Rift Boss. You idiot! He charged forward, clutching the sword that refused to listen to him. He had to finish this quickly to avoid getting injured. Just as he hunched down to launch an attack, someone behind him covered his mouth and grabbed him. When did Lisa Yoon get here? She held him with one hand and whispered into his ear, You're really something else, aren't you, Hyung? With just one hand, Lisa Yoon countered the attack and finished off the Rift Boss. Lisa Yoon reluctantly asked Jay, Where on earth did you get the confidence to face the Rift Boss like that? He was still under the effects of the curse that weakened him. Just then, a young man approached, looking on in awe. See, I told you. He doesn't know what fear is. As expected of the Jong Pin, handled in one move. Lisa Yoon held out her hand. Hey, bring that over. There are still masks left, right? Bring it here, quickly the gloves too. After grabbing the gas mask, Lisa Yoon looked into Jay's eyes, as if trying to convey her feelings. This is a gas mask. Put it on as soon as I let go. After he put it on, Lisa Yoon kept patting him, trying to soothe him. You must have been terrified, right? Just breathe slowly. Jay still looked dazed. Why are you here? Lisa Yoon replied kindly. What's wrong? Did you think I wouldn't come? Jay replied coldly. You had no reason to come. Lisa Yoon sighed. Hyung, you really have no faith in people. Jay continued to grumble without mocking her. Anyway, why did you actually come? I came to get you out, Hyung. But are you crazy? I didn't expect to walk in and find you fighting the Rift Boss. Jay's face fell with a hint of regret. Damn it, if I knew this, I should have just fought until my clothes were torn to pieces and dealt with it myself before getting out. Minky came running up, panting, to remind him, Jong Pin, it's good that you care about our guest, but there's something you need to consider. Since the Jong Pin used poison to dissolve the Rift Boss, there's a high chance that the Rift's magic stone, held by the boss, also dissolved along with it. Just then, a loud rumbling noise echoed. Seeing Jay's confused face, Minky pointed upward. Ah, Jay doesn't get this part yet, right? Let me explain. What is a Rift magic stone? The Rift Boss keeps the magic stone at its center. If the stone is destroyed, the rift disappears. It's not usually a dangerous thing. Not only that, but if the rift disappears, everyone trapped inside, from those still alive to those who no longer have a human form, will all be returned to the original entrance of the rift. To minimize the shock caused by the gruesome sights, people usually let the rift disappear only after saving all the survivors. Jay started thinking to himself, in times like these, it's best to avoid running into the rescue team. While Jay was still lost in thought with his eyes closed, Lisa Yoon looked worried. This situation is beyond my expectations. What should I do now? Jay turned his head back, giving her a reproachful look. What do you mean, what now? If you get caught for clearing the rift without waiting for the rescue team to finish searching for survivors, you're done for. Just memorize what I'm about to say. I'll align your testimony with mine. Elsewhere, the rift was still pushing everyone out. The female hunter who had met Lisa Yoon earlier was furious, cursing under her breath. Lisa Yoon, you bastard. How could you clear the rift before the rescue operation was complete? Just then, an arm reached out. You've worked hard. Miss Yoon, are you okay? I'm a little dizzy, but I'm fine. Where is Jong Pin Lisa Yoon now? He's on the other side, but if you're planning to go, confront him. Yang Hyunjin blocked her path. Why are you saying that? Well, I've been asking him for a long time, but he has a very reasonable reason for clearing the rift. Miss, Yang Hyunjin often visits the hangover soup shop in the alley, right? Yang Hyunjin frowned. What does that have to do with Jong Pin Lisa Yoon? Jong Pin shrugged and replied, the part-time worker there just awakened his power, so he went to the center to register. Perhaps that's why he got caught up in this incident. Yang Hyunjin was shocked and startled. What? Being busy with the prep work at the soup shop is already overwhelming, and he got caught up in this too? Yes, that's right. According to Jong Pin Lisa Yoon, this Rift Boss had the power to attract awakened individuals. Originally, Jong Pin Lisa Yoon was just planning to stop by for a moment. They hung around the rift entrance to kill time until the rescue operation was over. But when the Jong Pin arrived, he ran straight into the part-time guy from the soup shop, who was being hypnotized and walking toward the rift's master. Yang Hyunjin was furious, but the reason was so solid he could only grumble. I wasn't planning on letting him off the hook that easily. You know, but if he did it to save someone, what can I even say? Jong Pin chuckled. True. But business is business. He's still getting fined. Yang Hyunjin broke into a cold sweat. It sounded simple, but was he actually going to collect it? Well, I tried to bring it up, but Jong Pin So Yoon kept staring at me like he wanted my head. so I had to bolt. Meanwhile, after escaping the rift, Jay was sitting in the back of the car, leaning his head on So-yoon's shoulder. At this point, he knew how to act like a weak, fragile guy. Jay whispered in So-yoon's ear, asking if they'd let it slide. So-yoon wanted to show off a little too. Once I stepped in, it was a done deal. I told them it happened while saving someone, so they couldn't say a word. But since he's a hunter, he'll still have to pay a small fine. Jay glanced over and whispered again. At least the part about registering while hiding my true power went smoothly. But can that guy, Minky, actually fix my rank? In his hazy state, So-yoon just gave a vague reply. If he can't even handle that, he doesn't deserve his paycheck. He'll handle the data modification for your power levels before it gets sent to the Awakening Management Bureau's database. Still playing his part, Jay didn't dare look him in the eye but still had to ask. So-yoon, it looks like Jong Pin doesn't plan on leaving anytime soon, right? So-yoon looked helpless too. He might just stay here until tomorrow morning at this rate. This incident was more serious than you thought, but more importantly, are you sick? Jay was startled the moment he heard that, or rather, he shuddered at the cheesiness. So-yoon kept acting concerned. I see you're breaking out in a cold sweat. Jay snapped. Let go of my hand. I'll be fine in a second. So-yoon kept holding on to Jay firmly. Hyung, do you know you look like a crazy person? Are you picking on me again? I see you're really good at lying. Leave me alone. People in this industry have to lie to make a living. Don't try to dig any deeper. Knowing too much won't do you any good. So-yoon stopped dead in his tracks. You are seriously suspicious. Every time Hyung said a word, Jay shot one back. What if I am? You already signed the contract with me anyway. So-yoon grew more affectionate, even hugging him tighter. That's true, huh? Why did I sign a contract with you anyway, to such a suspicious guy? Jay suddenly caught a whiff of something sweet drifting in the air. In his daze, the young man snapped awake. The Hangover soup shop. Luckily, everything went smoothly after that, partly because so many other events were happening at the same time. So-yoon had once been given a one-time use item by Hong Young. Thanks to that, Jay made it back to the soup shop in no time. Both the pot of soup and the shop were safe and sound, not burnt, so he could still open up for business. The guy was rushing around like a maniac, trying to meet his KPI. There were less than 20 minutes until opening. Jay chopped onions at godlike speeds. The system chimed. Congratulations, you have discovered a new power. S-rank combat ability. Adaptation to life circumstances. You thought that now, all you had to do was wait for that little miracle worker to forge your power ranking, and you'd be done. After being worked to the bone for days, Jay finally had a moment to open the door for some fresh air. Just then, a delivery worker pulled up and asked, "Are you Jay?" Jay was dazed, and hadn't even answered yet when they pulled out a whole line of congratulatory wreaths, all gifts to butter him up. Before he could even recover, a crowd of people appeared right behind him, carrying flowers and gifts with sparkling eyes. I heard the part-timer awakened his power. Hey buddy, why didn't you tell us? They swarmed him, making it hard for Jay to breathe. Whoa, is that a wreath from Hannibal? Hannib has had his eye on that guy for a long time. He sent a wreath already. That's fast. Congrats, kid. What rank did you get? This kid was super capable even before he awakened. He's got to be at least B rank, right? Are you planning on quitting the soup shop? After being harassed by that crowd, Jay hung a large, clear sign outside the shop. Hangover Soup Shop is not closing. No wreaths, gifts, or banners. No asking about the part-timer's rank. No soliciting the part-timer to join your team. No recruiting of any kind. If you violate any of the above, you will be banned immediately and forbidden from coming back. Jay was totally exhausted, his whole body aching. I thought for sure that after the rift exploded at the registration center, all the information I'd registered would be exposed. Luckily, they don't know my rank. First Hannibal, then Bianungu, and more. They stick to me like leeches. I can't catch a break. I told them not to give me gifts, but they left them behind anyway. These people are so annoying, and now I've got a pile of trash from all these gifts. Just as he stepped out, Jay spotted a figure moving slowly, as if they were talking to someone. Jay looked around, full of questions. A reporter? Or maybe another hunter trying to sneak in a gift? Doesn't seem like it though. Who's that? Just then, the girl turned her head, saw him, and flinched, clutching her head. Jay was still confused about what was going on. She looked like a student. Why was she here? He approached her kindly and asked, "Hey kid, are you okay? You're a student. Why are you coming to a hangover soup shop at this hour?" The girl was sweating, slipping on the ground, stuttering. In the end, Jay invited her inside to have some tea properly. "Thank you, sir. I'm sorry for coming so suddenly. It's fine. But what business do you have at the soup shop? You should be at home right now, right? Do you need my help with something?" The girl looked terrified, squeezing her eyes shut. The thing is, I know that Yu is Jay. Jay felt his heart skip a beat. Deep down, while he was shocked out of his mind, Jay tried to keep up the act. Jay? What are you suddenly talking about? The girl spoke in a very confident tone. You don't have to hide it from me. Sorry for the delay, but let me introduce myself. My name is Yun. I'm a 12th grader at Saum Girls High. I awakened as an S-rank psychic type not long ago. Jay suddenly remembered this must be the awakened person Jong Pin and So Yoon had mentioned. Yun continued to open up. My ability is seeing fragments of the Jia world. If I were to say that beyond this world, do you believe that other worlds might actually exist? Every time I drift off to sleep, I catch glimpses of tiny fragments falling from those other realms. It's not something I can control. Those places are both similar and different from the world we live in right now. In them, there are people who share the same names, the same faces as people here, but they act like completely different individuals. If you look closely, you'll see those worlds are chaotic and messy, just like in this little fragment. Jay, I'm truly terrified that this world is eventually going to face its own destruction too. Jay let out a sigh, trying to calm himself down. He found it incredibly hard to believe what she was saying. Yun lowered her head. I know you wouldn't believe me. You probably think I'm crazy. The little pieces I see in my dreams are fragments falling from worlds that have already been destroyed. When an apocalypse can no longer be contained, that world shatters, and the debris drifts here. I know you've been hiding your true identity for your own reasons. I hadn't planned on coming to find you, but I need to get straight to the point. I want you to join me in stopping the apocalypse from happening. I can't just stand by while knowing it's coming. If I don't do anything, I'll lose everything I hold dear. Please, just take a look at the fragments I've seen. I'm begging you. After hearing these sincere words, Jay decided to close his eyes tightly and start feeling it. What he saw was truly a landscape of chaos, devastation, gloom, and cold. He looked up at the sky and froze. This place looks just like the rift in the Western Sea that I spent 8 years tearing apart every corner of. His body began to feel nauseous and dizzy. Is this what a world looks like after being sucked into that rift in the Western Sea? Suddenly, Jay heard a rustling sound from far away. A young girl was holding a book in her hands, her face covered in dirt. This was Yun, but she looked like she had grown to be about 20 years old. Yun suddenly jumped up when she saw the person standing in front of her holding a monster-slaying sword. Yun, what are you doing over there? The rescue station is on the other side. Jay was even more shocked to realize that the person was himself. This clone of Jay ran over to Yun. I'm a little worried about Hanib, the Yun of this world, replied hesitantly. I'm sorry, I was just planning to look around, but I ended up getting lost all the way out here. Is this near my school? Yun replied with hesitation. Yeah, that's right. The Jay of this world looked around and said, why don't we take a quick look? Let's go. If any monsters show up, I'll take care of them. Who knows? We might even find someone else who's still alive. The real Jay, listening to this, could only nod in silent agreement with himself. Yeah, that seems like a reasonable thing to do. The Jay from the ruined world waved his hand. Hey, you have to keep this a secret from Lisa Yan, okay? If she finds out, she's going to nag us again. Right at that moment, loud rumbling sounds echoed out. The background seemed to have shifted. Look, let's get this place cleaned up. Are there any blankets left? It seemed like this place was the rescue station, also known as the safe house. Jay's clone was talking to someone else. Clearly, they were short on supplies. Looks like we'll have to make a trip to the hospital in Key Province. Jay, do you think that's okay? We have to go. What other choice do we have? Right then, Sayan appeared from out of nowhere and hugged the other version of Jay so tightly that the doctor broke into a sweat. Jay even gave her a very affectionate look. Lisa Yan, you're here early? How's the gate at Dongdamun? Jay looked straight at the doctor with a warning in his eyes. The doctor immediately scurried off to give the two of them some privacy. Sayan, I insisted that someone else should go, but Jay was adamant. Don't be like that. When it comes to efficiency, it's still best if I go. Lisa Yan kept rubbing her cheek against Jay's, looking very spoiled. Hey, stop saying ridiculous things like the others. Jay stroked her hair to soothe her. Witnessing his own version being so incredibly sappy made the real Jay almost vomit. This is just some nonsense dream, right? What the hell is a world fragment? According to Yun, the fragments of destroyed worlds are supposed to be chaotic and messy. But even so, the way Jay and Sayan were acting in this fragment was way too clingy. I was just wondering if I should keep watching them act all lovey-dovey when the scene blurred and passed by. The spaces I saw inside those tiny fragments were all places that felt very familiar. White dust falling like snow, buildings collapsing, covered in smog. Everything in this space was just ruins. Everywhere I looked, there were gates that had been opened. Countless monsters I'd never seen before were pouring out of them. How could it be so identical to the scene inside that rift in the Western Sea where I spent 8 years wandering lost? Suddenly, a high-pitched ringing sound made Jay clutch his head and cover his ears. Yet another scene appeared before him. "I'll hold them off here. Everyone run." Yun Yun was stumbling, looking deeply worried. "Wait, Jay, how can you stop all those monsters by yourself?" The Jay of this world ruffled her hair to reassure her. "If I run away, those monsters will charge toward the rescue station. How will everyone be able to fight them off? Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll take care of this quickly and come back. You have to trust me. When I give the signal, run as fast as you can, and don't look back. Oh, and one more thing. You have to keep this a secret from Lisa Yan." The fragment that Jay was witnessing ended there. Jay stood frozen, thinking, judging by the situation, it seems like, well, not me, but Jay, can't return to the base anymore. More sounds started coming from behind him, the sounds of falling fragments. Jay opened his palm, looking into the fragment, and heard the following voices. "Hey, do you think you're the only one who feels sad? Don't act like you're the only one who lost their world. Hanab, calm down. I won't be quiet. Do you have any idea how much our fighting force is depleted just because you're missing? Were those people who sacrificed their lives all fools? The ones who are still alive have to keep on living. Do you know that Jong Pin already lost his life? And today, Morteo died too. Morteo. That idiot is gone. Do you even get that?" Just like that, the image shifted to Jay, leaving Lisa Yan behind and walking away with Hanab. On top of that, Lisa Yan's desperate look made the real Jay terrified, his heart pounding wildly. By the time he actually came to and managed to snap out of it, Yun Yun ran over to steady him. "Thank goodness. Are you okay?" He looked at her and asked, "What just happened?" "I'm not sure either. I've never seen that ending fragment before." "What the hell was that?" "I think maybe this world is a continuation of that one," Jay suddenly shouted, causing her to jump in surprise. "Wait. Just calm down for a second. What on earth is it?" "I think this world might be a continuation of that one," Jay suddenly shouted, startling her. "Whoa, calm down for a second." Yun Yun flinched, shrinking back. "I'm so sorry. This is the first time I've ever shown anyone a fragment like that, so I didn't know it would turn out this way. I'm truly sorry. I really thought you had been pulled somewhere else," Jay asked, looking confused. "Pulled somewhere else? What do you mean?" Yun Yun explained. "You see, those fragments you saw. A moment ago, I connected them all myself. I had set it up so that once we finished viewing all the memories, we would return right back to this spot. But suddenly, the connection broke, and you were sent somewhere I know nothing about." Jay pondered. Could someone else have interfered? Yun Yun bowed her head, her right hand clutching her blackened left hand. "I'm not sure. This has never happened to me before." Jay looked at her severely damaged hand, feeling worried, but Yun Yun reassured him. "It's okay. The Management Bureau will take care of it for me. It must have happened because it was the final fragment. I didn't tell anyone what you asked me, and I'll keep it a secret from now on. But I did accidentally let it slip that you were the one who entered the Incheon Rift. Talking to the Song Jo Hyun is terrifying. But since it's already done," Jay didn't want to give her a hard time. "It's fine, don't worry about it. Just don't tell anyone else what you. Thank you so much." Yun Yun hesitated. "There's actually something else I think I should tell you. This world will eventually meet its end, and the Awakened Management Bureau is looking for you to stop the apocalypse." Jay was surprised. "Looking for me?" "Yes. The Bureau is considering many options to prevent the end of the world, but then you suddenly appeared on the rankings. To face the apocalypse, they must be sending out search teams to hunt you down right now. Choosing to register as a hunter again was a very wise decision. The search team thinks you might have lost your memories due to the rift's shockwave. So, they're currently hunting through people who haven't registered as hunters, or just regular civilians." At that moment, Jay wished he had actually lost his memory. But if he had been even a little slower, he might have ended up on their hit list. The contract he signed with Lisa Yan was coming in handy. After saying that, Yun Yun offered to leave, as it was getting late. Jay stood up abruptly. "Why don't you go to the infirmary and get that wound checked out? Your hand doesn't look too good." Yun Yun forced a smile. "No, I'm fine. The Bureau will handle it. Please don't worry. And besides, if there aren't any more fragments that need to be transmitted to you, I won't come here again. I don't want to make you feel uneasy." Jay was startled, replying, "It's not that bad, really." Yun Yun shook her head with a bright smile. "No, it's better if I don't come here. Sometimes hunters from the Bureau follow me around." Jay, still curious, wanted to ask one more thing. "Can I ask you one more question?" Do you know anything about the people who created the artificial awakened? After thinking for a moment, she replied, Oh, yes, I do. I heard Mr. Jong Pin mention it once. He said those people are also acting to prevent the apocalypse. But they kidnap people to use for experiments. So even if their goals are the same as ours, I don't want to be involved with them. Other than that, did you hear anything else? Yun Yun thought back and added, Well, I heard him say there's something at the Incheon port. I only overheard it while he was on the phone, so I don't know the specifics. I'm sorry. Seeing the girl looking so fragile and blaming herself, Jay calmed her down. It's okay. Thank you for telling me. With that, Yun Yun bowed and left. Once she was gone, Jaemin thought about that other world. Did a world like this actually exist? In that world, Jay had died, and Jong Pin and Morteo were gone too. What he and Yun Yun saw were just extremely brief flashes of the past. There's no way to know when or how the apocalypse will come. Waiting for an uncertain future is like walking forward with your eyes closed. The Management Bureau will spare no effort in searching for Jay because they want a pioneer to help them find the best path. What should I do from now on? I wish there were signs before the end of the world. While Jay was thinking and wondering about the black fragment he saw today, his phone rang. It was a message from Lisa Yan. I have something I need your help with. Jay replied with a cold, blunt, Yeah. Lisa Yan messaged back, annoyed. You should answer with more than that. Jay replied with a long, yeah, which left Lisa Yan helpless. After standing there for a moment, Jay chuckled. All right, thinking too hard about this isn't going to solve anything right away. Instead of getting a headache doing nothing, I might as well get moving. He made this decision because Lisa Yan had offered, Come to Incheon. Elsewhere, a group of people were loading crates onto a truck. How many are there today? 3, sir. The shipments have been smaller lately. Are you trying to cut us out? What are you talking about? That's hurtful. We risked our lives to get this stuff here. The Management Bureau and the Pago team are hunting us down relentlessly. Everyone in Busan is basically caught, so Incheon is the only place left to hide. How did the ones in Busan get caught? Someone must have slipped up. Also, the higher-ups have given orders. We won't be able to stay here much longer. So, move everything out tomorrow before we all get caught. The group grumbled. Great, we have to move all this again. Pack the big stuff first. We need to get out of here before the Bureau finds us. Divide the medicine into smaller batches and carry it out. Yes, understood. The Songpa branch reports that someone is about to enter the transformation stage. They're asking for more medicine. They were revealing all their secrets. Without knowing, Jay was watching them through binoculars and taking notes. As he wrote, he thought, so they are in charge of supplying all these different hideouts. It was hard enough to track them down. I've only been watching them for a week. And yet, they're packing up to run already. I need to report this to Lisa Yan right away. Once I contact her, she'll send people over. But will they get here in time before they leave? It would be great if I could keep tailing them, but if they escape by car or boat, it'll be hard to keep up. Since I'm on my own and I don't have the ability to fly, I guess I have no other choice. I had to run into the center area to hold them off. After a moment of thought, Jay decided to rush into the fire and let them tie him up. Where did this little brat come from? Are you crazy or something? Daring to run in here to provoke us? Another guy walked over and asked if he had any connection to the administration. The guy standing next to Jay retorted, Doesn't look like it, does it? The other guy snapped back. Why are you asking me when I'm the one asking you? Haven't you checked yet? It's all because of this little brat. He won't open his mouth. No official government ID. He has a hunter license in his apron pocket, but he's just a D-rank nobody. A D-rank kid acting so cocky? He doesn't even show signs of transformation. It doesn't make sense if he were some addict who smelled drugs and tracked them down. He looks way too sharp. The guy started acting like a thug. Well, a few hits should make him talk. As soon as he made contact with Jay, the guy's hand started throbbing with pain. The pain shot all the way to his gut, like he'd just punched a boulder. He kept jumping around, clutching his hand and screaming in pain. The blonde guy behind him grumbled, Hey, you, cut the fake act. It was just one hit to the head. Why are you screaming like that? The guy explained, I'm not faking it. I think I broke my damn bone. Then, he handed the blonde guy a club. The blonde guy walked straight toward Jay. What? Does he have some kind of steel head skill? You've got a lot of nerve staring me down like that, don't you? Even if you look at me like that, I'm not going to spare that pretty face of yours. The blonde guy confidently swung the club directly at Jay's head with an excited grin. I'll show you what real pain is. However, Jay's head remained perfectly fine while the club shattered instantly. What the hell? It dented on the first hit? Is this guy's head made of rock? Get him, boys. Jay sat still, letting them rush at him like maniacs. The blonde guy was already laughing arrogantly. No fear yet? But in the blink of an eye, Jay was still in the same spot, but both he and the chair had toppled over. While the group was wailing in agony, bones broken, trembling all over, the blonde guy started to get nervous. What is going on? That was when Jay finally spoke up. He stood up and casually snapped the ropes. This won't do. I wanted to play along and act properly with you guys, but you're just too pathetic. Come on, you bunch of losers. All at once. Hurry up. The guy who was rushing over so hard was a hunter from the 1st Combat Support Team, nicknamed Romantic Opener, ranked 50th. He was sent to replace the little miracle, Minky, who was away on an overseas business trip. He had the task of monitoring the part-timer at the Hangover soup shop and reporting every little thing back to the Jong Pin. But while he was being extremely diligent in his duty, he suddenly lost track of his target. Choi Gozo was shocked. Wait, I only looked away for a second, and he just disappeared. He immediately ran off to find Jay and stopped where a strange sound was coming from. Could this sound mean the target was kidnapped and dragged away? Thinking about Jay being tied up in such a miserable state made Choi Gozo go berserk. Those bastards! Don't you dare lay a hand on the weak! Choi Gozo arrived, clenching his fists and thinking to himself, this is definitely not because I'm afraid of losing my target and getting killed by the Jong Pin. He thought he was about to play the hero, but he didn't expect to see Jay beating the life out of these guys as soon as he arrived. Choi Gozo was stunned. Minky had specifically warned him that his top priority was to stay close to Jay. He's a D-rank hunter, so if anything happens, you have to protect him immediately. To Choi Gozo, a D-rank hunter was practically a normal person. But now, he couldn't believe his eyes. Is that the D-rank hunter who's supposed to be practically a normal person? As soon as Jay saw Choi Gozo, he called out in a clear, commanding voice that made Choi Gozo stiffen up and start stuttering. Jay asked bluntly, "Are you with them too?" Choi Gozo shook his head frantically. What? No, absolutely not. I swear, it's not like that at all. However, Jay still didn't believe him, and glared with eyes full of killing intent. In this situation, obviously, anyone I ask will say no. Choi Gozo backed away in fear. Is that really just a normal part-timer from the Hangover soup shop? At this point, he just had to explain himself. No, I'm really not. Seriously, Jay clenched his fist as a warning. Don't even think about running away. Don't waste your energy. I'll catch you in one shot. Choi Gozo dropped to his knees obediently. Jay leaned down, looked him in the eye, and said, So, what were you going to say? Spit it out. If you don't talk fast, you'll see what happens behind you. Choi Gozo had no choice but to take out his business card. I am Choi Gozo, from Team Byonggu. The Jong Pin sent me here to protect you. After confirming, Jay let out a weird, empty laugh. You're pretty quick, aren't you? You didn't really need to come this fast, though. Well, you can see for yourself. But I want to emphasize that I'm in a really bad mood right now. I just closed the shop to get some rest, and then these guys kidnapped me. Not only did they kidnap me, they even beat me up just because I answered them slowly. They used hammers to hit me, and even baseball bats with nails in them. Choi Gozo knew Jay was intentionally playing the victim, but he had to play along. How? How could they? What a bunch of animals. Jay continued his A-list performance, whining, I got beaten so badly my clothes are all torn. Look at this. Choi Gozo also acted shocked. Oh my god, those bastards deserve to be fed to the fish. Jay hummed and wrapped it up. That's why I just gave them a tiny little correction. Hearing this, Choi Gozo trembled even more. Damn, if a tiny correction is like this, what happens when he goes all out? Jay continued to play the victim with a bright, flowery smile. So, Mr. Choi Gozo, could you please keep your mouth shut about this? I don't have the ability to erase people's memories, so if I have to do it, I'll have to use physical methods. Choi Gozo started feigning amnesia. Where am I? Who are you? Oh, Mr. Jay, I don't know where I am or what happened, but if I open a door for you, does that count as helping you out? Jay looked confused. Choi Gozo continued, My power is that I can teleport through space whenever I open a door. Jay looked excited. Oh, this power is perfect for delivery work. But do you get any penalties when using your power? Like, side effects similar to medication? Choi Gozo hesitated. Well, I guess so. Nam Gujin continued. My power is spatial teleportation every time I open a door. Jay looked excited. Oh, that power would be perfect for delivery services. But do you get any penalties when you use your power? Like, some kind of side effect? Nam Gujin hesitated. Well, I guess you could say that. Spill it. Let's hear it. I need to know what your penalty is before I decide whether or not to ask you to open that door. Once you have a street name or a specific location pinned on a map, you can open a doorway to anywhere. This ability can help a lot of people get exactly where they need to go. However, this ability uses my current standing position as the central anchor point. While the door is held open, multiple people can pass through, but the further the destination is from the central point, the longer I end up passed out afterward. And the moment I pass out, the door shuts immediately. Jay analyzed this, puzzled. So, if we take this spot as the starting point for the calculation, if you opened a door from Incheon to Seoul, how many days would you be out for? Choi Gozo stammered as he tried to figure it out. Maybe a day and a half? Longer than that? I'd probably be out for about 2 days. Jay continued to probe. What if you opened a door all the way to Washington in the US? I've never opened a door all the way to Washington, but I have opened one to Toronto, Canada. Back then, the Jong Pin had an emergency business trip, and I was out cold from one season to the next. Jay was left speechless. Hello? That ability is amazing, but the penalty is just too brutal. Look, I'm truly sorry, but could you please open the door for me? If you pass out, I'll take you to the hospital, so don't worry about it. Choi Gozo clapped his hands together with a loud thwack, looking weirdly excited. Oh, you don't need to worry about me, sir. Open sesame. A magical door that leads anywhere. I don't know what kind of power this is, but just saying the name out loud sounds like a double copyright infringement. The moment the door appeared, Choi Go's whole body started shaking, leaving Jay bewildered. What the hell? Why is he suddenly shaking like that? Wait a second. I haven't even told him where I wanted to go yet. Right then, the door swung open, and the place on the other side was none other than Lisa Yan's office. Jay gritted his teeth in frustration, feeling like he'd been played. He told the kid to open a door, but how the hell did he end up opening one to the Jong Pin's office? Choi Gozo felt the Jong Pin was far more terrifying, so doing this was the right call. The moment Lisa Yan saw Jay, she took off her glasses and let out a sigh. I heard you say you were going to stall them, but I've been wondering what on earth you were planning. So, what kind of crazy stunt did you pull? Lisa Yan looked annoyed, slammed her hand on the desk, and leaned in close to Jay. What did you do to end up looking this ragged, huh? Once he was safely seated in the chair, Lisa Yan began her lecture. I'll hear you out first, so talk. Why did you just charge in there on your own? I thought I could squeeze some more info out of them to track them down. Besides, it would have been a waste to let them get away. Lisa Yan crossed her arms and grumbled. Hyung, you didn't have to go that far. The job I gave you was simply to keep an eye on them. As for restraining them, I would have sent someone else with the proper expertise. Jay argued back. Compared to those guys, I can handle it much faster. Like today, for instance. Lisa Yan couldn't help but acknowledge that. Yeah, you did help me. This is the first time we've managed to confiscate the entire stash of drugs. Jay immediately got smug. See? See how cool that was? Lisa Yan sighed. Disgusting. Jay didn't want to stay there any longer, so he stood up. I did the job you asked for, so I'm clocking out. Lisa Yan stared at Jay with a slightly sulky expression. What now, kid? It's nothing. I was just wondering if you were really planning to go home looking like that? Looking down at his blood-stained shirt and the filth all over his body, Jay felt a bit embarrassed. Lisa Yan stepped closer again. Don't move. Jay looked at her and said regretfully, Isn't that a rare item? Is it really okay for you to use it so recklessly like that? She replied arrogantly. It's fine. I have a set of 10 of them. Hearing that, he thought to himself, with this guy, talking anymore is just a waste of breath. Lisa Yan followed Jay inside the building. When he opened the door to his room, he told Lisa Yan, Wait a second, let me change my clothes. In the incredibly cluttered room filled with paper bags and boxes, she glanced over at Jay's sleeping area. Lisa Yan scanned his entire living space. Suddenly, she stepped forward and asked, You sleep here? Seeing her ask that, he replied naturally, Didn't you already investigate everything about me? You even saw me come out of this place last time, remember? In her mind, she hadn't expected the inside to be this much of a dump. This made Jay frown as he thought to himself, I used to live in a situation where I had to use monster corpses from rifts as pillows and their blood as a blanket to sleep. Isn't this already a lot better? He replied bluntly, which left Lisa Yan unsatisfied. As long as I have a blanket, a pillow, a floor, and a ceiling, that's enough, isn't it? Seeing her annoyed, Jay asked helplessly, What is it now? She frowned and asked sharply, Let me ask you something. Do you have a habit of self-abuse? Hearing that, his blood boiled with indignation. You bet I do, he thought. Lisa Yan scoffed, saying this place was no different from that shipping container earlier. Seeing her push it too far, Jay warned her. Why are you comparing this place to that dump? This place is way cleaner. It even has a bed and a pillow. Lisa Yan retorted sarcastically. You try cleaning out that container and throwing a blanket and pillow in there. It'd be exactly the same. That made him so mad he snapped, "Hey, are you wishing for me to move into a container permanently, or what?" In her head, she was speechless. I was just worried he was tired. That's why I brought him home. But he just crawled into this tiny, pathetic studio apartment like it was the most normal thing in the world. And the fact that he was holding back his temper to take those hits just to help her work, too. She had intended to bring him back and leave right away, but Jay looked at Lisa Yan, who was still wearing a confused expression, and asked with concern, "Hey, your expression is really weird right now." By then, all Lisa Yan could think about was that she couldn't let him sleep in this place. Finally, she grabbed Jay by the arm, dragged him out, and argued, "Come with me, there's somewhere else you need to go." That left him bewildered as he hurried after her, asking, "What is it? Do you have another favor to ask?" Afterward, Lisa Yan dragged him to an apartment that was decorated in a very minimalist style, but was fully equipped, which confused Jay. "Where is this?" As she stood there, casually drinking water, she replied, "My place." Lisa Yan pointed the way for him, instructing, "Go take a shower. I'll leave some clothes for you to change into right outside the door." Jay stared at her intently, thinking, I only followed her because she insisted so much. How did it turn into this? Even if he demanded to leave now, she definitely wouldn't let him go. Whatever, let it go. Why bother arguing with this brat? Under Lisa Yan's piercing gaze, he reluctantly complied. "Sleep over there." After a thorough shower, he put on her pajamas and stepped out. She pointed toward the other side and ordered Jay, "Sleep over there." Even though he was extremely uncomfortable, running a hand through his hair and frowning, he remained silent and didn't say a word. He didn't want to lie next to Lisa Yan at all, but he didn't want to leave the host sitting there while he went to bed alone either. G calmly replied, "I'm not that heartless. Just give me a pillow, and I'll sleep on the floor." Hearing that, he darkened and shot back, "Just get on the bed and sleep." G refused flatly. "Forget it. If there's a sleeping bag, just give me that." Co was visibly annoyed and gave a mocking smile that really got under G's skin. "What the hell? Are you mocking me?" G asked. "Who even uses sleeping bags in this day and age?" So retorted irritably. "In my day, a sleeping bag was an essential item for dungeon raids. Unbelievable." Seo Yo immediately grabbed G by the shoulders and pushed him, explaining, "We're only 4 years apart, and you're acting like some grumpy, difficult old man. Are you even aware of it? If an outsider saw you, they'd think you'd been grinding as a hunter for 10 years already." Even though he was annoyed, G had to admit he couldn't really deny it. Sleeping in a bag felt like camping. It had its perks. Seo gained momentum and shot back. "Plus, it's because you've lived such a pampered life as a hunter." Lee So-yoon pressed G down onto the bed, though his mouth was still trying to accommodate him. Fine. Since I'm so used to a pampered life, from today on, I'll live in misery, just to show you." G tried to jump up in frustration but was pinned back down. "I can tell by your head. You're starting to pull that bossy act again, aren't you?" Neither would back down. IG spoke up first. "Don't turn me into such a heartless person, that I'd come to someone else's house and steal the host's bed. Can you do that?" CO didn't hold back either, retorting, "The one just staring blankly while the guest sleeps on the floor is the bigger jerk here. So just lie down," G grumbled, feeling stifled. "Your personality isn't exactly a bed of roses anyway. Why are you suddenly worrying about this stuff?" The atmosphere between the two became incredibly tense and volatile. CO Joe shouted, "If you would just listen to me for once, even just once." G wouldn't back down. "Our relationship is an equal partnership." "You jerk. Am I your subordinate that I have to listen to you?" "It's not a superior-subordinate relationship. It's equal." Suddenly, the sound of the bed frame snapping under CO's fist made everything go quiet. G panicked. "I'll pay you back for that." CO replied angrily, "You don't even have any money. What are you going to pay me back with?" G, speaking before thinking, blurted out, "I can just sell some magic stones to get the money, can't I?" That just made CO more furious, and he cursed, "Damn it, stop bringing up magic stones." Then, he lowered his voice and said, "Wait here." A staff member was lazily stretching as he walked by. Had to write a report, so I've been working overtime until now." He yawned and complained, "Too lazy to go home now. Might as well sleep in the lounge and go to work tomorrow." He felt excited as soon as he laid down on the bed. This is the life, right? This is what you call employee benefits. He was thrilled to be assigned a private bedroom. Each person gets their own room and they even have high-end bedding. "I wish my place was like this." Suddenly, a loud noise made him feel both tired and angry. What the hell? It's only 4 in the morning. Who's making that much noise? He opened the door to complain. Hey, Have some consideration for others and keep it down. Seeing the person in front of him made him freeze on the spot. Seo was dragging a pile of blankets past him. He stepped forward, making the staff member even more terrified. When he walked in and slammed the door, the staff member was still trembling, unable to recover. The staff member stood there, baffled by Seo Johan's actions. He quickly typed out a long message on his phone. Mr. E40 just transformed into a blanket thief, will delete in 10 minutes. Seeing him making his own bed to sleep in made G groan internally. What kind of crazy new game is this? G asked bluntly. Did you go and rob a betting store? Seo said indignantly. Do you think I'm a thief or something? Just lie down on the sofa. G asked innocently. You're the host. Can't you sleep on the sofa? Seo Jo's voice went cold as G tried to brush off his sincerity. If you say one more word. He smiled, but it looked terrifying. I'm going to take that to mean you want me to smash the sofa so we can both sleep on the floor. Helpless and exhausted, G lay down on that temporary bed. Right. The older person should just give in, I guess. Suddenly, a blanket was tossed onto him. G stared, eyes wide. I don't need this many blankets. Lee So-yoon was worried, but on the outside, he stayed cold. Just take what you're given. They lay close to each other, trying to sleep. But G kept his eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling, unable to drift off. Suddenly, Lee So-yoon spoke up. Hyung, he asked G, do you still remember that? So lay there smiling as he said, do you know I still have that letter? G asked, confused. Letter? What letter? Seo smiled dismissively. You gave it to someone yourself, and now you don't remember? G's eyes widened, thinking, did I really give something like a letter of death to Lee So-yoon? Why can't I remember? Seo looked at him intensely, sporting a cryptic smile. He quickly dug into his pocket and pulled something out. Lee So-yoon held the business card up in front of G. This one. The words on the card were written by G's own hand, making him suddenly remember, touch me, and you're dead. That. Remembering the scene where the bad guys got beaten up by G, he guessed those were the words he wrote on the card back then. He frowned, staring intently at it. Seo was clearly smug, guessing that it had been delivered to the right person. But G turned away abruptly, changing the subject. What time is it now? He sat up, and seeing that, So said, let's see, probably around 4:30. Why? Do you have to open the shop? G agreed. Yeah, gotta open the shop for business. But thanks to someone's grace, I got a decent rest. Hearing that, Lee So-yoon frowned. Just make Bio-woo do it. If you eat that much, you should know how to cook for yourself. G glanced at him calmly. Do you think he could even do that? Then, they both quickly changed clothes and stepped into the elevator. Seeing the distance G was keeping from him, he said mockingly, come a little closer. On the contrary, G replied, feeling bored, I find standing here more comfortable. This gave Lee So-yoon even more reason to taunt him. You broke my bed, you're wearing my shirt, and now you're acting like this? G tried to avoid Seo Jo, retreating to a corner. Stop saying things that'll make people misunderstand. Seeing that, he said vaguely, whatever needed to be done, we've already done it, so why are you like this all of a sudden? The more he heard Sojo talk, the more G just wanted to hit him. He warned, shut your mouth please. Meanwhile, he was still analyzing, thinking if this building didn't have a mechanism requiring a guild member's card to operate, he would have left on his own. Suddenly, someone sighed. What the hell is this? Just finished the dungeon raid and stepped out, and it's already bright morning. The new guild members had already headed back before I even did. Suddenly, someone was sighing. What the hell? After finishing a dungeon raid, it's already bright daylight outside. Standing before both of them, the Byonggu Guild staff stared them down. You two better head to the break room for a bit before you start working. Lisa Yeonwoo's eyes went wide as he asked, what is this, John? Why are you up so early? He stood there, jaw dropped, looking back and forth between them. Isn't he just that part-timer from the hangover soup shop next door? What is he doing here? G felt a headache coming on, thinking to himself, of all people, why did it have to be this guy? That was when a wide-eyed Woo finally realized, wait a second, isn't the outfit he's wearing Lisa Yeon's? And let's not even get started on him lending his clothes to someone else. At this point, his head was full of question marks. Why is he wearing the clothes of that guy who hates people getting close to him? Woo shouted, hey, 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 what is going on here? What kind of messed up situation is this? Lisa Yeon said, looking absolutely disgusted. Why don't you go run 2 more laps by the Han River before you come back? Get lost. G was deep in thought while the other two bickered. If this keeps up, I won't make it to the shop until after 5, Lisa Yeon said, looking annoyed. I told you to get lost. Suddenly, he grabbed Lisa Yeon's shoulder and said, I ran into a bit of trouble yesterday. The atmosphere turned incredibly intimate, as Ji explained. Luckily, Lisa Yan was kind enough to help me out. It sounded like a bolt of lightning to Wu, who was completely shocked, while the employee's jaw hit the floor. Wait, what? He asked, turning serious. What kind of trouble? Did some jerk break the shop's table again? He replied with a cheerful smile. I can't go into details right now, but I received a lot of help from him. This made him furrow his brow in suspicion, which annoyed Lisa Yan. Lisa Yan actually did something like that? Ji continued. After all, I'm just a part-timer at the hangover soup shop that you like, right? I'm sure he only helped me out of respect for that. In Wu's eyes, his perspective on Lisa Yan had changed. What? Is that really it? Lisa Yan, you. Finally, he quickly slipped away. It's almost time to open the shop, so if you'll excuse me, I'll be going now. See you at the shop. Wu called out to Ji, who was already running away. Take care on your way back, kid. Watching him run for his life left Lisa Yan deep in thought. Now that it was just the two of them, he asked, curious. Why did he actually come here? Did you really help him out? Lisa Yan clicked his tongue and judged. You really are useless, aren't you? Wu answered, feeling extremely helpless. What did I even do? A series of memories flashed through Ji's mind. Although I've been through a lot of ridiculous situations, I've successfully registered as an awakened. I managed to create an alibi while also handling Lisa Yan's request. I thought I'd be able to enjoy a peaceful life for a little while. The customers in the shop were whispering about him. Does anyone know why that waiter has a look like he wants to kill someone? I was about to order another bowl of hangover soup, but I'm too scared. I heard he's having to attend basic hunter training and study for his certification exam. Ji heard all their whispers clearly and sighed, feeling a headache. That damn basic training course still hasn't been abolished? Damn it. 5 years ago, nothing like this existed. What gave him a headache was that the hunter exam, according to the special law on the awakened, requires every awakened in South Korea to register at the Awakened Registration Center to be issued an awakened registration card. At the same time, they must participate in a qualification exam. The passing score is 70. If you don't pass, you have to keep retaking it until you do, and only after passing do you get certified as a hunter. Ji looked at the card and became somber, thinking, getting this brand new, sturdy E-rank card was exciting at first, but who would have thought I'd go through so much trouble just to receive this piece of junk? He frowned in annoyance and muttered, I heard when it was first established 5 years ago, it wasn't this strict. Ji guessed that as time passed, the number of awakened grew. They started going everywhere, showing off their status, and it was probably because of the constant, unending cases of power abuse. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to pull his hair out and cover his ears. Once you're awakened, worry about catching monsters. Why do you keep grabbing ordinary people and causing trouble, you damn idiots? Thinking about it made him even more tired. I heard that hunters recruited by guilds don't necessarily have to take the exam. You just need to submit a letter of guarantee from Lisa Yan to be exempt from the qualification exam. Ji felt his face turn pale at the thought of asking someone. In his narrow circle of connections, the only Lisa Yan he knew was Lisa Yan. He reassured himself, I used to be the top one in South Korea. How could this trivial school stuff possibly be hard for me? Suddenly, someone placed a laptop and a new phone in front of Ji. The person delivering them was a shy-looking Wu. Ji said calmly, I already made a note of the rules regarding gifts. No gifts allowed. Seeing the note hanging up, he hurried to clarify. This isn't a gift from me. Wu explained sheepishly. This is a gift from our Lisa Yan. The person who has a very close relationship with you, EU, gave it. At that moment, he analyzed the situation, thinking, did he misunderstand that Lisa Yan and I have an extremely close relationship? Ji frowned, clearly annoyed, and thought to himself, it's too late to explain now. Besides, I could understand giving a phone, but why a laptop? Wu was still rambling on, proudly explaining, I bought it at the employee discount price, so it was cheap. Just take it. By the way, I'm just a simple delivery guy, like express delivery, he said excitedly. So, if you're planning on banning anyone, the person who deserves to be banned is Lisa Yan, not me. The other two heard that and scoffed at Wu. How can you be such a coward? Do you think we don't want to give him gifts too? Is that why you had to pull this stunt? He sighed and refused. I told you not to call me by that hunter name. I'll take the sentiment, but I'm sorry. This gift is too valuable. I'd feel embarrassed to accept it, he said naturally. Then you can just use it while you study. Once you're done, you can just take it to Tomato Market and sell it off. Sell it as used like new. He recounted Lisa Yan's words with a very proud expression. That's what Lisa Yan suggested. That jerk, in Ji's mind, He guessed he intentionally added some sarcasm to mock him. He glanced over and watched silently. Finally, Ji sighed and accepted it just to please Wu, saying, "Even so, I still feel awkward about it, so at the very least, I'll return the laptop once I finish the exam." Meanwhile, in a place like a school with quiet classrooms, in an exam hall, the proctor's voice booms out just as he's getting ready to start. "All right, everyone, you may begin your exam." Jin looks around, catching everyone else's reaction. It's clear he's not the only one feeling this way. This test is completely different from all the practice exams. The practice questions felt like brainwashing, drilling it into your head that you absolutely had to follow the law to the letter. They were all rote memorization questions about special laws for awakened. Jin had been feeling pretty good about it, but now, where did all the legal questions go? Oh my god, I wasted so much time memorizing every single legal precedent for awakened. Jin thinks, stunned as he reads the paper. Jin wonders why it's so easy. While at the restaurant, the atmosphere is buzzing. Gozo is chatting about how this hunter exam is rumored to be the hardest in history. "I wonder if our part-timer passed?" Hanabi replies. "One of our guild's rookies came back from the test and burst into tears the moment they walked through the door. She says the rookie told her not a single question from the practice tests showed up. Apparently, the whole thing was about strange monsters no one has ever seen before." Jisoo is shocked. What the hell? How are they supposed to answer questions about monsters when they haven't even stepped foot in a dungeon? Hanabi sighs. That kid is a genius who knows the special laws so well he could practically argue a case in court. They talk about the poor rookie. So, who wrote the exam this time? She's fuming. Who else but the rank 5? Weiju. Gozo is surprised. Wait, him? He's barely ever in Korea, so he had time to write the exam? Who knows? Either way, we'd better brace ourselves to comfort our part-timer. Meanwhile, Jin is glued to his phone, nervous. Could it be a text about his results? Jin looks at his phone and beams, making Hanabe ask timidly, "What's up? Did you pass, Jin?" "No way." Jin doesn't hide it and shows them his phone. "Yeah, I passed. I actually passed." "On your first try?" Hearing that, she and Jisoo congratulate him non-stop. "Jin, you really are a talent. You shouldn't be stuck at this hangover soup restaurant forever. Congrats." Jin feels helpless inside. "Of course I passed. I've killed countless monsters in rifts, after all." Suddenly, a message from Lisa Yan pops up. "Congrats, Jin." Is she hiding somewhere watching him? Jin squints at the phone, then another message appears. "When are you free?" Seeing her name, Jin jumps up and rushes out. Jin makes a cheerful call, mentioning Namgudi. "So, my grandmother's legs can actually be healed?" From the other end of the line, So calmly replies, "Yeah, thanks to you, I managed to collect a few things, so it's only right I return the favor. 2 days from now, around the time you prep ingredients, does that work for you? I need to double check with my grandmother, but I think it should be fine. If it is, just head straight to the SW Guild headquarters that day." The conversation ends, but the other person doesn't hang up, which confuses Jin. Does she have something else to say? The line goes silent. Jin finally speaks up. "Is there anything else?" Lisa Yan replies coldly, "No. See you then." Jin stares at his phone, feeling dejected. What the heck? That was so dry. "Grandma, in 2 days at 2 o'clock, will you be?" At the SW Guild building, a polite receptionist greets them. "Welcome. Lisa Yan of the Dado Guild, and Lisa Yan Nam Gu Jin are waiting for you." Lisa Yan asks, "Where is he?" "He's in the central library." Ha-eun looks around, fascinated. Lisa Yan calmly taps her card. A voice confirms, "Access verified." Lisa Yan and 3 guests. "Welcome to the SW Guild." The doors open to reveal a massive library filled with countless books. The receptionist leads the way, followed by Lisa Yan, a curious Ha-eun, and Jin, who is gently helping his grandmother. Wanan sees Lisa Yan and says, "You're earlier than I thought, Namgu Jin." He greets them politely. "It's a pleasure to meet you all. Are these the two?" "Choi Bilson, the patient for today, and the guardian, Jin?" Jin answers politely, "Yes, that's right." He makes a request. "Let's proceed with the examination first. I'll lead you to the clinic," Namgu Jin suggests, noticing Ha-eun looking around. It's fine for little Ha-eun to come along, but I think she'd enjoy exploring the library more than going to the clinic. It's true. Jin happily agrees. Then, "Ha-eun, you stay here and keep looking around the library. I'll just take the guardian and the patient. One of our members will help the patient walk." "I can walk on my own," Jin's grandmother insists. "What about you?" Jin asks Lisa Yan. Lisa Yan replies, "I don't think I need to follow either, right?" That was true. So Jin leans in and whispers a favor. Could you please keep an eye on Ha-un for a bit? She snaps back. Are you trying to make me your babysitter now? Please? Look, I don't want to bother you with this either, but I'm worried she'll get lost while I'm taking my grandma to the clinic. You just need to stay by her side so she doesn't wander off. That's all I'm asking. Lisa Yan goes silent, then nods in agreement, making Jin smile in relief. Thanks a lot. I'm off then. Jin rushes away. Relieved, it's just Lisa Yan and little Ha-un left. Hey kid, she calls out. The girl ignores her and keeps choosing books. Lisa Yan calls her full name. Park Ha-un? Yes? Ha-un looks up. Lisa Yan says bluntly, I think you'd be better off reading educational comics, you know. Ha-un catches on quickly. Wait, are you that person who did that thing on TV? Can you do it for me just once? The girl's request makes Seo Johan's face darken as he curses to himself. Damn it, and he said I just had to watch her so she wouldn't get lost? Scene change. After finishing the tests, Jin speaks gently. Thank you both for your patience. Jin asks anxiously. Thank you, doctor. How is my grandmother's condition? He looks at the X-ray, then slowly replies. The test results confirm it is rheumatoid arthritis. W. Jane continues. Although symptoms first appeared in her hands, because it wasn't treated in time, it seems the disease has spread to her knees. This illness doesn't follow the system's rules. It's a natural condition that arises with time, so my abilities cannot cure it. Seeing the atmosphere grow heavy, he reassures them in a soft voice, but don't worry too much. If we combine medication and if we manage your health consistently, your condition will improve significantly. Namgujin's calm voice continued. For now, instead of aiming for a complete cure, let's focus on pain management and keeping the disease from interfering with your daily life. Hearing that, Jay let out a sigh of relief. Thank you so much, Namgujin. That's such a relief. He added a piece of advice. Even though this isn't a terminal illness, it still requires regular management and care. It's a lot like diabetes. Namgujin gestured toward the door. Now, please have the patient go to the physical therapy room for treatment. I'll see you all later. Immediately, a staff member walked over to guide them. Please, follow me this way, Jay said cheerfully. Grandma, I'll see you in a bit. Once she left, he bowed slightly, his voice filled with a hint of regret. My ability can only heal wounds sustained under the system's rules. I'm truly sorry, I can't cure her completely. Jay quickly waved his hands. No, please. I'm already so grateful that you agreed to examine her, Namgujin. After a moment of hesitation, Jay asked softly, which hospital should we go to for follow-ups later? I can't keep bringing her here forever, right? Namgujin picked up his pen and wrote a few lines on a sticky note. Because my schedule is always changing, it's hard for me to see her regularly. Instead, he handed the note to Jay. I'll contact the university hospital in Central Seoul in advance. From now on, you can just take her to this address for checkups. Jay immediately and joyfully accepted the paper with both hands. Thank you so much, Namgujin. Namgujin added, one more thing you don't need to. Pay for any medical expenses or medication costs. Our S-Guild will cover everything. Jay was startled, his eyes widening in surprise. Wait, why? He calmly tucked his pen into his breast pocket. My job as a doctor is done. Now, I'd like to greet you as a fellow hunter. Namgujin introduced himself clearly. I'm Namgujin, a B-rank hunter from Korea. I'm the Lisa Yan of the Cell W Guild and the owner of this library. But his next sentence truly left Jay stunned. You, the one named Jay, are Lisa Yan's supporter, right? Suddenly, Namgujin stood up from his chair. You don't have to answer. The fact that you're here is the answer in itself. Jay asked, confused. How does my presence here answer anything? He calmly presented his argument. Because Lisa Yan has never brought anyone else to this place. You're the first person to set foot here through Lisa Yan's referral. Namgujin snapped his fingers, and instantly, the surrounding space began to shift strangely. Would you like to take a walk? Jay couldn't help but freeze, secretly amazed. Is this Namgujin's power? He expressed that, ever since the day of the rifts, I've paid great attention to this upside-down world. Namgujin's calm voice echoed in the quiet space. Questions like, what is the system? What are the rifts? Really, where do those monsters come from? He paused slightly, his eyes growing deep. Those are questions everyone in the world is curious about. But including you, Jay, and all of Korea. Well, actually, no one in this world can provide a clear answer to those questions. The spiritual energy in Namgujin's hand suddenly flared brightly, the pale blue light reflecting off his calm face. So, to find the answers to those doubts, I've been frantically gathering countless pieces of knowledge from everywhere, and I'm also maintaining a good cooperative relationship with Lisa. Namgujin stood silently, his eyes flickering with a trace of sadness. Not long ago, Lisa Yan transferred a massive amount of mana tea to me. She said it was something her supporter found. Do you know the name of that mana tea? Jay hesitated, then replied honestly, I only heard it was called mana tea. He nodded slightly. The name of that mana tea is Pro-009. Namgujin explained. It's the 9th type of mana tea, created by an organization, called Prometheus, with the goal of collecting test subjects. In Greek mythology, Prometheus is the figure who had to suffer torture as a price for giving fire and knowledge to humanity. He lowered his voice. That organization claims to be made up of prophets. They assert that they can see the future in their dreams. And, to prevent the coming apocalypse, they must nurture the strength of humanity. Hearing that, a thought instinctively arose in Jay's mind. That sounds a lot like the story from the fragmented memories that Yun showed me. Just then, Namgujin suddenly turned to look at him. It seems you find this topic quite interesting, don't you? His gaze was fixed on Jay. Then, let me tell you one more thing, Namgujin said firmly. Lisa Yan used to be a test subject for Prometheus. Jay's pupils instantly contracted in shock. Lisa Yan. What? He continued in a low voice. What I'm about to tell you are things that have never been revealed to the outside world. Namgujin continued. Shortly after the death of the great hunter was announced, when the whole country was plunged into chaos, that was also the time when the government was most powerless to fulfill its duties. He continued the story during that chaotic period when the country lost its greatest fighting force, known as Name. Lisa Yan was found at a research facility. Suddenly, Namgujin corrected himself. Not a facility, a place that used to be a research facility, that would be more accurate. They say that amidst the pitch-black ruins, where everything had been melted away by lethal poison, he just sat there, fidgeting, wearing a hospital gown that was way too big for him. He told me that nobody could just approach him whenever they wanted, because one wrong move could cost you your life due to the lethal poison. W. Jane's voice kept echoing. Even for Jong Pin, who was fully equipped, with protective gear, getting close to him was a massive struggle. Even then, Jong Pin still got poisoned and had to take the antidote just to stay standing. Dee sank into deep thought. The clues that seemed totally unrelated were finally falling into place one by one. A Prometheus that specializes in creating artificial awakened beings. Elisa found at the research facility of that very same Prometheus, and the fact that the current Lisa is now hunting them down. After a moment of silence, he couldn't hold it in and asked, So, are you saying Lisa Yan is their first successful experiment? He shook his head. Nobody could know for sure. W. Jane theorized that he might have awakened due to their experiments. Or perhaps the system heard Lisa Yan's desperate prayer and helped him awaken. How should I put this? Personally, I'm leaning more toward the second theory. His eyes drifted, looking into the distance. Furthermore, at the time, their research hadn't made much progress, so they often grabbed people with slight abnormalities to use as test subjects. Wu Jin pointed out that, for instance, those who had been pulled into rifts, or perhaps those carrying scars from monster attacks, he continued. Images from that year flashed through Jin's mind. A young man, his face smeared with blood, his pale lips trembling incessantly. Save me, he had insisted firmly. In short, they targeted people with unique traits linked to the rifts. To put it bluntly, Korea was basically in a state of anarchy back then. So, kidnapping people for experiments wasn't difficult at all. And then, another image flickered in Namgujin's memory. At the bottom of a dark, deep pit, a man lay motionless. A hoarse, desperate cry for help. Save me. At this, Ji pursed his lips, a thought suddenly crossing his mind. Perhaps that child was just like Lisa Yan, he asked. But why are you telling me this? It's not like just being a support gives someone the right to hear these things. Outwardly, Ji remained calm, but inwardly, he was silently raising his guard. He didn't speak directly in front of the person involved, but only told him this when Lisa Yan wasn't around. What was his motive? Hearing that question, he paused, seemingly surprised by the reaction. After a brief silence, Wu Jin suddenly chuckled. Your reaction is only natural, isn't it? On the contrary, if you hadn't reacted that way, I would have found it awkward. Ji didn't understand the other person's intent at all, only staring at Wu Jin with a blank expression. Right, he shrugged. Just think of it as a kind of shackle binding you, leaving him even more confused. What do you mean? Just then, a man approached and cautiously reported, I'm here to inform you that the patient's treatment is finished. Wu Jin instantly dismissed the illusion. Well, let's end our walk here then. I'll take you back to your family. He suddenly remembered. That's right. Do you happen to know anyone named Hong Young? He was stunned. Yes. A stream of complaints immediately flooded his heart. I know that name. It's the name of the guy I just want to punch in the head. Looking at the elegantly written text on the card Wu Jin handed over, Ji was dumbfounded. Hong Young Exhibition. You know the meaning of this card? Hong Young's equipment auction is what people call the Hong Young Exhibition. It was scheduled to be held in Songdo in a few days, and only those with this invitation were allowed entry. Just thinking about that made Ji's scalp tingle. Hearing that, one could tell just how incredibly expensive this ticket was. His eyes showed clear confusion. Why are you giving this to me? He flashed a gentle smile that made it hard for others to refuse. This is a token of gratitude for risking your life to retrieve Pro 009. Ji inwardly forced a bitter smile. You're giving me something money can't buy, so how am I supposed to explain where I got it? At the same time, in a majestic mountain range, a place where only the sound of wind and wild birds echoed, a heavy, panting breath suddenly shattered the peace. Two middle-aged women hiking nearby couldn't help but look back. One blinked and lowered her voice to ask her friend, "Oh my, should we report that young man to the police?" The woman beside her brushed it off. "Just let him be. He's probably filming something." At the foot of the mountain, Hong Yung cheered joyfully. Finally escaped that place. The bodyguard behind him calmly touched the earpiece attached to his ear. Team leader, Mr. Hong Yung, just came down the mountain. He jumped for joy like a child. Fried chicken. At this moment, Jong Pin was standing on the balcony, deep in thought. He understood the current state of the hunter industry better than anyone. The number of hunters increases every year, and as demand grows, equipment becomes rarer. Even if they risk their lives to clear rifts and S-rank dungeons, in a situation where S-rank gear is so scarce, if someone appeared who could consistently supply S-rank equipment, even if their progress was slow, just the existence of that person would be enough to raise the nation's status. Furthermore, every 2 years, Hong Young personally organizes an equipment auction event called the Hong Young Exhibition. And when the Hong Young Exhibition season arrives, high-level hunters, not only from Korea, but from all over the world, flock here. Jong Pin nibbled slightly on the rim of the paper cup in his hand, his expression complex. Tourism is boosted. Foreign currency keeps flowing in, so I know why the higher-ups prioritize Hong Young, he sighed softly. But around this time, every department in the management bureau gets spun around like a top. It must be because so many awakened people are gathering in one place soon. Just then, Jong Pin's phone screen lit up, and he quickly answered. Team leader, I've sent the personnel deployment map around the convention center to your email. Jong Pin immediately replied in a polite tone. Thank you for your hard work. I'll reply as soon as I check it. After opening the document and scanning through it, he suddenly remembered something. Where is Hong Young's current location? The person on the other end reported. After finishing off 11 fried chickens at the chicken shop, he is moving to a restaurant specializing in boar dishes. Jong Pin was stunned. Did a hungry ghost possess him? Why is he eating so much meat? I clearly provided him with enough nutrients for every meal. He clicked his tongue. News that people have spotted him has already started appearing on HunterNet, so everyone, please pay extra attention to security. The man on the other end answered immediately without hesitation. Understood. Jong Pin sighed in frustration. Ugh, the days from now until the Hong Young exhibition opens are going to drag on forever. At the same time, in another place, Wu was holding a remote control, continuously flipping through channels. Seeing that, Jong Pin couldn't help but be curious. Is there something interesting on TV today? He kept his eyes on the screen, his hand constantly pressing the remote. That WQ show, they say they're rebroadcasting the episode Hong Young participated in last time. I missed the live broadcast, so I have to watch it now. He spoke casually. I heard Hong Young came down the mountain, is that right? At this moment, Ji was cooking, while quietly eavesdropping on the conversation outside. Hearing that familiar name, he couldn't help but frown. I only just found out Hong Young was on Jiri Mountain. That damn bastard has already come down? At that very moment, everyone turned their eyes toward the TV screen. We heard you were on Jiri Mountain this time, right? And you came straight here as soon as you descended. The reporter couldn't hide his excitement. The only S-rank craftsman, the pride of the Republic of Korea, hunter artisan, Hong Young. Hong Young greeted everyone warmly. Hello everyone. Seeing how much rounder his face looked, Wu couldn't help but marvel. It seemed like he'd been eating really well since coming down from the mountain. Dee silently agreed. Same here. The reporter kept showering him with praise. You've always been famous for crafting such incredible gear. Do you mind telling us what kind of gear you've made this time? Young remained firm on keeping it a secret. If I say it here, it'll ruin the suspense. I'll reveal it at the auction. He didn't give up. Come on, a little sneak peek wouldn't hurt, right? Inside the room, everyone started crowding around the screen, their faces shining with admiration and excitement. I really want to go to that auction. He refused, point blank. I'm afraid that's not possible. Jisoo sighed softly. But even if you want to go, you need a black ticket to get in. Choi Gozo asked, puzzled. What's the going price for a ticket on the market right now? She immediately looked dejected. Who knows? Rumor has it they're trading for billions. And even then, they're all sold out, nobody's selling. Jisoo lamented sadly. When will we ever get to go to that auction? While everyone else was busy gossiping, Dai quietly slipped back to his room. He nervously pulled out the 2 tickets he'd been given. Dai's eyes were glued to the 2 black tickets in his palm, and he couldn't stop himself from groaning inwardly. These were the black tickets every hunter dreamed of. Nam Jane had basically handed him a death trap. He remembered what happened back then, even though he'd flatly refused. I don't need it. I'm just a low ranker. I don't have the money to bid on anything. But Nam Gujin didn't care to listen. He casually shoved the 2 tickets into Jay's hands. Just sell them to other hunters. They're going crazy trying to find tickets. Thinking back on that scene, he could only click his tongue, realizing he'd been talked into it by that jerk's silver tongue and had ended up taking them while he was distracted. A stream of thoughts kept running through Jay's mind. According to the bitter experience from that last tomato maquis incident, a caterpillar like him should just stick to eating pine needles. Thinking that, he began seriously considering how to handle the 2 tickets in his possession. If a caterpillar like him wanted to get rid of these tickets, then option 1, go to Songdo and attend the auction. Option 2, sell the tickets. Option 3, act like they don't exist. He hid the 2 tickets under his mattress. Option 1 was obviously out, go to Songdo and join the auction. Option 2 was difficult, so strike out selling the tickets. Option 3, act like they don't exist. Just stuff them somewhere and forget about them. The corners of his mouth curled up in satisfaction. You guys just stay put right there until the artisan exhibition is over. The next day, hearing Lisa Yan's question, Jay instantly froze. Have you ever been to Songdo? His gaze unconsciously fell on the 2 black tickets sitting prominently on the table. Clearly, these were rare, sold-out tickets, worth tens of billions and craved by everyone. Why do black tickets keep popping up in front of me like this? Ji hurriedly looked away. Why are you here so late today? His head had only one thought. First, avoid eye contact. Why are you staring at me? If I came while you were busy with customers, you'd just glare at me and say I'm interfering with business anyway. Dai's eye twitched. Damn it, that was true, but did he have to be so sarcastic? Lisa Yan muttered. They're just scared of you themselves. That's why they don't come near. What am I supposed to do about that? Jay's face darkened instinctively. Damn it. Maybe it was because the things Nam Gujin said earlier kept swirling in his head, making him feel like that face behind. The gas mask looked a bit gloomy. A train of thought slowly flowed through his mind. From the first time they met until now, this kid had been insolent, annoying, and just plain weird. A lunatic whose very existence was enough to throw his peaceful life into chaos. But he already knew too much about Lisa Yan. Suddenly, Jay jumped up from his seat, as if he'd just realized something. So, this was the chain Nam Gujin was talking about? Truly, these rich and powerful people, their minds are terrifying. They dare to use conscience as a chain to tie him to Lisa Yan? Lisa Yan spoke up. Do you realize how much I've been thinking about you? He answered immediately. His voice sounded indifferent, as if it were a matter of course. I know. I know. After saying that, Ji stood up to head out. Seeing that, Lisa Yan narrowed his eyes. Where are you going? He answered nonchalantly, not stopping his stride. The kitchen. Lisa Yan got annoyed. You didn't answer my question, yet you're leaving, he said in a huffy tone. Honestly, there's still plenty of time. Why don't we have some coffee and talk it over? Do you want coffee? Lisa Yan shrugged. I don't know. Ji frowned. What was that? What kind of vague answer was that? He sighed helplessly. Just sit there and wait a bit. Not long after, Dai placed a cup of steaming hot water in front of the other person. This was his secret recipe, grain powder mixed with locust honey, enough to win over even the pickiest 9-year-old elementary schooler. Lisa Yan stared intently at the cup in front of him, asking suspiciously, What is this? He answered calmly, grain powder. Lisa Yan blinked. And what about coffee? He mocked him. A kid who can't even sleep properly shouldn't be drinking coffee. Drink the grain powder. Last time I went to your place, I saw you couldn't sleep much either, right? He protested. About the insomnia, I think you're just like me. He reached out toward the cup of water on the table. That's why I'm drinking plain water right now. Lisa Yan reached up to touch the strap of his mask. The next second, he gently took it off. And while taking a sip of the grain powder mix, Lisa Yan asked, Forget that for a second. Have you ever been to Songdo? Dai stiffened slightly, his eyes wavering for a moment before he quickly looked away. Not yet, I thought to myself. Even back when I was still. I hadn't really left yet. Hearing that, his eyes lit up. That's great. You should take this chance and go check it out. I looked at him, completely blank. Go where? Why? Lisa Yan explained that it had been really buzzing around there lately. G pretended not to care. Is this about that artist exhibition or whatever? He nodded. Yeah, that one. I frowned. But why on earth would I go to that? Lisa Yan didn't hesitate for a second. For a date. The cup in my hand instantly crumpled, and a vein pulsed on my forehead. My face twisted in annoyance. Damn it, did you drink spoiled cereal or something? He spoke up. I'm offering you a date worth tens of billions, you know? I brushed it off. I don't have time to go out. I still have to run my shop. Lisa Yan leaned forward, continuing to coax me. Just say you're taking your grandmother to the hospital and close up for the day. You only need to go on the day of the exhibition. G looked at him with a look of pure disgust. He replied to Chen Chu as if he had anticipated this entire conversation and practiced it beforehand. He didn't feel awkward at all, just shrugged nonchalantly. What can you do if she's sick? I was a bit irritated. Wait, using your grandmother as an excuse. Isn't that a bit much? Before he could even finish, an image of Lisa Yan flashing a bright, radiant smile popped into Jay's head. I'm fine, he suggested it himself. If you're really not feeling up to it, I'll have Choi Gozo take her to the hospital for you that day. Jay was speechless. Is he serious? He desperately tried to come up with an excuse to get out of it. I'm just a D-rank hunter. How am I supposed to go to an artist's exhibition? What are you going to say if people ask where I got the tickets? Hearing this, Lisa Yan reached right into a spatial rift. That's not even a problem. After rummaging around for a moment, he pulled something out and slammed it onto the table with a flourish. You can just use this. Lisa Yan smiled faintly, holding the item out toward him. Just wear this and tell them you're with the Byong-gu Guild's secretarial team. His lips curled up in amusement. It's a matching set with me. Looking at the item in front of him, Jay couldn't help but feel bewildered. You want me to wear this? Lisa Yan nodded firmly. My secretarial team always has to wear these when we go on field missions, so it's not weird at all. Everyone will think it's perfectly normal. Jay silently retorted in his mind. It's not normal at all. If the two of us show up side by side wearing gas masks, we'll stick out like a sore thumb. Even he found it bizarre. Jay glared at him with a cold, dead stare. Should I just cuss this guy out to his face and kick him out? Unfortunately, Lisa Yan was completely oblivious to the dangerous atmosphere building up. Hey, can I ask you one thing? He snapped. Go ahead. He carelessly held the cup of cereal out toward Jay. When we went to the Seon Guild, what did that bastard Nam Gu-jin say to you? And why are you being so nice to me today? You're not the type of person who usually goes out of their way like this. In that moment, only one thought crossed Jay's mind. This lunatic. He's way too sharp. Just then, the familiar sound of the system chimed in. Poker Face B characteristic activated. The expression on Jay's face turned icy, revealing no trace of emotion. But beneath that calm mask, his mind was racing. Does he already know everything? And is he asking on purpose? Nam Gu-jin also said they had a cooperative relationship. Could he have let something slip? He dismissed that thought as soon as it appeared. No way. Nam Gu-jin is a scholar through and through. He hadn't even verified his identity yet, so he wouldn't just go blabbing about their private conversation. After ruling that out, Jay reached another conclusion. Does that mean this guy is getting suspicious just because I was a little bit soft with him? What kind of hunter has senses this sharp? He quickly lifted the cup to take a sip, masking his inner turmoil, when he suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, I once told him I don't trust people, so his reaction makes sense. Thinking that, Jay calmly continued. There's nothing to it. I just made you some cereal, that's all. Hearing this, Lisa Yan narrowed his eyes, looking at him with suspicion. Lately, the only thing that's made you change your attitude toward me is meeting Nam Gu-jin. That bastard is a smooth talker, so I'm suspicious. Jay tried to keep his expression neutral, but a bead of cold sweat rolled down his back. He's actually got a point. He continued his analysis with complete confidence. You're not the type to listen to others easily, so this makes me even more suspicious. At that moment, Jay felt a surge of rage. Why the hell are you attacking me with words all of a sudden, you punk? Lisa Yan continued. I'm just wondering what that jerk is to you, that he dares to get between us. Jay grew even more frustrated. What do you mean between us? Like a business contract? Finally, he couldn't hold back anymore. You know, I try to be nice to you once and you start acting up. It's ridiculous to call a cup of cereal being nice, Jay explained. I was just grateful that you took my grandmother to the hospital and helped with Ha-eun's husband, that's why. But he still kept that suspicious look on his face. The hospital visit was already a condition of the contract you set, wasn't it? As for that kid, he subconsciously scratched his cheek, feeling a bit guilty. He tried to find another reasonable excuse. I was also grateful because you came to save me when I got caught in the rift. I know that was part of the deal too, but still, if it weren't for you back then, this place might have burned to the ground. Jay's voice kept going. Or, I might have been a wanted criminal for stealing an ambulance. Who knows? Then, a sudden thought struck him. Thinking back, even when I was Jay, no one ever came to help me. Lisa Yan froze, his eyes widening. Wait, were you actually planning to steal an ambulance just for this shop? Jay's silence only made him more certain. Lisa Yan burst into laughter, mocking him. No wonder you suddenly asked me if I had a driver's license that day. This guy is truly insane. Jay's gaze turned cold, and a barrage of insults began to surface in his mind. Shut up! What do you know? My shop almost burned down. It's so annoying being recognized as a lunatic by a bigger lunatic. While Jay was internally fuming, Lisa Yan propped his chin on his hand, looking entertained. And then what? Jay asked coldly. And then what? What do you mean? He asked cheerfully. Don't you have anything else to be grateful for? Jay's eyelid twitched. That's it. I've got nothing else to say. Lisa Yan clicked his tongue, regretfully. You say you don't trust people, but your standards are actually pretty low, aren't they? He didn't stop there, continuing to tempt him. If you're that grateful, then just accept my date invitation. A familiar feeling of helplessness welled up inside Jay. Damn it, we're right back to square one. He shook his head frantically without a second thought. No, why? Jay answered bluntly. I just don't want to go. He continued. You're the one who told me to live a peaceful life, so I'm just going to stay here and sell hangover soup. He jumped up immediately. We can just go and come back in secret though. Jay's mind flashed with a thought. Go somewhere with a loudmouth like you and expect to come back in secret? In your dreams. His sharp, cold gaze was glued to the person in front of him. Why are you so obsessed with dragging me along? He replied in a completely nonchalant tone. It's a date, that's why. Jay's face darkened. Stop spewing that nonsense about dates. Just tell me the truth. Lisa Yan remained determined to keep his secret. Because it's lonely, going alone, Jay sneered. You're hilarious. What about Byung-gu? Just go with your guild's vice leader. Byung-gu would work fine. He looked at Jay with a disgruntled expression. You rarely ever call my name, but you say Byung-gu's full name so smoothly. Jay was momentarily speechless. Lisa Yan, do you have any idea how high maintenance you are? Lisa Yan shrugged, his voice filled with implication. Byung-gu will be going with the other members, in the guild, so if G makes a suggestion, just join them. He immediately refused. How could I? Going with a superior would make everyone uncomfortable. Sarcastic thoughts flashed through my mind. Since when did he care so much about his subordinates? Lisa Yan sat back down, propping his chin on his hand, staring unblinkingly at the person across from him. If we're talking about it, there's one more thing you should be grateful for, he hinted slowly. Those guys you tied up like dried fish? Remember them? G pondered. Did he mean the trash I caught at Innan Port? What about them? Lisa Yan recounted how I'd charged at them recklessly and even ignored his messages. So, before loading them into the transport van, I had to physically convince them a bit, and let me tell you, they remember you very well. At that moment, I felt like a lightning bolt had just struck my head. I'm screwed. Only now did I realize there was a massive problem. Turns out the romantic opener wasn't the issue, those guys were the real disaster. I'd just beaten them up. I hadn't even silenced them yet. Right then, Lisa Yan's next words made cold sweat pour down my back. I almost contacted the management bureau to call the transport van. If we had just sent them off like that, things would have gotten really messy, right? G felt his heart skip a beat. Everyone still thought I was just a D rank, awakened. But a D rank taking on a whole mob? Including B ranks, soloing 20 thugs and trashing them? If that got out, I'd be heading straight into a one-on-one interrogation with Jong Pin for sure. Lisa Yan's voice continued. So, they're still in my guild's basement. No word yet on when they'll be transferred to the bureau. I tried to stay calm. If they snitch on me, you'll be at a disadvantage too, won't you? He toyed with the rim of his cup. Doesn't matter. Whatever happens, the damage I take will be less than yours anyway. I've got a backup plan. Originally, if you insisted on refusing, I wasn't going to force you. Lisa Yan flashed a wide, yet dangerously unpredictable smile. But seeing how grateful you are for such small things, it makes me want to do even more for you. This and that, you know? My hand had already tightened into a fist. I don't need that, you son of a bee. The next day, on the glass door in front of the shop, there was a notice pasted up, closed on the day of the artist exhibition. Reason: taking grandmother to the hospital, wishing her good health. I begrudgingly changed, the outfit fitting so perfectly that I wondered, how did he know my size? Suddenly, my eyes met Lisa Yan's judgmental stare. G frowned. What? You going to compliment me? You tied that tie really well. I thought you didn't know how. My eye twitched. Are you looking for a fight? Lisa Yan immediately played innocent. Not at all. I was just thinking if you couldn't do it, I'd help. Then G quickly put on his mask. It's barely morning. What are you barking about now? Right then, he reached out and grabbed my tie, the distance between us instantly closing. Lisa Yan gave me a gentle reminder just in case. When we get there, remember to keep your voice as low as possible when you talk. Make sure only I can hear you, he teased. And from now on, you're a member of the Byonggu Guild's secretariat. Remember to use honorifics with me. Can you do that? G cursed silently. Little B, you purposely asked me to come along for this, didn't you? I gritted my teeth, my voice forced. So what should I call you? Lisa Yan? Lisa Yan grew serious. Lisa Yan. G sighed. That's too long. He patiently explained. There will be many other Lisa Yans there. If others hear you and mistake it for them, what then? After a few seconds of thought, I reluctantly gave in. Got it, but it's a mouthful. I'll just call you Lisa Yan. Lisa Yan nodded. Whatever, hold on to my arm. Then he quickly tore the note in his hand to shreds. Soon enough, they were standing in front of the exhibition venue. In front of the building, a giant banner stretched across the main hall, with words so prominent they were impossible to miss. The return of the artist after 2 years of absence. The artist exhibition of the legendary Hong. 2 security guards standing watch looked exhausted, but then they seemed startled. One guard gaped in surprise at the 2 figures approaching with their faces covered. Why are they here so early? G handed him the pass. The 2 guards respectfully checked the invitation. Yes, the ticket is confirmed. Lisa Yan, and your companion is. He replied with a stern face that made the guard look a bit intimidated. My secretary. Move out of the way. What are you standing there for? The guard then bowed respectfully to both. Yes, please come in. G watched that and mused. Is this the taste of power? This feeling of being prioritized is really something. I poked Sozon in the back. G asked. Lisa Yan, may I be excused to the restroom for a moment? He also asked with curiosity. We just arrived and you're already planning to leave me alone? G had to make an excuse. Since I have to use honorifics all day, I need a moment to prepare myself mentally. Du Yo glared at me, putting on an act. My new secretary doesn't seem like the type to prepare thoroughly, huh? I retorted, annoyed. If I don't prepare mentally, I'll probably start swearing. Are you sure you want that? With no other choice, he silently let G go. In the bathroom, he took off his mask and let out a long sigh. G started fiddling with the mask, deep in thought. The restricted vision was honestly so annoying. How on earth does Sung live his daily life wearing this thing? Right now, all he could think about was the intense focus he'd needed earlier to memorize all the personal info of those famous hunters, and he was already wiped out. Plus, this gas mask was making him feel super sensitive. This was getting real messy. Could he actually pull this off? G quickly opened his inventory to look for something to add. He'd felt too anxious leaving it in the blanket, so he ended up bringing it along. He calmly scanned his inventory, as if he were just taking a break. Lately, after running into a few situations he couldn't handle on his own, he realized that keeping it on him was the only thing that gave him peace of mind. Finally, G sighed, and made up his mind. Well, since he was already away from Lisa Yan, he might as well try to dig up some information. A notification window popped up, showing a flood of messages from everyone in the chat. What about Lee Se-jin? Is he going too? He wanted to go solo, so I don't know. What the hell? Does their guild even have enough members for him to be acting all independent like that? If he's willing to cover my expenses with the guild's card, that'd be sweet. Morning everyone. Channel 1. So the Hongyung exhibition is finally back after 2 years, huh? There are a few rules you must keep in mind for this exhibition. I'm going to repeat them just once. Here we go again. Then, a barrage of terrorizing warning messages from Jong Pin started flooding in. Please, everyone, don't cause any trouble, and don't fall for anyone else's provocations. I strongly suggest that it's best if you don't even open your mouth to talk to strangers. Keep a safe distance at all times, so you don't collide with other hunters. And be careful not to let a little bump lead to destroying the whole building. If you really can't avoid a fight, please handle it somewhere out of sight of the reporters, and then immediately contact the first field response team of the Awakening Management Bureau. I hope you won't threaten the press. On behalf of the organizing committee, for the Hongyung exhibition to be a success, I'm counting on everyone's cooperation. Behave yourselves so you don't have to have a private chat with me, one-on-one. Have a good day, everyone. After his long-winded message, a flood of rebuttal texts from others followed. You call this one sentence? Looking closely, it actually is one long, continuous sentence. Jay sighed, deeply sympathizing with Jong Pin. Jong Pin really has it rough. But then again, it's only natural, since a bunch of hunters with massive egos, filthy attitudes, and short fuses are all gathered in one place. Suddenly, he became alert when he heard footsteps. What's that? Why are the crowds swarming in all of a sudden? Jay quickly used the function in his system interface, keeping a sharp, guarded look at the entrance. The footsteps drew closer, and he guessed it wasn't a crowd, maybe just one person walking in. Suddenly, that person shouted, "Why isn't this working?" Jay instinctively realized that voice belonged to Hong Yung, who was outside. Hong Yung. He couldn't help but imagine Lisa Yoon scowling while waiting for him. Damn it. If I don't get back soon, Lisa Yoon is going to raise hell. I need to settle this quickly and get out there to see what that guy is up to. Anyway. He cursed in frustration, his mind racing. This caused the guard outside to shout, asking if he was okay. "Sir Ye Sung, are you all right?" Receiving no answer, the guard tried to calm himself. He must not be having an easy time with whatever he's handling. Let's just stay here and wait. Jay, having heard the whole conversation, was incredibly confused. What the hell is he doing in there? Then, the device in Yi Sung's hand started beeping. Alright, he tested the device, clearly annoyed. So noisy. What's going on? Is it glitching? Hearing the constant noise, the guard outside became anxious and wary. Is something about to explode? The guard outside asked, his voice echoing in. Sir Ye Sung, are you still doing okay? Young opened the door to inform the guard standing watch. I'm fine. I must have just touched the wrong thing. I'm just working on a few things. Didn't some psychos steal tickets from other hunters to sell them last time? Upon hearing him mention the device's purpose, Jay felt a sudden wave of anxiety. This is a scanner for unregistered, fake tickets. I built it to weed those guys out, but it just keeps going off for no reason. I wonder if any of you out there haven't registered your tickets yet? If the ticket shows a green light, then it's already been registered. Jay was in a panic, silently guessing. If it's for unregistered tickets, I've got one right here in my inventory. Does that thing really detect stuff even inside the inventory? What kind of insane features does that detector have? The guard walked up to the bathroom stall where Jay was and said, sounding suspicious, "Wait a minute. I think there's someone in the stall next to you, Sir Hong Yung." Hong Yung responded innocently, making Jay inside the stall break into a cold sweat. "I don't sense anyone's presence. It's probably just a cleaning supply closet. That's why it's locked," the guard explained, while Jay frantically tried to figure out how to hide. Usually, closet doors aren't locked from the inside though. Jay was terrified, thinking, they're closing in on me. In his mind, he realized he had to take the risk. In this situation, whether I get caught because they open the door or I get caught by coming out myself, I'll look just as suspicious either way. Just go for it. Jay put on his mask, trembling, his clothes disheveled, and stepped out. There really is someone in here. Sorry, I was just so nervous about the roleplay. A new staff member who had worked so hard to get into the Byonggu Guild's secretarial team, but because he had to escort Lisa Yoon, he was so stressed he ended up throwing up in the bathroom. Both of them stared, wide-eyed, as the device kept blaring. That gas mask, that's from the Byonggu Guild. The guard quickly asked, "Which unit are you with?" Jay pretended to be exhausted, hoping to win the guard's sympathy. "The secretarial team for the Byonggu Guild. I'm here at the Hong Yung exhibition to escort Lisa Yoon. But one look told them he was a rookie, and a rookie having to escort that Lisa Yoon. It was no wonder he was stressed out. Suddenly, So Yohon walked in and jabbed, saying, "Looks like the relationship between these bodyguards is pretty tight, huh? Even going to the bathroom together now?" He walked in effortlessly and ordered Jay around. "And you, secretary, have you finished preparing yourself?" Jay thought to himself. I knew it. I knew he'd come looking for me. Jay stepped forward. "My apologies, Lisa Yan. I've already taken my sedatives. I'm fine now. It's my first time. So I was a bit nervous." He stared intently at Jay. Jay poked Lisa Yoon with his hand, praying he'd get the hint. "Play along." Lisa Yoon, feeling helpless, went along with it. "Fine. I hope you handle yourself well so I don't have to regret bringing you along." Jay was thrilled that he coordinated with him so smoothly. "I will do my very best." Then, Seo Johan unleashed a long lecture on Jay. "Just doing your best isn't enough. You have to actually deliver results. You've been working for a whole month and haven't changed much at all. See to it that you do better today, understand? Since you're on the secretarial team, you should be looking out for me. Don't use your poor health as an excuse to slack off." Hearing that, Jay was furious, but he only managed to curse at the guy under his breath. Give me a break, you jerk. Jay responded awkwardly. Just to get it over with. I'll try to do better, sir. My sincerest apologies. Next time, make sure to get your head in the game beforehand. At this rate, I'll be waiting on my secretary for the rest of my life. In his heart, Jay concluded that this bastard really knew how to hold a grudge. Just then, Young stepped in and interrupted to greet them. Yoon, can I greet you now? He complained, annoyed at the device in his hand. That thing is so noisy. Can't you turn it off? Hong Young looked completely helpless, listening to the constant beeping. Who knows? It took me forever to activate it, to scan for illegal tickets, and I don't know if it's glitched or what, but it just keeps going off like this. Maybe it's because I accidentally set it to react to verified tickets too. That's probably it, since I only finished making it in 3 hours. At that moment, Lisa Yan was plotting something as she asked, if this application actually works, could we scan through someone else's entire inventory? She explained that while the idea sounded like something a villain would come up with, which was quite interesting, she could only track chips attached to items she had personally crafted. Young said quite deviously, if I want to use this on everyone entering the hall, I'll need to tweak it a bit first. I also need to run some solid tests to make sure it really catches people off guard. He quickly said his goodbyes and ran off, adding, once I'm done fixing this, I'll head in. See you in the hall. And by the way, try to go easy on your subordinates. Lisa Yan retorted, go easy? What are you talking about? Contrary to what Young thought, the one truly suffering was Lisa Yan, who muttered, I'm working myself to death here. She irritably questioned, why are so many people swarming around you anyway? Let's go, Ji said, feeling deeply apologetic. I'm sorry, guild leader Lisa Yan. He quickly grabbed Soon's hand and pulled him along. Can I have a word with you in private? He quickly took off his mask and sighed. Ji looked at the face of So's Jun and asked sternly, guild leader So's Jun. There shouldn't be any misunderstandings between us, right? After all, we're in a contractual relationship, he replied with perfect calm. I'm just wondering since when did we become close enough, and with so little distance, that you can be this blunt with me. He feigned ignorance. Starting now? Lisa Yan asked. Starting now? You say? Ji spoke up seriously and confessed. Before things go too far, I'd like to come clean. I'm holding 2 unregistered black tickets. Hearing this, she grew extremely irritated and unleashed a tirade. I'm starting to understand you better now. In a situation where I didn't give you any orders, the fact that you took the initiative to call my name first means something must have happened. Right? Sojun gripped Jay's tie tightly. The atmosphere between them became suffocatingly tense. She angrily asked, which SOB gave those tickets to you? Ji stared in disbelief at her reaction. Why is her reaction so much more intense than I thought? A thought flashed through Ji's mind. I thought, at worst, she'd just react like, the image of the other person instantly appeared in his mind. Sajohon mocked him. You're pretty talented, aren't you? Are you sure you just want to live a quiet life? Cold sweat immediately beaded on his forehead. He had expected her to just be sarcastic, but he thought, why is she being so hostile all of a sudden? She stared at him, her voice dripping with annoyance. Answer me. I asked which SOB gave you those tickets. Ji waved his hands, trying to change the subject. Instead of that, isn't what's coming up more important? If Hong Young's machine exposes the fact that I'm here, that would be a huge headache. Just then, the system notification chimed, activating the Poker P trait. Lisa Yan coldly replied, the only one in trouble is you, not me. He looked bewildered. What kind of talk is that? We're in this together, aren't we? Her lips curled slightly, her eyes icy. Together? Then who is the guy who gave you the tickets? You didn't even mention it. It's hard for me to trust you. Ji decided to keep the secret until the end. No way. If I mention Nam Jane's name now, I'm done for. This guy has a personality as twisted as a pretzel. Suddenly, Lisa Yan reached out to lift his chin, the distance between them shrinking to mere inches. Let me point out one thing for you, Jay. As she spoke, she reached out to straighten the collar button on Jay's shirt. First, artist exhibition tickets are sold in limited quantities only through merchant channels. Lisa Yan explained slowly, excluding the quantity distributed abroad. Any remaining tickets from Channel 1 are transferred to Channel 2. The sales method is such that if there are no leftovers, they won't sell anymore. She continued. Because of this, it's impossible to hide which ranker bought the tickets and how many they bought, a system where no one can cheat. This time, I bought 4 tickets for Byung-gu, a guild member. For me. As she spoke, Lisa Yan reached out to straighten the tie on his chest, then his as well. At this moment, Ji finally realized the terrifying truth. Even if he wanted to sell the tickets on Tomato Makit or to the regulars at the Hangover Soup restaurant, he couldn't. The smug face of Namgujin immediately flashed in his mind. Just try selling them. He instinctively felt a chill run down his spine. If I had let it slip earlier that I planned to sell them, I would have been in big trouble, she continued. The other guys in different guilds have already bought their required amount. Doct bought 2, and coincidentally, I saw that Namjane bought 2 more. Hearing this, Jay's heart skipped a beat. I was careless. Lisa Yan was not only sharp, but he knew in his heart as he let out a bitter laugh that she was incredibly persistent. Lisa Yan concluded, a guy like him who never shows his face outside the library, why would he buy 2 extra tickets? No wonder I was wondering why he showed up at the exhibition. Want to make a bet? Let's see if Namgujin shows up today. Jay nervously scratched his head. If you're already that sure, why on earth are you asking me? She retorted irritably. Looks like Namgujin talked to you about something, huh? He told himself that if he admitted to hearing about his past, it would only backfire. Thinking that, Jay gave a thumbs up, acting innocent. No way. Receiving the tickets and having a conversation are 2 different things. He babbled. From the very beginning, you were the one who went blabbering to Namgujin that I was the one who brought the material back. He gave these to me to thank me for that. He said it helped a lot with his research. G spoke in a single, unbroken stream. It's useless to me, so I was planning to throw it away. But the problem is, it wouldn't even burn. I didn't know what to do with it, so I just kept it and brought it here. If I had known Hong Yung was going to act up and build that damn machine, I would have just dumped it at the soup shop and been done with it. He glared at her while secretly observing Lisa Yan's expression. The tense atmosphere from earlier seemed to have softened a bit. G was annoyed. But what's with that look? Does she think I'm the Leaning Tower of Pisa or something? I'm trying to explain, and she's still looking at me with those judgmental eyes? He couldn't take it anymore. He suddenly reached out and grabbed her mask. Take this off and let me look at you. Lisa Yan immediately used all her strength to pull his hand away. You're losing this argument, so that's why you're doing this, right? He gritted his teeth and replied, I've already said everything I needed to say. Aren't you the one who's actually speechless? Take it off right now. She struggled. I don't want to. Let go. I have to go. But G remained determined not to yield. Take it off. Quickly. Sa Zhou shouted back in frustration. I already told you I don't want to. He pouted, his voice dripping with annoyance. Why didn't you just go with that guy Zhane today then? He furrowed his brows. What are you rambling about? I never even intended to come here in the first place. I only came because you threatened me, Jay snapped. Threatened you? He scoffed. I'm sure you're the only person in the world who would consider a multi-billion-dollar date invitation a threat. Veins bulged on Jay's angry face. He had said that if they didn't go to Songdo, they'd both be doomed. If that isn't a threat, then what the hell is? I was already planning to take the ticket Namgujin gave me and just sell it off at Tomato Market. You know what? Jay swore. Damn it, you still haven't deleted that app? He raised his voice. I already deleted it, Dan. As soon as those hundreds of spam messages started flooding in, I canceled my account and deleted the app immediately. At that, Jay suddenly froze. Wait a minute. If the ticket-selling method Jay spoke of is true, then at this art exhibition, the people from Channel 1 will show up in much greater numbers than I expected. His expression gradually turned serious. In a situation where there are landmines on all sides like this, Jay's cooperation is mandatory. It was only because Jay was quick-witted enough to play along earlier that they got past it. But he quietly considered, if he keeps Jay in such a foul mood, then if an unexpected situation arises, there's a chance they'll pretend not to know him, even if he tries to start a conversation. A vivid scene flashed through his mind, Jay coldly turning his back and walking away, leaving him chasing after him. Hey, President, he seriously reasoned. First, I have to coax him, he called out softly. What is it, Jay? Jay looked at him with icy eyes. What's wrong? Are you still hiding something from me? He gently suggested, take off your gas mask. Jay refused without hesitation. I don't want to. He pleaded, I just want to see your face while we talk, that's all. Come on, take it off. Jay replied curtly, what's the point of looking at my face? He flashed a bright smile. Honestly, I'm a bit nervous too, but I think we need to look at each other to talk things through first. Seeing Jay's glowering face, he couldn't help but get a headache. Damn, that face clearly shows he's pouting and in a bad mood. This is a disaster. It seems being honest isn't always the best policy, huh? He lamented internally. I figured I wouldn't be able to calm him down right away. At that moment, he decided to pull Jay into a hug. Things had reached this point, and although he didn't want to use this trick on Jay at all, it was his last resort. Seeing that Jay didn't react at all, he thought to himself, he's more docile than I expected. Thank goodness he isn't struggling or fighting back. That sense of relief only lasted a few seconds. Soon after, he realized something was off. Why is Jay's body so cold? It's like a corpse. He rubbed his head against the other's chest, lost in thought. No, Jay is still alive and well. From the heartbeat that seems a bit faster than usual, to the movement of his muscles twitching whenever he pats and strokes his back, along with the low, intermittent breathing, and this sweet scent. All of these are proof that he is still alive. Suddenly, Jay pushed him away with force. Everything happened so fast he couldn't react. His body instantly lost its balance, and he stumbled back a few steps. He was shocked. Lucky it's just me. If it were anyone else, they would have been thrown into the wall. Did I hug him too long? But when he looked closely at the other's expression, he felt something was off. He didn't seem annoyed, but rather anxious and uneasy. He didn't hesitate to brush off his shoulder, where Jay had just touched him. Now, rather than grumbling, prioritizing calming him down is more important, he asked softly. Does that help your mood at all? Jay hung his head low. Are you incapable of learning from your mistakes? He frowned. Why are you bringing up learning from mistakes all of a sudden? Jay raised a hand to rub his temples. You act as if the time you vomited blood from my poison was years ago. He blinked. Blood? Then a memory quickly flashed through his mind. Is he talking about the last time they made a contract? Thanks to the basilisk's poison trait, I have poison resistance, so Jay's poison isn't a problem for me anymore. Jay growled. What if you had vomited blood here? How would you have dealt with the consequences? Answer me. Were you planning to leave the mess for me to clean up? Jay continued. Especially since the antidote doesn't even work on you. Hearing that, he immediately interrupted. Wait, Jay. He paused, thinking, could he really tell him that he has a detoxification trait? He tried to stay calm. I'm really fine. Your poison isn't that dangerous anymore. Jay mocked him. You say you're fine, but you puked up that much blood. He tried to persuade him. I won't be like that again. I'm fine. Jay tore the tickets he had just taken in half and said nonchalantly, I'm doing this because I have no interest in cleaning up a corpse here. Suddenly, the surrounding space shifted, and the system chimed with a series of notifications. Quarantine lounge for art exhibition participants. This is a lounge built by Mr. Hong Young. Entry is only possible with a verified ticket. Please wait in the private lounge until the exhibition begins. If you attempt to escape the lounge and cause a disturbance, you may be penalized under the special laws for awakened. If you feel a riot is about to break out, please take shelter in your private lounge and contact the Awakened Management Bureau. He looked around. What kind of place is this? Jay explained. The system just said it, didn't it? It's a lounge. I heard before that the guests this time would be completely isolated. Turns out they built a separate space like this for each person? It's like a hamster cage. He asked curiously. Why do they have to do that? Jay pointed to the chair behind him. First, sit down. He immediately turned his head to look. Here? Only then did Jay calmly explain, because at the last art exhibition, just because of one bastard, the whole building almost collapsed. That's why, he mused, swallowing a bunch of superpowered hunter hamsters into one cage that makes sense. Jay stood with his arms crossed, his voice urgent. Your jacket. He blinked in surprise. Huh? Jay continued. Take it off. He finally understood, reaching up to touch his shoulder. My shoulder? You didn't push that hard. I'm fine. Jay snapped. You'd better take it off yourself before I have to strip it off of you. He immediately pointed at Jay, protesting sternly. Hey, you didn't take off your gas mask earlier either. You're protesting now? Do you really think this is the same thing? She didn't back down and shot back immediately. What do you mean, not the same? I already told you, it's fine. Why won't you just believe me? Lisa Yan snapped. It'd be weird if I did. The next thing he said made her freeze. Are you worried about me? She narrowed her eyes. As if, just then, the sudden ring of a phone shattered the tense atmosphere in the room. Lisa Yan paused, quickly pulling out his phone. Just stay there and get some sleep. Before leaving, he didn't forget to look back and warn her, and don't even think about wandering outside and drawing attention to yourself. She watched Sazon's retreating figure. Must be a work call, right? Once the door clicked shut, she slumped back into the chair, letting out a long sigh of relief. Her stomach had been churning and nauseous just a moment ago, but now that she felt better, she must have finally calmed down. She fell into deep thought. But why was Lisa Yan not curious about her at all? A sudden thought popped into her head. People she had met before would usually try to exploit her to the fullest, trying to see what she could do with the power she possessed. They would dig around, asking all sorts of questions to figure out every single detail, trying to find her limits. She thought to herself, Lisa Yan was different. Whether it was before or after they signed the contract, he never asked anything, nor did he have any intention of using her. Maybe he had already seen through the fact that she was an awakened, with power equal to his own. Thoughts kept flooding through her mind, but wasn't understanding the other person's strength a basic requirement before signing a contract? Yet, he hadn't asked a single thing about what kind of skills or traits she had. She felt a bit anxious. Could it be that he already knew she was Dai? No, that's impossible. If he did, he wouldn't just have set the condition of no betrayal. He would have demanded something in exchange for keeping her secret. She leaned back, stretching out on the chair. Then why? She covered her eyes with her arm. Ever since escaping the rift, she had intended to live a perfectly normal life. She thought back to her plans from before. A simple, peaceful, quiet life. Living each day to the fullest without getting involved with any monsters or rifts. But life now was more of a struggle than she expected, leaving her no mental space to think about anything else. She stared blankly, and before she knew it, Lisa Yan had occupied a corner of her daily life, as if he were a part of that peaceful existence. She silently watched the spiritual energy flowing over her arm. Lisa Yan. It didn't take long for Lisa Yan to arrive in another room. The memory of the scene from earlier involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Back then, Dai had hugged Lisa Yan tightly, whispering in a hoarse voice, "It's all right, it was my fault." Just then, a figure stepped out from the crevice of the illusion dimension. The sudden call startled him. Association President Minky immediately bowed his head in apology. "I was busy wrapping up some unfinished business, so I'm a bit late." "Sorry, sir." Sa spoke coldly. "Report." He hurriedly held the tablet out to the president. "Yes, sir. Please take a look at this first." Minky didn't hesitate to speak. "Now, if I may, I will begin the report." Right in the middle of the report was a prominent line of text. "Trace report." He stood straight and clearly presented the findings. First, the research team used the rift detector in the area where the Western Rift once appeared. They also re-examined all measurement data from the coastal region. Most of the readings were consistent, with no major fluctuations, and the detector did not record a spike when the rift opened. Minky continued. However, about half a year ago, there was one day where the readings were unusually low. Lisa Yan was stunned. "Low?" He nodded. "Yes. As you know, high readings mean a high probability of a rift appearing there. But this is the first time the readings have dropped this low. I tried contacting the person who invented the detector, but I haven't received a satisfactory answer yet." He pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "Does that mean a case like this has absolutely no precedent?" Minky confirmed. "Yes, that is correct." Lisa Yan immediately grabbed the tablet, his fingers gliding quickly across the screen. Soon, a summary report appeared before his eyes. Western Rift. No signs of reopening. Reopening research. The team working on the closed rift reports no progress, and no suspicious awakened have been detected. Confirming that the Awakened Management Bureau had established a tracking team for Dai, he looked up at the person across from him. "That tracking team at the Bureau. I heard Wigyu took that assignment. Is that right?" He answered immediately. "Yes, that's right." Minky mentioned there were rumors that Songjo Hyun Hamzox Jong had entrusted something to Wigyu, so he had checked it out. Indeed, 1 week after the ranking update, they had obtained information that Wigyu had secretly entered South Korea. His voice continued. Rank 5 on the Korean rankings, Wigyu. Real name, Boomin. Although he is an S-rank awakened, he doesn't belong to any organization. He calls himself a freelance hunter and travels the world. Because Wigyu is still an S-rank, the government has used all sorts of tricks to try and keep him in the country. But he's always been like an eel, slipping away before anyone notices. There are only 2 reasons why someone like that would return to Korea. Either his employer or his target is in Korea, or he's here for the Lunar New Year holiday. At this point, Minky seemed a bit annoyed. Because every Lunar New Year, he would enter the country just to eat rice cake soup. Does he want to show off that he's Korean or something? He continued providing information. After finishing the hunter qualification exam, Wigyu hasn't left the country yet. He is currently still staying in Korea. Lisa Yan lowered his voice. And what about the person who got a perfect score on the hunter exam? Minky pointed to the tablet screen. This exam was a tough one. If you're not an active hunter who goes in and out of dungeons and rifts like it's a daily routine, it's hard to answer correctly. But as you know, including your guy Yui, a total of 2 people got perfect scores. He asked about the work progress. How are you handling Yui's records? He immediately replied, following your instructions, I've forged the records for his 8-year gap, so even if his background is investigated, nothing unusual will be discovered. We also have a pretty reasonable excuse that we heard. All sorts of things about him from regular hunters at the Hangover Soup restaurant. Lisa Yan was very satisfied and handed the tablet to Minky. Keep spreading the false info. Don't let the Bureau catch a scent of anything. He hesitated. President, may I ask you one question? Minky tightened his grip on the tablet. Everything the guildmaster assigned always had a clear purpose. His eyes betrayed a sense of long-suppressed anxiety. But ever since Jay appeared on the rankings, it's been hard for me to figure out what your instructions are really aiming for. At first, when you told me to track Jay down, I thought it was natural since Jay is our country's hero, Minky continued. But am I really thinking about this correctly? Lisa Yan didn't answer directly. He turned away sharply. That's not enough yet. He paused. What do you mean, not enough? Lisa Yan emphasized every word. Conclusive proof, certainty. Just then, as if suddenly remembering something, Lisa Yan spoke up. Oh, I have 2 black tickets left over. I'll send them to you later. Handle it yourself. Minky pointed at himself, cold sweat pouring down. But according to the cover story, I'm supposed to be in Malaysia right now. If I show up here, it's going to be a huge problem. Lisa Yan calmly offered a solution. Just say you came back home earlier than planned. Minky was terrified, clasping his hands in prayer. Guildmaster, can't you just give them to romantic opener instead? I'm just a small fry with pathetic abilities. I can't handle those 2 tickets at all. Lisa Yan didn't care in the least, his voice cold and indifferent. That guy went to the hospital. Seeing the figure before him about to leave, Minky crumpled the ticket in his hand and called after him. Is he opening a portal again? Wait. Guildmaster, he screamed in despair. Guildmaster! In the blink of an eye, he had returned to his private room. As his footsteps stopped, a sight immediately caught Lisa Yan's attention. He stood still for a few seconds, then quietly walked toward the sofa in the corner of the room. Looking at the cramped sofa, Lisa Yan felt a wave of dissatisfaction. Asleep? If they went through the trouble of building this room, shouldn't they have put in a bigger sofa? Even so, the person lying there was completely oblivious, breathing steadily, their face showing a rare relaxation, devoid of the usual guarded or defensive look. Then, Lisa Yan gently sat down beside Ji, his hand lifting slightly before pausing in midair. Lisa Yan lowered his gaze, thinking to himself, was he always this small? Among ordinary people, he'd probably be considered tall, but compared to other hunters, he was just too small. After a long while, Lisa Yan suddenly leaned in close, the distance between them vanishing. Father EU. Then Lisa Yan quietly closed his eyes and drifted into a dream alongside Ji. Hanabe smiled brightly as she ordered, give me 1 hot Americano and 1 iced coffee. Make them large, please. She felt a slight disappointment hearing the employee's price. That will be 20,001. Hanabe muttered, judging the price. What the hell? Hangover soup is cheaper than this. Here. From afar, Guman sarcastically remarked. It's been a while, but your taste has become quite common, hasn't it? Guman glared at him for acting so smug, causing Hanabe to frown and snap. What is it, Guman? Why are you here? Guman calmly replied. What do you mean, why? I'm here to buy weapons, obviously. Hearing that, she mocked him. Don't talk nonsense. Everyone knows the Hong Yung's exhibition has banned you. Ignoring her jabs, he answered arrogantly. If you have close, powerful friends, a ban can be lifted just like that. She suddenly remembered something and asked, does Jong Pin know you're here? Don't even think about pulling anything. Guman looked incredibly smug, raising his hand to boast. He knows, which is why I'm standing here without handcuffs. I told you, I really am here to buy weapons. This made her stare in disbelief. What was he thinking? Letting the guy who almost destroyed the Hong Yung's exhibition last time inside. He opened his mouth to retort, making Hanabe furious. Hey, do you think I enjoy fighting? That asshole provoked me first, so I just retaliated. Besides, Grasshopper, if a Korean and a foreigner are fighting, shouldn't you be cheering for the Korean? Patriotism doesn't demand anything grand. That is what patriotism is. She gritted her teeth and shot back. Where the hell did you crawl out from to label others as traitors? Hanabe grabbed Guman by the collar and shouted, just because you're back in Korea for a bit, you think you can do whatever you want? He still acted snobbish, answering, am I being too obvious? She lost her temper, ready to use her abilities to beat Guman, yelling, damn it, I can't let you keep acting like this in front of me. Suddenly, footsteps approached from afar. Good morning, you two. Just then, Jong Pin asked with a smirk, what brought you two together like this? Seeing who had appeared, the atmosphere grew awkward. He remained calm as he questioned them both and then quickly warned them, why are you both standing here instead of using the lounge that Mr. Hong Young put so much effort into building? Even Lisa Yan has used that lounge. Hanabe coughed lightly to make an excuse. I am using the lounge. I just ran out to grab a coffee. I was going to head right back. It's all because this asshole provoked me first. She confidently offered proof. Just ask the part-time worker here. Jong Pin gently replied. Is it really necessary to ask? I believe you, Hanabe. Hanabe used that as an excuse to leave before him, not forgetting to warn Guman. I'm going now. Matthew's gospel is waiting for me. Consider yourself lucky. If it weren't for Jong Pin, you wouldn't have survived. Guman looked pitiful. I'm so scared. Now alone with Jong Pin, Guman walked over to greet him. The Guman friend made Jong Pin respond awkwardly. There was still an even scarier person remaining after all. He smiled and warned him. Even though your entry ban has been lifted by the director's orders. He quickly replied, You're trying to tell me not to cause any trouble, right? This made Jong Pin very satisfied. Thank goodness, Guman actually knows his place, doesn't he? He muttered. Of course, but I heard that for this Hong Young's exhibition, most foreign hunters are only participating via phone, so there shouldn't be anything to fight about anyway. But suddenly, Guman's head was slammed onto the table. His expression was incredibly provocative, making others want to hit him. Immediately, Jong Pin glared at Guman with murderous intent. Guman nonchalantly retorted, Besides, when it comes to the hunt, I won't stop at any means. If any problems arise then, I hope you'll be understanding. After all, this was Hamso Dong's order. He calmly replied, You don't need to brag like that. What reason does Ji have to come to the Hong Young's exhibition? Anyway, he will come. Guman frowned, looking dangerous. Why are you so sure? He pointed a finger at Jong Pin. Guman smiled wickedly and replied, Because I've prayed until I'm damn tired, that's why. My prayers are very effective. My father is a pastor, after all. The auditorium was filled with the sound of a noisy, bustling crowd. Ji, still wearing the mask, judged silently. The organizers even put up partitions so the audience couldn't see each other's faces. Hunters really are treated no better than hamsters, huh? He mused to himself, imagining if the space had been completely open and someone like Byung-gu had tried to strike up a conversation with Bak Guang, that would have been a total headache. What's this? Who's this? I don't know which superpowered hamster caused such a ruckus last time that they had to do this, but hey, thanks. Lisa Yan spoke up. You can just sit next to me, Ji replied coolly. I think standing here is more comfortable. She was worried about him and advised him. The auction is going to be pretty long, probably a few hours. He answered calmly. It's fine. Lisa Yan laughed and said, You were sleeping so soundly earlier, I thought your stamina was really low. Turns out that's not the case, huh? If your feet start hurting, just tell me. I'll make room for you to lie down. Ji felt extremely annoyed at her teasing. He had only taken a tiny nap, and she wouldn't stop jabbering about it. What a weirdo. Especially since she was the one who told him not to go anywhere and just get some sleep. Suddenly, the microphone cut in, drawing everyone's attention. The MC on stage began her speech. We sincerely thank all the hunters for attending. Now, the Artisans Exhibition Auction will officially begin. She introduced each item while Jung was dozing off in the back. The first item was an S-rank piece of jewelry in the shape of an earring. This item came with fire resistance, ice resistance, and a boost to mental power. Just then, a security guard appeared and whispered something to him while Jung was still half asleep. He quickly snapped to attention and opened his inventory. Right in front of him, a pair of earrings glowing with a brilliant red light appeared. The MC introduced the item in meticulous detail. It was crafted by the only S-rank crafter in the world. No wonder he was favored by the system. The authentication of Hong Young's mark on the equipment is complete. The auction for the first item will now begin. The starting price is 1 billion. Suddenly, bidding paddles were raised continuously, and the MC announced that someone had bid 3 billion. After that, the price kept climbing with every call. From now on, each bid will increase by 500 million. Suddenly, someone shouted 3.5 billion. Ji looked over at Soon, who was sitting there indifferently, and guessed to himself, Sung doesn't seem to have any intention of raising his paddle. Huh? Guess that gear didn't catch his eye. As the auctioneer's gavel struck, the item found its owner. Congratulations on a successful bid. Let's move on to the next item. When she mentioned the next item, the MC's eyes were brimming with excitement. I'm sure all the hunters present here know the characteristics of Hong Young very well. This made the entire hall buzz with noise. Everyone was starting to get stirred up. While the MC was going on and on, Jung appeared holding a weapon wrapped in white cloth. One of Hong Young's traits, the Deadline Reaper, is that the closer the deadline gets, the higher his work efficiency becomes. And that also makes his crafting speed terrifyingly fast. As he pulled off the fabric covering the item, the MC whipped the atmosphere into a frenzy. Until now, the equipment crafted by Hong Young had only ever reached S rank at best. But I am honored to introduce, for the first time since the gate appeared, here is a weapon created by human hands. A spear appeared in Young's hand, reaching the status of an S+ rank weapon. Ji watched the stage, stunned, and muttered, "That spear looks exactly like the one I used before." Lisa Yan caught his subtle expression. On stage, Young was showing off the spear. His eyes flashed with a golden glint, and looking toward the stands, he spotted Ji. Young shouted, "Cancel the auction." A veil of darkness engulfed Ji, leaving him bewildered. "Where am I?" It's pitch black all around. He quickly gathered his wits and looked around. "Where's Lion?" "The pass to the waiting room is with Lee Se-jin, so I have to team up with him." Suddenly, a chicken appeared in front of Ji, leaving him confused. "What is this?" The chicken suddenly crowed, startling him and making him curse under his breath. "Are you kidding me? Is this a real chicken?" After the darkness faded, a house appeared, leaving Ji even more bewildered. "Why is there a tiled roof house here all of a sudden?" He stepped toward it and asked the chicken, "What on earth are you? Where is this place?" The chicken chirped, gesturing for Ji to step inside. The door behind it suddenly opened. Hong Young was lying there, relaxed, glancing toward the door. He jumped up excitedly and shouted, "You're here!" Hong Young said softly, "Come here, my little chicken. You've worked hard." A bunch of question marks popped up in Ji's mind, full of confusion. Worked hard? Does that mean this guy is admitting he kidnapped me? He dared to kidnap someone right in the middle of an auction just like that? Seeing him staring intently at him made Ji feel a bit guilty. Unless, of course, the guy was a complete lunatic. Hong Young waved for him to sit closer. "Come over here and sit next to me." Ji flatly refused. "No need, I'm fine standing." The guy begged. "Oh, come on, just sit down," Hong Young said apologetically. "Sorry for bringing you here this way. I was just in such a rush." Seeing that, Ji blurted out, "Isn't this considered kidnapping?" Hearing Ji say that, Hong Young quickly denied it. "Oh, I'll take you back to where you were right away." Calling it kidnapping sounds so heavy. He looked at him excitedly and asked, "By the way, what should I call you? Can I call you Jay? We've met before, right?" Ji didn't dodge the question and admitted it. "Right. We really have met before. Only for a little while. Though, in the restroom, of course," Hong Young replied with a friendly wave. "You can just call me Jay." "All right, Jay." Dai, and he chatted away comfortably. "First off, let me fill you in. No one gets in here without my permission, so you can relax. You're free to talk about whatever you want. This is my own little sanctuary, something I've put a lot of work into, piece by piece. But I'm worried you might feel awkward, even if I try to convince you otherwise. So please, make yourself at home and just relax." Young's attitude made Dee a bit defensive. Last time, Nam Gu-jin invited me for a walk only to drop a few bombshells on me. Now this guy's doing the exact same thing. What could he possibly want that requires such a long-winded setup? Without realizing it, he leaned in, staring intensely at Dai. "Jay, it's in your storage unit, isn't it?" His eyes lit up as he spoke bluntly. "The thing I created." Dai composed himself and replied. For a split second, he nearly lunged forward to grab Young by the throat. "I have no idea what you're talking about." The pressure was suffocating as he locked eyes with Young. What in the world was this feeling? It felt like his very identity was being peeled open, and his existence itself was being scrutinized by the man in front of him. A wave of extreme nausea hit. It felt like everything was about to come up. Right then, Jay was mentally calculating which of his belongings were actually crafted by Hong Young. He realized the only things he had were those 2 black tickets, but he'd already handed them over to Lisa Yan before the auction even started. There was nothing left. Besides those, what else could there be? Hong Young frowned playfully and spoke. "I forgot to mention something earlier. I didn't bring Jay here to bicker with you. I brought you because I'm absolutely certain." Hong Young widened his eyes and asserted, "My own eyes saw it very clearly. Something crafted by my own hands is sitting right there in your inventory." Jay mentally started running through the weapons he had forged himself. "Currently, my inventory only has Poen, mana stones, and the basilisk's fangs." Suddenly, he remembered something, even as the little chicken clung to his leg. If he were after the mana stones, he would have made a scene demanding them long ago. As Jay wrestled with his thoughts, he wondered, could it be the basilisk's fangs? But I pulled those out from the Western Sea crack. Besides, until the moment I entered that crack, Hong Young was just an ordinary, unawakened person. Suddenly, Hong Young spoke up. "Sorry, but I don't have much time. Jay, dragging things out with me won't do you any good. You know Lisa Yan is going to come looking for you." The tone that followed, combined with his chilling gaze, became increasingly threatening toward Jay. "So let's just take what we need and go our separate ways. Whatever you want, Jay, I'll provide, so just bring that thing out." Jay analyzed the situation, thinking, he's really in a rush. No wonder he kept his eyes closed during the entire auction. There must be some penalty preventing him from using his appraisal eye for an extended period. Suddenly, a ringtone cut through the oppressive atmosphere. Jay had been so lost in thought that he hadn't noticed his surroundings. That's probably Lee So-jun, looking for me. It took so much effort to coddle and soothe his mood earlier. He's probably about to lose his mind again. Jay thought to himself while pulling out his phone, wondering if his desperate apology act would still work on him this time. Hong Young pointed, directing his pet chicken. It quickly snatched the phone from Jay's hand. While Jay stared blankly, leaning back as the bird sat on his phone, he cursed under his breath. Damn it, what kind of chicken is this fast? It's like a squirrel, Hong Young said apologetically, blood streaming from his eyes. My apologies. It's my first time kidnapping someone, so I completely forgot that I should have confiscated your phone first. Seeing this, Jay quickly asked, What's wrong with your eyes? Hong Young calmly wrapped bandages around them and replied, It's because I used my appraisal eye for too long. But in times like these, just using that item Nam Gu-jin gave me is enough. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Jay compromised, asking, Can you give me back my phone for a moment? I at least need to contact the Lisa Yan and let him know. You know how the Lisa Yan is. Hong Young firmly refused. No. Your phone is my hostage now. If you cooperate, I'll help you solve all this trouble. I'll even help you make an excuse to him. Jay pretended not to know what was going on. I'm sorry. But I really don't understand what you're talking about. I don't have any black tickets on me, Hong Young insisted. Jay, there's a weapon in your inventory, right? That long, sword-like thing. About this size. If it were just about those tickets, I wouldn't have bothered kidnapping you. Hearing Young's description left Jay's mind in turmoil. Could he really be looking for the basilisk's fangs? Was that crafted by Hong Young? Jay helplessly admitted, I do have something like that. But I don't think that equipment was crafted by you, Hong Young. Young urged him. Just take it out. Let me handle the judgment. You just need to bring it out for me to see. Hurry, hurry. Jay frowned in deep thought. The timeline doesn't add up, but if I show Hong Young the basilisk's fangs, could I find some clues about the crack? The memory of the tragic past made him uneasy. For some reason, he had a gut feeling that he was meant to do this. After all, he still carried the burden of needing to rescue those buried in that place. He quickly summoned it. He handed the blade to Young. Touching it left the man stunned. Young replied, This wasn't made by me. Jay stayed silent. Was everything just his hallucination? After a careful examination, Young concluded, leaving Jay shocked. But it is something I created. A system notification appeared, appraising compatibility. The basilisk's fang thoughts updated. Father's fang. Seeing this, Jay was stunned. Father? What on earth was happening? Waves of light erupted as he felt the sword. Hong Young explained. And Hong Young's spark, the art in talent, and the spark in star, it was the Hong Young's spark. I have a habit of engraving my name on everything I make so that only when my hand touches them can the existence of those items be confirmed. It's like a certificate of authenticity, he continued. My ability to gather information is truly excellent. Whether it's where good materials are or whenever a strong monster appears, be it in Korea or overseas, everyone messages me to ask if I can use it to craft something. Why, you ask? Finally, Young answered, because I am the only person in the entire world who can turn those things into gear. And yet, even someone like me has never heard a single thing about a basilisk appearing. The words that followed left Jay unable to stay calm. I've never heard news about a basilisk, never seen one, and never touched its loot. So how could I have possibly created this sword? Before Jay could recover from the shock, Young added, and yet, this kid keeps insisting that I was the one who made it. Suddenly, Gil Min had his foot stepped on, and he retorted with a smirk. Anyone looking at us would think I just asked something forbidden. Lisa Yan stomped on him in a rage, mocking. I was already in a foul mood because the Jay, who shouldn't have been focusing on anyone but his Lisa Yan, suddenly disappeared. And just then, you showed up. If you have the guts to pick a fight, you have to accept the beating. Gil Min didn't hold back. Seriously, a guy like Lee So-jun, who never cares about anyone, is taking his anger out on others just because his secretary disappeared? People might think you two are dating. Lisa Yan's gaze softened when he mentioned Jay. Whatever, he said, before suddenly turning cold and grim, declaring, if my secretary doesn't show his face this instant, he's a dead man today. Hong Young gripped his sword and muttered, but this little brat here keeps insisting that I'm the one who created it. Jay, where did you even get this? Ji didn't answer. He just stared at him for a long moment. When Ji stayed silent, Hong Young scratched his head in confusion and said, Man, Jay, I'm just as baffled as you are that something like this just popped up out of nowhere. Finally, Ji spoke up. I just thought it was my own weapon floating around the black market somewhere. Sensing the other's intentions, he decided to make a promise. Let me offer you a guarantee first. I won't ask who Jay is, and I won't dig into any information. I'll keep the fact that we met here a secret. If you need any weapons, I'll forge one for you. Jung even tried to act cute in front of him. Look at me begging. Isn't that good enough? So please, just tell me already. I'm going crazy with curiosity here. Outwardly, Ji remained stoic, but inside, he felt annoyed. He couldn't stand people who insisted on having their own way. A weapon and its creator are exactly alike. Ji suddenly remembered what Yun had said before. Even if they had the same name and face, in many cases, they felt like completely different people. He silently admitted one thing to himself. Thinking back on what Hong Yung and Yun had said, perhaps the basilisk's fang, created by this Hong Yung, might belong to a different memory shard. But in the memory fragment Yun showed him, Hong Yung never appeared. On top of that, Yung suddenly gave him a cute, wide-eyed look and said, "Hey, mister. Jay, are you listening to me? You're thinking about it, right? I'll wait." However, Ji ignored him, thinking he had to meet Yun to confirm this. Just then, a white rooster suddenly crowed, making Ji jump and turn to look at it. The sound of the rooster made him feel irritated, and he thought to himself, "Damn it, even if I escape from here, Lisa Yan is going to make a huge scene, that's for sure." Her anger would probably drag on forever. Ji could already picture her furious face and the scolding she would give him. "Didn't I tell you to limit your interactions with others as much as possible? If you love socializing that much, why don't you just join a hiking club?" After a while, seeing Young's eager expression, Ji reluctantly asked, "You asked me where I got this, didn't you?" Hearing that, Young replied excitedly, "Oh, so you're finally going to answer?" Ji shot him a fierce look and retorted, "Why do you want to know that so badly?" Young was so surprised he stood there like a statue, only able to stammer, "Huh?" Ji decided to make things difficult for him. "What makes you think I'd trust you enough to tell you?" Hong Young. Young pointed at himself in confusion. "Huh? Me?" Ji acted indifferent and spoke his mind bluntly. "Well, that's just how it is. If you just promise with words, who's going to tell you anything? At the very least, you should have a proper written agreement before we talk. Shouldn't you have done that before asking me?" Hong Young explained in a hurry. "I promised I'd keep it secret and prioritize making weapons for you." Ji pictured a vision of himself holding a spear, receiving everyone's admiration. Good grief, what is that flashy weapon anyway? "Oh, this? It's just a weapon forged for me by the master craftsman Hong Young." A weapon forged by master craftsman Hong Young? Seriously? He started complaining to him. A hunter working in the secretary's office like me suddenly showing up with a weapon crafted by Hong Young. Huh. You don't think anyone would be suspicious, do you? Besides, do you really think I'd spill everything just because you told me to? Isn't this just bullying others by using your status? Hong Young looked flustered, patting his chest as he spoke loudly. Wow, ever since I awakened, that's the first time I've heard such things. How novel. I'm Hong Young, you know, and what's wrong with parents finding out where their lost child was found? After hearing this, Ji spoke to his own heart. If I say I found it at the Western Sea Rift, isn't that the same as revealing my identity? I'm Ji. After all, he imagined himself triumphantly saying to Young, "Actually, I found it at the Western Sea Rift," and watching him grab his head and scream in frustration. "You're Ji!" Suddenly, a sense of anxiety crept into Ji's heart. He showed him the weapon because he felt it was necessary, but confessing his true identity was a different matter entirely. Thinking this, he glared at Young and asked, "You said earlier that you didn't create it, remember? You've never even seen a basilisk in person. Are you really its father?" While Ji spoke boldly and sighed, Young felt flustered and silently criticized him. So much for being Lee Sozon's secretary. Spending all that time next to him, you've only learned his sarcastic attitude, haven't you? Confused and flustered. A moment later, Hong Young tapped the sword and said in an awkward tone, "See, my name is right here, isn't it? Besides, this sharp little kid isn't even pointing its tip at me. It recognizes its creator, you know." Ji wanted to test the sword in his hand. "Give it here, let me hold it." Hong Young looked a bit confused, but handed the sword over with both hands. "Huh? This?" As soon as he held the sword, Ji slammed his fist against the blade. Seeing that Ji's hand was still unscathed, Young felt both amazed and confused. Then, Ji brazenly said to Young, "Isn't it just because the blade is dull? I don't think this can be used as proof." Young just stood there, with his mouth wide open. In reality, Ji was fine, because before he smashed his hand onto the blade, the system helped Ji update the thoughts of the basilisk's Fang. Fang's thoughts. "If you strike me, I will sever your hand." The S+ grade unique characteristic frame was activated. It cancelled the Fang's previous thought, and he also thought, "You'd better behave yourself." Hong Young, wanting to prove his point, began frantically sharpening the sword and said, "Wait just a second. Let me sharpen it with the whetstone first." After sharpening, he tried again. Seeing this, Ji rejoiced inwardly. It was lucky that Hong Young was a simple type of guy. He was too busy trying to prove he was the one who made the weapon. While he was absorbed in sharpening, he received a message. Hong Young opened his phone to check and hesitated before saying, "It seems like something's happened outside." Hearing that, Ji felt confused. The message he received was an invitation. "Mr. Hong Young, could you move up the start time of the auction? There's been a bit of a problem." When they didn't hear back from Young, the sender sent another message. "Mr. Hong Young, just act like you never saw my previous message. Whatever you do, don't go outside." And Young honestly told Ji the content of the message. "Jong Pin told me absolutely not to go outside. Has Lisa Yan used poison? Absolutely do not go outside." He was being honest with Dai about the contents of the message too. "Jong Pin told me, under no circumstances, to go outside. Could Lisa Yan have used poison?" Hearing that, I felt my blood boil and cursed under my breath at Lisa Yan. "Damn it, Lisa Yan. What kind of crazy stunt are you pulling now?" If I recall correctly, Jong Pin's ability is to bind people. Any awakened ones caught in Jong Pin's chains are unable to use their abilities for a set period of time. Even if it's someone like Lisa Yan, if Jong Pin is determined to bind him and drag him to the Awakening Management Bureau's interrogation room, there's no way he could escape. But if that happens, by the time I get back to the hangover soup shop, things are going to be a massive headache. After getting the sword back, I said goodbye to Young. "I've gotta go." He looked surprised and replied, "Wait, go where? You haven't told me anything yet, and you want to leave?" "No way." I stood up and bowed, thanking him sincerely. "Sorry, but you already kidnapped the guy, Hong Young. The only thing you can do now is try to use your power to push people around. That's it? Stand up." Of course, if you had asked nicely, I would have been happy to answer. But someone with as little basic manners as you? I'm not telling you anything, and definitely not the long story about the basilisk's fang. Seeing me walk away with the sword, Young fell to his knees in despair and screamed, "Bunny." That was the name he gave the sword. I didn't care about his circus act and just walked away, cursing under my breath. Forget his crazy antics, I thought. I might as well just ditch that phone too. After a few steps, I suddenly remembered something. Wait, at this rate, won't I be hunted down like back in the Monostone incident? I remembered the social media post, worth 80 million with 504,000 likes. "I don't know who you are, but just name your price for the Monostone," it said. "Let's trade directly." A few minutes later, I returned to see Young crying and calling out to the sword, and I muttered to myself, even though I really wanted to use physical force to wipe his memory, Hong Young was a necessary piece to get the auction back on track. "Bunny, how do I shut this guy up?" I quickly opened a spatial rift to find something, telling Hong Young, "Hey, listen up," he snapped. "What is it, you villain?" Hong Young was about to curse me out but suddenly froze when he saw the monostone sparkling in my hand. Oh my. The sheer attraction was so strong it left him speechless and stammering, "Ma, you mean a monostone?" I immediately signaled him to be quiet. "I know you're desperate for this. You want it, don't you?" Hong Young nodded obediently and covered his mouth with his hand. A few seconds later, beaming, he tried to tempt me. "How much do I have to pay you? I can write a promissory note." "No, wait, that'll get taxed. I'll pay in cash." I knew the time was right, so I cut to the chase. "Forget the cash. Do you have any system-guaranteed contract papers? The kind where you get severely penalized if you break it?" He immediately jumped up and quickly left, calling out, "Little chick, go find me some stationery. Oh, it's gotta be around here somewhere." Once Hong Young had the paper and pen ready, I said, "I'll dictate." "You write," he replied obediently. "Yes." And so, I began to read out loud for him to copy. Article 1. The notable Hong Young will not be curious about or investigate anything regarding Jay, whom he met today. Even the intent to investigate is strictly forbidden. Inciting others to do so is also prohibited. Article 2. The notable Hong Young will wholeheartedly dedicate himself to supporting Jay's work. Writing up to this point, he suddenly stopped, scratched his head, and asked, "What exactly are you asking me to do?" I went straight to the point. "Create an alibi for me to fool Jong Pin." Hong Young replied, looking a bit disgruntled. Jay, you're asking me for something incredibly difficult. Next. I read out the next condition. Article 3. The notable Hong Young must not look into the background of Basilisk. Jung immediately protested angrily. That's way too much. What? How could you do this? Knowing his weakness, I brought out the mana stone to hold it over him, which left him staring blankly. Oh-ho, a mana stone. Finally, I emphasized one thing. The mana stone isn't for now. I'll give it to you after you've fulfilled the terms of the contract. Scene change. Very quickly, Jong Pin was caught and brought before me. I was so stressed I was breaking into a cold sweat, thinking to myself, damn it, how did he get caught so fast? Jong Pin looked at me and Hong Young, then calmly said, I think I really have to tie you two up. Every time I look away, you get into trouble, and then suddenly vanish. The chicken clucked at him. Meanwhile, I looked at him and thought, what's the point of saying that to me, when you're the one being tied up right now? A second later, Jong Pin said angrily, are you going to explain why you suddenly disappeared, and then suddenly appeared all cozy next to that dog? Get your hand off his shoulder. I sighed after hearing that. Young pointed at himself in anger and shouted, dog? You mean me? Seriously? Hearing that, I spoke up to reassure Lisa Yan. I'll tell you everything later. A few seconds later, Jong Pin's group came running over, breathless. Mr. Hong Young, you left the waiting room? Honeybay couldn't hold back her anger, pointing at them and saying, hey, if you were going to postpone the auction, just say it. Why disappear and pull some crazy stunt like this? She exploded with rage while scolding Young. Thanks to you, something else has happened, I asked, confused. What? What happened? Honeybay replied aggressively. Let Jong Pin tell you himself. He smiled reluctantly and replied, the thing is, Lisa Yan and Gin fought, and Gin's shoulder was crushed. But thanks to Miss Honeybay's timely report, the building wasn't destroyed, and everything is still within acceptable limits. I immediately bowed repeatedly, apologizing on Gin's behalf. I'm sorry our guild leader caused such a scene. As for the medical expenses, please contact our Byonggu guild. Lisa Yan, thinking he was innocent, screamed, that dog started it first. I heard that and could only hold my head in my hands and groan. Lisa Yan, oh my god. Jong Pin saw the situation wasn't looking good, so he smiled and said, that's precisely why I only tied up your wrists, isn't it? Isn't that right? A second later, he looked at me and asked, oh, and who is the person standing next to Mr. Hong Young? I kept my promise to Young and quickly replied, oh, this is the secretary for the Byonggu Guild. Furthermore, he shamelessly badmouthed my past. I kidnapped him earlier. Jong Pin stared blankly and replied, what? While I let out a confused, huh. As I was holding the chicken, Young made up a story. Actually, it's like this. I had something to tell Lisa Yan, so I meant to kidnap him. I told Little Chick to go kidnap the guy wearing the gas mask, but it grabbed the secretary by mistake, damn it. Poor thing. Little Chick is still too young and naive. Next, the chicken felt uncomfortable from being held too tightly and squawked, and it had to be the new secretary she grabbed by mistake. Poor guy. My little protege is still so naive. Then, feeling uncomfortable from being hugged too tightly, it let out a cry. It didn't stop there. Hong Young kept rambling on, but since he'd already captured the guy, he couldn't just kick him out right away. That would be too cold-hearted. He was rambling, and I couldn't kidnap Lee Se-jun again either. Besides, seeing a secretary forced to serve such a wicked boss, if I just let him go like that, he'd definitely get chewed out. That's why I kept him back to offer him some tea. He looked like he'd been through a lot. The guy was a bit curious about Jay, so he walked up and asked, may I have your name? He pretended to smile and replied, I'm Kim Jung-bin. Jung-bin took the chance to ask D. Hung directly, Hong Young, is everything you said just now true? Were you threatened or anything? Well, he replied, while scratching the rooster's neck to keep it calm so it wouldn't jump away. Yes, it's true, Master Hong Young. He felt bad about grabbing the wrong person, so he offered me tea. He even introduced me to his favorite rooster. The guy still wasn't satisfied and asked, where were you taken when you were kidnapped? He was sharp enough to answer, oh, it was a tiled roof house with a courtyard. There was a furnace, too. Jung-bin only half believed him and turned to look at Hong Young, making him flinch. He replied, is that so? Well, making a big deal out of nothing. I should bow my head and apologize on behalf of my master. I should have been by the two of you. Why did I let my guard down just because John said he would handle the secretary alone? My sincerest apologies to you all. He didn't want to pursue it further, so he just said, what's done is done. I'll try to be grateful that this building hasn't been covered in poison yet. Lee Se-jun had been tied up for a while and was getting annoyed. He wiggled his bound hands and asked, so, when are you finally going to untie me? Hong Young looked at him sincerely and said, you can still participate in the auction even while tied up, so I plan to release you after the auction ends. Lee Sejun's face darkened, and he threatened loudly. I feel like I could destroy this place without even using my abilities. He forced a laugh and replied, Are you threatening me? He asked seriously. Do I look like I'm threatening you? Jong Bin was so scared he broke into a cold sweat, saying, It's fine. It's okay to untie him after we're done. You've really been through a lot. Also, he gave a deliberate wink. Surprised, Jay placed the rooster into Hong Young's hands. John winked, implying, Black market tickets. You catch my drift, right? You understand? Jay felt confused and signaled back. Lee Sejun is already holding those black market tickets, isn't he? He walked over to him and whispered, Go to the lounge. I'll tell you everything there. For now, just head inside. Seeing Lee Sejun stand up obediently, the others were stunned, thinking the same thing. Lee Sejun actually listening to someone? After returning home, Jay recounted the whole story to Lee Sejun. Basically, I understand you went into Hong Young's space. Jay even took off his gas mask to talk. But why did he suddenly drag you in there, and what did you two talk about inside? At this point, Jay's face darkened with annoyance, and he spoke up. I want to hear it from you personally. Tell me in detail. Jay realized Lee Sejun was starting an interrogation right then and there, and he looked visibly bothered. He muttered to himself, I can't tell him every single detail of my conversation with Hong Young. Seeing Jay stay silent, Lee Sejun started again. Sit down. Jay turned away and refused. I'm fine standing. Lee Sejun repeated, his voice irritated. I said sit down. Jay thought back to the past. Even though Lee Sejun had seen the basilisk fangs at the crack that opened in the center of Wangxin district, the impact and weight of possessing a regular weapon versus a weapon crafted by Hong Young were completely different. Plus, if he talked about its functions, he would basically be revealing his own identity. For some reason, the number of things he couldn't tell Lee Sejun just kept growing. A few minutes later, he finally sat down beside him and said to himself, Fine, if I have to tell him, I'll just have to avoid meeting him afterward. Sitting down, Songji hesitated and said, First, the rooster took me to Hong Young's space. Lee Sejun reluctantly replied, Go on. Hong Young was lying there eating red ginseng. He saw me and told me to sit, so I sat down, and then he replied, In the middle of the story, Jay suddenly went silent and thought to himself, causing Lee Sejun to frown and stare at him. I'm doomed. If I leave out the bit about the basilisk fangs, there's nothing left to say. I have no choice but to cleverly change the subject. Knowing he couldn't stay silent forever, Jay stammered. And then, Hong Young suddenly activated his appraisal eye and said he knew everything. Lee Sejun immediately went into curious mode. Know what? Jay didn't dare to look at him and replied, That I possess the magic stone, the one Hong Young has been looking for. Unhappy? He asked. How did that bastard find out about this? Jay didn't want Lee Sejun to know too much, so he only said to himself, Sorry that I told him. Hearing this, he fell into a sudden, quiet silence. Lee Sejun leaned against Jay's shoulder and whispered, This isn't good. My head can't keep up anymore. This action made Jay feel flustered, and his thoughts started to wander. What's wrong with him? Is this a new type of attack? Meanwhile, Lee Sejun was acting completely spoiled in front of Jay. I'm so tired. You keep making me interrogate you, making me worry all the time. It's so frustrating. Jay didn't know how to react and could only complain to himself. He's even acting spoiled now. This isn't like him at all. It seems the burden of Jong Bin's chains is really heavy for him. A few seconds later, Jay patted his back and thought to himself, I'd rather he act out like usual. That would actually make me feel more at ease. Just as they were being affectionate, Lee Sejun suddenly grumbled, Damn it, so annoying, making Jay speak up to comfort him. All right, I understand. Just get some rest now. If you can sleep, then sleep. Lee Sejun listened and buried himself in Jay's chest, falling asleep. At this moment, Jay felt a sudden warmth in his heart and thought, It feels like I'm coaxing a child. A few seconds later, Jay heard information about the auction. The artisan exhibition auction will continue in 30 minutes. Hunters who are resting in the lounge, please return to the hall after the waiting period ends. Jay stroked Lee Sejun's head and thought about it. 30 minutes later, as Jay touched the skin on his neck, he noticed his body temperature was a bit abnormal and whispered to himself, It feels like Lee Sejun's body is a bit cold. Jay was truly flustered by the situation. Is his body temperature usually this cold? Although in the past, while working with Jong Bin, I had seen many people bound by his chains, but this is the first time I've seen that ability affect a physical body to this extent. As soon as Ji stopped rubbing his head, Lisa Yan woke up and snapped irritably. What's wrong? Are you planning on leaving again? Ji started, answering with a confused, Huh? Ji rubbed his face and explained, I'm not going anywhere, you stubborn fool. Where would I even go? Even if I went out, there's nowhere to be. Let me check your complexion. Just sit still. Where are you feeling pain? Lisa Yan was unhappy with the question and complained to himself. Seriously, one after another, they're all exactly the same. At that moment, Ji was deep in his own thoughts. Even when I was working under my own name, plenty of my teammates would hide serious injuries and pretend they were fine. I've seen countless hunters collapse out of nowhere, whether it was inside a dungeon or at a rift, just because they didn't want to make others worry. Never giving a damn about the poor soul who has to carry their body back. Why do I keep running into people who just silently bottle everything up? You're afraid they're hiding an injury, so you ask them to tell you where it hurts, right? Do you think it'll just heal on its own if you keep quiet? The more he was asked, the more uncomfortable he felt. Ah, damn it. Next, G suddenly stood up and said, let me move so you can lie down. Lying flat will make you feel better. Just then, seeing his hands trembling, he worriedly thought to himself, his hands are shaking. Lisa Yan hurriedly grabbed G's hand and said, damn it, you just told me you weren't going anywhere. Feeling dizzy, he raised his voice. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just moving so you can lie down. Besides, G was thinking to himself, I need some time to calm myself down too. Finally, he said firmly, I'll sit over there. Lisa Yan disagreed and turned to question him. You're lying again. Seeing that attitude, he knew deep down that something was wrong. Does this kid have absolutely zero trust in people? Just who exactly threw away Lisa Yan's trust in humanity, anyway? Before he could figure out what was happening, the other guy pulled G into his arms. Lisa Yan immediately clung to his shoulder, leaving G feeling bewildered. What are you doing? The other guy only replied, I'm in pain. G was startled. What? Lisa Yan repeated it against his chest. I said I'm in pain. G froze and muttered to himself. So? So what? This is so annoying. Hearing Lisa Yan's heavy breathing, he didn't push him away, but thought to himself, is the frustration Lisa Yan felt just now similar to what I'm feeling? Overwhelmed with irritation, G let out a sigh to vent his frustration. To make the other person more comfortable, he just lay down on the sojnava, letting him rest directly on his body. G hugged him and asked with concern, are you satisfied now? I'm exhausted, so stop making a scene. I'm only letting this slide because I know you're in pain. He looked at him with tired, speechless eyes, and from sheer exhaustion, he slowly closed his eyes. With nothing else to do, G looked around aimlessly and noticed a timer counting down, 19 minutes and 28 seconds. He felt a bit urgent and thought, I barely managed to deal with this guy, and there's not much time left until the auction restarts. Might as well stay slumped here a bit longer. But after taking off the shackles, how does this kid plan on dealing with the consequences of doing all this? Time flew by quickly, 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. The moment the clock hit 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 0 seconds, it started ringing like crazy. G sat up and started urging the person in his arms. Lisa Yan, it's time. Get up. Are you not planning to participate in the auction? He didn't answer, just kept rubbing his head against G, making him feel uncomfortable. Ah, damn it. After a while, G firmly moved away. Seeing Sa-jo looking completely drained, sitting on the sofa, he felt a pang of guilt and thought, why does he look so limp, like a pile of wet laundry? Even so, he had to push him. Let's go, quickly. Scene change. Both put on masks and quickly moved to the scene, which was already in an uproar, with very calm attitudes. G scanned the area and analyzed internally. An S+ grade weapon is right in front of us, and the auction was interrupted. It's understandable that everyone is this anxious. The tension in this atmosphere is no joke. While lost in thought, G heard Isel's voice ring out. Thank you all for your patience during this wait. We would like to resume the auction. This is the first S+ grade equipment crafted by Lord Hong Young, the Spear of the Giant God. The starting price was. Lisa Yan wanted the Spear of the Giant God, so he told G, hold up the auction paddle for me. G turned to look at him, surprised. Huh? But the auction hasn't started yet. Lisa Yan urged him, just hold it up. Hurry. Following his lead, G quickly raised paddle number 2. But the current atmosphere was incredibly bleak, making G think, oh dear. Meanwhile, Lisa Yan maintained his original intent. No matter how high the price goes, I will buy it. Everyone else, get lost. G's will to auction dissipated, leaving him feeling out of place, thinking, what is this? The wall suddenly turned to sand. He looked over and saw a man and a woman looking at him with hostile eyes. G turned to the right and saw another pair staring at him with mouths agape in surprise. Feeling that the situation was not looking good, he muttered to himself, "Ah, damn it, we're screwed." A few minutes later, Yell loudly declared, "The auction is now officially underway." While the auction was happening, Jong Pin was leisurely off on a date. He coolly pulled out a chair and sat down, saying hesitantly, "Now, let's continue the conversation we were having." Sitting across from Jong Pin was Choi Gozo, who was also bound by chains. He looked at him with an extremely relaxed attitude and said, "Hasn't the auction already started? Don't you need to go and supervise?" Jong Pin replied nonchalantly, "I doubt anything particularly special will happen. Right now, this side is more important." Choi Gozo reached out and asked, "Oh, are you planning to unchain me?" Jong Pin had no intention of doing so, smiling with his eyes crinkled as he replied, "Not at all. We still have plenty to talk about." Gin had no choice, so he changed the subject. "Fair enough. So did you unchain Lisa Yan yet?" He answered Gin straightforwardly. "No. I plan to take the chains off after the auction ends, right before I head home." Hearing that, the other man suddenly made a malicious suggestion. "Hey, why don't you just escort that guy to the Awakened Administration Bureau already? Aren't you being too lenient with him? Especially since you have me captured like this and locked away in here, of all places." Jong Pin played along and replied, Yeah, you were the one who started it. Besides, even though the Song Jo Hyun said he gave you full authority to track down G, but you haven't sent a single report to the Bureau." Choi Gozo, hearing this, sighed with annoyance. "Ugh, this again? Seriously? How tiresome." Meanwhile, Jong Pin said with deadly seriousness, "The Song Jo Hyun specifically ordered me to get the information from you today. I think I've given you enough time. It's time for you to answer. Who is G?" He tapped his fingers on the table, put on a look of feigned difficulty, and chuckled hesitantly. What if I don't want to tell you?" At that, Jong Pin pulled back one end of the chain and said sternly, "You'll be forced to talk." And with his face darkening, he yanked the chain hard. As the chain tightened, Choi Gozo had to grit his teeth to endure the incoming pain. Once Jong Pin let go, Choi Gozo, old habits die hard, couldn't resist trying to provoke him again. All right. How about this? You answer one question for me, and I'll tell you immediately." "Impatient," Jong Pin replied seriously. "I'll hear it first, then decide." Choi Gozo rubbed the wound on his neck and said, half joking, "It's nothing that serious." "Why are you looking for G?" Jong Pin stated flatly that it was an order from his superiors. Choi Gozo teased him again. "Hey, why don't you just set those orders aside and think about whether we even need to find him?" Jong Pin furrowed his brow, stared the other man down, and asked bluntly, "What's the intent behind that question? Stop beating around the bush and get to the point." Choi Gozo sighed, appearing bored. "Seriously, it's hilarious." With a cold glint in his eyes, he stated his true intention. "I mean, is it really necessary to hunt him down like we're catching rats? Just look at the situation, for God's sake. Someone who was scolded by his superiors to the point of being a wreck for failing to stop me from going abroad is now assigning the search for G to me and no one else. Does that even make sense? And the reason for finding G to prevent the apocalypse? That's equally ridiculous. Finding G just because of an apocalypse that we don't even know when, where, or how it will strike? Can't we prevent the apocalypse without him? Why him? He's someone who barely survived coming back from a rift. Are you planning on throwing him back in there? You two are technically from the same generation, South Korea's first and second S-rankers. Pouting slightly, he added, "Don't you know more about G than anyone else?" Those words from Choi Gozo made him remember what happened 9 years ago. Back then, Jong Pin was adjusting his tie when he was startled by Do Hyun calling his name. "Jong Pin, are you ready yet?" He stood up straight and replied loudly, "Yes, I'm ready, sir." Hearing this, the man patted Jong Pin's arm and laughed. What a stiff military bearing you have. That's good." Do Hyun walked out of the room, peeked around, and urged him, "Let's go. He's a busy man. We shouldn't keep him waiting. You remember what I told you, right?" On the way, he specifically warned Jong Pin not to stare too long and not to try digging into this or that. Do Hyun went to G's room, knocked, and said, "Lord G, this is Jong Pin, the S-rank awakened who just awakened. Go ahead and introduce yourself." He blinked, looking surprised. G felt intrigued by Jong Pin, so he stood up and asked, "Oh? How old are you?" He replied clearly, "I'm 21, sir." Hearing that, G praised him. "You're younger than I thought." Receiving praise from him made Jong Pin feel genuinely happy. "Is this the legendary hero G who always appears on TV and radio?" He said he was young, but looking at the person right in front of him, could you even call him an adult? Then G greeted him. "Nice to meet you, I'm G." He quickly shook his hand, thinking to himself, At best, he looks like a high schooler. Could he be a minor? Then, Jong Pin returned the greeting. Ah, I'm Jong Pin. I look forward to working with you. A second later, Ji casually asked him, What is your awakened ability? Jong Pin looked flustered and replied, It's binding, sir. I can restrain opponents. Curious, he asked further. Restrain monsters? Jong Pin explained, Only awakened individuals, sir. Ji seemed satisfied and replied cheerfully, Wow, that's great. The number of awakened criminals has been rising so fast lately, it's giving me a headache. Right then, Do-hyun chimed in, laughing. That's right, sir. He awakened at the exact moment we needed someone the most. Now, Lord Ji, have you heard the news about the rift that appeared in Danyang? I've already prepared the helicopter. Shouldn't you be leaving now? Ji went along with his arrangement. Ah, yes. Before leaving, he waved at Jong Pin. It was nice meeting you today. See you later. Receiving such attention from Ji, Jong Pin stood straight, looking nervous, and shouted, Ah, yes. It was a pleasure to meet you too. While Jong Pin was still watching his scarf fluttering in the wind, Do-hyun warned him, Don't get too attached. Hearing that, he was startled and replied, Sir? The man looked displeased and repeated loudly, I said, Don't get too interested in Ji. What we need right now is just a hero. The more you know about him, the more bothered you'll be. That's why I'm telling you in advance, just keep a reasonable distance. But don't go making an enemy of him either. It's something we have to accept. Until the situation stabilizes, those with power are bound to be sacrificed, aren't they? The state of our country has come to this, after all. And then, Jong Pin bowed his head to look at the stack of documents on Ji's desk. Glancing through them, he fell into deep thought. Jong Pin's hand tightened after seeing the document about the swamp toad. The important thing is to stop it from spitting acid. Must attack the head and mouth first. Crimson Dragon. If it merges with the swarm, it'll be a huge mess. Must pierce the throat first, so it can't call for reinforcements. Back in the present, Jong Pin looked at Choi Gozo and said calmly, Even if it wasn't an order from my superiors, I would still find him, no matter what. He didn't understand the main purpose of his obsession, so he asked why. Jong Pin's eyes were resolute, as he answered firmly, I want to protect him. So, answer me. Who is Ji? Choi Gozo put on a, who? Me? Face and said, who knows? This answer of his caused Jong Pin's aura to turn murderous. Immediately, Choi Gozo realized he shouldn't have said that and backpedaled. You've got a short temper, don't you? I've gathered some clues. It's just that they were cut off halfway. As for the Lisa Yan side, try digging deeper there. Jong Pin sat in his chair and asked calmly why he was telling him everything he knew. I've investigated thoroughly on my own, even narrowing down a few candidates for who Ji might be. But all the information hits a dead end at Lisa Yan and the Po Guild. That son of a bitch. He keeps spreading fake news. It's enough to drive a person crazy. These words from Gumin reminded him of Sazon. Come to think of it, Lisa Yan once declared that everything emerging from the Western Sea Rift belonged to him. Furthermore, Jong Pin recalled what he had said to him. Everything that comes out of that rift is mine. Even though he trusted Gumin a little, he still intentionally asked, Why are you suddenly acting so cooperative? He flashed a bright, flowery smile and replied, Because you just said you'd protect something. Jong Pin was curious about the relationship between Gumin and Yi, so he asked, Do you have some kind of connection with Yi? He didn't want to lie, so he said straight out, It's nothing special, really. Back then, that friend killed the monster that was about to destroy our church. Geez, I'm a person who knows how to repay a favor. Finally, Gumin suddenly sang a line from the Grey Hymn. The moment I stepped through, it wasn't by chance, but by grace. The situation at the auction suddenly turned chaotic. After a few bidders shouted and fought, I already had my eye on that weapon. How dare you guys bid on it? Put the paddles down right now. Following that came Yell's voice. Yes, number 7, number 10, number 2, number 7, number 11. Then a few extremists shouted, Cut the phone line so the foreigners can't bid. Die, you bastard. There was quite a bit of rumbling nearby as scuffles broke out, yet Sazon leaned calmly against Yi's shoulder and said, Interesting, isn't it? Meanwhile, he felt annoyed and secretly cursed. That jerk Jong Pin, why isn't he here at a time like this? Wu, not wanting objects to hit him, used his awakening skill to create a barrier and shouted, Lisa Yan, is doing this enough? Ju, standing nearby, cheered him on. Vice, Lisa Yan, hold on until we win the bid. Gumin turned his head to look at Lisa Yan and asked once more, Just keeping it like this is enough? Seriously? And then he reluctantly replied, Yeah, we need a legitimate excuse, so don't counterattack yet. She also lent a hand, so she turned to ask for Sazon's opinion. Lisa Yan, can I shout out my bid now? He immediately agreed. Good. Do it. Like that, Jisoo took a breath to shatter a corner of the barrier he had created. Once done, she gathered all her strength and shouted, "Number 7, matching the price." Yi was deafened by Ju's voice but still responded, "Yes, yes. Number 7 has matched the bid." Even Yi was surprised by her. What kind of lungs does she have? That's terrifyingly loud. Just then, he heard someone calling Sazon. "Hey, Lisa Yan." Yi looked over and discovered the person was Matthew. Furthermore, he was curious about his intentions. "Don't you intend to step in and resolve this chaos?" Lisa Yan didn't care and flatly said, "I haven't done anything. Why should I resolve it?" However, Matthew tried to speak. "Your previous declaration touched the pride of the hunters, didn't it?" He still tried to hold his ground, replying, "If you guys are impatient, you can't blame me for that. Besides, you'd better manage Hanabe well. When Jong Pin arrives, you better find a good excuse to explain yourself." Yi didn't want to get involved in this mess, so he thought to himself, "Please, just let me get out of your conversation." He knew saying anything more wouldn't help, so he nodded and said, "I understand. Thanks for the advice." Yi looked at Matthew, blanked out for a moment, and muttered to himself, "That counts as advice? Are you some kind of saint or what?" Just as he thought that, he felt confused when he suddenly started a fire. "So," Yi nervously muttered to himself, "why is he suddenly roasting marshmallows? What is wrong with this guy?" Just then, Hanabe walked up and sat down with Matthew. After throwing the object in her hand, she shouted, "Those bastards can't even fight properly, yet they still want to jump in. Throw the gospel, Matthew. Do you have any extra auction paddles? Mine broke." Matthew extended the object in his hand toward her and replied, "How could I have an extra one?" Hanabe couldn't believe her eyes and yelled, "What? You need a paddle to participate in the auction, you know." He had no choice but to tell her the truth. "The person who broke my paddle was you. Here, Hanabe, eat a roasted marshmallow." She couldn't take it, clutched her head, and shrieked, "I'm going to be so annoyed. Why are you telling me now?" Next, Sazon called Jisoo. "Kang, Jisoo." She quickly replied, "Yes, I'm listening, Lisa Yan." Immediately after, he ordered her, "Break all the auction paddles of the remaining people." Jisoo happily accepted the order and followed through. "Okay." As the constant pop-pop sounds of breaking paddles rang out, Lisa Yan stared intently at the paddle in his own hand, making Yi feel confused. A few seconds later, he raised his paddle and confidently said, "Humph. So, the only one left who can participate in the auction is me, right?" Hanabe didn't want to waste any more time, so she quickly ran over, grabbed the auction hammer from Yel's hand, and said, "Then Lisa Yan wins the bid. Finish the auction quickly now." Hearing the hammer strike repeatedly, he finally let out a sigh of relief. At this point, Sazon leaned over to look at Yi and said something that made him feel anxious. Then, "Can you lean in? Help me pass on a message to Jong Pin. I will collect this debt back twofold." After saying that, he suddenly collapsed. Luckily, Yi caught him just in time. Besides, he called his name with a sense of confusion. "Hey, Lisa Yan." Yi hurried to lay Lisa Yan on the sofa. After touching him for a moment, he whispered to himself, "His body is so cold. What's going on? I just thought it was simply because his health wasn't good. Could it be that, sealing the source of power, has placed such a huge burden on his body that it made him collapse and unable to get up like this?" The more anxious he got, the more Yi kept calling him, "Lisa Yan! Lisa Yan! Hey, Lisa Yan!" Right now, Yi's mood was incredibly chaotic. "This isn't good. Who should I call? Where should I go now?" Seeing that the Lisa Yan was in trouble, Wu hurriedly ran over and asked about the situation. "Jay, what happened to him? What's wrong?" Yi didn't answer, just gritted his teeth and muttered, "Stay calm." A few seconds later, he turned to explain to him, "I don't know either. Ever since he was shackled, his condition kept getting worse, and then he suddenly collapsed." Wu was completely surprised after hearing this. "What? That's never happened before. I've been shackled too, but it was never like this." In the blink of an eye, he turned to order her, "Jisoo, go call Jong Pin here, fast." She hurried off and replied, "Aish, I don't even know where Jong Pin is hiding." "I got it. I'll go find him." Additionally, Wu took a few vials of medicine out of his storage space, letting them roll on the floor, and said, What should we do at times like this?" At the same time, Yi was so worried for Lisa Yan that his heart was racing uncontrollably. He focused on thinking of a way to save him. A moment later, Ju returned. "I brought him here." Jong Pin was pushed to the spot, still not understanding what had happened. So, he turned back to ask her, "Kang Jisoo, could you please explain to me why the hall ended up in this state?" Seeing him, Wu called out loudly to Jong Pin. He turned around, noticed Sazon's condition, and stammered in shock, Lisa Yan. What happened to him? Zhang quickly checked the chains and took responsibility. I'm sorry. My thinking was too short-sighted. I didn't realize so much time had passed. Wu quickly clarified Lisa Yan's situation. Lisa Yan's condition has never been this bad. What on earth happened? He casually grabbed a bottle of medicine and explained, You guys know, my chains have the ability to suppress the source of an awakened's power, right? Jong Pin said while giving Lisa Yan the medicine. According to public information, that is indeed the case. But to be more precise, my ability reverts the awakened's body back to the state it was in right before they awakened. Because that moment is the turning point of the awakening. It reverses the body's time and temporarily locks it in place, meaning their body is forcibly reverted to being a normal human right before they became an awakened. Amidst the charred ruins, where everything was melted by toxic chemicals, was the image of Lisa Yan sitting alone. He was wearing baggy hospital clothes. On the other hand, Jong Pin, specifically, reminded Wu that checking on Lisa Yan was urgent, so he would offer a formal apology to the Byonggu Guild and Lan later. Besides, I just got back from handling other business, so I'm not fully caught up on the situation in the hall. Could you explain what happened here? He looked conflicted, scratching his face while recounting. The auction just ended. And, what was it? Because of the auction for the spear, the hunters started fighting. That's why the hall is in this mess. Do I need to say anything else? Jisoo popped in to explain further. Also, the spear was won by our Lisa Yan. Wu responded awkwardly. Do we really have to bring that up? His attitude made her scream in frustration. The guy involved is passed out, you know. If you stay this spacey, you'll lose the goods just like that. You have to speak up. Jong Pin didn't know how to answer, so he just reluctantly replied, Is that so? That's enough for now. Thank you both. He put on his radio and made a suggestion to everyone. Originally, Mr. Hong Young was supposed to stay in the city a bit longer before starting work, but for his safety, we will take him to the mountains immediately. By the way, Mr. Wu, could you retract the defensive wall? I'll call the transport team. Before he could take him away, Young suddenly ran over and intervened. Wait, who gave you the right to decide? I don't want to go yet. Seeing that, Jong Pin snapped his fingers to break the barrier and replied, Mr. Hong Young, you're just in time. This is the Songjo Hyun's order. Seeing him rush toward Lisa Yan, Jong Pin quickly stopped him. Take it easy, I haven't finished the transaction yet. Sai, please, just cooperate. Hong Young, just like that, he was dragged away by Jong Pin's men. And then, Young shouted in anger, What is this? Let go of me, you guys. Jong Pin commanded sternly. Take him away. But Young kept pleading, Wait, I'm serious. I'm being serious. I can't work without that. Just wait a second. Once Lisa Yan was put on the stretcher, he turned back, bowed, and told Wu, I'm truly sorry. This is entirely my fault. I will definitely take responsibility. He didn't blame the other party. What was done was done. I know you didn't mean it. If you have a chance, feel free to stop by the guild. That's enough. Are you taking him to the SW guild now? Jong Pin confirmed with the other side. Yes, that's right. Because Mr. Nam Gu Jin is the one who knows Lisa Yan's condition best. Finally, Gu spoke up and asked him, I'm entrusting you to take good care of Sazon for us. Jong Pin bowed and promised sincerely, Of course, if you'll excuse me. Jisoo was unhappy with how Wu handled it and complained. You're just letting it slide like that? The Lisa Yan is unconscious. Our heads almost flew off, didn't they? He felt a headache coming on but still explained it to her. All right, kid, it was just an accident. An accident. Sazon will know how to squeeze some compensation out of the Awakened Management Bureau himself. Let's just go back for now. A while later, Wu happily said to Ji, the secretary, Let's go. He paused and replied, Yes. He was kind enough to want to take his family home. We have a driver. Let us take you back to the guild. But Jay refused. Oh. No. I don't need that. However, Ju pushed him and said, Come on. While being pushed by her, Jay's eyes still looked toward Sazon. He still felt uneasy about him being taken away alone by Jong Pin's men. Wu was thoughtful enough to even prepare an umbrella for Jay, so after getting out of the car, he didn't forget to thank him. Thank you for preparing an umbrella for me. Thank you. He smiled brightly to say goodbye to Ji. Take care on your way back, Jay. You had a hard time today accompanying Lisa Yan. They didn't rush to drive away but stayed to watch his shadow. Immediately after, Du followed her curiosity and asked Wu, Vice Lisa Yan, earlier I saw you and the Lisa Yan not saying anything, so I just kept quiet. He didn't quite understand, so he replied, What's wrong? She looked at Jay's retreating figure and asked, Who is that person? I've never seen anyone like him. Not in the secretary team, nor in our own guild. Wu didn't understand Lisa Yan's intention, so he just replied, Jisoo, you know, everything Lisa Yan does has a reason. I guess so. Anyway. Jisoo reluctantly accepted this answer. Well, it seems like he isn't a bad person. After that, she said to herself, even though he wore a gas mask and I couldn't see his face, his hands were deathly pale, and until the Lisa Yan was out of sight, he never looked anywhere else. Scene change. The arm holding the umbrella of G suddenly trembled. Immediately, he used his other hand to grip it tightly. G paused for a few seconds after hearing his phone ring. He opened the phone and saw a message from Lisa Yan. I'm still okay. After reading his message, Jay suddenly remembered what happened earlier. At that time, he heard Honeybay say to Jong Pin, earlier, before the fight, I accidentally heard those two arguing. The moment Hong Young sprinkled some powder and disappeared, it seemed they were arguing about Jay. He replied with a look of surprise. About Jay? Next, she recounted what she heard when Guman said to Sun, not only did you sit still and do nothing, but you also intentionally covered up all information about G. What is the reason you did that? He replied in a very calm voice. Covering up information? It's just because your abilities are weak. He's pretty sharp to figure out what Lisa Yan's real motive is. Alright, fine, let's just say I'm weak, but I've been doing some thinking myself. You want Jay to just stay dead like that, and hope he never shows up again, right? At this point, he hesitated, trying to find his words. He relayed everything Hanabe knew to Jong Pin. They had just finished saying that when all that chaos came crashing down. Back in reality, G kept staring at the phone in his hand, muttering to himself. It seems like Lisa Yan doesn't have the fondest feelings toward Jay. Suddenly, an image flashed in his mind of Lisa Yan hugging him tightly from behind, and even nuzzling against him, which really made him think. Back when I was operating as Jay, I had never met anyone like Lisa Yan, so I couldn't understand why he hated me. But in those scattered memories I saw earlier, Lisa Yan and Jay looked incredibly close. Lisa Yan, are you actually okay right now? While still drifting in and out of consciousness. In his head, he vaguely imagined him touching his face and comforting him. It's okay, I'll. Suddenly, Lisa Yan's eyes snapped open, and he sat up and ripped off his gloves. Seeing Lisa Yan acting so frantically, W. Jane mocked him. Just woke up and already started trashing the place? Why don't you just smash this whole room to pieces while you're at it? Lisa Yan gave him an icy cold glare. Just then, Jong Pin stood up and spoke up loudly. This place is Mr. Namgujin's research lab, located in the basement of the Hunter Association. You were brought here after fainting at the artisan exhibition for emergency care. I even gave you the poison that Mr. Namgujin provided. As the patient woke up, he immediately demanded compensation. You'll have to pay the price for breaking into my lab and stealing my bed, you know. He happily agreed. Of course, on the other hand, Jong Pin reassured Lisa Yan. Lisa Yan, don't worry, you're safe here. I wonder how much you actually remember before you passed out. At that moment, Jay's face and voice appeared in his mind. Lisa Yan, he turned to pick up his phone to check. Next, Sazon typed repeatedly into the input field. I'm still okay. He waited in silence for a reply. When Jay didn't reply, Sa frustratedly clutched his head and sighed to himself. He's not messaging back, huh? Seeing him distracted, Jin clapped his hands and said, All right, you just woke up and started wrecking people's equipment, and now you're checking your phone? Tisk, looks like you've handled your urgent contacts, haven't you? Can we start talking now? He saw Lisa Yan pulling out the IV drip and panicked. Do you have any idea how expensive that is? Take it easy, he said, not afraid, and told him loudly to just send the invoice later. Besides, who gave you permission to hook these worthless things up to me? Even though he was furious, W. Jane pretended to laugh. Jong Pin just carried you in here. What was I supposed to do? You scared the life out of me. Please have some consideration for my fragile heart. How's your body feeling? Did the medicine help you recover any faster? He reluctantly nodded and replied, It's all right. I'm okay now. A second later, Gonzan put on a serious look when talking about Sazon's condition. Lucky you. If I collect any more poison later, I'll send it over to Byonggu for you. As expected, when you awaken and accept the system's power, all wounds from before the awakening are fully healed, aren't they? Of course, in your case, the disparity between your status before and after awakening is exceptionally huge. I wonder if the level of awakening and the recovery rate are directly proportional, huh? Lisa Yan didn't like people digging too deep into his business, so he snapped, Namunin, don't overstep your boundaries. He didn't want any trouble, so he sighed and replied, Understood. My apologies. Jong Pin also joined their conversation. For now, the HB Association has agreed to take responsibility for looking after the other hunters, and everyone has returned to their own associations. Lisa Yan unexpectedly asked him about someone. Did Byung-gu make it back too? He replied honestly, yes. He was curious about the other person's situation, so he asked, did he talk to you about that? Jong Pin didn't get what he meant, and stood there stunned. What are you talking about? Lisa Yan pulled the blanket down and said, well, I guess he wouldn't have had the presence of mind to say anything to you at that time anyway. I had someone pass on a message that I'd be collecting that debt with double interest. He heard this and replied bluntly, this is the first I'm hearing of this, but I've already prepared myself mentally, because this happened due to my own negligence. Seeing the other party being so sincere, Zhou didn't spare the praise. Oh, I like that about you, we understand each other so well. Tell me the whole story of that private conversation between you and Guman, from start to finish. Scene change. Jay was still staring at the I'm still okay message from Lisan. He was waiting for the next one, but saw nothing, so he muttered to himself. After this text, he hasn't reached out to me at all. Okay, my foot. Okay, my ass. Unable to wait, G put the phone down. A few seconds later, he was still worried about Lisa Yan's condition, and muttered in his heart. Even if Lisa Yan couldn't wake up, this country would definitely cover it up. They wouldn't let the truth get out. Because to everyone, the one who holds the power always has to appear rock solid. In other words, that message was intended to hide the true state of Lisa Yan, so it's also possible that someone else sent it on his behalf. Thinking that, Jay hesitated, picked up the phone, and wondered, should I try sending a reply and see what happens? After thinking for a while, he put the phone down, sighed, and kept rubbing his head. Just then, someone opened the door and rushed in, saying, hello, sir. As soon as he saw the person, G was surprised and thought to himself. Seeing him looking cold, Gozo timidly thought, I guess I came at a bad time. The next second, he spoke in a flustered tone. Sir, do you remember when you went to the artisan exhibition? I went to take Grandma to the hospital? Originally, after finishing, I intended to report back immediately, but I was so busy I'm a bit late. Remembering, G recalled the main issue and shouted in surprise. Feeling panicked, his face immediately darkened as he screamed inside his head. Damn it! No matter how much I might be losing my mind, how could I forget about Grandma's hospital visit? Panicked, he thought. You're seriously crazy, man. The more silent G became, the more anxious Gozo got, trembling as he said, so, can I report now, sir? Finally, he spoke up. Yeah, go ahead. How's Grandma's condition? He brought out some papers, handed them to G with both hands, and replied, here is a copy of the diagnosis and the prescription. Yes. The hospital diagnosed that Grandma's knee condition hasn't worsened, and if she persists with the medication, it will definitely improve. He flipped through the pages as he answered. Thank you. Gozo grinned. You're welcome. Dai focused every ounce of his concentration on the documents. After finishing, he asked about Lisa Yan. Oh, so how is she? He asked, acting surprised. Who, sir? Realizing he'd slipped up, D cursed himself under his breath. Damn it. He tried to phrase it as casually as possible. I meant Lisa Yan. I haven't heard from her or received any personal tasks lately, so I was just curious. That's all. Gozo scratched his head in confusion, laughing as he replied. Oh, you mean the president? Your way of referring to her sounded so unusual, it took me a second to catch on. I'm not really sure about that, either. Not getting the answer he wanted, D grumbled internally. Useless. Should have never asked in the first place. To his surprise, Gozo was so open that he pulled out his phone, ready to call Lisa Yan, and said, it's just because the president likes to work independently. I wonder if she's even coming in today. Hold on a second, sir. Dai stood there like a statue, hesitating before blurting out, you're actually going to call her right now? Fortunately, the app Gozo was using was the Byung-gu Brightboard, which had a pop-up warning, please be polite. Inappropriate posts may be deleted without notice, and he explained it to Dai. No sir, we in the Byung-gu group have a blind board. Usually, whenever the president comes in, the secretary team posts an update so everyone knows to stay out of the way. Would you like to see? He stepped closer as Dai watched Gozo navigate the interface. Meanwhile, Gozo was buzzing with excitement as he explained. Here you go. He guided D through the app. Since my security clearance is quite high, I can see almost every post on here. Curious about the security, Dai asked. Don't you need to keep information private from outsiders? And he answered honestly. It's just mostly staff chatting about the cafeteria menu or talking behind the president's back, sir. Right after that, D spotted a post from an anonymous account. So, what actually happened at the TLNN this time? Anonymous? Who knows? Ever since that TLNN incident, 240 hasn't been seen at work. That place is their private playground, so there's no way to dig up any news. Even that drunkard says he doesn't know anything. Ju just said, no comment, which is driving me crazy. Dai noticed there were 10 comments underneath. After scanning them for a moment, he thought to himself in surprise. Even on the group's internal board, there was no detailed information about Lisa Yan. Driven by curiosity, Dai read a few more representative comments. That day, she broke the shoulder armor of the TLNN, and still, no one has reached out for compensation. It's so unsettling. Are you on the secretary team? Is 240 still not working? I have something I need to tell her. Yes, she still sends out instructions via email, but she hasn't been seen in person. From these comments, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. If she isn't coming in but is still sending out orders via email, is there a high chance someone else is doing it for her? Has she still not woken up? Should I go there myself and take a look? While he was deep in thought, his phone buzzed with a message, causing Gozo to speak in a panicked tone. Oh, wait a second. The message they received was a warning. Channel 82. Zone 1. Jong Pin has used the PA system. All personnel, please maintain channel silence. Lord Hong Young, we will not hold you responsible for anything, so please just confirm you are alive. If you are alive, even a single period as a comment will suffice. Since the message specifically mentioned Jong Pin, a few questions arose in Dee's mind. Did Jong Pin really use a valuable PA system just to verify if Hong Young was alive? Wasn't he the one who got wrapped up like a kimbap by the agents and dragged away during the artist exhibition? I'll just pretend I didn't see this notification. I know nothing. Dee even imagined the scene of Young being carried away by 3 people while crying and wailing. Meanwhile, Gozo gasped in anger after reading the message. This is crazy. Could he have been kidnapped? If he was really kidnapped, this whole country is going to descend into chaos. This is huge. Dai didn't like the sound of that, and muttered unhappily to himself, please just keep that mouth shut before it actually comes true. Next, Gozo rambled on. Has Mr. Jong Pin tried looking for him at any of the fried chicken joints yet? Maybe he was just craving chicken so badly he snuck off. Just then, Dee was startled as his phone received another message. He read it, feeling irritated, and thought to himself, this guy. Furthermore, the sender had arbitrarily set conditions for Dai. The message read, absolutely do not reveal that you know about the secret, minor miracle. Lord Hong Young has escaped during transport to Mount Bukhansan. Current whereabouts unknown. Minor miracle. Emergency. Most of the awakened management personnel will be mobilized to search for and protect Lord Hong Young. Minor miracle. Emergency. Romantic opener. Please call me urgently. A second later, the system pinged. Poker P trait activated. Immediately after, Dee politely handed the phone back. Thanks for letting me take a look. Oh, but you have a message too. Hearing that, Gozo asked Dai, confused. A message? What could it be? He read the message, his face twisting in terror. In the blink of an eye, Gozo was busy texting back while saying his goodbyes. I'm so sorry, but I've got something urgent to take care of right now. He pretended to be oblivious as he replied, is it something urgent? As he rushed off, he loudly explained that, it's a military secret, so I can't say. I'll come back next time with the Vice Lisa Yan. G watched Gozo's back, unable to stop himself from speculating. Everyone is really working so hard. But the reason Hong Young suddenly escaped might be because he was deep in thought when a chicken's cry suddenly cut through his train of thought. Furthermore, when he recognized the familiar voice, his face darkened immediately. Very quickly, the owner of the voice also spoke up to apologize. Sorry about that. Could I ask you something? I'm in a desperate rush to find something right now. If I don't find it, I'm a dead man. The moment the person arrived, dark clouds gathered in the sky above G, and a storm began to brew. With a pale face, he turned back to look at the person, muttering to himself, it couldn't possibly be him, could it? Please, no. Just then, a flash of lightning suddenly illuminated Young's face in the night, and then, he calmly said, have you ever seen a monostone that's round and as pretty as an egg yolk? G didn't understand what was going on, so he muttered internally. Back when I was active, there weren't this many hunters with such intense personalities, right? Why is it that every hunter I meet these days seems to have a few screws loose? Among them, this kid is truly crazy beyond repair. If I report him now, dealing with the aftermath is going to be such a headache. Might as well just hand over the monostone and get rid of him quickly. Having no choice, G signaled for him to come inside. As soon as he entered, Hong Young looked around warily and asked, Jay, do you have 2 jobs? Why are you at a hangover soup restaurant at this hour? G reluctantly admitted, yes, I'm working a side job. Just close the door for me, will you? After that, he gave a thumbs up and smilingly praised the other person. Oh my, you're living so diligently. Truly a shining example for society. That's wonderful. He felt completely hopeless at Young's frivolous personality and thought to himself, he actually believed that. This guy is really a fool. G was curious how Young found this place, so he turned to ask, but how did you find me here? Did you put a tracker on me or something? He looked awkwardly at the chicken and explained, Jay's whereabouts were found by my pet chicken. Since it was created from the monostone of a memory-absorbing monster, it has a great ability to remember and track people. Plus, it has a soul connection with me, so we communicate really well. G stared intently at the chicken, whispering to himself, I never imagined the chicken I kept clutching throughout the art exhibition would return to me in this way. There was one thing he still didn't understand, so he continued to ask, I get how you found this place thanks to your chicken, but how did you manage to shake off the management bureau? Young, being as straightforward as a straight arrow, honestly confessed. Seeing a monostone like that, my eyes just naturally go crazy, don't they? So I just escaped with my indomitable will directed toward the monostone. Besides, at that moment, he wasn't even there. G found it hard to believe and replied, Jong Pin wasn't there? He gently placed the chicken on the table and frankly replied, ever since the art exhibition, I haven't seen hide nor hair of him. But I did receive a message from him. He said he had some urgent business to settle with Lisa Yan, or something like that. G walked toward him and hesitated. Lisa Yan? Wait, has the Lisa Yan run into trouble? Is she okay? Huh? He replied naively. You didn't know? At this point, G realized he had made a mistake and panicked internally. Ah, damn it. He quickly made up a plausible excuse to explain to the other person. Well, ever since the art exhibition, our Lisa Yan hasn't been coming to work. She just sends instructions to the secretary team via email, so everyone is very curious. Fortunately, Young was a simple guy. Oh, is that so? That makes sense. It's nothing too serious. I heard those two are off jumping into some end-of-the-world scenario and went into some dungeon together. It seems they've found some clue or another. The more he heard, the more G burned with curiosity to know what happened next, and he exclaimed. He had just said that when a knock on the door rang out. So, with surprised expressions, both of them looked toward the door. He signaled for Young to sit still and not make a sound, then slowly moved toward the door, muttering to himself, who on earth is knocking at this hour? A second later, the person outside finally spoke up. Sorry, may I ask if anyone is inside? Recognizing the voice was somewhat familiar, G lowered his guard and guessed that this voice was Yun Yun. Outside, she kept pacing back and forth and muttering to herself, is he asleep? G really wanted to open the door, but when he turned to look at Hong Young, he had second thoughts. If it wasn't for this ridiculous situation, I would have opened the door for her already. Why did she have to show up right when this guy is here? He winked at him. Do you know the person standing outside too? Hong Young nodded immediately. G was startled, not understanding what was happening, and grumbled to himself. What the hell? Is there some secret meeting for entrepreneurs to eat together regularly? Why does everyone know each other? Damn it. On top of that, he unexpectedly whispered into G's ear, but I thought she came looking for me, instead of Jong Pin, but it seems that's not the case. Jay also knows that young lady, right? He scratched his head, sighed, and came up with an idea. That's a secret. Now, can we go to that space you used to kidnap me last time? That tiled roof house. Young quickly pulled an invisibility cloak out of that space and replied, Tsk, you're too tight-lipped. Not right now. That's a very delicate space, so once used, it needs some maintenance time before it can be used again. After putting on the invisibility cloak, Young excitedly said, I'll sit here and stay absolutely silent, so hurry out and meet her. G quickly stepped outside to open the door for her, signaling for her to keep it down. Seeing her, G happily greeted her. Hello. Yun Yun replied, Wait a moment for me. She obediently listened. Next, he took out his phone and started typing incessantly. A moment later, he turned the screen toward Yun Yun. She was surprised to see the message on it. There's someone else here, so please call me Jay, of the PO Guild. She understood G's intention, then coughed a few times, saying, I'm sorry for coming to see you so late at night like this. Jay, you're not blaming me, are you? It's fine. What brings you to see me at this hour? After that question, she also started typing continuously on her phone screen. It took a moment for G to see the words, I came, because there's something I absolutely must tell you. It took me all day just to clear my schedule. I heard that a few months ago, dungeons started appearing where the internal environment suddenly underwent partial changes. That wasn't a natural change, according to. I heard that a few months ago, dungeons started appearing where the environment inside suddenly undergoes partial transformations. This isn't a natural change that happens over the course of time. Instead, it's being covered by a layer of white ash, just like the things I saw in my fragmented memories, and white monsters that we've never seen before are showing up. Our Lisa Yan, Namgu Jin, believes it's as if another dimension is invading, so he's calling it the dungeon incursion phenomenon. Regarding the end of the world, only a few companies know about it for now. Furthermore, these incursions don't happen very often, so investigations are being conducted in secret. I've been tasked with comparing the world from the memory fragments against the dungeons that have been invaded. In the meantime, I've tried comparing what I see with the current world. Since you've looked into it, you know this too, the world and the memory fragments and our world are similar yet different. Through my observations, I've discovered the existence of a divergence point where the two worlds started to become completely different. In the world of the memory fragments, the Western Sea fissure doesn't exist. Scanning through the data, G frowns in thought. Dungeon incursions started a few months ago, you say? If that's true, could it be that the incursions aren't just changing to resemble the ruined world, but are actually connecting directly to that same space? If this has any connection to the Western Sea fissure, I have to go check it out myself. To verify this, G asks Yunyun if he could enter the invaded dungeon to take a look. Any dungeon is fine by me, she agreed with his suggestion. Oh, there's an encroaching dungeon that just popped up recently. It's located in the 3rd Dongno district, sir. A few moments later, they both heard a strange humming sound that made Ji freeze. Yunyun was startled and worried. At this point, she had to ask, "Who is that, sir?" Ji looked annoyed as he turned back to grumble. "I thought you said you'd keep quiet." The second he answered her question, he said, "It's Hong Young." As soon as she heard his name, Yunyun felt a thrill of excitement. "Why is Mr. Young here?" Ji reluctantly replied. "It's a long story." She wanted to meet Young, so she said with an excited tone, "I don't know why he's here, but this is actually great. You should ask Mr. Young for help. I learned how to handle him from Uncle Jong Pin." Ji didn't trust his abilities, so he sarcastically thought, "Rely on that idiot?" According to the information Jay gathered, dungeons are mysterious spaces that began appearing sporadically after the cleft emerged. The vegetation and monsters inside the dungeons are things that cannot be found on Earth, and if hunters don't periodically sweep through the monsters inside, their population will skyrocket, causing an overflow, and they will start spilling out from the cleft. That is why unnecessary dungeons are sealed shut. Meanwhile, dungeons that bring in high profits from rare items are managed by the government or major guilds. The underground dungeon in the 3rd Dongno district is one such case. It used to belong to the state, but it was later transferred to the Byonggu Guild. Young and his pet chicken cleverly infiltrated the Byonggu Guild and knocked out the guard. Seeing the guy lying unconscious on the floor, he loudly praised his pet. "Good job, my pet. My pet is number one." Hong Young took out an orb, pressed a button, and laughed, saying, "I built this device exactly for moments like this. I've been wanting to try this for a long time." The pet. In a flash, the orb split in two. Just like that, it flared up in midair. Next, Ji and Yunyun looked bewildered after the lights went out. At this point, he began to show off his talents. "Am I awesome or what?" But she looked worried and asked, "Is it really okay to do that?" He had no choice but to reply, "Aye." From the moment I brought that guy here, I had already anticipated part of it. In his mind, Ji thought back to what Young had done before and sighed to himself. That guy is a madman, an awakened who even dared to cause a terrorist incident at an artist's exhibition. He ditched his own bodyguards to run away. During the auction, he suddenly screamed, "Stop the auction!" Furthermore, Jung successfully ditched his bodyguards, leaving them clutching their heads and screaming in frustration. The great artist. Just thinking about these crazy things, Ji only knew how to tell himself that if there was no one to supervise him, he would surely be jumping around in excitement. If he's an enemy, he gives you a headache. If he's an ally, he's useful, but he still gives you a headache. This guy, seriously. A few seconds later, he turned back to praise Gayun. "It's thanks to you coaxing him so skillfully that we got here without wasting too much time." She was so embarrassed that she blushed and scratched her head, replying, "It's nothing. I just learned it from Uncle Jong Pin." And the method Gayun applied is called the method of endless praise and stimulating curiosity. Just like that, she used flowery words to flatter Young. "Oh, the greatest artist in Korea, Hong, please help us. The dungeon is encroaching. You are the world's top artisan, a genius." So, he smugly smiled and replied, "Ahem, who just called the greatest artist in the world?" Yun didn't forget to thank the chicken. "Thanks, little one." It quickly ran over. Additionally, when seeing the object in her hand, Ji recognized it. That's from the Cleft Management Bureau. Yun held the card and walked to the terminal. After verification, the door to the dungeon opened. At this moment, she nervously told everyone, "We will only check around the entrance area where the encroachment is happening, and then head back out immediately. You two, remember that." Ji agreed. Hong Young urged them on. "Let's go. I've always wanted to see an encroaching dungeon with my own eyes." Before entering, he saw Ga Yun sweating, so he worriedly asked, "Is this your first time entering a dungeon? You look very tense. If you feel too tired, don't push yourself." She looked flustered and turned to explain to him, "Oh, no. When I was training at the Awakened Management Bureau, I went in once before, but going in officially like this is indeed the first time. Uncle Jong Pin and the others have worried about and cared for me a lot. Everyone tells me that, as a student, I should focus on my studies. Wait until I'm grown up, that's soon enough for dungeons. They also warned me, as a rank 5 hunter, to wait until I'm an adult before going public." Hearing these words, Young agreed that she shouldn't go inside. Exactly. Why would a kid go into a dungeon? At your age, you should be busy playing. Kids aren't allowed to fight. Ji's heart suddenly started beating faster due to the tension, and internally, he agreed with him. Right. Things are very different from the old days now. This is a world where protecting minors is a given. He wanted to let her come along but also didn't want to, so he looked conflicted and sighed. Since this was her first time inside, Young asked Ga Yun, "But are there monsters inside there too?" She answered uncertainly, "Yes, I think so." He worried about Ji's safety, so he turned and asked, "So, Mr. J, do you know how to fight at all?" Ji replied, "I know the basics, just enough to get by." Hong Young casually asked about the other's weapon. "Oh, so what weapon do you use?" "A sword?" Ji didn't answer, only whispering to himself that the weapon he used most often was a spear. But then, when he saw him bring out a few weapons, he hesitated and said, "Whatever I find, I'll use it. I can use anything. It's not that important." Ye Sung heard that and continued to take out more weapons, replying, "Is that so? Then that's even better." Seeing him not treasuring his weapons, Yun stepped forward and asked, "Is it okay for you to just throw everything on the ground like that? Those are precious weapons." Hong Young laughed as if it were nothing, saying, It's fine. I can just fix them up with a whetstone. Choose one. Mr. J, do any of these take your fancy?" Finally, G grabbed a long staff. "This will do." However, he didn't approve. "Oh, come on, there are still many better weapons. I'm sticking to my choice. I think this one feels the most comfortable. By the way, may I ask, Mr. Hong Young, do you have any combat capabilities?" He held his chicken out in front, smiled brightly, and replied, "Humph, I have my pet chicken here, don't I?" G was stunned by the foolish answer, thinking to himself, he plans to leave the fighting to that tiny, cute, malnourished-looking chicken? Seeing his expression, Hong Young also feels confused. What's with that look of contempt? My chicken is actually a great fighter, you know. My pet can even breathe fire. Go on, breath fire. Following its master's command, the chicken quickly breathes fire. At this point, he thinks desperately, a fire-breathing chicken. Ji then loudly checks on everyone once more. Is everyone ready? Yun and Young respond one after another. Yes. To ensure everyone's safety, he is the first to step into the dungeon. Hong Young is the last one to enter. Once inside, Ji observes the surroundings and asks himself, is this truly an invaded dungeon? It's true. White ash is falling endlessly. A second later, he is surprised when a status window suddenly appears. The system rushes to send information to Ji. You have fulfilled the unlock condition for the title. Condition fulfilled. Re-entry. The sealed title has been unsealed. Congratulations on unlocking the title. Your title is Lonely Conqueror. The dungeon is reacting to the title. The dungeon is being reconstructed. After this notification, the ground starts shaking, causing everyone to scream in panic. The ground is. He quickly grabs Yun's hand and loudly instructs everyone. You two, grab onto me. Following that, a bolt of lightning strikes Ji directly. Scene change. At the same time, Lisa Yan and Jong Pin are inside a dungeon. Seeing him just standing there, she walks over and asks, Did you discover something, Lisa Yan? He honestly replies, No. Jong Pin sees a whirlpool in the sky and says, Ah, so you were observing that whirlpool in the sky. It's truly strange that when we are inside fissures and dungeons, we can't see the black holes like we do outside. Shall we move to another area? Coincidentally, Lisa Yan has a new discovery, so she turns to look, appearing puzzled. She thinks it's his people, so she asks, Jong Pin, did you call for backup? Jong Pin quickly confirms, Not at all. The dungeon incursion investigation is only being conducted by me and Lisa Yan. Next, when the sky changes, he is startled and tense, muttering to himself, "What is happening?" The atmosphere was calm, so why suddenly? Lisa Yan takes off her mask and asks him urgently, "Jong Pin, has an acute change like this ever happened in an invaded dungeon before?" He answers based on what he knows. Among all the cases reported until now, there has been no precedent for this. To know the exact situation, Jong Pin quickly opens his status window to check and says, "This type of dungeon is still under investigation, so it wouldn't be strange for something to happen, but we haven't even discovered anything yet." Lisa Yan also opens her status window and receives a notification. Dungeon is reacting to the title. Dungeon is being reconstructed. In the blink of an eye, constant lightning flashes cause both of them to panic. What is this? The sky where they are standing also turns pitch black. After the lightning stops completely, Jong Pin lies on the ground, trembling as he speaks. "Ugh," he mutters to himself. "What was that just now? Can a dungeon that's already opened be reconstructed?" Jong Pin clutches his pounding head and thinks to himself, acting alone in a dungeon, without any information is as good as suicide. First, I have to hurry and regroup with Lisa Yan. He quickly opens his eyes to look for her and calls her name. "Lisa!" Jong Pin doesn't see her. Instead, he sees Yun Yun and Young. He lies face down and groans. Damn it. What the hell just happened? With a lingering sense of confusion, Jong Pin calls out to them loudly, "Mr. Hong Yung, Yun Yun." Scene change to another corner. Ji is biting his lips while his heart is pounding like a drum. At this moment, Ji feels a familiar sensation and mutters to himself, "A familiar atmosphere fills my lungs. The characteristic atmosphere of a silent fissure, no taste, no scent." From a certain perspective, it's also a kind of luck. Because of that distinct atmosphere, the corpses inside the fissure won't decompose. Only then can I find them among the unrotted bodies. Right now, there's no problem with my body either. In this place, the only thing I can trust is this body. Come on. Now open your eyes and face today's hell. As soon as he opens his eyes, he stares blankly around and says, "This is..." Ji sees Ga Yun's hat and the staff nearby and bolts upright, panic-stricken as he thinks, "Isn't that the hat that Ga Yun always wears? And the staff lying next to it is the weapon Hong Yung gave me." He walks over, grabs the staff, and mutters to himself, "This is the underground dungeon in the 3rd district of Dongno, not inside a fissure. There are no signs of humans around." Ji has the system activate his tracking eye to find the others, then whispers to himself, "Where are Yun Yun and Hong Yung? Where are they both?" Desperate to find them, he darts off like a bolt of lightning. After running for a while, monsters quickly swarm in and let out a deafening roar. In the blink of an eye, it lunged at D. He immediately leaped up to counterattack. J struck the monster's head repeatedly, taking it down in a flash. During the fight, he felt puzzled by a sudden flash of light. Looking closer, he realized it was a fire and whispered to himself, "That flame belongs to Lisa Yun. Why is that kid here? How unlucky can I be?" Even though I was trailing behind, the whole group still ended up in the same dungeon that Lisa Yan and Jong Pin entered earlier. Previously, Hong Yung had mentioned that Lisa Yan and Jong Pin had gone into a dungeon together. As he thought about that, he recalled their earlier conversation. Is Jong Pin not there? And then, he answered honestly, "Ever since the artist exhibition, I haven't seen hide nor hair of him, but I did get a message from him. He said he had urgent business to handle with Lisa Yan or something. It didn't sound like a big deal. I heard them rambling on about the apocalypse and heading into some dungeon together." Back in the present, seeing the 4 flames, Ji began to draw his conclusions. An awaken's flame. Those 2 others belong to Yun Yun, Yun, and Hong Yung. So, that remaining wheat-colored flame must be Jong Pin's, right? And whose is that one? Damn it. I don't know why things turned out like this. But right now, my priority is to go find Lisa Yun. Switching scenes. Lisa Yun sat leaning against the wall, muttering in frustration. Nothing ever goes the way I want. Jong Pin will know how to find his way here eventually. Damn it, so what if I fainted? It's just because Jong Pin took me to Namgujin earlier that I couldn't get anything done, and it's also thanks to Jong Pin that I ended up having to patrol this invasive dungeon. That obsessed freak Namgujin, if he gets even a hint of a lead, he'll dig until the end. I didn't want to owe him, nor did I want to get tangled up with him. But here I am, stuck in this invasive dungeon per his request. As she was deep in thought, she heard footsteps, and her eyes flashed, clutching onto the hope that it was Ji. Lisa Yun stood up and whispered to herself, "Don't tell me. No way. This is a dungeon. How could he possibly be here?" As soon as she saw him, she gasped in shock. Cha Ayudi saw Lisa Yun, dropped his staff, and asked, Lisa Yun, are you okay? She thought she was dreaming, so she reached out to cup his face, which made him shout in confusion. Afterward, Ji quickly reassured her, it's okay, it's me. Because of his sudden appearance, Lisa Yun was plunged into a state of extreme bewilderment. Countless questions raced through her mind. Why are you here? How did you get in? Do you have any idea where this place is? Seeing that Sajo Honji didn't answer, she snapped angrily. Damn it, you really are. She stopped, thinking. He's not even paying attention, and now he's asking if I'm okay? Next, Ji asked with concern. You just fainted earlier. Why did you come to this godforsaken place as soon as you woke up? Are you crazy? Lisa Yon's senses were completely numbed, and she recalled the past, muttering to herself, but the hand cupping my face is so warm, and the voice asking after me is just so incredibly familiar. Found you. Then, unconsciously, Sa suddenly shouted. But Ji covered her mouth, pulled her close with his other arm, and whispered for her to wait. Not hearing any noise from outside, she whispered, Did it leave? Being gagged for too long, she tapped Ji's hand. He immediately let go and squinted, signaling her. What's wrong? Sa whispered back. Don't go. Ji let out a puzzled sound, followed by her plea. Stay here with me. He didn't answer, glancing toward the outside. After confirming the monster wasn't chasing them anymore, he smiled and said, It's fine. It'll be over quickly. Lisa Yun felt no sense of security, so she grabbed his shirt and murmured to herself, Huh, if it were normal, anyone would have made an excuse about checking the perimeter or getting some air. At least they would have made an effort to hide their anxiety. But you? Do you think you can hide that pale face just by putting on a calm expression? I'm fine. I'll be right back. What are you even so afraid of? Honestly, this personality of his really gets on my nerves. This groundless confidence. The way he just throws himself headfirst into dangerous spots without looking back. All of that is just a bad habit born, because people keep hailing him as a hero, and inciting him to sacrifice himself for them. They say things like, the powerful should save everyone, and all that. They know he's the type of person who can't ignore a hand reaching out for help, even if his own life is at stake. He will never stop burning himself out, stubbornly pushing forward. So, if I want to stop him from doing those stupid things, I need someone to stand up and become a sturdy shackle to hold him down. After that thought, Lisa Yun called out to Ji. She fell into his arms and said, I'm in pain. On the other hand, inside, Lisa Yun's heart, she thought. And this is the shackle specifically for Ji, who was always soft-hearted toward the weak. Knowing he had an old condition, he was extremely worried. You said you're in pain? She intentionally acted clingy in front of Ji. Yes, and I'm feeling a bit dizzy too. Then he heard a sound outside again, making him tense up. Ji examined the situation, relying on his knowledge to draw a conclusion. The monster outside was a creature called a Bigfoot, another name for Sasquatch, a legendary creature in Western culture, often described as a giant, hairy primate, living deep in the forest. Although it's not an extremely dangerous type of monster, I still want to handle it first to prevent it from wandering over to where Hong Young and Yun are. Yun, before leaving, Ji grabbed Sajahon's face again. He turned her face left and right, muttering to himself. Since the artist exhibition ended, has she even gotten any proper rest? She looks just like those people who are severely sleep-deprived. Finally, he asked her directly about the message. That message saying you were okay, you sent that yourself, right? She quickly confirmed. Yes, I sent it. Why do you ask? Ji continued, suspicious. Then why are you in pain now? I remember Jong Pin took you to the guild for treatment earlier, didn't he? Lisa Yon rubbed her aching head and replied, It's true that I was treated, but it's probably because the dungeon is restructuring right now. I'll feel better if I just rest a bit. So just stay here with me. Once I'm better, we'll go together. Besides, you want to get out of here, right? While we're at it, I also have to go find Jong Pin. Ji pretended not to know and gasped in surprise. Jong Pin? Is he here too? In his head, he remembered the 4 flames he had just seen, closed his eyes, and analyzed the situation. So you should just stay here with me. Once I've recovered a bit, we can go together after all. You want to get out of here too, right? Plus, I need to go find Jong Pin anyway. Dee pretended not to know, shouting in feigned surprise, Jong Pin? Is he here too? His mind flashed back to the 4 flames he'd just seen, and he closed his eyes, silently analyzing the situation. So the owner of the flame I glimpsed earlier really was Jong Pin. If it's him, he should be able to handle that Sasquatch. Once he confirmed the 4th person was Jong Pin, Jay let out a sigh of relief. He stopped planning to leave, sat down next to Lisa Yon, and said, "Sorry, but I can't wait that long. If you rest for too long, I'm just going to carry you out." Hearing that, she closed her eyes and replied, "Sure, but hey," Dee responded tensely. "Hmm," she whispered into his ear. "I feel like something's a bit strange." Dee asked quietly, "What's strange about it?" She opened her eyes and asked, "How did you even get in here? And why did you sneak in? This dungeon isn't the type of place where they just let you in because you flash a hunter's certificate." On the surface, Jay didn't say a word, but inside, he was burning up. Crap. Lisa Yan leaned against Jay, making him break into a cold sweat. Even if the dungeon manager isn't part of my guild, they're still staff from the Rift Management Bureau. I don't think they'd manage this place so carelessly. Dee remembered the manager lying motionless on the ground. Exactly. But that manager had already been taken out by Hong Yong's pet. Lisa Yan probed him further. "As busy as you are with your business all day, why would you come into a mediocre dungeon like this?" He turned his face away, dodging the question. "Business has been slow lately," she said with a mocking tone. "Ah, is that so? And here I thought you were just some secretary who didn't get paid today, so you came here to mine mana stones." Dee couldn't even be bothered to respond. She leaned against him again. "You really are." Dee thought to himself. Here she goes again, with the teasing. She's going to start with the weird comments. I have to mentally prepare myself not to lose my cool. Lisa Yan continued. "So, who did you come here with?" He was so frustrated, a vein popped on his forehead. "Give me a break. It's actually a talent to only ask questions that people absolutely cannot answer. A talent, and an annoying one at that." Suddenly, Lisa Yan whispered in his ear, "Come to think of it, that guy, Maso, who is always stuck at the Namgujin library, would never come all the way out here personally. It was that jerk who asked you, right? Did he ask you to investigate this place?" Dee irritably pushed her away. "Cut the nonsense." Dee thought. What's with the Namgujin talk? She's got the wrong person entirely. Suddenly, something flickered on Jay's vision. Catching his attention, it was a system notification. System confirmation complete. Dungeon restructuring finished. The restructured dungeon has been upgraded to a new tier. The new tier of the third Dong. No underground dungeon is currently S+. Jay was shocked. S+? He thought of Young. Thanks to the existence of a Hong 1, people only hypothesized that an awakened one above S rank could exist. But until now, no dungeon higher than S rank had ever appeared. But could it be that I was stuck in the West Sea Rift for so many years that I'm out of the loop? Lisa Yan spoke up. This is the first time something like this has happened. Jay glanced at her, assessing the situation. Is this Lee Soon's first time dealing with this too? Jay was caught up in a mess of emotions caused by his own situation. A case where the dungeon tier changes right as I enter. This is the second time since I stepped into the West Sea Rift. It's as if it's waiting for me. Is this happening because of me? Quickly, he slapped his own face to calm down. No, this isn't the time to sink into negative emotions. Dee turned to look at Dee. He held out his hand and asked, "Do you have any documents regarding this dungeon?" She answered honestly, "I have some pre-investigated data, but it's all information extracted before the dungeon was corrupted. By now, it's probably all useless." In the cold winter, the ruined structures appeared, and with the dungeon having been restructured, she didn't think that info would help at all. Even the high-rise buildings were terrifyingly abandoned. We have to treat this as a completely new dungeon now. If we want to know anything, we have to collect new information. Dee pondered for a moment. Both the corrupted dungeon and this newly restructured one were identical to the West Sea Rift, and he was the only one who knew that truth. 1,000 questions filled his mind. What on earth is the connection between dungeon corruption and the West Sea Rift? Lisa Yan's voice cut in. "Hey, I'm asking you something." She leaned in close to Dee. "Do you have a hobby of self-torture?" Dee glared at Lisa Yan with annoyance. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting now? What about you? Do you have a hobby of talking nonsense?" She reached out and lightly touched Dee's face. "Not at all. But looking at your actions, I can see you have a tendency to torture yourself." Lisa Yan warned him seriously. "Try that again. And even though hitting people isn't my hobby, I can still accommodate your wishes." Dee lost it again. "Damn it. Didn't you say you were in pain earlier? The painful spot is your head, right, you jerk?" After that, they both stood up, and he suggested, "Since you're acting so lively now, you must be feeling better, right? Then get ready to move." G poked Lisa Yan, making her wince. "Ouch, that hurts." Dee said, "Whatever you say." She saw Dee walking ahead. She asked, "But do we really have to be in such a rush?" Dee picked up his staff and replied, "I heard you and the others were with Jong Pin. Shouldn't we hurry up and regroup with them?" Lisa Yan said. "Well, that's true, but we also need to get a handle on the situation in this new dungeon first. Wouldn't it be better to move slowly and carefully?" Jong Pin isn't weak. He'll hold out. D just looked at her, wondering to himself, it's not that I doubt Jong Pin's ability. What I'm worried about is. D was speechless at their carefree nature. Hong Young and Yun Yun, who knows if those two can hold out. But if I mention their names now, there'll be too much to explain. Well, even if Hong Young in my imagination is a bit strange, strange and surviving are two completely different things. Lisa Yan lifted some of his hair. And you aren't even carrying anything to cover your face right now. Do you think just wearing a hood is enough to hide that face? Are you planning on letting Jong Pin discover your secret just like that? Being weird and actually staying alive are two completely different things. You barely even lifted a few strands of your hair. And besides, you aren't even wearing anything to cover your face right now. Do you really think throwing on a hood is going to hide that face of yours? Are you just going to let Jong Pin discover your secret like that? Ji turned away, pouting. Every word out of his mouth hit the nail on the head, which only made him more annoying. Fine, I'll just clear the dungeon boss before meeting up with Jong Pin. Then, Sajo wore a knowing smirk. Ah, I get it now. You're digging right into Jay's past, aren't you? You used to be just as reckless, which is exactly why you threw yourself straight at the Rift boss back then. Annoyed, he poked Lisa Yan with a stick and said, "What are you rambling about, you little brat?" Lisa Yan tried to play it cool. "All right, let's move. At worst, I'll just slap a gas mask on you." Jay skillfully steered the conversation as he followed behind. "Let me ask you something. Were you really that sick before you awakened?" Sajohon replied with indifference. "Who knows?" D glared at him from behind. "That's a pretty vague answer. He meant that clearly." The guy didn't want to talk about it. Lisa Yan turned back, teasing, "I can practically hear the gears in your brain turning, you know." D scoffed at him, saying, "Being able to talk like that is a talent in itself." He chuckled, looking clearly smug. "That's right, and I'm not telling you. That's a secret." Dai felt frustrated. What was that supposed to mean? Lisa Yan said something that made D freeze. "You've got plenty of things you're hiding from me too." Lisa Yan kept smiling as he looked at him. "It's okay. Even if you lie to me, it doesn't matter. Besides, if it's you, I'm sure you'll eventually figure out my secrets. And you absolutely have to." G thought about Lisa Yan. One lie just leads to more lies. Then, what kind of ending would all these stacked up lies bring after awakening? Even though he had received trust from countless people, for someone like me who only deals in lies, the faith that Lisa Yan placed in me was something entirely different. Behind that look, G was harboring many complex thoughts. It wasn't like the fake, painted-on trust of others. It seemed to be cradling something that shimmered with a brilliant, genuine light, to the point that it made me want to reach in and see what exactly it was. As the thought faded, monsters came flying out of the city from nowhere. Dai and Lisa Yan immediately went into combat mode. Dai swung his staff straight toward the creature's neural control center. Lisa Yan followed closely behind Dai, unfazed by his devastating power. He chuckled and complimented him. "From what I can see, we're actually quite the match. I can vaguely guess what you're so restless about, too. But don't worry, these dungeons are just filled with S-rank awakened, right?" Dai didn't answer. He only felt more anxious. No, he didn't get it. That was the biggest problem of all. Anxiety was evident in Jay's eyes. Currently, there were only 8 Lisa Yans in all of South Korea, and 5 of them had already entered this dungeon. The fact that more than half of the Lisa Yans were crawling into this one dungeon sounded incredibly suspicious. Moving to another area, Jong Pin asked Han when he saw Ga Eon, "Are you two not hurt anywhere?" She emerged from the rubble. "We're fine. What about you, Mr. Jong Pin?" She walked closer to him. "I'm obviously fine. Is your dizziness settling down, Yoon?" Yoon walked with a slight limp. "I rested for a bit, so I feel much better. Thank you for your concern, sir." On the surface, Jong Pin wore a professional smile, but inside, he was thinking, seriously. When he first heard that Hong Young had escaped, his head had been spinning, and he just wanted to abandon everything and run for his life. It was thanks to Lisa Yan giving the task of tracking Hong Young to the little miracle worker that they were even able to enter the dungeon. He recalled Yun's prophecy. A few months ago, Yun had predicted that the apocalypse would descend. Since the world had largely forgotten the chaos and was entering a phase of stability, the Song Jo-hyun of the Awakening Management Bureau, Song Jo-hyun Ham So-jong, was the first to hear this, but he assumed the prediction from Ga Ion was just some kind of side effect of awakening. But then, unpredictable forces began appearing on the snowy mountains, as if to confirm Ga Ion's claims. Infested dungeons started appearing one after another. On top of that, the Prometheus organization, which had gone quiet ever since Lisa Yan awakened, suddenly became active again. Ham Seo-jong was mentioned in the story. So immediately after the existence of the first infested dungeon was confirmed, in order to prevent the anxiety that doomsday theories could bring, Song Johyun Ham Seojong only revealed the reality of the apocalypse to a very select few hunters. Limited to the top 10, the pieces of the puzzle gradually began to reveal themselves. From that day on, combat teams took turns investigating the infested dungeons. If they followed the proper order, Wigyu or Hanibe should have been the ones to enter this dungeon, but Namgujin claimed he had an urgent matter, so he pushed me and Lon in here instead. Jong Pin knelt on the ground with a blank expression. From the dungeon suddenly restructuring to the first appearance of an S+ rank dungeon, and now the emergence of Hong Young and Yun Ga Ion, he rubbed his chin, thinking, could it be that Namgujin foresaw this situation, and that's why he sent me and Young in here? Ga Ion, who was nearby, called out, Mr. Jong Pin, are you really okay? Jong Pin's face darkened as he whipped his head toward Young. Yeah, I'm fine. But Mr. Hong Young. He startled and stepped back. Ahem, he asked gently, but with the intent to devour Young alive, making him want to hide. Before this, I heard you suddenly disappeared, causing the management bureau to fall into a frenzy. Why are you inside this infested dungeon now? And why are the two of you together? I want to hear a proper explanation from start to finish. Jong Pin exhaled sharply, and Young turned to look behind them. Even if you want to exercise your right to remain silent, it's useless now. We've investigated infested dungeons many times before, but a case where a dungeon restructures and levels up like this is the first time I've ever seen it. He approached Young with cold killing intent. Originally, the phenomenon of dungeon restructuring had no precedent. Suddenly, a giant arm appeared in front of the three of them. Dai used his staff to jab repeatedly at it. How much time had passed? He glanced around with a worried expression. Facing Jay were giant monsters challenging him. At first, the things rushing to attack were just piles of white ash. Then, those ashes gathered together to form the shape of a golem. As time passed, the shapes of those monsters changed, becoming identical to the monsters he had seen at the Western Sea Rift. Dai stared at them and thought, is this a glitch arising during the dungeon's restructuring? Or is this the result of a mutation caused by the dungeon reacting to my title? He threw his staff over his shoulder and suggested that, instead of fighting blindly like this, it would be better to join up with Jong Pin's group first. Lisa Yan refused immediately. You're making me wonder what the hell you're thinking again. Where do you get the confidence to be that brave? You're ignoring everything I just said, aren't you? Dee tried to explain. I heard what you said and made a logical judgment, but he was still pulled away by Lisa Yan. Oh, logical, huh? That's great. First off, take that hoodie off before we talk. G remembered when he was still acting coy with him when they first encountered the monsters. Clearly, when they had first met at the rubble, his attitude had still been quite soft. All that relying on others. You're hurting, yet you still let him carry you? You're clearly dizzy, and back there, just standing on the sidelines clapping while he fought the boss all alone? You're something else, man. You have this indescribably blank look on your face. That attitude of yours only lasts until you start feeling uncomfortable, right? What on earth is this kid actually after? G then waved his hand to brush Joe off. Is there something else bothering you now? Why did you step back when you were pushed? It's nothing. I'm just a little curious. Lisa Yan spoke frankly to Dai, saying it feels like he insists on shouldering every single responsibility and handling everything all by himself. That kind of mindset really isn't healthy at all. Isn't it about time you realize that? You didn't answer Lisa Yan, just turned away to look around, which really annoyed Lisa Yan. Before we go any further, let's finish this conversation. We've still got plenty of free time, don't we? Dee tilted his chin, putting on an indifferent air. Fine, say what you want. He started asking. What line of work are you in right now? Dee looked blankly at him. Huh? Lisa Yan demanded. Answer me. What do you do for a living? He replied. For the moment, I'm just a part-timer at a hangover soup shop. Lisa Yan pointed at himself. So, do you know what my profession is? I'm guessing hunter. Then he flashed a bright, sunny smile. Right, so between a hunter and a part-timer at a soup shop, who exactly is supposed to be the one taking down the dungeon boss? Dai acted indifferent, thinking, are you trying to provoke me? Lisa Yan replied, not at all. The more Lisa Yan talked, the more Dee felt like it was all nonsense. I don't want to talk in such a childish way either, but because someone keeps acting like they're the only one here, I can't help but act like this. Sa's hands gripped the hand that Jay was using to hold his staff. He leaned in close to Jay, insisting that even if he were a bit weak against monsters, Dong Bin is still a hunter capable of holding his own in this dungeon. I'm quite decent at fighting myself, you know. He said this while showing a sad expression, And yet, two S-rank hunters like us have to let a part-time worker with those shaking hands of his go save people all alone? I mean, don't go rushing off trying to take down the dungeon boss anymore. D froze slightly when he heard what Sado said. Did he see his hands shaking the moment they met? That anxiety of his had long since vanished. He looked at the person in front of him, grateful to the one standing right there. Lisa Yan became increasingly serious with his words. You once told me you just wanted to live a peaceful life. He recalled the past, which made him feel guilty. Back then, I didn't ask why, but looking back, I think I should have asked. I wanted to handle this as quietly as possible, without letting anyone know why. Because looking at your actions, I see they're going against everything you said you wanted. Because I just wanted to live a peaceful life, Lisa Yan asked, almost interrogating Dai. Do you really want to live a peaceful life? All those painful memories came rushing back into his mind. I clearly promised that to someone. Because the memory had become blurred, as if covered by fog. I couldn't remember who that person was. But I can be sure of one thing. Jay also spoke up. I don't know. Lisa Yan was confused. What do you mean you don't know? Dee retorted to his interrogation. It seems like you've misunderstood something. Living a peaceful life and saving people are two completely different things. Jay's thoughts were no longer conflicted. The agonizing over why he had to save people and why he had to sacrifice himself. I cast those aside a long time ago, he said firmly. Does saving people really need a reason? Recent events have made Dai think a lot more. Living a peaceful life is a wish someone hoped I would achieve. Saving people is just something I can do right now. There's nothing more foolish than letting the people I want to save slip away just because of weighing the pros and cons. He became even more serious with his words. I've already said it. I really did make my decisions very rationally. And for this dungeon, I'm the one who should be responsible for handling it. Dai understood Jong Pin's capabilities. Just as you said, Jong Pin is extremely poor at dealing with monsters. So honestly, he's not much help. He turned to evaluate Lisa Yan. And you? Your abilities are poison-based. Looking at those monsters, the dungeon boss is probably a golem. Can you melt it? Jay analyzed some very practical points. Alright, let's assume you can melt it. But it's an S+ rank boss. It'll probably take a fair amount of time to melt it down. In that time, it would be faster for you and me to just rush in and beat it up. Dai pointed at him, frustrated. Plus, the reason I wanted to link up with Jong Pin is that there are other people there. I intend to save them. Lisa Yan was annoyed to the point of irritation. Aside from you, who else came in here? Ji simply replied. Hong Young and one other person. Lisa Yan looked like he was about to blow up. What the hell is that asshole doing here? And who is the other person? Dee replied. He came for the mana stones. What else? Young looked innocent. Please, give me some mana stones. Sa looked like a jealous mess. You. Please just throw that trash to him and cut ties with him. I'm begging you. Ji didn't know what to do. I was planning to do just that, but the circumstances. Sure enough, whenever Hong Young is mentioned, this kid gets annoyed. He poked Sa Yo to try and calm him down, trying to lighten the mood. Hey, if you're worried about me, just say you're worried. Stop acting so crazy. If I say this, he'll probably call me crazy or say I've gone blind or something. That should ease the tension. There wasn't a sound around the two of them. Jay was a bit guarded now. Are you really worried? Sado smirked and asked him back. Why not? Why are you so surprised? He created a massive wave of killing intent toward Ji. So what would you say if I told you I'd been waiting for you all this time? Dai looked at him, bewildered like a little rabbit, and just as he opened his mouth to say something, a massive explosion went off nearby. Ji's reflexes were lightning fast. He hugged Lisa Yan tightly to protect him. He looked toward the explosion that was where Jong Pin's group was. At Young's side, he was struggling hard with his shield. Young shouted toward Lisa Yan. Isn't Jong Pin awake yet? She replied anxiously. He hasn't woken up yet. A giant hand could crush them at any moment. He was just waiting for help now. Neither he nor this shield could hold out any longer. Lisa Yan appeared out of nowhere, surprising Hong Young. What the hell is going on? What happened to that guy Jong Pin? He looked like he'd found a life raft. Thank God. Jong Pin got into this state because he was trying to protect us. Do you have any potions with you? Hurry and save him. Lisa Yan grumbled as he took out his gear. If you're going to dare to come to a place like this, you should at least come prepared with potions. Hey, go give him that shot, Jong Pin. Yun Yun lowered her head. Thank you so much. Hong Young felt his skin crawl at the sight of the syringe. Wait, hold on a second. I'm still fine. I hate shots, man. Sigh, you just threw the syringe away and you're already shaking like a leaf. Where are you going? Are you planning to use poison on those golems? Don't even think about it. Even the shields I create can't block your toxins. Lisa Yan asked coldly, turning back. If I don't use poison, I'll just smash them to pieces. Is that better? Ye Sung lost his cool and shouted, What kind of stupid idea is that? How are you even going to do that? The monster's massive arms shattered, sending debris flying everywhere. Ye Sung stood there, jaw dropped. That's insane. Ji moved with supernatural speed, darting past the monster's reach. Now, those arms weren't looking so tough. He gripped his spear and flew into action, attacking. The other side. Can he really fight like that? Suddenly, one of the rock golems swung its arm, aiming to crush Ji. With lightning reflexes, he dodged the blow and lunged forward. Ji used the momentum to vault off the monster and land perfectly. Meanwhile, Lisa Yan and Young stood frozen in pure shock. Suddenly, Lisa Yan was coiled by a thin trail of black energy. He shouted in frustration, Damn it, get this off me, now! Ye Sung was trembling, shivering like a man begging for his life. If I get hit by your poison again, I'm definitely going down. If that happens, everyone here is finished. Please, just spare me. Annoyed, Lisa Yan glared at him. Hong Young, did you bring the spear? Hearing that, Ye Sung's eyes widened as he replied. Which spear? Lisa Yan urged him. Mine. If you have it, hand it over. Remembering something, Ye Sung exclaimed. The spear of the divine? Why is that thing yours? Lisa Yan answered nonchalantly. I won it at the auction, didn't I? Do you want me to pay you right here and now? He clicked his fingers, grabbing the spear with an annoyed tone. Forget it. Money's useless out here anyway. Fine. Besides the poison, just try doing something else, for now. Or, should I just give you a bomb? On the contrary, Lisa Yan replied calmly. No need. Seeing him walking step by step toward the monster, Ye Sung called out, Hey, what are you planning to do? Do you even know how to use a spear? Lisa Yan replied nonchalantly. Not really. He lowered his stance, preparing to throw the weapon. Gee. In the depths of my heart, I just wanted to jump in and fight alongside him. But in this situation, even if I joined the fray, it's not certain I could even help. Lisa Yan bit his lip, teeth grinding in frustration, and could only place all his hopes on Ji. In the subconscious of Sazon, he could only think about throwing that spear. I want to be someone who can hold on to him. Sometimes, I'll be the shackles that tie him down. Sometimes, I'll be the wind that stirs the wild waves. Take this. At that moment, Ji looked toward him, completely stunned. He recalled their conversation. Do you really want to live a peaceful life? You asked me if I want to live in peace? Ji put all his strength into it, sprinting toward the flying spear. With 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind, he ran while locking his eyes on the target to catch the spear. How could I possibly know the answer to that? No one ever taught me how to live peacefully. Even the special ability that helps me master everything I touch hasn't helped me figure out how to live a quiet life. Memories surfaced in Ji's mind. Even so, I've tried to find a way to build the quietest life possible. Partly because of the survivor's guilt that haunts me, and partly because of the endless agony of not being able to bring back even a piece of those who lived and died by my side. But above all, it's because I don't want to cause any more waves in this place, a sanctuary of peace that so many have longed for. In those memories, the image of myself lying amidst the ruins, when the crack appeared, is clearer than ever. From the moment I woke up, everything around me felt so empty. I didn't have anything I wanted to do. He gradually sank deeper into his own quiet uncertainty, just like sinking beneath the surface of deep, dark water. I chose to shut my eyes tight and seal my hands away. The world you once lived in, it's all just a blur now. Everything I once knew has vanished. Stranger things slowly filled my space. This world, where I have nowhere to return to and nowhere to rest, makes simply existing day by day feel so exhausting. Every moment is unfamiliar. Every moment is agony. No matter how much you want to escape reality, even in the moments when I'm deep in thought, the image of the crack keeps appearing, to the point where even trying to hold a thought for a little while becomes truly difficult. I feel like I've completely become a lost soul. Pushing past all of that, as he gripped the spear in his hand, but only in moments like these, seizing the perfect opportunity to leap and swing the spear at the monster, do I truly feel my own existence. S+ rank muscle reinforcement ability activated. A stream of system notifications echoed. Innate ability, S+ rank masterful hands activated. Innate ability, S+ rank, clairvoyance activated. Below, there were people watching his battle. There are people for me to protect. That is something so worth being grateful for. And when he saw Lisa Yan looking at Ji with such worry, he knew he had to be determined, because there are people waiting for me to come back. That is, he flashed a happy smile as he drove the spear down, How happy that makes me. Suddenly, a massive explosion shook the ground, sending rocks flying wildly. Young could only hold up his shield and scream in a panic. After a series of tremors, Ye Sung waited, breathless. Yun Yun thought to herself, is it over? She was completely shocked by what she saw. The giant golem collapsed to the ground right before their eyes. Ji slid down from its body. He quickly asked, are you guys okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Having returned after finishing his patrol, Yi Sung spat blood, turned pale, and pointed at Ji, questioning him. No way, that's the line we're supposed to say. Don't go stealing our dialogue. He circled around, examining him, from head to toe. No injuries, no broken bones, and not a single scratch or tear on his clothes. Your body is seriously tough. Are you sure you don't have internal injuries? I thought the secretary was the one who was supposed to be asked if he's okay. Yeah, I'm perfectly fine. After confirming Ji was safe, Ye Sung pointed at the weapon and asked, so, how's the spear? Does it feel all right? He replied calmly, it's amazing. It fits my hand perfectly. Getting praised, he boasted arrogantly, well, obviously. It's a masterpiece I created. To be honest, when I heard Lisa Yan won the bid for it, I was worried about what would happen to it. At that moment, he walked up to the person next to him. That's right. Lisa Yan watched as he looked at him quietly. Ji thought to himself, is he acting like this because I pushed him toward Yoon, and Hong Yung earlier and left on my own? He glanced over, speculating. Even if he gets grilled for it, he doesn't regret taking care of that golem. It was something he had to do. If he hadn't stepped in, they would have all been goners. Ji wrestled with his thoughts. How was he supposed to explain this to Lisa Yan? Even if she already knew he was hiding his strength, it wasn't exactly normal for an average awakened person to take down an S+ rank monster so easily without a scratch. His heart was in a total scramble. What was he supposed to do? Should he lie again? Or maybe tell her he managed it using a bunch of Hong Young's weapons? He wondered what Lisa Yan was thinking right now. She just stared at him, unmoving and silent. Could that be why his eyes went wide when she said she was fine? Ji was completely confused. Hearing her reply, she said she was doing okay. Turns out, he was just overthinking everything. She was just answering his question from earlier about whether she was hurt. Just then, he handed the weapon over to Lisa Yan. This spear works great. It's yours. Ji was stunned by her reply. What did you say? Lisa Yan responded calmly. It was yours from the very beginning, wasn't it? He didn't know what to do, but Ji was incredibly bewildered, thinking about how at the artisan's exhibition, even while chained up by Jong Pin and on the verge of death, she still caused all sorts of trouble just to get her hands on this spear. Her goal wasn't just to get an S+ grade weapon, he wondered. Who exactly is she? Over on the other side, Young was resting comfortably, stuttering. Basically, we survived, right? I'm seriously exhausted. Ji approached Ga Eon and asked about Jong Pin's condition. His situation was pretty dangerous earlier, but thanks to the Byonggu Guild leader providing medicine, he's doing better now. He just hasn't woken up yet. Suddenly, Lisa Yan spoke up. Isn't the reason you dumped me with this bunch exactly for that purpose? Why? Are you looking at me like that because that kid helped? Ji glanced at her, thinking to himself, the biggest reason I left you behind was that I couldn't let you see how I fight. If he told her the truth, she'd just get worked up again. He dodged the question, replying, well, I trusted you, which is why I left you behind to protect everyone. You did a great job. Seeing this, she just added fuel to the fire. So, it was because you trusted me that you ditched me like that? You didn't need any help from me at all? I didn't even realize that. I was stupid enough to think our relationship wasn't just superficial. I even wondered if my abilities were lacking. Honestly, my self-esteem took a bit of a hit, Ji muttered. Self-esteem? My foot? Stop talking nonsense, Zhou reminded him. Just try doing that next time and see what happens, Ji stubbornly replied. And if I do, what are you going to do about it? She fell into deep thought. I don't know yet. I'm just saying, don't let there be a next time. That would be better for you. Lisa Yan quickly patted the seat next to her. Let's just end this conversation here. Seeing that, he really reevaluated her. Is she really patting the seat for me to sit down? Does she really have to do that? Ji didn't listen and started walking away, but was pulled back by So. The atmosphere around her dropped. She seriously interrogated him. And you two? There must be a reason why you two made it all the way in here, right? Lisa Yan spoke up. I think you both know this dungeon belongs to the Byonggu Guild, right? Just then, Hong Young pretended to be clueless. I have no idea. Hearing that, she issued a warning. Stop the nonsense, Lisa Yan scolded angrily. If you don't want to go to court for trespassing in a dungeon, you'd better tell me the truth. This made Ji, sitting next to them, jump and think, Does that law actually exist these days? Yun Yun curled up in repentance after seeing Yong lying there in a heap. I understand. Seeing that, So found it funny. Wow. As soon as laws are mentioned, she plays dead. Huh. Turns out even Hong Young is afraid of the law. She finally came clean. We came here because we had to investigate an emergency involving an invasive dungeon. Well, out of the places I knew, this was the closest one. Yun Yun knew she was in the wrong and listened obediently. I'm really sorry for sneaking in here, Lisa Yun gently advised. No matter how urgent it is, you have to follow proper protocol before entering. You've definitely learned those basics already, right? Yun Yun stuttered. That's true. But then, realizing what she was getting at, soon asked, if it's as urgent as you say, surely that talented lady Ham Zok wrote you a confirmation letter, right? Hand it over. G, sitting to the side, silently thought, that sounds a bit too harsh. She heard that and started mumbling even more. Regarding that, he quickly changed the subject, helping Jian reach out to touch Lisa Yan's lip. What happened to your lip? Did a piece of debris hit it? She quickly grabbed his hand, looking completely panicked. So, June got annoyed and pulled an antidote from his inventory. Why would you just do that? Ji was still blank, not understanding anything. What? What's going on? She quickly poured the purple potion onto her hand where Ji had touched her, then followed up with the blue one. Ji felt offended, sulking as he questioned her. Why are you suddenly acting like you're cleaning blood for me, only to end up getting caught in the crossfire? What's that about? In his frustration, Sojo shouted, You almost died last time. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? He was annoyed, but kept quiet. I already told you I was fine back then, didn't I? He started feeling genuinely frustrated now. Finally, his temper exploded, and Ji went on a long rant at Lisa Yan. I told you I was perfectly normal. Are you not listening to a word I say? What kind of person are you, being so careless? At least pretend to listen for a second. That brat, he thought, irritated by her attitude. That damn suspicious nature of yours. Do I have to drink the rest of that blood for you to believe me? Suddenly, Sojo reached out and covered Ji's eyes. This made him bark in confusion. What the hell are you doing? I'm trying to help you calm down. I can see you starting to overthink things, so I'm just blocking your view. Ji ordered Lisa Yan to let go. Seriously, you need to know when to stop. She softened her tone. I know, but you should still calm down. Isn't it been a long time since you fought a monster? He was very annoyed, but he took a deep breath to suppress his anger. After noticing the tension fade, So smiled and offered a compliment. That's right. Ga Yun, who was watching them from the sidelines acting like a couple, thought, good thing they aren't fighting. That's right. Ga Yun, the outsider watching those two feed each other lovey-dovey vibes, also noticed. Thank goodness they didn't end up fighting. A light flickered from within the golem's body, catching her attention. Yun Yun spoke up. Wait for me a second. Lisa Yun was about to say something. If you're planning to stir up trouble. But before she could finish, she rushed off. This is really important. Just wait for me a moment. Okay? Fearing something might happen, Jay stood up to follow Yun Yun, but was blocked by him. Where do you think you're going? He was incredibly worried about her. Over there, obviously. Dujun is running toward that pack of golems all by herself. As Yun Yun ran toward the golem's remains, Lisa Yan was also worried, but held him back. You already smashed the core, to the point where it can't regenerate anymore, so what are you worrying about? I don't sense any monster aura around here either. The dungeon boss is dead, so it should be safe for now. At this point, even if the kid goes alone, she won't run into any problems. Finally, he concluded, besides, we still have to finish investigating this dungeon. There must be a reason it suddenly underwent a restructuring. After saying that, Sejun suddenly nuzzled into Jay's chest. His actions, paired with the words, for now, just be a good boy, and stay right here, right by my side. When Jay heard that last part, he froze. Being left behind once was more than enough for me. Jay always felt like every time Lisa Yon acted this way, he had a weird sense of familiarity. His mannerisms reminded him of someone, but clearly, that kid. Suddenly, Gayon shouted, startling Jay. Found it! I found it! She held up a stone in her hand. I found the fragment. Hearing that, Jay speculated. A fragment? Doesn't a fragment only appear in Yun Yun's dreams? Why would a fragment from another world appear inside the body of a restructured dungeon boss? Yun Yun asked. Big brother, can I stay up here and examine things a little longer? Jay replied, suit yourself, just until the new boss respawns, okay? She obeyed and replied, yes, I'll be careful. Sejun saw him glaring and asked, what's wrong? At that moment, Jay was lost in thought. I heard that Awakeners share information about the apocalypse with each other. So maybe he knows something about the fragment, right? He asked hesitantly. Do you know what that is? That thing Yoon was holding earlier. Hearing her name, Sejun's face darkened with irritation. Yoon? Seeing his expression, Jay realized he was throwing a tantrum again. He frowned and countered. I only learned that kid's face and name today. And yet, someone is out here calling her by her first name so casually. Huh. You two seem pretty close. Jay quickly retorted. We aren't close. I'm not close with that kid. Jay gently patted Sejun's head as he kept whining. Should I even believe what you're saying? At this point, Jay could only comfort the person acting so spiteful. Believe it. I'm closer to you than to her. So please, just shut up. Jay blocked the gaze of Sejun, who was grinding his teeth and arguing stubbornly. For someone who just stays in one place like you, how come you have so many things piling up around you? Jay asked helplessly. In short, do you know what that glowing thing she was holding earlier is? He shrugged, pretending he didn't know. I think I've heard of it, but I can't quite remember, he claimed. Beats me. I have no clue. Jay glared at him. A guy like you, who remembers even the smallest details, and you're telling me you don't remember something this important? Jay analyzed the situation, thinking that with his current attitude, even if he pressed him, he probably wouldn't give a straight answer. I'll just ask Yoon later. As Jay was stroking Sejun's hair, Sejun spoke up. I already said it earlier, didn't I? He replied, you don't need to know everything, because knowing something means you also have to take responsibility for it. The more he spoke, the more Jay's face fell. Are you prepared to shoulder that responsibility yet? Jay asked back. What about you? Lisa Yan gripped his hand firmly, making Jay blurt out. Are you prepared? He replied calmly. Of course. His hand, holding Jay's, rubbed over the knuckles of his hand, as if trying to memorize them before answering. As for being prepared, I finished that a long time ago. Now, I'm just waiting. Waiting for the day I have to shoulder that responsibility. I've been waiting for a very long time. Then he touched each finger and said, so, if you want, you can act on your impulses a little more. Afterward, he pointed to his own lips and warned that touching like before was forbidden. This took Jay by surprise. Is that so? Jay only felt incredibly annoyed. Your severe case of lack of trust in people must need shock therapy to be cured. One day, I'm going to go crazy, drain your blood, and drink it all while staying perfectly fine, just to show you. Jay turned around, walking while observing. If I keep talking to that kid, I'm going to lose my mind. So, before Gayan finishes checking those golems, I'll go check on Jong Pin's condition. Hong Yung saw him and spoke up. Hey secretary, did your lover's quarrel with him finally end? Under his mockery, Jay became even more irritated. I'm off limits, okay? Realizing he'd slipped up, Hong Yung honestly replied. I was just asking out of kindness. Oh sure, like you two weren't flirting and bickering right in front of me. Jay swore under his breath. Damn, are you blind or something? Seeing that as flirting? He took out a magic stone, causing Hong Yung to gasp and stare, eyes wide. At that moment, he looked no different than a dog obeying a treat. Let's end the deal between you and me with this, and stop coming to find me in the middle of the night. Hong Yung quickly held out both hands to take it, but before it reached his hands, he was already whining and crying. What is this? Why give it to me and then take it back? Jay frowned and retorted, I hadn't given it to you yet, so don't say I took it back. Help me with one more thing, and then I'll give it to you. Hong Yung asked uncomfortably. What else? Jay glanced toward Lisa Yan in the distance and whispered to him, make me a mask in exchange for this magic stone. Jay described the design in detail. He wanted one that could cover his entire face with a voice-changing function, and one that wouldn't cause difficulty in breathing or obstruct his vision. Just don't make the design too flashy. After hearing this, Hong Yung looked dumbfounded and asked, doesn't that mean you're asking me to make a mask for Jay? Are you planning to have Jay appear again? The atmosphere suddenly became incredibly awkward. Jay silently broke into a cold sweat, thinking, this kid. He just reacted now? Wait a second, does this count as a breach of the contract we signed? But I didn't try to dig up your information on purpose. I figured it out myself. So it shouldn't count as a contract breach, right? Do you know how hard I've tried to not care about your identity? Jay felt troubled. How did he even figure it out? At that moment, Jay felt like he was floating in space, completely bewildered. Hong Yung, with a desperate look in his eyes, promised, look, I'll knock out those masks in no time, so as long as I'm not violating the contract, hurry up and hand over the mana stones. Making it awkward for him, he said, this pretty much means you already know everything, doesn't it? He replied arrogantly. I can whip up those 3 masks real fast. I'll have them ready in about a week, and once they're done, I'll tell Gai Kung to deliver them to you right away. While Jung was doing his best to gain his trust, Jae remained expressionless, just glancing at him. Finally, Ji sighed and decided, well, a promise is a promise, I guess. He quickly handed the mana stones to the guy who was screaming with joy, then tried to reassure himself. I mean, he won't suddenly show up at the hangover soup shop looking for me again, right? Wai Sung bolted off, shouting, Little Yun Yun, are there any mana stones over there? A boss that big has got to drop something valuable. Never mind. I'll just go over there and find them myself. Gon quickly ran up to Jae and reported, Hey, you've got to come look at this fragment. She added, quite honestly, that even in all the invasive dungeons that have appeared until now, she'd never heard of any fragments showing up. Today is actually the first time one has been found outside of a dream. Yun Yun was busy chattering away, saying, Also, I noticed that the difference between this dungeon and others is. Suddenly, she realized something, and quickly advised Ji. First off, it's super dangerous inside the dungeon, so maybe we should get out of here and look into it later? You probably guessed it, Yun. And Yun also senses that he is the reason the dungeon underwent reconstruction. Before leaving, he discusses things with Ga Eon. Hold on a second. Once we get out of here, the Management Bureau is definitely going to want statements. Let's get our stories straight right now. As for the Energy Core, tell him once he wakes up, she asks curiously. So, what exactly should I say? Meanwhile, he quickly puts on his hat to hide his identity. Just tell him that Jae has returned, that's all. Hearing this, Lisa Yan in the distance beams with joy. Over here, Young is straining every muscle, trying to carry an unconscious Jong Pin. It's so heavy. He groans and calls out to Lisa Yan. Hey, can you come over here and help me carry this guy? Are you serious? Seo Johan turns his head and firmly states, If you want to see Jong Pin die in my hands, then go ahead and ask for help. Hong Young, feeling helpless, scolds him. Seeing that, Jae immediately suggests, Let me carry him. Poor guy, right? Seo Johan quickly stops him. No way. If you're the one responsible for carrying him out, you'll end up running into Nam Win. Get that thought out of your head. This makes him snap and yell, Are you crazy? Tone it down a bit, will you? From afar, Yun Yun stammers. About that. Jae, she asks, confused. It's fine if we announce that Jae is back, but what are you going to do about the hangover soup shop? Hearing this, Jae speaks up. What does the hangover soup shop have to do with anything? Gayu says bluntly, If you go back to operating as Jae now, how are you going to keep working at the soup shop? He starts to answer, Don't worry, I'll do both. He reminds her, Did you forget? Humanity's hero Jae and the part-timer at the hangover soup shop are two completely different people. Isn't that right? In this era of the hunter boom, we see hunters juggling all sorts of different jobs everywhere, from models and actors to YouTubers doing ASMR in dungeons. A rank 1 hunter like me can definitely handle 2 jobs to keep up with the times, right? The table is overflowing with get-well-soon gifts. Jong Pin is trying to piece together everything he's been told. In other words, summarizing everything he's heard so far. In his head, he imagines Ga Eon entering the intrusion dungeon to find fragments. Mr. Hong Young, who had suddenly gone missing earlier for whatever reason, he also ended up entering the dungeon with Yun Yun. Yes. And then, for some unknown reason, the dungeon was reconstructed, and during all that, the two of them ran into me. Finally, to top it off, just as I passed out trying to protect everyone from the dungeon boss, Jae suddenly appeared and took care of that golem. With just one hit? Yoksung, sitting on the side, chimes in, Yes, that's exactly how it happened. Jong Pin asks suspiciously, That person asked you to pass along the message that Jae has returned? Did Jae personally ask you that? He confirms it firmly. Your hearing is pretty good, isn't it? Jae is seriously strong, as expected of a rank 1, to pierce through a golem that big, with just one hit. Wow. He looks confused. Do I really have to believe that story? Hong Young pretends to cry and replies, I'm telling the truth. It hurts my feelings that you don't believe me after I told you the truth. He asks again, Then how did news of me fainting get out? Hong Young answers nonchalantly, probably on the Rankers group chat, but it's mostly just buzzing around Channel 1. The places sending you gifts are also big-name guilds like the HB Guild, Byonggu Guild, and Samra. Then, he adds that in a tech-savvy powerhouse like South Korea, there are no secrets that can stay hidden. Mr. Civil Servant, should I call a nurse for you? Jong Pin sighs and thinks, considering that this is the Swam Guild's inpatient ward, and Guanjin is coming to take statements soon, but I can't remember anything at all. Meanwhile, his last memory is the dungeon boss's attack hitting him and the pain feeling like his body was about to shatter. But Jae appeared right at that moment. Something feels off. While tapping on his phone screen, He questions Young. Mr. Hong Young, first of all, please don't touch the gifts sent to me. I have to return them. For Mr. Hong Young's safety, aside from the things sent by the Awakened Management Bureau, you can eat those, he exclaims in surprise. You're still holding on to that kind of discrimination with gifts? That's so outdated. Jong Pin doesn't deny it and says, yes, so please, never become a civil servant. It's a brutal profession, where I have to use this battered body of mine to clean up the mess for you, Mr. Hong Young. Feeling like he's being mocked, Young asks, were you just throwing shade at me? He doesn't deny it. You've become sharper. That's right. Nam Win walks in and speaks up. Seeing you chatting so energetically, I guess you're doing okay, huh? Thank goodness. You have no idea how panicked I was when I saw some corpse being carried back. Jong Pin greets him politely. Hello, Mr. Nam Win. He advises, just lie still. Even though the treatment is done, you still need to rest more. If it weren't for those chains of yours, even with my abilities, it would have been hard to recover you, Nam Win says with a serious face. I've also received the official report from the Management Bureau. After reading the report, I can't just ignore it, he says, sounding incredulous. What is this about a restructuring phenomenon suddenly happening right inside the intrusion dungeon, causing the dungeon's level to be raised to S+? Nam Gujin asks again, and you two still don't know the reason for the sudden reconstruction? Dong-in replies calmly. For now, that's the case. Young blurts out, I heard it was because of Jay, which catches Nam Gujin off guard. What? He replies innocently. Jay told me that the dungeon reconstruction seems to be my fault, but even he doesn't know the specific reason yet. He remembers Jay's instructions and improvises. Until he finds the specific reason, he absolutely won't show his face, except when it's truly necessary. Just say that much, don't add anything else. If there's any activity, he'll appear quietly, just like he did in the dungeon this time. He mumbles to himself, thinking that Jay actually appeared. It wasn't a system error, but Jay is really alive and escaped the Western Sea Rift. Nam Win leaves quickly, but before going, he warns, all right, I'll handle the situation at the Management Bureau. Until your right arm is fully healed, get that thought of getting out of the hospital bed out of your head. Thank you, sir. Suddenly, Jong Pin calls out to Young, Mr. Hong Young. His expression is a bit awkward. Recalling the image of Jay from before, he blurts out, what does Mr. Jay look like? Is he doing okay? Was he hurt anywhere? Suddenly, a voice rings out while Jay is cleaning. Hello, Mr. AU. That person carries a bag full of pastries. This is a gift for you. Why are you giving me a gift all of a sudden? Minky excitedly recounts her business trip too. I picked up something for you. It's bread. From Jongno? He replied shyly. I heard Mr. Hong Young mention wanting to try bread from a certain bakery in Jongno, and I thought, maybe he went there after getting out? So I went the extra mile. Their bread is actually really good. You start to wonder, people said he went through a lot of trouble to find Hong Young, but it seems more like he went there just to have a good time. Minky added, also, if you need anything or have any errands for me, please just let me know. This put Jay in an awkward spot, and he politely declined. I don't really need anything, and you don't have to go that far for me. Minky insisted. You can't say that, sir. He explained that a few days ago, on orders from Lisa Yan, the Byonggu Guild's first combat support team had been reassigned as his personal support detail. Minky kept rambling. Jay, there's no need to be so surprised. Even though we're called a combat support team, we're basically the Lisa Yan's errand runners. We do whatever the Lisa Yan tells us to do. And we've also been working hard on keeping the cheaters quiet. Jay started thinking about the errand runner comment. Minky explained that regarding this recent incident, the Awakened Management Bureau had no intention of announcing what had returned. Dungeon infestations were already obscure to begin with, and this dungeon restructuring phenomenon was a world first. Minky rubbed his chin seriously and replied, nowadays, being the first to do anything carries a lot of weight. Even in South Korea, where ranking and status are everything, being the first country to experience this is complicated. Recalling old memories made Minky speculate. It will likely cause mass panic. People will be plunged into terror and anxiety again. They'll be wondering, could it happen again? The Bureau doesn't want to stir up that kind of fear. A grade 5 crack appeared at the Wangjin Temporary Registration Center. Plus, we already had that unprecedented situation where a crack appeared right inside a registration center. His tone turned somber as he weighed the facts. But after giving it some serious thought, I discovered a few things. I'm not sure if you noticed, but everyone keeps saying this dungeon restructuring is a first. Finally, Minky dropped the bombshell that shocked Jay, but I remember a similar phenomenon actually happening before. The final conclusion stunned Jay. It was an event that Jay himself had personally experienced. Minky placed a hand over his heart solemnly. I apologize for asking such a rude question out of the blue. You know that after the West Sea crack formed, it was labeled a grade 5, but, he recounted, I learned that as soon as Jay's team entered, it was upgraded to a grade 1. Minky rubbed his chin in silence. Even though the West Sea crack kept growing over time, doesn't that sudden change in grade seem exactly like the dungeon restructuring? Something clicked in Jay's mind. The restructuring that occurred at the infested dungeon was indeed similar to the upgrade of the West Sea crack, and the new grade of the underground dungeon in Jongno 3ga after restructuring was S+. Both cases happened right as I entered. It was as if they were waiting for that exact moment. Jay felt a lump in his throat. No matter how much he wanted to ignore it, he couldn't deny that all these abnormal events were linked to him. After making up his mind, Jay spoke up. Could I take a look at the documents regarding the Jongno 3ga underground dungeon? Or could I go back inside to investigate it again? Minky immediately crossed his arms, signaling a refusal. I'm afraid you going in there yourself is out of the question, sir. The Lisa Yan would definitely be dead set against it. He pulled a folder from his inventory. But you can look at the documents. That's actually one of the reasons I came to see you today. Just a moment. Minky handed it to Jay and introduced it. This is the investigation file on the Jongno 3ga underground dungeon. It's been restructured. Our Vice Lisa Yan, B. Wong Wanggu, conducted the investigation personally, so you can trust it. Take your time reading it. Jay took the file and quickly flipped through the pages. It mentioned several issues regarding the crack. The dungeon before the infestation used to be a lucrative spot that dropped potion-making ingredients. Strange infestation symptoms started appearing a month ago. Jay stopped on a page, pinned with 2 photos, and the accompanying report. Pushing aside the white film that covered the restructured dungeon, they confirmed the presence of shattered Korean signs. Scattered everywhere. Jay's expression darkened. He had seen similar Korean signs at the West Sea crack too. Seeing that Jay was done reading, Minky spoke up. If I find any new information, I'll pass it on to you. Please, just let me know if you need anything else. Hearing this, Jay didn't hesitate to ask. Then, could you find out more information about other infested dungeons? Minky shrugged, boasting proudly. Of course. Infiltration, investigation, and information manipulation. Those are my specialties. Jay froze for a moment. Information investigation? After a few seconds of distraction, he hesitantly brought it up. Jay probed. If information gathering is your specialty, can you find a person? Minky paused. Finding a person? Jay nodded. Though, they might have passed away by now. Minky immediately grabbed his tablet and stylus, getting ready to take notes. You're already putting me to work, aren't you? You really know how to get the most out of people. If you have clear information and instructions, then of course, that's perfectly doable. Minky added a word of caution. However, if the person you're talking about died on the day of the cracks, it might be a little difficult. Society was completely paralyzed back then, and to this day, there are still victims from that day whose identities remain unknown. Jay bowed his head, lost in thought. They didn't die on the day of the cracks. It's been about 3 years since then. They probably died after that, specifically right after the West Sea crack incident. Minky's hand stopped writing, and he looked at Jay with suspicion. Are you sure the target is dead? Have you verified it yourself? Jay's face became hazy. I'm not entirely sure, but I think they're gone. Minky kept taking notes. Hearing you say that, it's really hard to confirm whether they're even alive or not. I'll mark their status as unknown. Could you give me some basic personal info or any distinguishing physical features? He started digging for details, name, age, appearance. G hesitated, then replied, honestly, I don't know their name or even what their face looks like. As for their age, they seemed a bit younger than me. Minky looked stunned. You don't even know the exact age of the person you're looking for? G gave a slight, quiet nod. Minky frowned, clearly struggling. I know this might sound rude, but what exactly do you know about this person? A heavy silence followed. Minky didn't give up. I'm not trying to blame you. I swear. I just need more details to work with. He tried suggesting a few things, like where they lived or what school they went to. Seeing G still wouldn't answer, Minky pressed on. Even the smallest lead, anything you can remember will help me start the investigation. After a long moment of thought, G finally spoke. That child. I saved them from the Manhwa rift. They were the only survivor to come out of it. He looked back, painting the scene as he provided the details. Their body was completely ravaged by toxins. Their vocal cords were damaged from inhaling the miasma. The only sense they had left was hearing, and since their body couldn't move at all, proper communication was impossible. Everything that could have been used to verify their identity had melted away in the toxic zones. That's why I have no information. After pulling them from the rubble, I took them to a hospital. Thanks to steady treatment, their condition improved quite a bit, but they were still far from a full recovery. As he spoke, G's voice grew heavier. They required regular doses of antidote to survive. But since I didn't come back from the West Sea Rift, the supply of materials for their antidote must have been cut off. A tightness gripped G's heart. That child who might have quietly passed away just because he wasn't there had always occupied a corner of his heart. After finishing the story, he felt a bit embarrassed. Everything turned out this way just because I entered a rift and vanished for 8 years. Minky listened in silence the whole time. Finally, he spoke up. I'm just confirming this, so please don't take it the wrong way. Have you tried commissioning the Hunter Association's private detectives? G answered honestly. I tried, but as soon as I mentioned the terms, they kicked me out. I get why they did it, though. Minky looked skeptical. What about checking the medical records? If it was 8 years ago, they might still be stored at the hospital. G continued. I tried that too, but it's impossible unless the person making the request is the patient themselves, their family, or a legal guardian. If it were someone else, maybe they'd look the other way. But my kid isn't exactly legal, he sighed. Besides, when I first admitted them, I didn't even go through the proper paperwork. Minky was shocked. What? G sheepishly explained. I made a back alley deal with the hospital and snuck them in under my name. Minky stood there with his jaw dropped. G shrugged. Back then, patients who were deemed certain to die weren't accepted by hospitals. There were so many monster attack victims that both staff and beds were in short supply. He added, most people thought that instead of wasting time on someone on their deathbed, it was better to save a dozen others. Hunter hospitals were even worse. Minky nodded. That makes sense. Plus, by registering them under your name, their existence had to be kept even more secret. In a way, they could have become your greatest weakness. G frowned. Honestly, since there aren't many leads, I can't guarantee we'll find them. However, Minky's attitude shifted quickly, and he reached out with a bright, professional smile. First, I'll try turning that hospital upside down. Leave it to me. By the way, sir, where exactly is that hospital? G was speechless. They were discussing something technically illegal, yet Minky was terrifyingly confident. Still, he reached out to shake his hand and added one more piece of info. It started as a private clinic, but I heard it's been turned into a national hunter hospital now. Minky froze. A national hunter hospital? He looked like he wanted to pull his hand back, but G quickly activated his ability, tightening his grip with his enhanced physical strength. As the S-rank buff kicked in, Minky stuttered, Sir, your grip is pretty intense. G tightened it even more. I'm just shaking your hand enthusiastically. Minky couldn't help but let out a few pained whimpers. Cold sweat dripped down his face as he tried to explain. Sir, I don't know if you're aware, but the National Hunter Hospital isn't just in tight with the authorities and the 3 major guilds. They have connections to almost every other guild in the country. Sir, G kept his impressed smile. Sounds like that hospital has really grown over the last 8 years. Minky went pale. Do you also know that security there is incredibly strict? G nodded. I do now. Finally, G let go of Minky's hand. The man slumped to the floor, dejected. I understand the situation now. I'll do my best. G beamed. Thanks a lot. Minky stood up, put his tablet away, and this might take a little bit of time, so please be patient. G waved it off. It's fine. I'm used to waiting, Minky added. And if you ever need to act under your other identity, please check with me or the Lisa Yan first. If you need anything else, just say the word. G looked at Minky, suspicious. Why? Minky laughed. Well, to support you, of course. A seed of doubt grew in G's heart. Their deal with Lisa Yan was made back when she didn't know his 2 identities were the same person. Now that his real identity was out, she could easily use that to extort anything she wanted from him. Why wasn't she doing that? He asked. Why are you all willing to help me this much? This wasn't even in the contract. Minky adjusted his glasses awkwardly. How should I put it? I'm not even sure myself. He offered a reassuring smile. But have you ever thought that the good deeds you once did are finally coming back to reward you now? Dai was stunned into silence. Minky gently expressed that perhaps you don't consider them good deeds, but to someone, your actions in the past might have been their salvation. In the interrogation room, Young angrily slammed his hand on the table and shouted, I told you, I don't know who that person is. He gestured wildly in frustration. They were wearing a mask. How could I see their face? You guys just keep making me repeat the same thing over and over. The hunter across from him looked awkward, but Mr. Hong Young, if you didn't see their face, how can you be sure that person is Jay? Hong Young frowned, showing clear disdain. You guys know Jay's account connected to Channel 1, don't you? That's how everyone confirmed he was still alive. Even your own Song Jo-hyun verified that he's still alive. Then he thumped his chest indignantly. And who was that guy? A top-tier pro who could shatter an S+ rank golem with a single blow while wearing a mask. On top of that, he called himself Jay, so how could I not believe him? Honestly, at that moment, I thought a savior had descended. I thought someone from above had arrived right when I was taking my final breath. The hunter kept pressing him. So, why exactly did you try to run away? Why Isung looked away, his entire body radiating annoyance. Because destiny was calling me, okay? On the surveillance screen, he was sprawled on the floor, kicking his legs in a tantrum. When are you guys going to let me out of here? I still have work to do. I just had a brilliant design idea. If my idea goes down the drain, are you guys going to take responsibility for it? Can you handle that? At the control room, a middle-aged man suddenly opened the door and walked in. High-profile figures who are usually hard to see are all gathered here. Huh. The hunter monitoring the screens was startled and turned his head. It was Song Jo-hyun. He jumped up in a panic. Mr. Song Jo-hyun? Why are you here? He waved his hand. Don't worry, I only came in here because I got permission from your Song Jo-hyun. Jo-hyun's gaze dropped to the surveillance screen. Even though I've only heard a brief summary of everything, on another screen showing a different interrogation room, Sa was sitting in a metal chair with his arms crossed, legs crossed, eyes closed, and a faint smirk on his lips. But I heard Jay has returned, right? At that moment, Lee Se-yeon suddenly opened his eyes and stared directly into the surveillance camera. Song Jo-hyun, the guild leader of Samra, let out a hearty laugh and expressed, I just received news that D has returned. How could I not rush over immediately after hearing that a comrade who once fought side by side with me has returned from the dead? The hunter gave a strained smile, his heart full of confusion. News of Dai's return had only just leaked out, and even within the bureau, only a few people knew about it. So, where on earth did he hear about it? Jo-hyun waited silently for a response, but the hunter clearly didn't want to talk. He showed a bit of admiration. As a talent of the bureau, your vigilance just now was good, but you don't need to be so guarded against me. After all, you're familiar with the people who told me this news. Jo-hyun toyed with the cane in his hand, looking straight at the hunter. However, I haven't heard the details yet, so if possible, I'd like to get more information. Relax, don't worry, just chat with me slowly. The hunter felt flustered. Why am I being so guarded against Song Jo-hyun? He's the leader of Samra, and he's the one who was interviewed in the documentary about D. After a moment of hesitation, the hunter stood up straight. I understand. Specifically, what would you like to know? He nodded and asked about the news of G's return. Did he personally appear and make that announcement? And has anyone actually seen him alive? The hunter confirmed, yes, according to what I heard from team leader Jong Pin, that's correct. However, the team leader didn't meet Jay directly, but heard it from the artisan Hong Wai-sung. Jo-hyun asked with curiosity, where is Jong Pin right now? The hunter answered honestly, he is being treated and resting at the Cell World Guild. He continued to probe, can I meet Mr. Hong Young privately? The hunter hesitated, that would be a bit difficult. Before the hunter could finish his sentence, Jo-hyun continued, twirling his cane. The hunter's eyes suddenly went blank, and he replied mechanically, yes, you may. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the surveillance screen, making him jump and shout out of reflex. The hunter rushed to check. What's going on? Everything was the same, except for the screen on Sezon's side. He seemed to have just kicked over the table in front of him. The hunter scratched his head and sighed. I was just wondering why Mr. Lee Se-yeon was so quiet today. Turns out he was waiting until now. Jo-hyun clicked his tongue. Lee Se-yeon is causing trouble again, huh? You've been working hard. The hunter looked flustered. I'm sorry, Mr. Song Jo-hyun. I think I have to go. He waved his hand. It's fine. Go ahead. You have to stop him before he causes more trouble. The hunter bowed awkwardly. Thank you for your understanding. Jo-hyun smiled cryptically as he watched the hunter run off. His eyes quickly darted toward the screen. Lee Se-yeon sat with his legs crossed on the metal chair, his lips curling into a mocking smile at the camera. He mouthed a few defiant words. Don't you dare pry. Jo-hyun gritted his teeth fiercely. That insolent brat. He spun around, pulled a phone from his pocket, and made a call. As soon as the other end connected, Jo-hyun lowered his voice. I am Song Jo-hyun. I will arrange to meet you as soon as possible. In the long hallway, Jong Pin, with his arm in a cast, walked quickly. At that moment, a door suddenly swung open. A female hunter walked out holding a glass of water. "Team leader Jong Pin," she said. "You're back? How are you feeling?" He nodded slightly to reassure her. "Yeah, long time no see. Is everyone doing well? I'll recover quickly, so don't worry too much." After saying that, Jong Pin continued walking quickly. Soon, he reached the basement, which was built as a special interrogation room. Jong Pin placed his hunter ID on the verification machine. The cold, mechanical sound of the system echoed. Identity verification complete. Lisa Yan, affiliated with the Awakening Management Bureau, Mr. Jong Pin. Welcome to the Management Bureau. Cold sweat broke out on his face. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Jong Pin stared intently at the room at the end of the hallway. Inside, the Management Bureau, Awakeneds are kept in special detention and interrogation rooms designed for those who break the law. The door slowly creaked open. He swallowed hard, nervous about Jay's return. "I told my subordinates to invite Lisa Yan and Mr. Hong Yung to the interrogation room, but I also made it clear, just ask a few simple questions and let them go. Yet, I haven't heard a word back. If by the time I'm discharged, those two are still being held in interrogation, then, as he stepped inside, he was met with the annoyed glare of Sazon. Jong Pin's face went pale. His lips twitched into a strained smile. He was done for. If things were chaotic as usual, he wouldn't be this scared, but this eerie silence only made him more anxious. He pointed toward the door and said to Sun, "I'm so sorry I'm late. Lisa Yan, let's get out of here quickly. I'll make sure to visit Byong-gu soon to apologize to you properly." Lisa Yan gestured for him to come closer. Jong Pin was curious. Is something wrong? He leaned in close as she whispered, "Since yesterday, I haven't been able to feel Hong Yung's presence anymore." Jong Pin's heart skipped a beat. "What are you talking about?" After the questioning, "Mr. Hong Yung should have been transferred to the Hong Yung village. Is he still here?" Lisa Yan stood up and gave Jong Pin a meaningful pat on the shoulder. "He was here, but he isn't now. You guys really need to get a handle on your internal affairs." He frowned and spun around. Could it be? Jong Pin hurried toward another locked room. Two hunters were standing guard outside. The moment they saw him, they bowed. "Greetings, team leader." Jong Pin looked at them suspiciously. "Why are the people assigned to escort Hong Yung standing guard outside a detention room?" He blurted out. "Why are you all here? There isn't any awakened being held inside right now." Jong Pin's gaze sharpened. "I didn't receive any special reports from you, and I certainly never gave such an order. Who told you to stand guard here?" The hunters didn't respond, staring straight ahead with blank expressions. He commanded, "Open the door, now." Silence was his only answer. Suddenly, the two hunters lunged at him. Jong Pin immediately turned and delivered a kick, sending them crashing into the door. The heavy impact shattered the door, sending it flying inside. Young was terrified, his jaw dropping as he screamed, "What just happened?" Jong Pin turned to Han and asked, "Are you the one being held here, sir?" Hong Yung? The man was chained tightly to a chair and burst into tears at the sight of him. "Officer, you're here to save me, right?" Jong Pin's face darkened as he glared at the hunters on the floor. "You were supposed to take Mr. Hong Yung to the artisan village at Mount Bukan ages ago. Why is he still here?" His voice went cold. "Who ordered you to do this?" At that moment, the hunter's head twisted at an unnatural angle, his mouth curling into a grotesque smile. Jong Pin warned him, "Mr. Hong Yung, please move back as far as you can." Yung looked confused. "Even while I'm still chained to this chair?" He replied, "You can still move your feet, can't you?" The hunter stood up, sharp, monstrous spikes erupting from his body. Jong Pin clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Seriously? I'm gone for a second and everything goes to hell. Looks like I owe Lisa Yan another favor." Hong Yung watched in terror, stuttering. "What? What is this? Why do they look like that? Aren't they bureau hunters?" Jong Pin frowned, remaining on high alert. "I'm not sure. Either someone is wearing their skin, or they've been replaced. Or worse, someone is pulling the strings from the inside. Regardless, we won't know until we dig deeper." The spiked hunters charged at him. He gave them a sarcastic look. "You guys really underestimate me, don't you?" High against the clear blue sky, the building bearing the Byong-gu symbol stood tall. In one of the rooms, Lisa Yan lay straight on a long sofa. She wore an eye mask, her hands neatly folded over her stomach. Suddenly, the door swung open. Wu appeared abruptly. "President Lisa Yan, Team Leader Jong Pin just sent over an update." Getting no response, he anxiously stepped closer to the sofa to check on her. "What's this? Are your eyes acting up again? Does it hurt?" Lisa Yan replied slowly. "I'm fine," Wu asked with concern. "Did you take your medicine? Should I call President Nam Gu-jin?" She waved him off. "No need. Just give me the report." He hid. Fine, here it is. Wu scrolled through his tablet and began to explain. First, Jong Pin sends his thanks, saying that because of you, he was able to rescue Mr. Hong Young. Reading this, he could practically imagine Young's goofy, triumphant pose. Hong Young is safe, Wu continued in a steady tone. But regarding the detention room, in the basement, something seems off. He was startled as he read the next part. Wait, what? The people who captured Mr. Hong Young were actually dolls wearing the skin of Jong Pin's subordinates? Lisa Yan sat up abruptly, pulling her eye mask up to her forehead with a frown. What was that? Wu handed the tablet to Sun, stammering. I'm not making this up. It's right there in the report. She took the tablet, her brow furrowing deeper as she read. Wu emphasized. It also says that the dolls, disguised as Jong Pin's subordinates, suddenly shot out black spikes to attack him. After subduing them, Jong Pin had Ho analyze them. The results showed their internal organs weren't human, but the outer skin was indeed a perfect match. At this point, he couldn't help but rub his chin and exclaim, "This sounds absolutely insane, doesn't it? Does that mean the real staff members are all dead?" Lisa Yan replied coldly, "Probably." The pressure in the room dropped, her eyes flashing with a chilling intensity. It seems that while we were busy with other things, the Prometheus group has been quite active. Have the Minkies double-check all suspicious locations. Once their exact position is confirmed, I will go there myself. Elsewhere, a hand clad in a pink glove gently turned off the faucet. Jay gave the door a stern look. She remembered meeting Young, where he had proudly given a thumbs up and declared, "Building those is a piece of cake. It'll be done in a week. Once it's finished, I'll have the guy deliver them to you right away." Jay felt a flare of irritation so much for a week. That guy was nothing but a big talker. I frustratedly took off my gloves and slammed them down next to the sink. What was the point of letting people know I was back? Without my mask, I couldn't get any real work done anyway. My mood suddenly dipped. Why hadn't that brat Lisa Yan reached out to me yet? Was he still being held by the bureau? Or did something else happen? I sighed, rolled up my sleeves, and walked out of the kitchen. I was so curious about that fragment Yun Yun found. If he wouldn't come to me, how was I supposed to get any info? Did I really have to swallow my pride and go find him? That would be a bit awkward, right? Just then, a strange noise outside grabbed Jay's attention. I shivered. I knew this feeling. Jay recalled the chill that ran down his spine when he met Young that night. He just popped up out of nowhere and asked, "Hey, can I ask you something? There's something I've been desperately searching for." I didn't hesitate, rushing over and swinging the door open with a loud thud. "Hey!" Contrary to what I expected, no one was there, but when I glanced to the right, a familiar silhouette came into view. It was Lisa Yan. Our eyes locked. I stood frozen for a few seconds. Once I regained my senses, I was speechless. My face was blank, but a huge question mark hung over my head. After a moment of hesitation, I crouched down next to him and asked, "Why on earth are you hanging out here like this?" "Honestly, I'm fine. You know." I let out a sigh. "Look at you, sitting there like nothing's wrong." I stood up and held out a hand, trying to coax him. "Get up. If you sit like that for too long, you're going to ruin your knees." Lisa Yan was silent for a moment before slowly reaching out his hand. I urged him impatiently. "Come on, hurry up. I still have to close up the shop." No sooner had I finished speaking than he gripped my wrist and pulled hard. I lost my balance and tumbled right into Lisa Yan, my small frame landing squarely in his arms. I looked up, my eyes full of confusion. "What is it? Why didn't you just stand up? Why'd you pull me into a hug?" I tried to wiggle free, scanning him to see what was going on. "What's gotten into you? Where are you hurt?" My heart sank. Was he injured? But I didn't smell any blood, and he didn't seem to have internal injuries. Lisa Yan shook his head. "I'm fine." I scolded him. "Do you think I'm just going to let it slide because you say you're fine? Come on, stand up and let me look at you. You were all mopey, huddled in a corner like that. What exactly are you trying to do?" Still, I breathed a sigh of relief. If he was completely healthy, and not in pain, that was good. But he didn't listen. Instead, he squeezed me even tighter. He pulled me hard against his chest, holding me firmly. "Just let me be like this for a minute." I was speechless. "Let you be? What do you mean, let you be?" Still, in the end, I let him rest his head against mine. After a while, I looked up, puzzled. "All right, that's enough. Now tell me, why were you huddled in front of someone else's shop at this hour? If you were going to come, you should have at least knocked so I'd know." I couldn't help but think back to how things used to be. Not long ago, he was still a crazy, disrespectful brat every time he came over. He'd pound on the door like a maniac. When did we get so close that there was practically no boundary left between us? If this were back then, I would have kicked him into the trash heap ages ago. Lisa Yan murmured through his gas mask. I guessed. He paused, then looked me straight in the eyes. If I just sat here, I knew you'd feel it and come out. And here I was. My heart skipped a beat, surprised by the look in his eyes. I quickly looked away, trying to change the subject. How long has it been since we left the dungeon? Why are you only coming to see me today? My voice had a hint of reproach. I thought you'd come running the moment we got out, asking me a million questions. Lisa Yan explained that it was out of his control. The bureau had kept him behind, claiming they needed him to assist with the investigation. I was surprised. An investigation? Really? He grumbled as he explained. They kept asking, and I kept trying to play dumb, pretending I didn't see a certain distinguished guest there. But even if he talked until his tongue went dry, who would believe that kind of flimsy excuse? Hearing that, I thought to myself, fair enough. With those unprecedented incidents happening one after another, the Bureau was definitely going to squeeze him and the others for every bit of information they could get. I asked curiously, did Hong Young and Ga Yun have to get investigated too? Lisa Yan answered honestly. Yun Yun is a senior in high school, so they made an exception for her because of the exams. Hong Young went through the same thing I did, but he ran into some extra trouble later. I couldn't help but mutter, the way the awakened Bureau operates really hasn't changed a bit, has it? This time, Lisa Yan didn't answer. He just stayed silent. I stared at him. He looked exhausted. I reached out and gently rubbed his head. At this rate, how long can he hold out? He leaned into my hand obediently. I'm okay. Thanks to you, I got one thing sorted out. Jong Pin finally got discharged, and the people at the Bureau are quite fond of their own lives, so they probably won't dare bother me much from now on. I was surprised. Jong Pin is out of the hospital? Is he okay? Lisa Yan replied nonchalantly. Other than having his arm in a cast, he's still running around just fine. Suddenly, I reached out and snatched the gas mask right off his face. He frowned, annoyed. What are you? I waved the mask in my hand, teasing him. When you're talking to an adult, please take off the gas mask. Not getting a word in, he pouted and leaned back against the wall, but his arms still held my waist tight. I furrowed my brow. Seriously? I've told you 100 times. I'm not going to get poisoned by you, so stop worrying about this and that. I'm perfectly fine, he pouted. Must be nice. Does Lord J here have an S-rank detox ability or something? I was left speechless. Lisa Yan stared at me with eyes full of suspicion. Seriously, then how come you were vomiting blood that day? I stammered. My ability wasn't working at the time. Maybe it was a type of poison I'd never experienced before? Lisa Yan snapped back, annoyed. And you expect me to believe that ridiculous excuse? Your ability just stopped working? Do you even hear how crazy that sounds? I insisted. I'm telling the truth. After a while, I finally stepped away from him and stood up. Do we really have to do this right in front of the shop? We could go inside and talk. He scowled, stubborn as ever. I want to breathe some fresh air for a bit. So what? I scolded him. Stop talking nonsense. Get up. Now. I put my hands on my hips, urging him. You've had your fun. Let's go. Lisa Yan couldn't help but laugh. Fine, fine. Since someone cares more about closing the shop than me, I guess I have no choice but to let them go. I didn't hesitate, turning around to head inside. Fine, fine. Since someone cares more about closing the shop than me, I guess I have no choice but to let them go. G turned around without hesitation and headed inside the shop. He held his head, confused by his own reaction. Why did I suddenly feel a bit happy when he was being sarcastic to me? I must be going crazy. Just focus on cleaning up and closing the shop. Suddenly, Lisa Yan unexpectedly called Jay by his name, making him jump. G. Jay slowly turned back, and he kept muttering, G. At that moment, Lisa Yan suddenly curled her lips into a faint smile. I've always been curious why you named your hunter persona that way. Now I get it. You reversed your name to create it, didn't you? She looked satisfied. I've been wanting to ask you that for a long time, so I came today to confirm it, because I can finally do it on my own now. In the end, Lisa Yan didn't go inside, but slowly reached out and closed the door. Right before the door clicked shut, her face curved into another smile. And this is also something I've always wanted to tell you. Sleep well. That caught Jay completely off guard. He didn't come to his senses until his phone vibrated in his pocket. Jay pulled it out and saw a message on the screen from a number. Hello customer, it's Selinki. I've dug up some info, so I'll stop by the shop to meet you tomorrow. Jay looked at the total bill displayed on the screen and replied, That'll be 60,000 won. Han held out her card and casually asked, How's your grandmother's health doing lately? G was surprised for a few seconds. She mentioned the note he had posted on the door the other day, saying the shop would be closed during the artist exhibition, and he had said the reason for closing was to take his grandmother to the hospital. He finally remembered the fake notice he'd put up when he went to that art exhibition. Ji took Hanabe's card, swiped it, and replied, "Her health is more stable now." She looked happy to hear that. Really? That's such a relief. He was a bit puzzled. Why did she ask about that out of the blue? Hanabe covered her mouth and whispered, "It's nothing huge. It's just that our guild is in the middle of signing a contract with a pharmaceutical company." Hanabe, standing nearby, quickly nudged her. "Hanabe." She pouted. "Why do we need to keep that a secret? It's basically a done deal. The news is going to be everywhere in a few days anyway." He sighed. "Can't you keep a secret for even a single day? Seriously? Besides, plenty of hunters pass through this place." Hanabe shrugged. "Hey, it's almost closing time anyway. You and I are the last two customers. You worry too much." Long story short, if your part-time employee doesn't mind, he should try buying some stocks in that company. It's definitely going to skyrocket. It's a huge deal. Hanabe had no way to stop her, so he just shook his head in frustration. Hanabe put her card in her bag, turned around, and waved at Ji. "I hope that if you make a little profit from that, it'll help ease the burden of your medical bills. All right, I'll get going now." Hanabe also bowed slightly, bringing his hand to his mouth in a gesture of pleading. "Please, keep it a secret. I'm counting on you." Jay rubbed the back of his neck, feeling awkward. Was she worried about my financial struggles with the hospital bills, so she intentionally leaked that top secret info to me? I suddenly feel really grateful. A voice suddenly came from behind him. "I just picked up some useful info. This hangover soup shop really lives up to its reputation as a place where countless vital secrets of the hunter world get passed around." Almost by reflex, he spun around, his hands clenching into fists, but when he realized who it was, his strike stopped. Minky, trembling, raised both hands in surrender. "Your reflexes are incredible." "Hello there. It's me, customer." G pulled back his warning punch. "I'll let it slide this time, but don't you ever jump out like that again." He nodded frantically, terrified. Yes, it's only thanks to your vast, oceanic tolerance and kindness that I'm still alive. From now on, I'll be much more careful with everything I do." Once he steadied himself, Minky took a small, round object out of a box. "Before I tell you about the results of my search, wait a second, let me do this first." He grabbed it and squeezed it hard, and immediately a thick, white mist erupted. G, curious, waved his hand through it. Minky explained, "Even though I doubt anyone is around at this hour to peek into the shop, better safe than sorry, and what I'm about to tell you is top secret information." G shot him a judgmental look. "You little miracle worker. You sure know your fellow spies well, don't you?" He flashed a shameless grin. "Of course, sir." He'd finally stopped teasing. "Now, tell me the useful info you've managed to gather." Minky rubbed the back of his head, looking apologetic. "Let's get straight to the point. I turned the National Hospital upside down, but I couldn't find a single record." Jay was stunned. "What?" He recounted how the National Hospital had absolutely zero records matching the patient Jay had mentioned. It was suspiciously clean. Minky went through every single hospital file. The strange thing is, the records for previous patients were all still there. The only thing missing is any record of the kid I entrusted to the hospital. Jay frowned, deep in thought. Back then, the country was still in a period of chaos. Could the records have been lost? He wondered if perhaps the hospital was negligent from the start and failed to save the kid's medical files. Minky immediately denied it. How could that be? Think about it. Because they were acting on your request, they focused all their efforts on treating that kid. That's how their ordinary hospital managed to develop those antidotes. Plus, they were receiving funding from Jay. No matter the form it took, they surely would have kept records. Especially in places where money flows, traces are bound to remain, he stated firmly. For it to be so clean that even I can't find anything, there's only one possibility. Someone intentionally wiped the hospital's records about that kid, and they did it without leaving a single trace. It's as if that kid never even existed. Hearing this, Jay clenched his fists. Who did it? And for what reason? What kind of identity did that child I saved back then actually have? Minky rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Of course, I can't guess the reason why, but I'm certain there's some kind of scheme here. Everything is so thoroughly scrubbed that it makes me wonder if it was even necessary to go to such lengths to delete it. He sounded agitated, almost trembling. I mean, even now, organizations or individuals capable of manipulating information on such a massive and thorough scale are extremely rare. Besides, that kid was entrusted to them by you, wasn't he? If it were me, they'd have to pay me a fortune before I'd even dare to touch that. Jay curiously asked. Then, according to you, Minky, Who are the people or organizations capable of manipulating information on such a large scale? Minky took out his tablet. He tapped and swiped for a moment before concluding, to be able to clean everything up this thoroughly, I think, it would at least have to be the Awakening Management Bureau or the top 3 guilds to even have a chance. As for individuals, only the mackerel would have the power to do something like that. Hearing that name, Jay furrowed his brow. The mackerel? I think I heard that name mentioned during the Magic Stone incident. Minky interrupted his train of thought. I can say with certainty, once again, that to manipulate information and cover tracks so perfectly, whether it's an organization or an individual, it's incredibly rare, especially since the location was the National Hunter Hospital. After a series of actions, the tablet screen projected something. First, images of 4 organizational badges appeared. He began to explain. Unless the Awakening Management Bureau intervenes directly, or a top-tier Korean guild like Byonggu, Samra, or S-Wing gets involved, it's impossible. Oh, if I'm forced to consider the standards, the HB Guild could also be considered a suspect. The screen then switched to an image of a mackerel jumping out of the water, and if we're talking about individuals, other than the #1 information broker in Korea, the mackerel, no one else has the ability to pull this off. That guy might be based in Noryangjin Fish Market, but the information he sells is always pretty useful. However, Minky gestured, and the screen changed. His principle is only to do work that pays well, so why would he personally jump into a case of information manipulation that brings him 0 profit? Jay looked at the images before him, looking judgmental. What are these illustrations you're showing me? Are you mocking me? Minky's expression turned serious. But let's assume it really was the mackerel who did it. That means someone else must be pulling his strings from behind the scenes, he speculated. Thinking about that scenario reminds me of something. Back then, research on awakened people hadn't made much progress, and if what you described is true, that kid would have been a relatively clear outlier compared to others. And since the place you entrusted the kid to was a hospital, wouldn't the kid be an ideal target to be labeled a test subject? The next words made Jay press his lips together tightly. So, if that information was really covered up by the mackerel, he might have received a request from those who wanted such a test subject. Jay recalled the terrifying time back then. Minky was right. People who were caught in rifts or suffered injuries from monster attacks during a time when information about awakened people was still vague, they were the most perfect test subjects. Furthermore, the country was in a period of great chaos at the time. The public safety situation was practically anarchic, so if someone showed special traits related to a rift, kidnapping them to use as a test subject wouldn't be very difficult. Jay spoke slowly. So, what percentage of the chance is it that Prometheuses were the ones who kidnapped the kid? Minky was slightly startled. What did you just say? He was flustered. Wait, how do you know about Prometheus? That is top secret information, classified as ultra-confidential. I remember the guild leader only telling you about the existence of the magic drugs. Jay's gaze became cold and demanding. Answer my question first. Facing those eyes, Minky silently swallowed hard. After a long moment, he finally spoke up. Even though I don't know how you heard the name Prometheus, there is a reason I cannot directly speak that name to you. If you think they are the culprits, then I can say with certainty that the person you are looking for is already dead. For a fleeting moment, Jay's heart pounded hard. Minky's voice remained steady. What I am about to say is classified information. I'm only revealing this to you because you are my VIP client. He held up 3 fingers. In Korea, the organizations hunting Prometheus mainly consist of 3 groups: the Awakening Management Bureau, the Byonggu Guild, and the S-Wing Guild. Because they share the same goal, these 3 places have been constantly collaborating to track the drug trafficking network and hunt for traces of Prometheus. Minky didn't forget to mention one thing. Of course, ever since Jay appeared, the Bureau temporarily backed off, because they deemed finding Jay to be a higher priority. Our side also paused for a while and only recently started investigating again. He continued, saying that to create artificial awakened people, Prometheus had proceeded to distribute magic drugs nationwide to conduct cruel experiments. I can say that, to this day, not a single case has been successful. At this point, Minky's voice choked up, because according to what we've investigated, all the subjects taken for experimentation died. Not a single one survived. Jay's eyes turned terrifyingly cold. Just then, Minky's phone suddenly rang. He gave a polite, apologetic bow. Oh, damn, I'm sorry. I've got a call. Give me a second, would you? Minky pressed the answer button and held the phone tight to his ear. Hello, Minky here. What's up, Vice Lisa Yan? On the other end, Google slowly started giving instructions. I'm about to send you a new address. Go check it out. See if there's an actual building there or if there's something hidden in the basement. Minky nodded along. Yes, I understand. Google continued. This address was provided by Jong Pin. I think it's related to Prometheus, so you'd better search the place thoroughly. You hear me? Minky flinched for a split second, a chill running down his spine. He blankly glanced at Jay. Jay's wide, round eyes were staring right at him. Prometheus? He groaned. Vice Lisa Yan, every time you give me a job, those last few words of yours always seem to bring me nothing but trouble. It's always like this. Gon didn't understand a thing. What did you say? Say that again. I didn't hear you clearly. Minky sighed helplessly, his face turning pale as he kept refusing. Even if you are a VIP, this just isn't going to happen. Jay smiled, looking incredibly friendly. Minky shook his head firmly. Even if you look at me with that face, it is absolutely, strictly a no. Jay didn't say a word, but his hand suddenly reached up. Just as Minky reacted, Jay suddenly slapped down the hand Minky hadn't had a chance to lower yet. Jay kept that same smile, which just made Minky tremble even more. You don't even know what I'm going to ask yet. So why the rush to refuse? The slap had made Minky's hand go numb. Minky let out a frustrated cry. You're definitely about to say you want to come investigate with me, aren't you? The way you're acting right now is exactly like the Lisa Yan during his craziest phase. Minky glanced over. At this point, I think a VIP guest like you might need a little ideological reform. Jay looked at him in disbelief. What? Who's reforming who? He stammered. Let's just say, purely hypothetically, even if the VIP guest is Jay, I still wouldn't let you come along. Jay immediately shot him a suspicious glare. Why not? Minky adjusted his glasses. Because you're my VIP guest. That's why. He placed one hand on his chest and gestured with the other, full of energy. This is a matter of my professional pride. I am a rank 36 hunter, specializing in stealth and infiltration for South Korea, with my own set of skills. Every once in a while, I even double as an unwilling tour guide. Have you ever seen a tour guide who would dare bring a client into a place that hasn't been cleared for safety? Minky stepped closer, pointing at Jay as he continued to elaborate. While we're on the subject, let me add a few more things. Whenever you go anywhere, you have to assess the situation and ensure it's safe before you act. I know full well that you, my VIP guest, are incredibly powerful, but you can't just rely on your own strength and dive headfirst into every single place you want. Jay curled his lip in contempt. Assessing the situation, ensuring safety. That's not how I do things. Whenever I charge into a place, I wrap everything up neatly in a single second. Why bother with all these tedious procedures? Minky pushed his glasses up again. I understand you've never done that before, but from this moment on, you have to follow the protocol. Why, you ask? Looking at your expression, I can tell you don't get it at all. Because I and the Byonggu Guild will finish assessing the situation and ensuring safety at that place before it's your turn to do whatever you want. If you mess up the order, how am I supposed to do my job? Jay started to speak carefully, but Minky cut him off immediately. If you want to argue about this, go take it up directly with the Lisa Yan. He'll surely have the exact same opinion as me. Jay rolled his eyes. That damn brat. He had assumed the kid would prefer to do things himself, just like he did. Minky wiped his nose, looking as serious as if he were preaching a universal truth. Let me tell you, the Lisa Yan has already gone through the same kind of ideological reform too. Think about it. Why else would he go through all the trouble to recruit me, and then not give me any work? So, I had to emphasize my importance to the Lisa Yan through that reform program. It's a course on how to maximize the efficiency of your new staff, the Minky. He's the type of person who loves to bring trouble upon himself. Jay watched Minky in silence for a moment, his eyes shifting to pity. So, the fact that you're being pushed around by that kid is all your own doing? His phone vibrated, and he immediately checked it. The Vice Lisa Yan sent the address. I've gotta go. I'll come visit you again next time. Just as Minky was about to leave, Jay called out, Wait a second. He stopped. Yes? Is there something else? Jay said cautiously. Once you've finished investigating, gather all the information about Prometheus, their addresses, and so on. Gather it all and send it to me, okay? Minky sighed. We have to keep this a secret from the Lisa Yan. Right? Jay smiled and gave a small nod. With no other business, Minky left quickly. All right then. See you later. Quiet returned to the small shop, and Jay's silhouette suddenly seemed heavy. He held his head, his thoughts sinking deep. Even though I know full well that stubbornly chasing the traces of someone who is already dead is meaningless, I don't want to stop. Because of the child. In the dark of the night, a green lighter flickered to life. Outside on the street, the crowd moved by, loud and bustling. In contrast, Jay sat alone on the steps, his face hidden behind a mask. The darkness seemed to swallow his small frame, with only a faint light shining from the lighter in his hand. A hunter suddenly appeared right beside him. "Found you, Lord Jay." He turned to look, utterly indifferent. "Did you come with orders for me?" The hunter nodded. "Yes, that's right," Jay replied listlessly, saying he would come right away. The hunter looked flustered. This is an extremely urgent matter, so he told me to invite you over there immediately." Jay's voice turned cold. "Who said that?" The hunter stammered. It was Hunter Song." Jay didn't say another word, just let out a sigh and stood up. He gripped the railing and stepped down, one by one. Jay said coldly, "Thanks for the message. You just keep doing your job." The moment you walked past the hunter, he suddenly frowned and quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Even though you were already some distance away, Dai could still hear the hint of fear in the blood hunter's voice. "You stayed quiet, pretending not to notice. 3 years have flown by since I was hailed as a hero right after I awakened." G's back looked so lonely and exhausted back then. Thinking about it now, it seems like I must have been incredibly, utterly drained at that point. Dee was walking down the hallway alone when a familiar voice suddenly called out, making you turn your head instinctively. "Dee!" Standing right across from you was a middle-aged woman. Jiang opened his arms wide, a bright, genuine smile spreading across his lips. Tai Di hurried over, her voice filled with excitement. "What are you doing here, Auntie?" But as he remembered something, he suddenly froze. "No, if I get too close, she'll smell the blood." Unlike Jay's hesitation, his aunt didn't hesitate at all. She stepped forward and pulled him into a tight embrace. She patted his shoulder, comforting him. "I knew no one was around, that's why I called your name. You're always worrying about nothing. It's only been a little while since I last saw you, and look how much you've grown. Did you get even taller?" He replied, feeling a bit awkward. "Yeah, maybe a little." His aunt pretended to scold him. "Aren't you happy to see me? You're growing like a weed." "But you've been so busy lately, haven't you?" Dee shyly confessed. "Yeah, ever since you moved to the Incheon branch, we haven't really had much time to see each other." Suddenly remembering something, he asked, "But what brings you to the main headquarters, Auntie?" She laughed. "So Jahon called me, so I stopped by." She said she had something to discuss, but a moment later, her eyes grew heavy with concern. "You aren't hurt anywhere, are you? Have you been sleeping well? Are you eating properly? I saw the news and it says you've been traveling all over the country lately." Behind his mask, Jay smiled softly, his voice gentle. "I'm doing just fine, Auntie." She reached out and gently stroked his cheek, sighing. "Honestly, there should be a limit to how hard they work, children. A kid your age should be enjoying their youth." With that, his aunt clicked her tongue. "Maybe I should talk to Seo Johan about transferring you back to the main branch. I can't leave you out there all by yourself." "I'm so worried. I can't help it." Jay reassured her. "Come on now, why would you want to come back? It's definitely more comfortable in Incheon. I really am fine, I promise." As soon as he finished speaking, his watch suddenly buzzed. Dai lowered his head to check the notification, then asked to be excused. "I'm so sorry. I really wanted to talk more, but I have to go now." She frowned slightly. "Where are you heading off to this time?" he replied. "Nam Yu. It's pretty close by." The aunt looked at Dai with eyes full of worry, her lips trembling as if she wanted to say something more. But Dai had already moved faster. He gently grabbed her hand to comfort her. "I'm really okay." Dai rushed into the swarm of monsters alone. "I'm still fine." His white scarf had been stained red with the blood of the beasts. Massive birds kept falling from the sky. Or, to be more accurate, I have to be okay. After a long, relentless battle, Dai finally touched down on the ground. A drop of blood from who knows where fell and shattered into a small circle on the cold earth. His mission was to stand guard and wipe out monsters until the rescue team finished evacuating people. High up in the sky, a red flare was fired. He looked up at it. When the rescue ended, his role was to handle the dungeon boss. That night, Dee sat alone on a rock, quietly watching the noisy crowd in front of him. Dai was lost in thought. Lately, his bouts of temporary amnesia had been getting worse, and the frequency of these episodes was increasing. Many times, when he regained consciousness, he would already be outside the rift without even knowing how he got there. Could it be because of an adrenaline surge being too hyped up that caused this? He tried feeling around his body. His limbs were still moving fine, and there weren't any major injuries either. Well, that's good enough for now. A noise from behind drew Dee's attention. Not far away, voices were buzzing. "See? I told you that as long as Dai shows up, this place would be cleared out in no time." Someone in the group countered. "But man, our team could easily handle this dungeon too." The hunter, who had met Dai on the stairs, snapped back irritably. "Oh, you idiot. Do you have 2 lives or something? He pointed straight at the person who had questioned him. Seungmin's arm is broken and still hasn't healed yet. One more bit of bad luck and he might have had to get it amputated. I don't ever want to see that happen again. Dai stood by the tree, silently listening to it all. Even if we jump around or try as hard as we can, we still can't compare to a hero. Besides, if there's nothing there, is it really necessary for us to risk our lives fighting a dungeon boss? The arguing seemed endless. Everyone has their own role that fits them, after all. So, just shut your mouth for now. I'm sure you'll be grateful to me later. Dai finally stopped standing there and turned away. Dai looked down at the dry leaves under his feet and pondered. Since awakening, his senses had developed tremendously. He didn't know if that was a blessing or a curse. A consequence of that was that sometimes he had to hear things he never wanted to hear. Saving people, of course, that was something he had to do. About that, he had never hesitated or had a thought about backing down, not even once. Yet, he took off his mask, his tired face looking up at the sky when facing a situation where my heart and every one of my actions are taken for granted by others. The feeling of fatigue rising up and surrounding my mind is something I just can't avoid. Dai's watch buzzed once again. Deep inside, he felt self-mocking, because in this world, nothing is ever guaranteed. In the quiet darkness of the night, Dai stood alone on the stairs, reflecting on his life. In that moment of silence, thoughts swirled endlessly in his mind. Nothing in this world is ever guaranteed. So, why is it always me who has to stand at the front and take the heat? Suddenly, Dai slapped his own face a few times, wanting those thoughts to just disappear. After regaining his composure, he lowered his hands and let out a heavy sigh. Dee quietly looked up at the deep sky, telling himself that, honestly, he might never get used to that part his whole life. He was just about to put his mask back on when he heard a sound coming from below. Dee immediately leaned over to look and saw him standing on the floor below. Jong Pin was startled when he heard someone call his name. Once he saw who it was, Jong Pin tried to keep his cool and replied, "Oh, it's you, Dai. There wasn't any noise, so I didn't know you were up there. Sorry for the disturbance." Dee was quite curious about his appearance. "What are you doing here?" Jong Pin smiled broadly, crushing his cigarette butt into a small box. "I finally had a bit of free time, so I'm just trying to rest." Hearing that, he asked further, "Why don't you go to the lounge and get some comfort instead of running out here?" He looked guilty, bowed his head, and stammered a reply. "Well, it's a bit, Jong Pin didn't want to reveal too much, so he cheerfully offered a very convincing reason. "Other people need to rest too, so I'm just giving the room to those who need it more than I do." Dee was quite sympathetic to his situation. "It must be inconvenient for you." Jong Pin just smiled in response. Dee leaned his arms on the railing, resting his head on his hands, lost in thought. If he remembered correctly, it had been 3 years since the day the rifts first appeared. He was in charge of dungeons and rifts, and Jong Pin wasn't having an easier time. He had to take on cases involving rogue awakened individuals, so he had to travel all over the country. Dai knew well the areas that had reached Code Red on the national alert scale. South Korea looked stable on the surface, but the number of monsters, dungeons, and rifts was still far greater than the number of active hunters. Plus, remembering the chaotic battles on the streets, cases involving rogue awakened individuals were also happening more and more frequently. Because of that, the Management Bureau was almost always in a state of severe manpower shortages. Pure white daisies were also stained red with fresh blood. In his eyes, Jong Pin was a calm and capable person. Most of the first generation awakened had died fighting monsters, or if they were lucky enough to survive, they had lost their ability to fight. So, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that right now, nationwide, the only hunter with enough ability to capture rogue awakened criminals was Jong Pin. Just then, he stepped up to the floor where Dee was standing. "Dee, you just got back from cleaning up, right?" He spoke naturally. "I got a lot of blood on me, and if I leave it like that, I won't be able to get on the helicopter later." Jong Pin stepped closer and held out his pack of cigarettes. "Are you heading out again already? Where are you going this time? Do you want to smoke?" Dee politely declined. "Thanks, but I don't smoke. I heard there's a rift that opened up in Manhwa. I'm still waiting to get my mission briefing." Hearing him start talking about work as soon as he arrived, Jong Pin was a bit worried. "You work so hard, you should really rest for a bit before you head out again." Dee maintained his calm demeanor. Hearing him start talking about work the moment he opened his mouth, Jong Pin looked concerned. "Sir, you've been working so hard. You really should have rested a bit longer before heading out again." Jay remained as calm and composed as ever. "Since we're short on hands, I don't have much of a choice. How about you? Are you not going anywhere else today?" He chuckled playfully, pointing to the earbuds he was wearing. "That seems to be the case for now. My interrogation schedule is packed solid today. but if a summons comes in, I'll still have to go. Suddenly, the device in Jay's hand vibrated so hard it even startled Jong Pin. Jay's face turned pale, and his voice carried a hint of panic. My big mouth, I'm so unlucky. I'm sorry. Jay waved his hand to reassure him. It's nothing. Really. It sounds like the helicopter is here, so I'll head out first. You should try to get some rest. Jong Pin tried to stop his hurried footsteps. Wait a second, Mr. D. But a subordinate rushed up to call the hunter, and he quickly reported the urgent news. The detained hunters are causing absolute chaos. Jay sighed helplessly. Now they were both just as busy as each other. Finishing his sentence, he turned and waved goodbye before leaving. Not long after, the helicopter landed on the rooftop of a building in the area where the rift appeared in Manhwa district. Seeing Jay step off, someone immediately ran over to greet him. Mr. Dai, you've arrived. The man quickly approached him. Let me brief you on the situation with the rift here right away. Jay only wanted to know the current status, excluding what was in the summary report they had already sent out. I've already read it and know this is an absorption-type rift, so it has already swallowed all the surrounding buildings. You just need to tell me the specific current situation. The man understood and hurriedly reported the state of affairs. Yes, we previously sent a rescue team inside, but it was completely engulfed in poison, so they had to retreat immediately. The situation is extremely critical. Jay couldn't believe it when he heard this. Poison? The man quickly stepped aside. Yes, it's poison. Everyone who entered didn't get far before encountering it. Please, follow me this way. A moment later, they arrived at the tent, set up for emergency treatment. Everyone's footsteps were hurried. Jay pulled back the flap of a brightly lit tent, and seeing the scene inside, he stood frozen. In the tent, there were quite a few people poisoned to the point of turning purple all over, and some were in such pain they were writhing, trembling, and crawling on the floor. The sounds of moaning from the agony of the poison echoed endlessly. The staff in the tent whispered to each other when they saw him. That's D. With Dai here, it's like we've been saved. Jay knew things had taken a turn for the worse. The situation here is worse than I thought. At that moment, he felt helpless in the face of everyone's poisoning. We don't think there are any survivors left inside, because it's a type of poison that even hunters can't resist. Given this situation, I think you should focus on dealing with the Rift boss as quickly as possible. Then the man took out a box of medicine. Mr. Dai, please take some of these backup antidotes. They aren't the best, but… Jay remained silent and didn't say a word. However, he still reached out and took 2 vials. I'll only take these. Use the rest to treat the others. As Jay gently shook the vials, he seemed to radiate a gentle light. But I have to hurry and go deal with the rift. He turned and walked away, casually taking off the scarf around his neck. Please take care of the other hunters out here. Without hesitation, Jay stepped into the dark, mist-filled rift. Only then did he feel regret for taking just those few. If he had known it was like this inside, he should have just taken them all when the guy offered. Jay stepped onto the barren ground and moved forward. If things had reached this point inside the rift, it was truly hard for anyone to have survived. Only now did he realize the gravity of the problem. I could be confident that this body of mine could handle ordinary types of poison. But if there is poison, everywhere, then whether I can hold out or not, remains an unknown. The heavy, oppressive air enveloped Jay. With every breath, he could feel his body becoming slightly heavier. Perhaps it was the gas rising from the swamp. He summoned his weapon. He couldn't let this drag on. He had to deal with the boss and escape immediately in the shortest time possible. Suddenly, the sound of a heartbeat drifted to Jay's ears. He reacted quickly, turning back to investigate. Where is that heartbeat coming from? Jay gripped his spear and walked cautiously, but knowing he couldn't hesitate, he lunged forward. Jay felt that there was still someone alive here. In a place overflowing with poison, there was a heartbeat. He knelt on the rough, rocky ground, digging through the debris. Jay kept pulling away large stones. Was this really the time for this? He should have been rushing to deal with the Rift boss. He remembered the pain of seeing his teammate take their last breath in his arms years ago. Even if someone was still alive, with such strong poison, even if he saved them, they wouldn't last. But why? Did he want to experience the feeling of watching someone die in his arms one more time? He hurriedly lifted a rock. Warm light shone down. A hand, sticky with poison, reached out, carrying a weak, desperate voice. Save me. With all his might, the person reached out toward hope. Please, save me. Seeing someone alive, Jay's heart skipped a beat. He didn't hesitate to take that hand. It's going to be all right. In that moment, he truly hoped that the lie he had repeated countless times. Then Jay pulled the person into his arms, gently comforting them. You're going to be okay now. would come true, at least this one time. It had been a while since that day, but his daily life hadn't changed much. Jay strode down the clean hallway. He didn't know why he always threw himself into fierce battles and came out covered in fresh blood. Since when? Instead of doing the work of saving people, he only focused on killing the dungeon boss, finishing the rift boss as fast as possible. Notifications appeared continuously. Summon, request for support. Summon, request for support. Summon, request for support. But in that endless cycle of days, just repeating that slaughter, a new task had been added to his list. Now, Jay calmly walked into the brightly lit hospital, his hand gently touching the clear glass. From the outside, Jay could see the person lying quietly on that bed. The person he had saved from the rift that day was wrapped from head to toe in white bandages, and only the steady beeping of the machine echoed. A female doctor carrying a large box saw Jay appear and greeted him warmly. "Mr. Dai, it's been a long time since we saw you stop by." She happily opened the box. "Even while so busy, you still find time to come here. Thank you so much." He took the opportunity to slide the bag of poison inside. "Hey, Doc, the toxins I brought this time. Is it enough for you?" She quickly set the box aside. "Plenty, actually. We even have some left over from what you brought last time." Jay didn't forget to ask about the project's progress. "Is the antidote research still going well?" The doctor replied with a satisfied smile. "Yes, everything is moving along quite smoothly." Seeing him standing outside the ward, she realized Jay hadn't come just to drop off the poison. "Are you planning to go in and see him today?" He agreed immediately. "I am." At that, the doctor excitedly updated him on the boy's condition. "His condition is gradually improving. It's all thanks to you, Jay. It seems like the antidote we've been developing is finally starting to kick in." In the hospital room, the boy was still lying there resting. "For now, we're still focusing primarily on detoxification. We have to wait until the poison is cleared before we can move on to the next stages of treatment," the doctor chirped, adding a reminder. "Overall, the boy's condition is quite stable, so it's not as restricted as it used to be. From today on, if you'd like, Jay, you can go right in and visit him. Before this, you could only ever look at him through the glass, right?" Even so, Jay hesitated a bit. "Are you sure I can really go in?" She understood his reluctance and urged him on. "Why wouldn't you be able to? The fact that we can develop this antidote now is all thanks to you, Jay." However, the doctor couldn't hide her concern for him. "But, as you've likely seen through the glass, the boy is barely conscious. He does wake up from time to time, but he can't stay awake for long because we have to keep him sedated with painkillers and anesthesia." Jay immediately voiced his concern. "Is that really necessary, Namgu-jin?" She sighed helplessly, rubbing her forehead. "If we don't, the boy just keeps trying to endure it until he passes out from the pain." The doctor looked into the room. "Ever since we found him collapsed, we've had to do this. As much as it breaks my heart, we have to keep him in this state until every last bit of the poison is cleared from his system." She then asked to be excused as she had other work. "Anyway, I'll be waiting outside for you. Go ahead and spend some time with him." Jay replied straightforwardly. "Sure. I'll stay with him for a bit and then come out." The doctor chuckled. "I'm not trying to rush you. Really, you can stay as long as you'd like." With that, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. The room was quiet, filled only with the rhythmic beeping of the machines. Dujun was lying on the bed, his breathing steady, no longer as weak as before. Jay watched him sleeping soundly, unable to believe it. This condition is what they call significant improvement? But thinking back to how badly poisoned he was before, honestly speaking, he used to be hooked up to an oxygen mask. Now that it's been removed, I guess you could say things are better than before. Jay pulled up a chair and sat by the bedside, still wondering if saving the boy had been the right thing to do. Back then, he had been writhing in pain, clutching his thin shirt, clawing at his throat as the toxins took hold. Even though the boy had begged him to save him, the price for holding on to that last shred of life was his entire body being eaten away by poison, unable to even move. Surely, the boy hadn't known that he would have to endure the feeling of his body slowly rotting away. Jay sat there in silence, blaming himself. According to the doctor, the pain was so bad it made the boy faint. Watching him suffer like this, is this really the right thing to do? Everything he's going through is because of my selfishness, isn't it? A terrifying thought crossed Jay's mind. Maybe it would have been better if I had just let this little life end right there. Suddenly, he noticed the bandaged hand twitch. Seeing that movement, he jumped up in alarm. When the boy's finger tapped lightly against the blanket, Jay realized what was happening and leaned in to check. "Kid, you're awake?" Hearing the voice, the boy's heavily bandaged head stiffly turned toward him, his lips moving without making a sound. Seeing that, The weight in Jay's chest finally lifted, and he smiled gently. You really are awake. He then sat back down slowly in the chair. When did you wake up? How does your body feel? Are you in a lot of pain? Are you okay? Currently, the boy couldn't speak. He just tried to raise his hand, but even that small movement caused his muscles to ache, and he couldn't help but moan. Jay immediately asked, Do you need more painkillers? I can tell the doctor to give you more. Dujun still couldn't answer, just shook his head to refuse. This surprised Jay. You don't want them? Being by the boy's side for a while made Jay feel much better. Just a moment ago, he felt like he was sinking into a deep abyss. Yet now, he was sitting there casually with his chin on his hand, finding the kid strangely amusing. He was surprisingly good at expressing his opinions. Witnessing the boy's disgruntled expression, Jay thought to himself, just by reading his lips, I can already tell what mood he's in. He chuckled happily. They say people get cranky when they're sick. I wonder if he's being prickly because he's in pain, or if that's just his personality. Then, Jay probed to see if the boy remembered anything. Do you remember me? I'm the one who got you out of there. Dujun nodded slowly. He weakly reached out a hand toward Jay. If, in the boy's memory, the figure holding him that day was his parents or some other loved one, that would surely be a terrible memory, so it was best to tell him the truth right away. He began to check on the boy's condition. I heard from the doctor that you can't talk yet. What about your fingers? Can you move your fingers? Dujun wiggled his hand so Jay would understand. All right, then you just need to move your fingers, and I'll do my best to figure out what you want to say. Jay kept up this one-sided conversation. When it came to acting out parts on his own, he was quite the pro. His ability to read others' expressions was pretty good too. Jay wanted the boy to try moving a little. If you understand what I just said, try moving your finger for me. Dujun remained silent. However, he did try to twitch his hand. Seeing that movement, Jay was incredibly satisfied and praised him. Good job. After checking in on him, Jay introduced himself. Nice to meet you, kid. I'm Jay. From that day on, he visited the ward many times, quite contrary to his initial, grand, and overly confident declarations about being able to understand the boy perfectly. Even if he tried moving his fingers, I couldn't understand him right away. But I believe time will eventually help us work through that little struggle. Every time I arrived late, he'd pout from his hospital bed. Jay could only coax him. I'm sorry I'm late, he'd say. We just need to spend more time together. Hearing that, the corners of his mouth would curl up slightly. The day will come when he only needs to twitch his hand, and I'll understand exactly what he wants to say and answer him back. In the small room, only Jay's voice echoed. Even if you get better, you won't be able to see my real face, because I'm wearing a mask, and even my voice is distorted by it. So don't be too sad about your eye injury. Keep getting treated, and you'll be fine. He leaned down and touched the boy's hand. Do you want to try touching my mask? Can you move your arm yet? Jay carefully rolled up his sleeve, but when he saw the dark purple traces of poison on his skin, he froze. Jay hurriedly pulled the sleeve down to hide them. That won't do. If you move your arm around now, I'm afraid I might cause trouble. I'm sorry. Jay immediately looked away to avoid the boy's pouty expression. When you're stronger, I'll let you touch it. Witnessing his grumpy, turned-away face, Jay couldn't help but feel flustered. I'm serious. I'm not lying to you. He fumbled for words to soothe him. Come on, let me pinky promise. Promise. Jay carefully reached out his pinky toward the boy's hand and touched it lightly. Dojun turned his head to look at him. Seeing he didn't resist, Jay let out a sigh of relief. Done. He gently turned the boy's hand. If it hurts, remember to scratch my hand so I know. But don't scratch too hard. I'll be fine. But your fingers might break. At that exact moment, the watch on Jay's wrist vibrated, making him stiffen. He jumped up, hurriedly letting go of the boy's hand to check the watch. How much time had already passed? Only then did Jay realize his sudden reaction. What's wrong? Are you in pain? Having just received a summoning order, he was caught off guard when the boy grabbed his hand. I have urgent business, so I have to go. Let me call the doctor to check on you, okay? Even though the boy didn't seem satisfied at all, Jay still had to leave. I'll come visit you another day. He tried to reassure him, feeling helpless. I'll try to visit as often as I can. But truthfully, even he didn't know if he could make it often. However, the boy's pouty, grumpy look made Jay silently blame himself. Honestly, why did I say that? I should have just been vague about it. Still, Jay was so worried he rushed to explain. I'm sorry. Just wait for me a little longer, okay? I'll try to get back as soon as I can. Dujun stared at him with deep, silent eyes. He slowly wrote on Jay's palm to show he accepted it. Knowing the boy had agreed, Jay finally let out a sigh of relief. He touched the boy's face gently and promised softly, see you next time. Jay quickly finished off the opponent, his body covered in battle marks. He He returned promptly and was greeted by his assistant. "Thank you, Sir Jay, you and everyone else worked hard." While wiping the dirt off his body, Jay reported to his superior. "This is Jay." The person on the other end asked, "I heard the dungeon on your side is fine, right?" Jay replied, "Yes, it's stable. It's shaped like a forest, and there are quite a few useful things inside. The dungeon boss and the monsters inside have all been cleared. So, Song Jo-hyun, what do you think if we set up an investigation team and a research team and send them in? That's an idea worth considering." But the other person's words made him pause. "You've been in a good mood lately, huh?" "Yes." Seeing he didn't answer, the other person continued, "It's nothing. I just think you've seemed very happy lately." Jay was flustered. "Wait, am I talking to the Song Jo-hyun right now? Would the Song Jo-hyun really ask me about these things?" Jay stammered, realizing he'd let something slip. "I was just asking. I didn't mean to criticize anything. I think I just said something unnecessary, didn't I? Just pretend you didn't hear anything." "It's all right. Thank you for your concern, Song Jo-hyun. Since it's relatively quiet today, try to get some rest." "Yes." Jay scratched his head, surprised. "I know I've been a bit different than before, but it's only a little bit. It shouldn't be enough for the Song Jo-hyun to actually ask about it." Someone handed him a towel, and he thanked them. "Thanks for waiting for me. You should head back now." "Are you not returning to the bureau with us?" "I have somewhere else I need to be." He bowed and replied, "I understand. You've worked very hard, sir." Jay quickly walked away. He changed into clean clothes and rushed off again. He didn't care about anything else as he ran through the hospital corridor. He swiped his card with a beep and opened the door. In the room, a boy covered in bandages was waiting for him. Jay cheered. "I'm here." Seeing Jay, the boy smiled happily. He moved closer and rubbed the boy's face. "What are you doing?" Doo-jun replied by wiggling his hand. Jay sat down and asked, "You were waiting for me, right? Missed me that much?" Doo-jun pouted, acting grumpy, which made Jay coax him gently. "I'm sorry. I intended to come sooner, but suddenly so much work piled up. There have been quite a few rifts lately." Jay suddenly looked around the room, confusing the boy. He probed, "That type of camera, it doesn't record audio, right?" Recently, the number of rifts has been increasing suddenly, but the way they grow is so quiet and subtle that even hunters working directly in the field rarely notice. But since nothing is certain yet, it's best not to talk about this casually. I'll have to discuss it with Jong Pin when I get back to the bureau. While lost in thought, he realized the boy was staring at him intensely. Jay playfully made a joke. "I missed you too." But the boy's hand tightened and then quickly let go. Jay immediately grabbed his hand. He stroked it. His breathing and heartbeat were now even louder than the beeping of the machines. And compared to the time when he just lay there like a corpse, he could now sit up. Of course, he still needs the help of doctors and medical equipment for now, but there's no denying that his condition is improving day by day. Jay happily looked forward to the day he could sit up on his own, thinking he would surely be able to walk again eventually. And who knows, one day he might actually be able to write down clear sentences to express his thoughts, get out of the hospital bed, and walk on his own 2 feet. I believe the day you can leave this hospital room will come soon. And maybe, just maybe, you'll even be able to talk again. Ever since becoming a hunter, G has been struggling through everything just to survive day by day. So, before he even realized it, he started imagining a future he had never considered before. It wasn't a future where peace finally knocks on the door, but one that's a little more personal. G asked the kid, "Have you ever been to the beach?" Seeing the kid pout made G smile. "I'm not trying to tease you. I was just thinking that once. You've fully recovered. Maybe we should go together? Let me tell you. There's a place called Gangneung, a famous coastal city in Korea known for its beautiful beaches. I think there were some kind of giant squids or something there, I don't remember exactly. Anyway, I went there once to hunt them. The ocean there is beautiful. When you're better, we'll go together. If you like that idea, blink your eyes for me." Doo-jun obediently blinked once. Those vacant eyes stared straight at G, who was sitting right across from him. G said happily, "That's the spirit. A man's word is his bond. Even if you say you don't want to go later, I'm dragging you along whether you like it or not. Look at you, you even know how to sigh now." At that, the kid gave a bright smile. In their current life, one question always lingers. What is the origin of the rifts? Where do the dungeons lead to? Where do the monsters come from? What exactly is the system that has the power to choose people? And why does it grant them such power? G is out there searching for the answers to those questions. He has been living through days so chaotic that he can't tell what's right, or what's wrong. Yet, amidst all these endless changes, there is one sole existence that is always waiting for him. That is why this is the place he must return to. Watching the kid sleep, Ji wondered. It's strange. It's as if you're the one guiding me. You let me know that I wasn't wrong. When one lonely person meets another lonely soul, what does it create? The answer is that they become the only beings that hold a place in each other's hearts. It's an irreplaceable presence, Ji whispered to the sleeping boy. Do you know? You are the only success in my entire life. As he said that, he gently stroked the boy's face, then stepped outside. Mr. G, you're out, the doctor said. She really wanted to talk to you. I was waiting because I have something to discuss with you. It's regarding the antidote and the boy's condition. Just then, his phone rang, making him reply flusteredly. Give me a moment. Jong Pin had sent a message to Ji saying, I would like to meet with you for a moment. If you have time tonight, please let me know. After reading the text, he felt a sense of unease. Why would Jong Pin want to see him? But this worked out well. He was actually looking for a chance to talk more with Jong Pin about the rifts anyway. Ji turned back to the doctor. I only have a little time, so please keep it brief. An understood and quickly got to the point. Yes, of course. I'll get right to the report. She proceeded to report on Do-jun's condition in detail. Do-jun's recovery was going very smoothly. Even though he still needed regular detox injections, the detoxification process was almost complete. Once finished, they planned to study how to rehabilitate the boy's damaged body. Noticing something unclear, he asked Dr. Aeon directly, will he be able to walk in the future? The doctor replied hesitantly. I think it's possible. As for his eyes and vocal cords, we really can't be sure, but we will do our absolute best. On top of that, Aeon couldn't help but wonder about how he addressed the boy. But, Mr. G, why do you keep calling him that kid? Caught off guard, he answered, flustered. Oh. Well, she quickly explained what she meant. Well, it's just that we still don't know the boy's name. For the time being, he can't write, and he can't speak. Finding his family is basically impossible. But you are the one who brought him here, Mr. G. So I thought, why don't you just give him a name? The more he heard, the more confused he became. The doctor wants me to name him? Aeon replied very naturally. Yes, I think he would like that. But G felt so bewildered he couldn't say a word. It took a while before he hesitated and said, I don't think that's necessary. After all, he has his own name. There will come a time when he can say it himself. She wasn't as optimistic as G and presented the worst-case scenario. But what if he never can? He was startled and replied with disbelief. What? Realizing she couldn't hide the reality, Aeon stammered. I didn't mean anything by that. It's just that I'm not sure if his vocal cords can recover, and we can't rule out the possibility that he's forgotten how to write due to the severe shock. Hearing that, Ji looked back at Do-jun with a heavy heart, unable to speak. Meanwhile, the boy was still fast asleep. A second later, he shrugged and told her straight. Then when that time comes, I'll do it. I'll give him a name myself. Scene shift to the police station that night. Suddenly, An's voice echoed in his head. I'm not sure if his vocal cords can recover, and we can't rule out the possibility that he's forgotten how to write due to the severe shock. He thought worriedly, the doctor is right to be concerned. Just keeping the kid alive until now is a miracle. Even if we treat him for the rest of his life, there's a very high chance his vocal cords might never recover. His eyes might even lose their light forever. If he could just say his name, that would be great. But what if he can't? Should I just pick out a few backup names? Then, Jong Pin approached and greeted him loudly. Have you been waiting long, Mr. G? G replied softly. You're here. Since he was late, Jong Pin bowed and said, I'm sorry, G. I'm the one who set the meeting, yet I arrived late. My apologies. But G didn't blame him. It's fine. You look like you just came back from catching a criminal. What was it this time? Jong Pin quickly reported the situation to G. Yes. I just finished capturing an awakened who used their abilities to threaten civilians. A few moments later, G patted the steps to signal him to sit down and asked about the purpose of the meeting. So, why did you want to see me today? Understanding his intent, Jong Pin replied nervously. Yes. Jong Pin quickly sat down next to him and got to the point. I'm not sure if you've received the report yet, but are you aware of a rift that just appeared on the west coast? I did see it on the level 5 rift list, he replied honestly, but I assumed the Incheon branch could handle it themselves. Before he could finish, he cut in. That should have been the case, but since the rift appeared at sea, I heard they went out of their way to send in skilled hunters. But there's been no word from them since. He looked skeptical and asked when they went in. Jong Bin quickly reported the situation in detail. It's been 18 days. On the 14th day, the Incheon side dispatched reinforcements. But that team lost contact too. After hearing the report, Ji began to analyze it inwardly. A level 5 rift should easily be cleared by a decent-sized team within a week. Even with complications, it's extremely rare for it to drag on for more than a week. Yet, it had already been 18 days. Something was definitely wrong with the Incheon rift. Ji didn't forget his aunt and asked Jong Bin, "Don't tell me my aunt is also?" He quickly confirmed, "Oh, no. Hunter Park Yun hasn't entered the rift yet. After all, Hunter Park is one of the managers at the Incheon branch. But I'm afraid that if this continues, it won't just be Hunter Park Yun." Before Jong Bin could finish, Ji cut him off. "I understand. Thanks for letting me know. Now I can prepare a few things." Thinking he hadn't performed his duty well, Jong Bin apologized sadly. "I'm sorry." Ji rested his chin on his hand and steadied him. "Quit moping. While you're at it, help me think of a name." He looked confused, blinking as he asked, "A name for what, sir?" Ji replied softly, "A boy's name." Jong Bin, thinking he wanted a child, leaned in excitedly. "Is Master Ji planning to have a baby?" "No way, Master Ji. You're still so young, why are you planning to have kids this early?" Hearing that, Ji was startled and glared at him. Seeing him not answer, he kept rambling. "No wonder I heard people talking about Master Ji constantly visiting somewhere lately. Of course, if you and that person are truly in love, I can't stop you." Ji flusteredly interrupted him. "Hey, what on earth are you blabbering about?" He wouldn't stop, and even wanted to tell others. "I have to report this to Hunter Park Yun right away." Left with no choice, Ji had to smack him to keep him quiet. The scene shifted to the Song Jo-hyun's office as he thought, life is always like this. Happy days are short, and misfortune always strikes when we least expect it. With that thought, Ji sighed dejectedly. Next, he knocked on Seok-dong's door. Hearing no reply, Ji opened the door and walked in. She looked at him and said, "You're back? Come. Sit down." Ji sat in the chair and quickly flipped through the documents. His eyes landed on the section for the A-rank hunter from the Incheon branch of the Awakened Management Bureau. Park Yun, 45 years old. Status, missing. Unconsciously, Ji's hand tightened on the paper as he said, "So, she finally went in there, didn't she? I understand this was unavoidable, because the rift appeared near the Incheon branch, so naturally, my aunt would do that." Seok-dong agreed with him. "That's right." He tossed the documents aside and told her honestly, "The main headquarters has also sent reinforcements there." Seok-dong replied gently, "I heard as much." Ji added one extremely important piece of information, "But not a single person has returned." She knew this, so she replied, "Yes, I am aware of that too." A second later, he turned to ask her, "Are you doing all right, Song Jo-hyun?" Thinking he had bad intentions, Seok-dong asked, "Are you probing me?" Ji admitted it seriously. "Yes." At this, she stopped pretending, took off her glasses, and rubbed her head in agony. At the same time, Ji hung his head, heavy with thoughts. The 4 words status, missing, appeared in his mind again, making Ji blurt out, "Why does the Song Jo-hyun have to do this? You could have just given me a direct order. You could have just said, I have no one else to entrust this to. You are my last resort. Go into that rift and just die in there." Instead of leaving Seok-dong speechless. Meanwhile, Ji looked at her, waiting for a logical explanation. When he got none, he looked at the documents and whispered to himself, "I should have gone to see her first. If I had just been able to chat with my aunt like usual, then the moment I saw that seal stamped on her photo, I might have been able to. When did everything go so wrong?" And words once spoken cannot be taken back. The scene shifted to Ji, quickly heading to the hospital to visit Do-jun. Standing in front of the ICU, he felt hesitant. Should I tell the kid that I'm going into the rift? Nah. Me going into rifts is like a daily routine. It's nothing new. So why mention it? I probably won't take too long to come back out anyway. First, save everyone, then just kill the rift boss and it'll be over. It'll be like always. If something goes wrong, maybe I'll just die inside the rift. Just as he was thinking this, Ji heard a rustling sound from inside, which brought him back to his senses, his eyes widening as he looked inside. In a flash, he opened the door and seeing him trembling as he sat up, Ji screamed in a panic. "Hey, what are you doing sitting up?" Do-jun didn't answer, just yanked the IV line from his arm. Ji rushed over, shouting in worry. "Why are you suddenly?" The next second, the boy buried his face in his hands and sobbed. A few minutes later, Do-jun suddenly gripped Ji's sleeve to comfort him, so he pulled him into a hug. It was also, at this moment, that Ji felt Do-jun's heart beating very strongly. In the end, he couldn't bear to let go, holding him for a long time.